In the vast subconscious, a voice rings out. You ray from another world. Min-jun suddenly appears, consciousness yanked back, making Lee Sung-min startle awake. A strange place lies ahead, a peaceful village nestled among green mountains. Min-jun stands there, scratching that head awkwardly. Where to start? I know this is confusing, but just chill and listen. Lee Sung-min panics and checks the body, immediately getting yelled at by Min-jun. Said to calm down. Why strip all of a sudden? That guy focuses on explaining. This world is called Eria, got swordsmanship, magic, and countless demons and monsters. So it's a world where everyone has to fight to survive. A world full of ambition, constantly summoning aliens here from every dimension. And this is the first stop for the summoned. Sanavis, an ancient town view opens up. Sanavis, the starter town. Min-jun gets curious. Ever learned martial arts or magic before? Lee Sung-min shakes the head in confusion. Never. What's that? That guy glances over. So, a no class then. Lee Sung-min doesn't get it, just a term. Min-jun says coldly, follow me. I'll explain the name on the way. Hesitating, the answer is Lee Sung-min. Min-jun repeats, Lee Sung-min, right? Can't just leave a newbie alone. Must be hungry, huh? Let's eat and talk. I'll explain everything about this area world. A warm feeling rises inside. A soft whisper, thanks. Min-jun acts polite. No problem. Seeing Lee Sung-min looks thirsty, hands over a water bottle. Drink this. Taking it politely, thank you. Immediately cut off. No need to thank me. Before the words finish, Lee Sung-min chugs it in one go, gargling loudly, then right when that guy turns around, spits all the water into that face. Min-jun screams in pain, cursing nonstop. Holy shit, my eyes! You bastard, what are you doing? Being blunt now, acting innocent is damn hard. This is goblin paralysis poison, right? Spitting out the rest. This poison has no color or taste, but that foul smell is unmistakable. Touching the tongue makes it swell up, and if it hits the eyes, it swells even worse. Pouring the rest on that face. Want to lure innocent newbies and sell them as slaves, huh? Min-jun struggles. How do you bastard? Aren't you newly summoned? Tossing the guy high up, replying casually, no, just newly summoned, a no class. Falling down, before catching a breath, takes a full kick to the gut. Lee Sung-min spots a dagger peeking out of the pocket, voice cold. But I've got 13 years of survival experience here. Quick as lightning, grabbing the knife, swinging it high decisively. Then Lee Sung-min looks down, threatening. Don't know the rules of Eria? Don't trust people so easily. Words end as the knife falls, blood splatters. Mocking, truly a trash world. Looking at the reward popping up, Lee Sung-min can't help feeling disappointed. Didn't get much money, 100,000 air and a dagger? That's it? Saying that, but hands still stash the loot. Whatever, better than nothing. But this body has been checked already. Lee Sung-min squeezes the arms, no scars, no muscles either. Return to the time of being 13. Back then, just freshly summoned to Eria. Remembering an event must be because of that item, right? Memories come flooding back. Name is Lee Sung-min, 27 years old, a C-rank mercenary, a summoner with a low-class life, just earning enough to survive day by day in this area. No talent, no good background, no matter how hard the effort, couldn't reach the top. Day and night trying to escape this suffocating life. Yaden grabbed a fragile chance, finding an unexplored dungeon. After efforts paid in blood and tears, Lee Sung-min found a treasure chest, opening it with boundless hope. But inside was just a single stone, kept it only because didn't he know how to use it. But the regression stone activated, the return point is 13 years ago. Lee Sung-min ponders, saw that notification right before dying. Basically, it's a regression stone, allowing the user to turn back time. Nervous now, could it be? Immediately clicks open the status window. Lee Sung-min, no class. Trait, none. Skills, none. Thinking angrily, nothing changed at all. Stats are exactly the same as the first time summoned to Eria. So what the hell is regression for? But the memories of 13 years are still there. Not super clear, but the important events remain. Plus, being a no class allows doing certain things. That is why the location is now the bone-setting clinic. Lee Sung-min remembers clearly, many types of people from other worlds get summoned to Eria. There are mages using magic, martial artists with high skills, and among them, the majority are people like this, no class. Simply put, blank sheets of paper, able to learn everything and get special growth bonuses. Sounds great, but actually just the lowest level beings in the Eria ecosystem. No abilities at all. Sometimes dying before doing anything worthwhile in Eria. Being a no class 2, lived the life of a C-rank mercenary, suffering all kinds of misery and mockery for 13 years. And eventually died. That was a pathetic life, not a single achievement. So who, you asks again, want me to reconstruct the bones? Lee Sung-min nods decisively. Yes, this time must become strong at all costs. After leaving the clinic, a notification board shows. You have received low-rank martial bones. You have received the true heaven cultivation method. Thinking smugly, all right, got 2 out of 3 chances to improve this pathetic self in Synovis 13 years ago. Martial bones are a skeletal frame allowing the user to learn martial arts. Still remember at this time, an acupuncturist named Huyu could create artificial martial bones. Painful but free of charge, mainly for advertising. This is the first opportunity. The condition to get martial bones is being no class and having no skills. In the past, couldn't get it because skills were learned before knowing about this. But in this life, we'll meet every single condition to get low-rank martial bones. It's an ideal skeletal frame for learning martial arts. We'll learn martial arts way faster than normal people. Lee Sung-min looks at the new body and mutters, "This healer will die soon in an accident, so not many no classes will get this chance." Now having martial bones and the no-class bonus, strength will come fast. The second opportunity is the true heaven cultivation method, a technique allowing the user to gather internal energy. It's the most basic cultivation technique. There are many types classified by stability and internal energy growth speed. Lee Sung-min tried to remember where the stash was. In the past life, the training technique I learned was just second-rate trash. But there's a top-tier manual hidden in some dusty library in Genevis. The owner had no clue what it was worth, so it went for dirt cheap. Snagged the true heaven art from Sejun for just 40,000 eris. Out of the 3 big breaks I missed last time, I already grabbed 2 just one day after getting summoned back. The third shot is the prize from a tournament happening at the Grand Arena a year from now, Lee Sung-min thought while walking. The bar isn't high since only the jobless class can enter. Best move is sticking around Genavis for this year to level up my skills. Now need some decent cash for rent, gotta make at least 30,000 eris a day. To make money and get stronger at the same time, hunting monsters is the way to go. Thoughts paused right when arriving at Han S spot. The old man frowned and asked, "What's up, kid? Looking to buy something?" Lee Sung-min squatted down. "This shield suits me, right?" Han nodded. "Yeah, an adventurer about your size used to use that thing, though that guy kicked the bucket ages ago. Just pick whatever." But Lee Sung-min pointed at a coat, a spear, and some throwing knives. "I want these," face putting on a totally fake innocent look. Han asked suspiciously, "I'll sell, but you got the cash?" Lee Sung-min answered hyped up, "Got 60,000 eris." Before finishing, Han waved it off. "Not enough. Beat it. This stuff totals 300,000 eris. Go on, don't scare off my customers." The kid stayed put, shameless. "Can I put it on a tab?" Immediate warning followed. "Leave now unless you want a beating." Pointing at the outfit hesitantly, "Then I'll sell my clothes. How much will you give?" Lee Sung-min used the ultimate hustler technique. "Bet these are worth a ton, cause this is high-end fabric from another dimension. Someone's bound to dig this style. If you find the right market, 300K is chump change." Just when the deal seemed close, a burst of laughter rang out. Han mocked, "What's up with this brat? Acting innocent a second ago, now looking all grim? You're a jobless class, aren't you? Look so green trying to make me pity you for a discount?" Lee Sung-min didn't hesitate. "That would be awesome." Han laughed till he cried, "You shameless little punk." He generously reached out a hand. "Fine, take it on credit. I don't need your dirty rags," Han said, half joking. "I kinda like that spirit rat struggling in desperation. Even if you're jobless, don't go dying for nothing. Who knows, maybe you'll be a regular. Once you get the cash, come back and pay me the 240,000 eris." Lee Sung-min took it gratefully. "Thanks." Finally fully equipped and heading to the hunting grounds. Touching the new gear, thinking satisfied, survival odds go way up with armor. Even if it's just a thin layer, had to risk it all to get armor. A chance this good won't come around twice. Getting lucky in this life. Eria isn't exactly a paradise. Maybe the old man just wants to get close to stab me in the back later. Gotta stay on guard anyway. Lee Sung-min went deeper inside where it was empty. Thinking deep, now that I am at the hunting ground, suddenly remembering the first time coming here 13 years ago. Comparing the cowardly past self to the skilled one now, Lee Sung-min scoffed. Back then I was just a pathetic loser. Alerts kept ringing, snapping focus back. You have regained Light Steps technique. You have regained Iron Bone reinforcement. You have regained Stone Palm. You have regained Soul Chasing Spear. Kept searching until sunset faded, then a rushing sound tore through the wind. Lee Sung-min found a monster. It spun around startled, seeing the soul-chasing spear rushing in. Before it could react, the tip pierced right through its throat. A straight shot sent it flying back. Lee Sung-min took a knee, checking the kill to feel safe. Suddenly, a sharp pain hit. Looking down at the hand, burn marks dug deep into the skin. Just remembered that one-hit kill is a technique for throwing the spear with the left hand. Doing it barehanded causes burns, but he just clicked his tongue. Whatever. Soft hands don't get respect. clenching the fist, confident thoughts. Even if this regression turns out useless, a new journey starts right now. Lee Sung-min finally gathered enough loot. Returning to the inn late at night, Jack flashed a friendly smile. "Welcome back, Sung-min. You made it?" Lee Sung-min walked over, dangling a cloth bag. "Yeah, Jack. Here's today's rent." Curious, he asked, "What's in there?" The heavy bag hit the table as usual. Jack eyed it, asking with interest, "Okay then, but where did you get that dimensional bag?" "That thing's worth like 1.5 million, Lee Sung-min answered honestly. "A merchant felt sorry for me and sold it cheap." Jack excitedly checked each item inside. "For real? You got a knack for business. Let's see here, goblin teeth and bodily fluids." After calculating, he decided, "With this haul, I'll let you stay for 2 days. Sell this to the Mage Guild and they wouldn't give you nearly that much." He counted again and nodded. "That's enough. But man, you're actually amazing." Making Lee Sung-min pause. "Amazing how?" Jack looked back on a few days ago, when a jobless kid came to my inn and proposed something crazy. "You said you could use monster drops to pay for rent, right? I thought you'd kick the bucket fast, but it's been 2 weeks and every single day you hunt monsters and bring back a pile of loot." Jack couldn't hide the awe. "You are amazing. Seriously, is this what they call natural talent? A normal jobless guy couldn't be this good." Jack laughed louder. "With talent like that, you'll actually become someone decent, right?" Then he realized, "Hey, Lee Sung-min, where you going? We're talking here." Lee Sung-min was already up the stairs, not looking back, just dropping one line, "I'm going to rest." Thinking about Jack's words, the fist clenched tight. Talent really isn't the right word for me, because I'm actually useless. After taking so much damage, I ended my last life as just a C-rank mercenary. Checked the status window again. Lee Sung-min. Class, jobless. Trait, low-rank martial artist. Skills, soul spear, 4-star, light steps 2-star, blood iron exoskeleton 2-star, stone palm 2-star. He stood there dazed. Soul spear, light steps, blood iron exoskeleton, stone palm. These are the martial arts I picked up in my past life. Thanks to Eria's unique traits, learning new moves is doable. Just gotta memorize how they work, and boom, I can reclaim them easy. But Lee Sung-min frowned. These are just second-rate trash. Doing the math silently, even if I grind these techniques like crazy, I'll never carve out my own path. Glancing at the stats, 2-star stone pine palm, 2-star pure heaven technique. Just hoping to snag a first-rate cultivation method, specifically the high pure heaven one. Lee Sung-min sat down slowly. But a technique is just a technique, right? Gotta have limits. Closing my eyes, focusing the energy I need to learn way stronger stuff than this. The next day, a voice snapped out. "Sung-min," Lulala asked, sounding worried. "You heading into the forest again?" Then the nagging started. "Why are you always hunting in there? You never know when you're gonna die out there." Lee Sung-min replied coldly. "Because I'm an otherworlder here. If I want to survive, I gotta hunt monsters for cash." Unexpectedly, Lulala stepped right in front, asking softly, "Are you stupid? Even if you're from another world, why not get a different job? Just work at our inn. My dad seems to like you anyway." Lee Sung-min shook that idea off immediately. "No, I can't cook or clean." Lulala kept pushing. "I just don't get it. Instead of risking your life, you could stay safe while you're learning the ropes. Working at the inn would be way better." Lee Sung-min didn't answer, turning to leave. "I'll be back tonight." That made Lulala shout angrily. "Hey!" Lee Sung-min recalled the past life, and hatred bubbled up. "I used to live getting exploited by everyone. Can't let that happen again." A spark of determination flashed in those eyes. "Not living like that this time. I'm gonna chase what I've always wanted. I'll do whatever it takes to make it real. I'm gonna live a way better life than before." A bell chimed in the wind as Lee Sung-min reached the town center. Looking up, the noon bell means a new otherworlder is being summoned. The portal opened, grabbing everyone's attention. Hoon appeared right in the middle of the vortex. Lee Sung-min silently sized the newcomer up. "A kid? Is that kid a martial artist? Looks about my age." A quiet sigh escaped. "Kid must be freaking out. Makes sense. But acting like that is just asking for thugs to swarm." Sure enough, 2 guys walked up to Hoon with a water bottle. "Check it out. Here they come." Drinking this is just standard procedure these days. Hesitating on whether to help or not, after a quick internal struggle, Lee Sung-min turned away. "Not my problem." But then bam! Forehead slammed into something rock hard, rubbing the dizziness away. "My bad." Looking up revealed an old acquaintance, Manoon. The guy smirked, radiating killing intent. "I think my collarbone is broken." Before the sentence even finished, a fist smashed right into Lee Sung-min's face. The body flew back over 30 feet as a curious crowd gathered. Minen waved his hand, acting all fake. "Oh, it's nothing, folks. This guy's just a buddy of mine. But the idiot broke my bone, see? Just teaching him a lesson for the damages. Everyone just carry on." The crowd got the hint and quietly scattered. Hoon called out from a distance, Big bro, what's going on over there? Minun laughed loudly. He broke my collarbone, so I'm breaking his bones in return. Lee Sung-min gritted teeth, stepping back. Are they in the same gang? Just my luck. And that clumsy punch was definitely a martial art technique. You bastard, Hoon's voice echoed again. Wait, aren't those my ribs you're talking about, big bro? Minun stepped forward with a sinister look. Is that right? Then I'll just break both. Lee Sung-min's intuition screamed danger. Third-rate martial artist. You can tell the rank just by looking at the moves. Third-rate is the bottom of the barrel. Even with just a few moves mastered, you can reach that level pretty quick. But I'm such a loser, I haven't even hit third-rate yet. Damn it, this is bad. I can't take him down alone. With how heartless people in Janavis are, nobody's coming to help. Lee Sung-min shouted over to Hoon. Hey, don't drink that. It's got paralysis poison in it. Hoon froze, staring back. Lee Sung-min gritted teeth, praying. He's just a kid, so I can't expect much. But he looks like he's from the martial world. He's got to be able to do something. Hoon immediately dumped the water onto the ground. On the other side, Minun got right in Lee Sung-min's face, threatening, For a pretty boy, you're doing something really stupid. You'd be perfect to sell off to some noble with a weird fetish. As soon as he finished speaking, a kick came flying. Lee Sung-min panicked. I can't let it end like this. Not by a guy like him, not in a dump like this. Moving like lightning, Flash Step activated, dodging to the side before he could react. Next up, Iron Blood Outer Body. A powerful elbow strike slammed home, caving in Minuna's ribs. The gang panicked, screaming, Big bro! Taking the opening stone pine palm strikes rained down, knocking Minun back. But he just laughed. Guess you picked up a few tricks, huh? He stood up without a single scratch. Didn't hurt a bit. Lee Sung-min shook with shock. Damn it, the guy's built like a rock. He must have learned some external hardstyle techniques. Comparing weight and muscle, a kid's body just can't do much damage with these moves. Suddenly, Hoon waved from the other side, shouting, Hey, I don't care how trash the guards in Janavis are, but if we cause a scene, they'll show up. Minun replied, Got it. Let's wrap this up then. Lee Sung-min was totally gassed, while Hoon looked annoyingly calm. Seeing Minun closing in, the decision was made. Can't beat him bare-handed. I need my spear. Just as the spear left the sheath, a voice cut in. Hoon was suddenly standing right there, asking quietly, What did you say just now? Say it again. The proximity was startling. Lee Sung-min awkwardly glanced at Hoon, then back at the incoming punch, totally confused. Say what? Just wait a second. Suddenly, Ouiji Ho swings a hand, barely tapping Minun, spitting out one word, pathetic. Just one palm strike sends the guy flying. Ouiji Ho says coldly, How dare a piece of trash like you try to hit me? So rude. Seeing Minun crash into the lackeys behind, Lee Sung-min is shook. What the hell did this kid just do? A palm strike infused with internal energy that's not the level of a second or even a first-rate warrior. Looking at Ouiji Ho, Lee Sung-min assesses silently. That's a peak master. Wait a minute, same age as me. A peak master and summoned at the same time? That can't be right. Ouiji Ho softens the tone. I don't know where this is. Can you tell me about it? In your memory. The Heavenly Demon Cult. They represent the unorthodox factions, worshipping pure power. The strongest person leads the cult and gets called the Heavenly Demon. That person's child is the young master. A young master from another world, the small heavenly demon Ouiji Ho. Since childhood, using peak-level martial arts earned the nickname Small Demon. Coming to Eria as an otherworlder, fame spread everywhere. Same age, summoned at the same time as Lee Sung-min, but the gap is so huge Lee Sung-min can't even look up. Eyes widen. It's Ouiji Ho! Whoa! Realizing the kid is literally in the room right now. I'm Lee Sung-min, 14 years old. Freaking out inside, cause this kid is a year younger than me. Ouiji Ho chuckles softly. Got it. Lee Sung-min, you told me something pretty interesting. This world, Eria, you said it is totally different from where I am from, right? Pondering for a sec. So, there is no demonic cult here? Lee Sung-min nods. That's right. A crisp laugh rings out. I see. I get it now. Then asking Lee Sung-min, what the heck did you scream at me back in the plaza? Lee Sung-min gets all awkward. Like, don't drink that water. Pretty sure it's got paralyzing poison in it. Ouiji Ho laughs even louder, you arrogant jerk. How dare you talk to me with that kind of attitude, huh? Scaring Lee Sung-min half to death. Bowing super deep and respectful, I am sorry, I didn't know you were the young master, didn't mean to be rude to you. But inside, just cursing up a storm, damn it, this sucks, can't believe I'm bowing down to a 13-year-old kid. Ouiji Ho stops laughing, just staring silently for a long time. Eyes lighting up with interest, pointing a finger. Saw you using martial arts earlier. Lee Sung-min trembles. That's right. Then comes the sarcastic burn. Your martial arts are total trash, and you use them like a clumsy idiot. What world did you even learn that stuff in? Lee Sung-min forces a stiff, awkward smile. I think I get what you mean. Before the sentence is even finished, Ouiji Ho steps up sincerely. I am gonna teach you martial arts. The room goes dead silent. Lee Sung-min freezes, throat tightening up. Ouiji Ho keeps talking, sounding super sure. If I teach you myself, doesn't it matter how clumsy you are, you're gonna get better. Lee Sung-min finally snaps out of it, voice shaking. You're gonna teach me martial arts? Ouiji Ho points. Yep, but I need one thing, I got a condition. Hearing that, Lee Sung-min breaks out in a cold sweat. What condition? Ouiji Ho suddenly flashes a bright smile, dropping the deal. You gotta become my friend. Just that one sentence sends Lee on a roller coaster of shocks. Then a young, innocent voice rings out from a memory. Father, Ouiji Ho continues innocently. I want a friend. Huke asks sternly. Friend? Where did you learn that word, huh? Ouiji Ho excitedly shows off. From a book I just read. It says if I have a person called a friend, I can get through any hardship in the world. He replies slowly. That isn't wrong. Provided you're just a normal person. Suddenly, Huke roars strictly. But you are the one who will succeed me and rule the demons. Once you walk the path of a ruler, having friends is unnecessary. So understand what I am saying and train harder. The sudden outburst startles Ouiji Ho, quickly replying, I understand, father. Then turning around and running away in fear. Huke watches the kid's back, deep in thought for a long time. Even though I said that, it feels shameful. Huke lets out a quiet sigh. During combat practice, most of the captured ones were useless, but about 50 people all wiped out by a 10-year-old kid. Even though that's my child, the skills they possess are truly terrifying. Frowning in thought, just a bit unfortunate. Back to Ouiji Ho in the present. Ouiji Ho, sincerely offering, be my friend. Born as the heir to the demonic cult, raised with a ton of expectations weighing down. Huke was always on her case, telling her to sit cross-legged properly. Seriously, the young master has been dealing with this training since she was just a tiny kid. So, Ouiji Ho had zero time to make friends. Lee Sung-min pointed at himself, all shocked. Friends? Why me all of a sudden? Ji Ho just blinked innocently. Aren't people the same age supposed to be friends? Can't argue with that logic, I guess, so they struck a deal. Ouiji Ho stared right into his eyes, looking all happy. Lee Sung-min, from now on, you are my buddy. He forced a smile on the outside, but inside, total meltdown. Dude S, mentally 27, and now he S besties with a 13-year-old kid. Her voice kept going, I kept my promise about teaching you martial arts, so I am gonna teach you the violet secret art. This violet secret art comes from some unorthodox sect. It's got this unique vibe where it turns your internal energy into a cool amethyst color. Hearing that, Lee Sung-min got all insecure. The violet secret art? I thought I should only learn the demonic cultist martial arts, but Ouiji Ho was focused on something else. Yo, why are you speaking so formally? She leaned in close, her face getting way up in his grill. Didn't you agree to talk to me normally, like we're friends? Her intense aura made him automatically reply, yeah. Seeing him listen like a good boy, Ouiji Ho's mood instantly brightened. She got real with him. The heavenly demon's secret art that I'm practicing is only for the leader in the air, so I can't teach you that one. But trust me, you won't regret learning the violet secret art. It's actually a pretty solid technique. She looked at him, waiting. So, what do you say? Fast forward, and Lee Sung-min is back at the hunting grounds. He touched his old scar, thinking about how it's been a month since that happened. Talk about ironic timing. He'd been training in the violet secret art with Ouiji Ho for about a month now. With a bit more time, he could definitely get stronger. Now, monster corpses were piled up all around him. Lee Sung-min wiped the blood off his face, deep in thought. His martial arts level was hovering somewhere between third rate and second rate. Compared to my past life, this is a massive level up. I can practically imagine Hoon popping up, that mocking voice of his buzzing in my ear. To think this is the best you can do? Even with me teaching you, you've got zero talent, seriously. Lee Sung-min gritted his teeth, trying to shoo the voice away. Shut it! Right then, something else grabbed his attention. Should I grab the loot after winning? His pupils shrank tight, reacting just in time. He jumped high just as the massive monster showed up. Landing softly, he gripped his spear tight. Lee Sung-min thought, what the hell, if I wasn't careful, I would have been in deep trouble. He stared down the ferocious beast, feeling a twitch inside. An ogre. His eyes didn't stop darting around, scanning every corner. Gut feeling said it was alone. But was there another one? After confirming it was just the one ogre, he unleashed the secret whisk art, slamming it right into its chest. The ogre was critically hit, blood staining everything red. Seizing the chance, he finished it off right there. Pride swelled up. Killing an ogre isn't even a problem for me anymore. Hoon teased again. Looks like you're getting cocky just 'cause you killed one ogre, huh? Making his blood boil. Shut your mouth. He knelt down looking at the ogress corpse. Suspicion crept in. But ogres don't live around here, so where did this one come from? Suddenly a voice rang out from behind. You've got good skills for someone so young, warrior. Seeing Hyeryong approaching, Lee Sung-min instantly went on guard. He asked, Who are you? Hyeryong clasped his hands. Oh, pardon my rudeness. I am Hyeryong. Back in the central district, they called me the Ruinous Orchid Sword. He noticed the sword hanging at Hyeryong's waist and stayed cautious, asking, What do you want from me? Hyeryong looked a bit awkward. That issue? Then he pointed at the monster and said, I'm here because of some business regarding the ogres. Finally, Lee Sung-min went back to town with him. Sangryang looked him over and said in shock, Isn't he way too young? Hyeryong immediately hyped him up. I saw him fight with my own eyes. He's young, but his skills are legit strong. He's gonna help us out. Wang Pyun said in a low voice. If Warrior Un says so, let's just go with it. I'm the Huke Feather Dagger Wang Pyun. A girl cut in. I'm Renia. I studied magic at the Velas school. She asked him, Do you know anything about the job you're about to take? Lee Sung-min hesitated. Yeah, a little bit. Seeing he didn't quite get it, Renia explained. Lately, the Monster Pack has been building a new ogre village in this area. There have been tons of reports about them attacking nearby villages. There have even been slaughter parades. Hyeryong continued. That's why the Mercenary Guild put out a bounty. 20 million air for anyone who can wipe out the ogre village. If we add the loot, the total profit should hit around 35 million air. Lee Sung-min wondered, how do we split it? Hyeryong replied, we'll split the money equally by headcount. He thought silently, so I'll get about 7 million air. A juicy mission like this doesn't pop up often. The problem is, can I trust these strangers? Looking at Hyeryong's smiling face, he felt a bit anxious. Thinking about it, it's dangerous, but the money is huge. So he decided, all right, I'm in. Hearing that, Hyeryong excitedly hugged him. You made the right choice, warrior. With you, everything's gonna be way easier. But he coldly pushed him away. Thanks for the enthusiasm. But he looked at the two people across from them. Who are they? Hyeryong covered it up, saying, they were just some stubborn folks with no class. Hey, warrior, you're from a martial arts sect, right? Lee Sung-min replied indifferently. Yeah, that's right. At the same time, Renia was friendly, asking them to run an errand. Could you go buy me a few apples nearby? The two kind souls agreed immediately. Beside him, Hyeryong kept explaining, they carry the bags needed for the expedition, and the leftover change is for them. Watching their backs as they walked away, Hyeryong said dismissively, You don't need to worry about them. The whole group moved deep into the forest. Lee Sung-min asked curiously, How many ogres live in the village? Sangryang calmly replied, About 50. I think we only need to fight around 30, though. He curled his lips slightly. No big danger. Ogres are always stupid and slow. We just rush in, kill them, and grab the money. He asked Hyeryong up front what the plan was. He immediately explained, We're splitting into 2 teams. You and me, along with the little warrior, then the other warrior team with Wang Pyun and Renia. Our main job is to lure the ogres out of the village, then split up and take them down. Renia demonstrated, I'll scatter our scent using wind magic. Ogres are territorial creatures. If they smell humans, they'll come running immediately. Sangryong added, We'll hide and ambush them when they run out. At that moment, the mage will prepare a magic attack. The little warrior and I will set off fireworks to lure the remaining ogres out. That's how we split the ogre pack into 2 groups and kill them. Easy, right? Lee Sung-min assessed silently. Trusting others isn't good, but this plan is pretty solid. Would be better if we could set traps though, but with this many people, that's not really feasible. While he was thinking, Hyeryong announced, We're getting close to the ogre territory. He lowered his voice. All right, time to split into 2 teams. Everyone be careful. Wish you all victory. Then Hyeryong led Lee Sung-min and Brass away according to the plan. Seeing Brass breathing heavily, he felt a twinge of sympathy. We've been walking for nearly half a day. People with no class like them must be struggling hard. Seeing his past self in Brass right now, Lee Sung-min asked, What's your name? Brass looked up, gasping for air. Huh? Are you talking to me? He replied slowly, My name is Brass. Lee Sung-min turned around and said, All right, Brass, I'm going to be straight with you. I'm not confident I can protect you when the ogres rush out. He warned him, Make a choice. Run or keep following. Looking towards Hyeryong. No matter what, that guy definitely won't help. He's not even paying attention to this conversation. The sun got harsher. Brass was totally exhausted now. I can't run anymore. Lee Sung-min thought, of course he can't know what kind of punishment he'll face from the Mercenary Guild if he gives up and runs away. Because I'm the one who knows it best. At this point, he could only warn him, fine, then try your best to protect yourself. Just as he finished speaking, Hyeryong called out from ahead. Hey, little warrior, I think we're here, he said cheerfully. Lucky us, we managed to dodge all the guard patrols along the way. See that wooden fence between those trees? That's the spot. Time to light the firecrackers and lure those dungeon ghouls out. Lee Sung-min hurriedly stops the action. Hey, wait up. Bending down to grab some gear, Eun Hyeryong gets curious immediately. Just as expected, that pouch on the waist is a dimensional bag. Bet that cost a fortune, huh? Where did that come from? Lee Sung-min replies vaguely, just got lucky with it. Still staring hard. Got it. But what is that stuff just pulled out? Lee Sung-min explains while busy pouring water. If we use that water to make mud and smear it all over, it'll hide human scent. Eun Hyeryong's eyes light up. That's a killer idea, little warrior. Seems like someone has way too much experience for such a young age. Meanwhile, Lee Sung-min is rolling left and right on the ground. Learned it from master, continuing the fake praise. Must be an amazing teacher. Standing up and replying indifferently. Yeah, sure is. Warrior Eun Hyeryong should do it too. Eun Hyeryong obediently follows the instruction. Brass finally speaks up. Do I have to? Lee Sung-min reassures immediately. Used up all the mud here. Gotta find another spot to make some more for you. The firecracker is finally lit, and the dungeon ghouls catch the scent and go wild. Eun Hyeryong speaks up first. Hey warrior, got a brilliant idea. Before Lee Sung-min can react, the words continue. How about letting the clumsy one go first? Speaking slyly, wouldn't the plan work better if the clumsy one goes first to distract them, making it easier to attack from behind? Brass is so terrified that words fail, stammering out, sir, but that means certain death. Eun Hyeryong turns around in annoyance. Hey, dying isn't gonna happen. Threatening in a soft voice but refusing to move forward might just lead to getting killed right here. Seeing the panic, bursting into laughter, half joking. You know that was just a joke, right? Suddenly Lee Sung-min stands up. Eun Hyeryong is surprised. Warrior, what's up? Lee Sung-min suggests firmly, going first shouldn't be a problem, right? Eun Hyeryong calculates for a moment and then nods. Of course not. Quietly counting the lured dungeon ghouls, 13 in total. One is already stabbed, the spear piercing straight through. A horizontal sweep of the spear, fresh blood sprays out. Lee Sung-min calculates 12 left. A ghoul beaten to a pulp flies past, calculating again, and now it is 11. Attacking relentlessly, countless thoughts echo in the mind. Is it possible? No. Is it necessary? Should there be an intervention? A glance drifts over to Brass, who is standing frozen. Telling oneself there is no reason at all. This useless pity, no, maybe in this case it should be called empathy, right? Even though the mind keeps thinking there's no tight bond here, not even friends, but Brass was helped to escape. For one simple reason. Both are just people with no class. That's it. Looking at the dungeon ghouls terrified into a cold sweat, charging forward bravely. Strength is magic, isn't that right? Knowing it all too well. A crystal clear and ugly rule, recalling every word Hoon said before. Seems like no matter how many times it's taught, it just doesn't sink in, huh? You really are a fool, not a shred of intelligence. Listen up and memorize this. Just remember the one way to hold a spear. Lee Sung-min struggles to get up. A thought flashes, then stabbed from a distance. Telling oneself, gotta get stronger. Shouting out, Azure Spirit Spear, third form. The spear tip tears through the wind, attacking the dungeon ghouls from a distance in a flash, taking on the whole mob solo. Wherever the path leads, every dungeon ghoul falls. Over by Brass, an attack is coming. Brass falls trembling, too scared to speak. Opening eyes reveals the ghoul has been skewered through. Lee Sung-min stands there panting heavily. Together with Eun Hyeryong, every last one is finished, returning silence to the forest. A dungeon ghoul gets an ear sliced off. Eun Hyeryong calculates, adding this one makes 13 total. Turning to Lee Sung-min, hunted a lot, all thanks to that effort. Ears have been cut as proof of the hunt. The other group is probably done with the mission too, gathering all the ears into a bag, tossing it casually to Brass from a distance. Hey, porter over there, guard that with your life. The order is obeyed. Yes. Eun Hyeryong dusts off hands and announces, time to regroup with the others. Lee Sung-min nods and follows. Passing by Brass, a tiny voice is suddenly heard. Thank you. Then the porter turns to follow Eun Hyeryong. Lee Sung-min freezes for a moment, watching the back disappear into the shadows. The sky has turned to night. Sangryang sits on a rock, grumpy as hell. When is that other team gonna show up? Should we been here ages ago? Oh, there they are. Did everything over there get handled properly? We finished everything ages ago. Seeing all that dirt must have been a real struggle, huh? Inwardly scorning, and looking ugly as hell too. Imhaye. Hyryong smiles slightly. Struggle? Thanks to this kid warrior, it was an easy game. A glance flicks briefly toward Wang Pyun, speaking with hidden meaning. Actually, the real problem starts now. Hearing that, Lee Sung-min's expression shifts instantly. Suddenly, a hand swings out, a dagger piercing straight through Renia's chest. She is shocked and terrified, everything happening too fast to utter a word. The attacker is Wang Pyun. Sangryang sees this, scared stiff, not noticing Hyryong swinging a sword from behind. The slash comes down decisively, but gets blocked by Lee Sung-min's spear. Hyryong growls, "Don't get involved." Old memories flood back, of being ordered around just like that. "Hey, jobless brat, hurry it up. If you want more money, then drag that body faster." The sun that day was scorching hot, just like brass, shoulders loaded with luggage, obediently enduring. Suddenly, a crowd is seen packing the square. Lulala speaks up. "What, never seen a scene like that? It's an execution. Curious? Execution?" Daehyun stops, laughing from a distance. "That guy is tough. Heard he's a mercenary from the martial world. Killed all the teammates to hog the massive reward for some mission. Bad luck getting caught, though." So that's the end of the line. Lee Sung-min stares at the prisoner, whispering, "Is that so?" And the prisoner executed that year was the Hyryong standing right here, back in the present, walking forward casually. This little brother is full of surprises. Reaction speed is faster than expected. It's almost like knowing everything in advance. He has no clue about the inner thought. Of course, seeing the execution in the past life helps, even if it was just an event from 13 years ago. Remembering it vividly, because it was the first time witnessing an execution, Hyryong grits teeth. Doesn't matter anyway, having seen the fight against the dungeon ghouls. Even if your skills are way beyond your age, you still ain't on the level to take me down, kid. Grip tightening on the sword, the enemy charges in. Lee Sung-min focuses, analyzing every twitch. A second-rate martial artist. Definitely a tough fight for someone barely reaching that level. But the movements are readable. That stance definitely setting up for a diagonal slash. Fine then. Gonna use the spear's reach to counter that garbage. The spear shoots forward. Explosive force knocks the enemy back. Lee Sung-min grips the shaft tighter, a smirk creeping onto that face. Who's not on your level now? Survived life and death in a past life. And getting personally trained by the little heavenly demon in this one? Not exactly an easy target. Hyryong screams in frustration. "Impressive, but is that all you got?" Before the sentence even finishes, a mouthful of blood spurts out. Hyryong clutches the throat in terror. "What the hell?" Across the field, Lee Sung-min smirks. "It's poison, moron. Mixed a slow-acting toxin into the mud earlier. Since it wasn't a direct hit, probably won't kill ya. But seeing those hands shaking, doubt a block is possible now, even from someone weaker." Without wasting a second, Lee Sung-min lunges. "How's that taste, Mr. Martial Arts Master?" Suddenly, the charge stops cold. Hyryong has a blade right against Brass's throat, roaring out a threat. "You little punk, take one more step and this porter ain't seeing tomorrow." The enemy calculates that Brat seems to care about the porter, probably soft-hearted. Won't dare to attack now. But inside, Lee Sung-min is screaming. Is this guy an idiot, thinking a hostage situation is actually gonna work? Taking a slight step forward sends Hyryong into a panic. "Hey, said don't move, damn it!" Thoughts are racing. Been a mercenary for years. The only reason for helping that porter was seeing a reflection of the past. Glancing at Hyryong losing it. Snap out of it. Shit, stop overthinking and focus on reality. Non-stop fighting is draining the tank. Normally, the spear would have pierced that throat before the guy could twitch, but right now, no. Trying that now means getting killed. Seeing Wang Pyun and Sangryang clashing nearby, Lee Sung-min worries. No telling how long that poison's gonna last. Gotta save energy in case the monkey loses. Decision made. Can't waste any more time. No other choice now. Suddenly, Brass smiles, a bitter, pained smile. Slamming backward, throwing Hyryong off balance, Brass puts everything into a chest strike, hands desperately grabbing the blade. Lee Sung-min freezes in horror. Brass gets pinned to the dirt. Hyryong curses, struggling. "You bastard, just a lousy porter daring to fight back?" Yanking the sword free, Hyryong drives it deep into Brass's side, gritting teeth, spitting out every word. "Should have stayed out of it when told." Before the sentence ends, Lee Sung-min is there, face dark like a demon from hell. Terror hits Hyryong. "Wait, hold on, warrior, just listen." The spear plunges down, cutting the begging short. Over on the other side, Sangryang finishes off Wang Pyun, turning to look this way. In this moment, darkness swallows everything. No one sees the heart shattering inside. Looking at Brass lying motionless in the dirt, pure devastation. Finally, the ending of the execution gets rewritten. Hyryong and Wang Pyun get hauled to the mercenary guild. Me and Sangryang split the 35 million air bounty, plus whatever cash was looted. Ouiji Ho lights up the moment Lee Sung-min walks in. "Oh, you're back?" she asks, voice full of concern. "Pretty late today, huh?" A tired, vague reply. "Yeah, gotta make that money." too exhausted to even change, just collapsing onto the bed. But the mind won't stop replaying what happened. If only there was a bit more energy, Brass wouldn't be dead. Damn it, didn't want any regrets in this life. Suddenly, Ouiji Ho looms over, staring down. You killed someone, didn't you? That question hits hard. How do you know? Ouiji Ho taps a finger to the nose. Can smell the blood on you. Lee Sung-min stays silent for a long beat, then finally explains. Second-rate martial artist. Tried to kill me, got killed instead. Just self-defense. What are you hiding? She stares right into the eyes. Exactly what are you covering up? Lee Sung-min bolts upright, forcing a calm tone. Ouiji Ho, what are you talking about? What would I have to hide? You mean it's weird a nobody like me took down a second-rate master? Ouiji Ho waves a hand dismissively. No. With some secret techniques, winning is totally possible. She compliments bluntly. You are very special. Ouiji Ho slowly recounts past observations, wandering the streets, trying so hard to understand this world. Saw a lot of things, learned about the plight of the jobless. Recalling a man digging for scraps in a trash can, she continues, most of them are destitute. It makes sense. Humans don't think twice about crushing a bug, but ask them to kill a small animal, they hesitate. They freeze. Ouiji Ho stands tall, eyes locking onto Lee Sung-min. But you, on the very first day, the day of the summon, you went straight to the forest to hunt monsters. Lee Sung-min frowns. Is that so weird? Wouldn't have survived otherwise. Ouiji Ho nods. Logically, yes. But did you ever think about why other jobless people don't do that? It's not because they don't know. They know perfectly well. But they can't put their lives on the line to kill another living thing. Even ignoring the jobless part, a 14-year-old kid doing that on day one? Deflecting, Lee Sung-min mutters, I just adapt fast. Ouiji Ho chuckles softly. Good at dodging questions, aren't you? Fine. Let's talk about point number 2. Lee Sung-min blinks. There's more? The next words pierce right through the heart. You have 0 talent. If I teach 10 things, you maybe get 3 or 4. Max, right? Seeing the annoyance, she snaps fingers. Look here. The weird thing is, you've only been handling a spear for 2 months. Yet the skill level? Incredible. For an amateur who stands so clumsily, there are 0 beginner mistakes. Someone with absolutely no talent mastering martial arts at that speed in just 2 months? Ouiji Ho asks point blank, Who are you? Lee Sung-min stands up, face darkening. Don't know what you're talking about. Hoon's voice turned cold. Listen, pal, I really hate liars. They stared at each other for a long moment, the room falling dead silent. Lee Sung-min, everyone has secrets. This isn't about catching bad guys, is it? Is that what friendship means to you? Hoon thought it over, then shrugged. A secret. Fine. I guess everyone's got at least one skeleton in the closet. I've got one too. Hoon proposed a deal. Okay, you tell me yours, I tell you mine. Lee Sung-min shook his head. Nah, I'm good. Hoon kept pushing. You're missing a killer chance here. How about this? My secret plus an ultimate martial arts skill. Spear or footwork. Which one you want? Lee Sung-min sighed. Even if you teach me, I don't have the talent or energy to use it right. Hoon crossed arms, thinking, then sparked an idea. Then how about this? I'll give you 20% of my internal energy. Lee Sung-min froze, then lunged forward. Say what? Why? Hoon said calmly, because I'm curious. You're my only friend, so I want to know everything about you, secrets and all. Hoon's eyes looked sincere. That's what friends do. Not enough for ya? Lee Sung-min stayed quiet for a long time, then finally spoke. Just promise me one thing. Hoon asked, What? If I tell you you can't kill me, Lee Sung-min bargained. Hoon agreed instantly. Duh, isn't that obvious? Why would I kill a friend? Hoon scratched head. Anyway, we agreed to swap secrets. I'll go first. I'm a girl. Hoon ripped off the hair tie, letting long hair cascade down. Lee Sung-min was shook, eyes wide. This secret was way crazier than expected. Hoon said casually, Why the shock? My dad wanted this for the sect. Only sons can lead the demonic cult. So dad made me live like a dude. Seeing Lee Sung-min still processing the truth, Hoon continued, I'm used to it. No one knew I was a girl until now. That's my secret. Your turn. Lee Sung-min held up a hand. Wait, hold up. I need to process this. Also, starting tomorrow, we are getting separate rooms. Hoon asked innocently. Why though? Lee Sung-min took a deep breath, gathering courage. I am a regressor. Hoon's pupils shrank, snapping back angrily. What kind of nonsense is that? They argued back and forth all night. Finally, Hoon muttered, So, you're saying you died and came back to the past? Sounds crazy, but I can believe it. Explains your weird behavior. In the center, getting eliminated is almost impossible. But this is a different world, so anything goes. But why do you think I'd kill you over that? Lee Sung-min spoke slowly. I look 14, but inside I'm 27. Doesn't that bum you out? I lied about us being the same age. Hoon replied casually, So what? Hoon stared straight at him. Think about it. I'm the one who approached you, promised to teach you, and said we're friends. You didn't trick me. Actually, you were just trying to please me, so I got no reason to kill you or end this friendship. Hearing that, Lee Sung-min froze, Hoon's voice ringing in ears. We've been together 2 months. I already accepted you as my friend. Hoon smiled. That's what friends are, right? Still not enough? Lee Sung-min was moved. Biting lip, he said, thanks. First time crying since regressing. Thanks, Hoon. To lighten the mood, Hoon added, besides, I'm kinda disappointed because even with 2 lives and years of experience, your level is still this low? I got tons of questions, but let's drop it for now. Hoon stood up, pumped. I'm transferring my energy to you now. According to the books, internal energy is power stored in the body. When used, it gives supernatural strength. There are very few ways to boost it besides hard training. Martial artists spend a lifetime refining it. Hoon giving it away voluntarily was incredibly rare. Hoon said softly, your meridians aren't very clear. Transferring energy is rare. Hoon sighed. You've got a lot of junk built up in there. Checking the body, Hoon noted, 14 is late for martial arts, but whatever, transferring 20% now. How much of that 20% you keep is on you. Use the secret mental art. Hoon slammed a palm into Lee Sung-min's back. Lee Sung-min gritted teeth against the numbness. Soon, energy surged like electricity. Hoon asked wearily, how's it feel, Lee Sung-min? Mind focused on the changes within. Lee Sung-min thought in shock, this is just 20% of Hoon's power? This is way more than I gathered in my entire past life. Hoon asked, how much did you keep? Lee Sung-min guessed. About half? Hoon nodded. Half. Not bad. The rest will clear your meridians. If you keep using the secret art, you can make that energy yours. Hoon swayed and collapsed. Lee Sung-min turned, startled. Hey, Hoon! Seeing Hoon on the floor, worried. You okay? Hoon reassured. Don't be dramatic, I'm just tired. Lee Sung-min helped Hoon to bed. After a silence, Lee Sung-min asked seriously, why sacrifice so much for me? Hoon gave the same answer. Because we are friends, don't sweat it. I don't need anything from you. I'm just doing this for my own satisfaction, Hoon whispered. Yeah, self-satisfaction. Suddenly, Hoon shouted, I said I'd teach another skill too, right? I'll give you a spear technique. Lee Sung-min was stunned. You're helping me again? Hoon thought aloud. Heavenly 9 spears from the Spear King 100 years ago seems good. Might be hard with your talent, so I'll dumb it down a bit. Seeing his confused look, Hoon repeated, how many times do I gotta say it? Don't feel guilty. This is just for my own satisfaction, or rather, eyes softening, for the first friend I've ever had. After 13 years, no way I'm letting things end in vain like last time. The words choked Lee Sung-min up. A soft call out, Ouiji Ho. Thanks. Before the sentence could finish, a hand swung out and landed a smack. Don't go bowing and scraping between friends. Rubbing a sore cheek, the shaky reply came, what about just a little bow? Ouiji Ho grabbed the back of the neck, declaring bossily, I don't like that junk. Then came a tug, pulling Sung-min down to lie side by side. Instead of that boring stuff, I want something way more interesting. A stuttered response. Interesting like what? Staring straight into the eyes, a mesmerizing voice asked, like the story of your past life. Right, what kind of person was I in that timeline? Lee Sung-min tried to recall, what kind of person? After thinking for a long while, the answer came, I was too busy just trying to survive, so I only heard rumors. Heard the rumor about ruling the peak of Eria with overwhelming power. Suddenly, a chuckle. For real? Did pretty good then, huh? Sounds just like me. Continuing the flashback, and after being summoned, you left the city in just a month and went missing for about 3 years. Ouiji Ho guessed, probably went traveling during those 3 years. Lee Sung-min asked curiously, traveling? A nod followed. The thing I crave most is freedom. Being in the demonic cult means freedom only exists within the cult leader's control. Pointing happily, that's why being summoned to this world and meeting a friend like you was actually really fun. Without waiting for another question, the words flowed. I'm splitting in a month. Gonna enjoy this world and total freedom. Chanson by Isekai. After teaching the 9 heavens absolute spear for a month, I'm off traveling just like in the past life. What about you? Head tilting, the question dropped. Lee Sung-min, in this life, what kind of vibe are you going for? Such a sudden question forced a deep silence. How to live. Remembering the moments of resignation, pain, and brokenness of the past, a quiet voice replied, a better life compared to the last one. Ouiji Ho rested a chin on a hand. Really? Sounds super vague. Instead of that blurry stuff, got any actual goals? Lee Sung-min looked confused. I don't know. Giving some extra time, Ouiji Ho advised, think about it and tell me whenever you figure it out. Suddenly sitting up straight, I'm super curious about your past life. Spill it. Lee Sung-min scratched an ear, embarrassed. There's really not much. Ouiji Ho cut in. I'm not that surprised. Provoking an angry mutter. You jerk. Actually, the mind kept racing. Lived in Geneva is basically the whole previous life. Was there anyone to call a friend there? Seems like a no. Just like being Ouiji Ho's first friend, that person is my first friend too. Finally, a long night passed, a night of endless trivial stories, and then a month flew by. Ouiji Ho's voice rang out. All right, Sung-min. Beckoning with a hand, let's see how much stuck in that head after a month. Lee Sung-min thought silently. Time to say goodbye is coming. After this mock battle, Ouiji Ho leaves. A loud shout. Then I'm fighting with everything I've got. A smirk and a finger point. Obviously, you gotta go all out. You think you can fight half-heartedly against me with just that much skill? Words hit the mark. Lee Sung-min roared, rushing straight at Ouiji Ho. 2 fingers went up. I'll give you a 20-step lead, meaning 20 moves before I attack. Lee Sung-min gripped the spear tight, charging instantly. 20 moves? Which one should I use? Remembering Ouiji Ho's words, the 9 Heavens Peak Teachings method suits you perfectly. It is called the 9 Heavens Peak Teachings, Sung-min style. Back then, the doubt was real. What kind of weird name is that? Ouiji Ho replied proudly. I upgraded it for you, so your name's gotta be on it, right? That night involved protesting that name hard, but in the end, the training happened. Calculations started. In the Sung-min style, the spear technique can combine with the soul-chasing art moves. Should I use this one first? Activating soul-chasing art. The spear tip died in purple light, tearing through the wind straight at Ouiji Ho. Just as it arrived, a hand gently brushed it aside, followed by a calm count, 1. Immediately spinning the spear, stabbing for the second time, Ouiji Ho dodged, body moving as fluidly as water, eyes darkening at these 2 attempts, a loud shout, Sung-min style, first form, death point soul-chasing spear. Right after, activating the second form, light-splitting death spear, 2 moves burst out in succession, yet Ouiji Ho casually dodged every single strike. A voice rang out, ah! Then a serious tone instructed, compared to the days of knowing nothing, your spear art now actually has blocking, trapping, and piercing. For blocking, the spear tip spins outward to redirect the opponent's force. For trapping, the tip spins inward and presses down fast to lock the opponent's attack, grabbing the spear to demonstrate directly, and piercing is just for stabbing the enemy. These are the basics of spear arts. You've been using a spear this whole time without knowing this stuff? Lee Sung-min panted, answering, I was totally self-taught. Ouiji Ho nodded, then practice hard every day until you can actually use them properly. Lee Sung-min obeyed. It's all thanks to you. Attacks continued to rain down. Ouiji Ho counted loudly. 3. Still not using your back yet? Combine every spear thrust with pushing force. Lee Sung-min immediately straightened up, putting force behind the thrust. Ouiji Ho impressed. 7. A bit better. Gritting teeth, the thought came. Damn it, is the skill gap really this massive? I hit second rate thanks to the internal energy Ouiji Ho gave me, but still, every block is happening with just a right hand. Looking at the confidence and the demonic energy radiating out, admiration couldn't be helped. Truly a peak-level martial master. Seeing the pace slow down, Ouiji Ho stepped forward. What's up with that face? What are you hesitating for? Suddenly, Lee Sung-min asked, You think this move is gonna work? Before the words finished, the spear swung up, stabbing decisively. Following Ouiji Ho's counting rhythm, the spear spun continuously, move after move without stopping. At 19, a weapon was instantly summoned to counter. Ouiji Ho spoke up. Now for the final move. Counting to 20, a sudden freeze happened. Lee Sung-min's spear tip was right next to the eye. Lips curled slightly, a look of pure pride. The moment the spear was about to touch, the figure vanished. While Lee Sung-min stood stunned, Ouiji Ho appeared right behind. Controlling the spear in the other's hand, a soft voice announced, So the fight is over. Lee Sung-min admitted defeat totally, I lost. A pat on the shoulder accompanied the praise. You did really well. Lee Sung-min shook his head. No way. All the attacks got blocked by just a right hand. A cheerful laugh followed. Nah, you really did do well. Ignoring the internal energy part, I'm sure you were born to be a martial master. That single sentence left Lee Sung-min shaking. You couldn't land a hit, but you felt my aura just now, didn't you? If you can sense stuff that remain unseen, that's raw talent right there. Someday, that's gonna be your ultimate weapon. Ouiji Ho crossed arms, judging the situation. I'm seriously looking forward to 10 years from now. 10 years? Ouiji Ho rubbed a chin in thought. Yeah, Lee Sung-min. This spar was a breeze, like way too easy. But I dig your skills. You actually used what I taught you. That final strike was sick, so let's meet up in 10 years. Hey, Ouiji Ho pressed on. Asked about your life goals last month, right? Decided yet? Lee Sung-min shook a head, looking bummed. Nope. Still clueless. Ouiji Ho suddenly slapped a chest. Then make me the goal. Lee Sung-min clenched a fist, but Ouiji Ho just kept yapping, ignoring the mood. Humans need goals, or else life's just gonna be like a boat drifting aimlessly at sea. Get strong enough to beat me in 10 years? No way that's happening, Lee Sung-min muttered. Huh? What was that? Ouiji Ho asked. Lee Sung-min suddenly snapped. Making you my goal doesn't mean I can actually be like you. Stop spouting impossible crap. I can't do it. I'm no genius. You're smart, talented, and all you need is a few extra elixirs. You have no idea how hard this is. Lee Sung-min looked crushed. It's totally impossible for someone like me. We started at completely different levels. Ouiji Ho went quiet. There you go again. That disgusting inferiority complex. The tone softened. I hate seeing you like this. That baggage from your past life held you back, and it's not doing you any favors now. Lee Sung-min gritted out, You idiot, I have nothing. I got summoned here with empty hands and zero talent. I literally risked my life fighting a wild boar while stuck in the mud. I lived a pathetic life just to die in the end anyway, Ouiji Ho yelled back, but you're learning the secret arts now. You hit second-rate warrior in just 3 months. That means you've got a second chance. Ouiji Ho tried to get through, but Lee Sung-min was just drowning in that past life insecurity. Don't you even have the guts to set a goal? You want to even let yourself try? So you don't want to look at a tree you think you can't climb, huh? But this is your second life, Lee Sung-min cut Ouiji Ho off. Shut up! Ouiji Ho paused. You mad? Yeah, I'm pissed, Lee Sung-min shot back, laughing sarcastically. Can't believe I'm getting lectured by a 13-year-old kid. Fine. If that's what you want, you're my target now. I'm gonna aim for your level in my martial arts training. 10 years from now, I'm gonna drive my spear right through your heart. Ouiji Ho waved hands in a panic. No way. That'll kill me. You shouldn't do that to a friend. That innocent look snapped Lee Sung-min back to reality. A friend? The realization was awkward. Oh, right. Ouiji Ho shrugged. Just a spar. Lee Sung-min stared, then scratched a head in embarrassment, realizing how rude the outburst was. Why get so mad if you were gonna get all shy about it? Ouiji Ho teased gently, then the voice turned sharp. So, it's decided. See you in 10 years. I'm really looking forward to our fight. Seeing Lee Sung-min freeze up, Ouiji Ho mocked. Don't tell me you are scared? I just jumped because you got in my face, Lee Sung-min stammered. What is a kid like you talking about anyway? That flustered look just made Ouiji Ho want to tease even more. I get it. A 27-year-old dude dealing with a kid must be annoying. A nose brushed against Lee Sung-min's cheek, causing a blush and a warning. Too close. Way too close, Ouiji Ho laughed. Called me a kid, right? Fine. In 10 years, I'll grow up and be so hot you won't be able to say a word. Won't let you pull the too young card then. After the spar, Lee Sung-min locked in 3 major goals. First, stay alive. Second, exploit every opportunity using those past life memories. Back on that day, before Ouiji Ho split, they made a pact. Catch you in 10 years then. Lee Sung-min nodded, no hesitation. You are on. See you in 10 years. That S when the third goal got locked in. Ouiji Ho looked back. Don't die. I won't, came the reply. With that last promise, they went their separate ways. From then on, every step Lee Sung-min took was a silent reminder of the name Ouiji Ho. It brought back memories of everything missed in the past life. Specifically, the 3 things to snag from Janavis right now. Martial bones and the pure heaven technique. Done and done. Last on the list, the no-class tournament. Lee Sung-min hit the arena. Janavis hosted these fights often, but the target was the one strictly for the classless. Only people without a class could enter. 10 months after Ouiji Ho left, Dong-hyun saw the young opponent and sneered, What's a brat doing here? I'm a third-rate warrior, so you better just quit. Lee Sung-min didn't waste breath, just threw a punch and knocked the guy out cold. Lee Sung-min's skills had hit first rate during that time. Winning a tournament filled with small fry scrubs was a total cakewalk. The prize was a mystic elixir that boosted internal energy. Naturally, Lee Sung-min snatched that up. But even with Ouiji Ho's energy, this power-up elixir was still lacking something. Staring at the elixir, the thought crossed, with this, I've milked Janavis for everything it's got. Next stop, the stall. Hey, Uncle Han! The old man looked surprised. Kid, heard you won the tournament. Grats. Thanks, Uncle, came the polite reply. Han pointed at the goods. What are you buying? Lee Sung-min shook a head. Just came to say goodbye. Han seemed to see that coming. I figured. Han patted Lee Sung-min's shoulder, getting emotional. The classless kid finally graduated Janavis, huh? I'm actually tearing up here. A smile flashed at Han. All thanks to you. The old man gave some final words. You'll do fine out there. Wherever you go, the sharp ones always survive the longest, just like me. Han suddenly spreads his hand out, revealing a small leather bag. He urges the kid to take it. Here's a spatial bag. It's used, just some old junk. But the capacity is 1.5 times what you got now. Super useful. Lee Sung-min asks, but why are you giving me this? Han shoves it into his hand and turns around. Someone gives you a gift, just take it. It's worn out anyway. Don't even know if it's worth a few coins. Han sits back in the stall, half joking, half serious. Parting gift. If you want to pay me back, get famous later, then pay me back 100 times over. And go spread the word all over Eria that when you were a newbie, you owed Han, a street peddler. Hearing those sincere words from Han got him emotional, almost tearing up. Voice choked. Thanks, uncle. Then Lee Sung-min heads back to the inn. Footsteps creaking on the rotten wood floor make Lulala jump and look up. Lee Sung-min? Lulala asks, concerned. You leaving? Lee Sung-min answers shyly. How do you know? Immediately gets scolded by Lulala. If you clean the room that spotless, even an idiot would figure it out. She asks, feeling hurt. Why'd you do that? That's my job. He nods slightly. I know. Lulala says, frustrated. I also know people summoned here from other worlds leave eventually. He has to spill the truth. Yeah, gotta go. Lulala goes quiet. For real? Well, hope you don't die a miserable death somewhere. Dropping those words, Lulala turns and runs off sobbing, fast, not even saying bye to her dad. Jack just arrived. Lee Sung-min and the old man watch Lulala go, not knowing how to react. Suddenly Jack speaks up. Please understand, kid's still immature, even though you're younger. He nods, understanding. Of course, I get it. Jack sighs hearing that. You were so young. How can you act like that? Like a little old man. He hands over a coat, placing it gently in his hands. Here, take it. Lee Sung-min is surprised Jack's giving him stuff. What's this? The old man says proudly. It's the cloak I wore when I was young. Might not look that great, but it's got magic for temperature control and magic resistance. Pretty useful. He holds the coat carefully, grateful. Thanks a lot, uncle. Jack adds, it's a bit baggy on you, so get it fixed. He wraps an arm around his shoulder, eyes shining with trust. You'll do great. You're the best jobless person I've ever met in this inn. Saying that, his eyes get watery. Jack gives a big smile. Stay healthy. After saying bye to Jack, Lee Sung-min walks away from town step by step. Suddenly freezes. Someone's calling from behind. It's Lulala rushing over. A shout from behind Lee Sung-min. He turns around and sees Lulala sobbing, hands on her knees. She brushes her hair back, tears soaking her cheeks. Lulala calls out softly. Hey, she says, trembling. Let me take it back. Lee Sung-min doesn't get what she's saying. Those words I said about you dying. Let me take him back. Lulala chokes out a goodbye. Don't die. Lee Sung-min asks like an idiot. You ran all the way here just to say that? Lulala dodges the question, talking around it. If you're gonna leave, live a long time and don't die. If you feel like you can't take it anymore, just come back to this city. He nods, accepting the sentiment. All right, thanks. Lulala lowers her head and continues. It's kinda weird, but at some point, I started noticing you. She clutches her skirt, confessing straight up. I don't know why. Just in some moments, I think I started liking you. Lee Sung-min looks at her, stunned for a long time, then speaks. I know. I am sorry. Lulala accepts it. Don't die. He walks up next to Lulala, promises softly. I am never gonna die. She's still burying her face, sobbing. Okay, Lee Sung-min says sincerely. Goodbye. Goodbye. Finally, nothing left holding him back here. Lee Sung-min walks and thinks. Past life took 3 years to graduate from Janavis. But this time only took a single year. And while there were no memories of the life before, this time there's tons of precious moments. He glances back at Janavis town, telling himself, will I ever come back here? The words keep ringing in his ears. Don't die. I'm never gonna die. The first person he meets leaving town is Taeun. The guy says coldly, haven't seen a student this young in ages. Welcome to Mount Mush. What kind of penalty you want to take? He looks straight at Taeun, mind racing. To do that, need to get stronger. He remembers a conversation in that room. Ouiji Ho asked, where are we going to meet in 10 years? I don't know the geography of this world, so you decide. Lee Sung-min hesitated a bit, then spoke. Then let's meet in Behanger in 10 years. Back to reality, he calculates. 9 years left until the promise. Where should I go now? Don't need to hit Behanger right away. Lee Sung-min starts analyzing. Could become a mercenary again, but then I'm just living the exact same life as before. This time, need time to train. Suddenly, an idea sparks. Mount Mush. Mush is the god of Eria, in charge of trials and tribulations. At Mount Mush, the god's territory, after placing a penalty on a person's senses and body. That person can finish training that is hundreds of times more effective. Based on calculations, he is sure Mount Mush is nearby. Alright, and so, Lee Sung-min steps onto the mountain of the god of tribulation. Back to the present, he is at Mount Mush, training with penalties the monk gave him. Lee Sung-min took 2 penalties. First is the penalty of weight. Simply put, makes everything super heavy. Applies to the body and everything you own. Even the spatial bag is heavy. Bread is heavy too. And the second penalty, Lee Sung-min grimaces, trying to swallow a piece of bread, shaking while eating like it's something terrible. Suddenly feels something wrong. Lee Sung-min immediately retches. Tons of bugs fall out of his mouth. The second penalty is seeing creepy crawly bugs. Feels dizzy constantly. It's the penalty of taste. This is the harshest one. It's not losing your sense of taste. It's that everything you eat tastes absolutely disgusting. Not just the flavor, but the texture too. Can even feel bugs crawling around in the bread I just ate. Lee Sung-min lies flat on the ground, exhausted. At this rate, I won't be able to eat anything. Didn't know it'd be this hellish. Fading into a daze. Should I give up? Looking up at the deep blue sky, Lee Sung-min asks himself, do I really need to do this? Even if I dragged myself to Janavis and became a mercenary now, I'd hit B rank in no time. Isn't that way better than my last life? Can't get too greedy. Suddenly, Ouiji Ho's face flashed in my mind, snapping my eyes wide open. Lee Sung-min shot up, grabbed the half-eaten bread and shoved it in. Chewing like a maniac and swallowing the whole loaf, he chugged some water. His breathing finally slowed. Sky was turning dark, just lonely bird calls in the silent mountains. Try me, these bloody thoughts whispered. Then Ouiji Ho's voice rang out close by. You weak human. Lee Sung-min whipped around. Nobody there. Damn, it's already been a week. A deer was scouting for predators. Seeing nothing, it started grazing. This is it. Lee Sung-min saw the opening and lunged. The deer froze, staring with big, blinking puppy eyes. That split second of cuteness made him hesitate, and that is all it needed to bolt. Left him staring at dust, fuming. He slumped down, totally defeated. Helpless thoughts crept in. A whole week on just bread and water, me malnourished. He sat there, dazed. On this mountain, you gotta handle everything yourself. Clothes, food, shelter, all while dealing with these cursed restrictions. This is my hell. This mountain is brutal. Not just the temperature swings between day and night, but the beasts are too fast and strong. With the heavy weight restriction, I can even hunt. And the taste ban, even if I caught something, I couldn't stomach it. Lived like this for a week and I feel like trash. Originally planned to train here for at least 2 years, but efficiency doesn't matter if I'm too weak to move. Total waste of time. Suddenly a rock rolled to his feet. Lee Sung-min looked up. A figure stood there, a girl waving at him. He instantly tensed up. Who are you? Lee Sung-min analyzed quickly. A woman? Wait. Mush Mountain rules say trainees can't hurt each other, so I guess I'm safe. He asked again. Who are you? Baek-sogo pointed to a seal on her neck and made an X with her hands. He caught on immediately. Voice ban? Oh, so you can't talk? Baek-sogo nodded. Suddenly, she swung her arm and tossed a whole deer at him. Scared the hell out of him. Wait, that's the deer from before. He pointed at it, stunned. This? Baek-sogo grabbed a stick and started writing on the ground. Been watching you for days. Keep going like this and you'll die. That's why I'm helping. As they communicated through the dirt, Lee Sung-min was confused. I appreciate the help, but what's the catch? What do you want? Baek-sogo scribbled, I don't want anything. He froze. Then why? Baek-sogo pointed at herself, chest puffed out. Because I'm a nice person. Lee Sung-min's mind raced. A woman just shows up out of nowhere to save him, claims she is nice. Whenever I am in a jam, there she is. But when I asked for her name, man, I was floored. That short white hair, Baek-sogo. The info locked deep in his brain surfaced instantly. I know that name. She was famous in my past life. Baek-sogo, the Flash. Her footwork is literally as fast as lightning. But meeting a future celebrity wasn't the shocking part. What really shook Lee Sung-min was the prophecy he couldn't forget. Baek-sogo is going to die, 8 years from now, and she's going to die at the hands of the little heavenly demon, Ouiji Ho. Right now, Sung-min stood in a place ruled by strict laws. Mush's rules. Practitioners get hit with restrictions. Every 6 months on the mountain, you get slapped with another one. And rule number 1, don't kill each other. He leaned back against a massive rock, silence heavy around him. Thoughts of Baek-sogo's fate raced through his mind. Did something go wrong in the dungeon? Suddenly, her face popped into view, staring right at him. Lee Sung-min flinched, banging his head against the stone. Ow! When did you get here? Baek Sogo casually carved into the rock face, just checking in. His eyes bulged, sweat trickling down. She was carving stone with just her finger. She calmly added, "Worried you were hungry again." Lee Sung-min swallowed his shock, cleared his throat, and muttered, "Thanks, but with your skills, can't you use telepathy, even without a voice?" Baek Sogo shook her head, looking pitiful. "No. My current restriction bans telepathy too." Then he noticed something off about her. Couldn't help himself. "What's up with the arm?" Baek Sogo glanced at it like it was nothing. "Left arm ban. Been 6 months, so I got a new one. Can't feel my left arm at all, it's a pain. Yours are taste and weight, right?" Sung-min sighed. "Yeah." She gave him a sympathetic look. "Must suck, not being able to enjoy food. Can't believe they took away the joy of eating." He just let out a dry laugh. "Best to change the subject. Do you know what restrictions the others have?" Baek Sogo looked surprised, curious about the neighbors. When he nodded, she grinned and stood up. "All right, come on, I'll introduce you." Lee Sung-min lit up. "Seriously, thanks, that'd be awesome." Before he could finish, she vanished. Gone. How the hell was he supposed to keep up? Luckily, she had a conscience and zipped back. "Oh, right. Weight restriction." He was still staring at empty space. "Even without it, I couldn't catch you in a million years." Surprisingly, she offered advice. "If you're heavy, focus on your footwork. Better than relying on just that spear of yours." Sung-min pushed himself up, knees shaking. "You watched me train? Can you teach me?" But Baek Sogo shook her head. "I'm nice, but I can give away my trade secrets." He forced a smile. "Just kidding." Before he could blink, she hoisted him onto her shoulder. "You're too slow," she signaled. "I'll carry you." Panic washed over his face. "Huh? Wait, hold tight." The pressure hit him instantly. The world blurred, and his scream was left far behind. Then a nasty voice hit Lee Sung-min's ears. "The hell? Just the mute girl?" Whoever spoke sounded totally rude to Baek Sogo. "Mute? Who's this brat?" Baek Sogo just introduced Lee Sung-min, the new practitioner, but Lee Sung-min immediately pinched her nose. "Ugh, that smell." The figure in front was filthy and smelled like death. Probably a martial artist. What a scumbag. Meet Scarlet, the future archmage, currently under a ban on bathing and changing clothes. Also spotted an old man covered in scars standing right there. A total battle junkie. Want to fight later? That is Doko Jun, the future demon sword, banned from using both left and right eyes. Baek Sogo gave a quick intro to these heavy hitters. Only 4 people managed to survive here after training for over half a year. Baek Sogo, the future lightning flash. Restrictions: left eye, left hand, and voice. Lee Sung-min's jaw hit the floor, eyes wide open looking at this crew. What the hell is this lineup? These are all big shots who'll be legendary later on. A chill ran down Lee Sung-min's spine. Even if the group is just a bunch of nobodies right now, names will soon ring across all of Eria. Then Scarlet looked over with a bossy attitude. "Hey brat, what's the restriction?" Still holding the nose, cause breathing is hard, it's weight and taste. Scarlet looked super confused and asked immediately, "Haven't even been here half a year, so why the 2 restrictions? Got slapped with 2 bans right from the start? That's insane! Won't last long." Doko cut in to counter that dismissive attitude. "Scarlet, the kid came to this mountain to get stronger, so it makes sense. Wants to break past limits at any cost, right?" Despite being defended, Lee Sung-min felt wary of the old man's creepy smile. Yeah, exactly." Scarlet didn't hesitate to show a disgusted face. "Old man, sometimes you give the rest of us goosebumps, you know that?" The aura radiating from Doko was still terrifying. All sorts of weirdos gathered on this mountain, but only 4 managed to stick around while trying to break limits for over half a year. We'll see how long the newbie lasts. I'll be watching. Lee Sung-min didn't know what to say, so just went along with it. "Sure." Then Scarlet smirked and teased Baek Sogo. "Hey mute, must be happy, huh? Met another psycho who started with 2 restrictions just like you." Lee Sung-min was totally shocked. Baek Sogo also started with 2 bans? The girl didn't seem to want to hang around. "Since we all met, let's head back." Lee Sung-min's eyes went wide. "Say what? There's only 3 people here total. Didn't someone say there were 4 people training for over half a year? 1 more?" The old man kindly gave a heads up. "If the plan is to meet Flam, forget it." Lee Sung-min unconsciously mumbled the name, Flam. Someone even the old man had to be wary of, too dangerous. Even the loudmouth Scarlet went silent in agreement. That awkward vibe just fed the curiosity monster inside Lee Sung-min. A month later, in the quiet, dreamy mountain forest, the spear kept swinging diligently every day. Lee Sung-min closely monitored progress. Getting used to the restrictions just made things harsher. The body felt heavier, and food tasted even worse. Thinking about it made Lee Sung-min super proud, but I am getting stronger. After 4 months of grinding, the Violet Secret Art hit 3 stars. Even with lousy martial bones, this growth is practically a miracle. 3 strikes instantly slashed into the tree trunk. Now Lee Sung-min's attacks were way faster and cleaner. This mountain is brutal, but the challenge is totally worth it. By day, use the 9. Heaven's Absolute Spear, Lee Sung-min style, and by night, the Violet Secret Art. The body was still heavy, and food still tasted like trash, but every moment of every day was being put to good use. Every step feels like bones are snapping, muscles getting ripped apart. Every time the spear swings up, Lee Sung-min psyched up. Gotta do this, cause that's the goal. Checking current status, the body had actually grown a bit. Can't even fit in these clothes anymore. Suddenly, someone let out an exaggerated gasp. A warm voice threw out a compliment that made Lee Sung-min freeze mid-step. Pretty good with that spear, huh? Instinct took over, and Lee Sung-min turned around. The stranger sat casually on a rock and kept talking. Never seen you around. Nice to meet you. First time meeting someone my age. I am Flam. That was the exact name the other practitioners had warned Lee Sung-min about. So the face went tense. Flam just chilled and asked, "What's the name?" Lee Sung-min flashed back to that first meeting with the group. Scarlet leaned against a rock, asking with a hidden meaning, "Ever met a real genius? Like no matter how hard others try, it means nothing. That guy surpasses everyone like it's a joke. That's how good he is." Even Baek Sogo seriously warned, "Don't meet Flam, you'll just feel despair." But fate is a mess, and Flam was right there in front of Lee Sung-min. The stiff expression amused Flam. "Just asked for a name, why so scared?" Trying to keep the voice steady, "I'm Lee Sung-min." Flam smiled, those odd-colored eyes lighting up with interest. "Guessing the others talked about me, huh? Why not come say hi? I need a friend my own age." Lee Sung-min turned away sharply, trusting the warnings and acting cold. "Sorry, gotta train." Flam looked bummed out. "Train?" As Lee Sung-min walked away, the thoughts kept churning. That guy is a ridiculously true genius. Been watching a real genius all year long. Turns out, deep down, it wasn't fear. No time to waste on someone like that. Flam called out from behind. "Who's the training partner?" Lee Sung-min snapped back with a harsh tone. "Can't guess? With this spear, obviously." The voice dropped when realizing the spear had vanished from the hand. Lee Sung-min followed a gut feeling, turned around, and saw it sitting in Flam's grip. The kid inspected it happily, a spear first time using one of these. Flam tilted the head, smiling gently, but those eyes were screaming a challenge. Lee Sung-min froze. Since when? Flam's move felt like a hammer blow to the head. The biggest insult for a martial artist is getting disarmed. But before the anger hit, confusion took over. Confused, because a question loomed larger than the lost honor. How did he even do that? Flam seemed to be playing innocent on purpose. Why so surprised? Just borrowed what was in the hand. I'll give it back after using it for a sec. Don't get mad, okay? Then the expression shifted, radiating a dangerous intelligence. Wonder if I can copy what you just did? Let's see. Did it go like this? Just took a few seconds for Flam to master the Nine Skies Destruction Spear. Copied Lee Sung-min's second move down to the pixel. That brain replays stuff like 4K video. Minutes ago, Lee Sung-min sliced an ancient tree into thirds. Now, Flam hops up, mimics those exact slashes effortlessly, and even throws in the split light pursuit for flair. Another tree gets diced into chunks, cuts way nastier and deadlier. Didn't stop at one either. Flam went wild, leveling the whole patch of forest ahead. That spear art? Pretty sick, Flam smugly praised. Lee Sung-min's jaw hit the floor, eyes popping out. Using a technique after seeing it just once? Seriously? Even upgraded and unleashed it instantly. Could Ouiji Ho even pull that off? Couldn't hold back the compliment. So cool. Flam turned away, hiding a sinister smirk that didn't match that youthful face. But looking back at Lee Sung-min, fake eye smile immediately. Right? I'm better than you, huh? That made Lee Sung-min's expression go dark. Flam puffed out a chest, oozing arrogance and condensing condescension. Honestly, I don't get why everyone comes here to grind so hard. No matter how much effort y'all put in, catching up is easy. Just gotta watch you do it once. Know why? How come nobody else can do it like me? Why bust your ass training when you'll never be on my level anyway? That carefree look stabbed right into Lee Sung-min's gut. Pure disgust showed on the face. Prom stepped closer, faking sadness. Dokgo-jun, Baek Sogo, and that smelly demon. Every time I ask them that, they get pissed and kick me out. Sword arts, light footwork, magic, copying it all is a piece of cake. How is that even possible? This innocent-looking kid was shaking Lee Sung-min's entire worldview. In my eyes, the other practitioners on this mountain are already rare talents, but then there are geniuses here who make even them look dull. True prodigies who see them as just average. What am I supposed to call monsters like that? Saw the gap when meeting Ouiji Ho. Even though that one claimed to be a genius, never bragged about it. But this punk knows exactly how it looks to normal people and loves rubbing it in. Flam happily kept chatting. By the way, what's your restriction? Kept yapping in Lee Sung-min's ear. Tell me yours and I'll tell you mine. I want to know. You do too, right? Aren't you curious? I've got like 4 of them. Lee Sung-min snapped back instantly. Don't care. Is one of your restrictions being humble? Flam, being a little brat, held the spear high and chased after. Lee Sung-min, where you going? Come get your spear back. Lee Sung-min spun around, furious, eyes glaring hard enough to explode. Don't need it. Get lost. Stay the hell away from me. Seeing the intense reaction, Flam just laughed. So weird. Don't think I did anything wrong, though. Why so salty? Maybe stop wasting time and just go down the mountain, yeah? With your skills, you could probably make a living. Lee Sung-min couldn't take it, threw a punch right at that face. But the restriction blocked the physical impact. Flam knew the rules by heart, so just stood there, totally chill. Forgot already? We can't fight on this mountain. Poke! Just a few fingers easily pushed back Lee Sung-min's tense arm. You're so weak. What the hell were you thinking throwing that punch? Prom gently grabbed Lee Sung-min's wrist and twisted it back. Or did you go all out because you knew the rules would protect you from getting hurt? Must be a tough life, picking and choosing when to vent your anger. Flam kept holding the hand, forcing the spear back to its owner. Deliberately hinting, I know you are hiding there listening, sis. Baek-sogo dropped the stealth immediately. Flam shrugged with a light chuckle. Don't look at me like that. Just giving the spear back. Plus, he started it, then turned back. Lee Sung-min, that spear art you used? Totally awesome martial art, but you suck at using it. Every word out of that mouth was toxic trash. The higher the level of the art, the harder it is to master. Not sure if someone with your talent can even reach 6 stars. Tell you what, I'll teach you something cool. On this mountain, the harder the restriction, the bigger the blessing from Mush, the goddess of trials. The more you push yourself to the limit, the faster you get strong. Get what I'm saying? If you want to get strong, the restriction. The mouth kept running, so Baek-sogo had to rush over and shut it. She clearly didn't want Lee Sung-min hearing the whole tip, grabbing Flam by the hair and yanking. Flam got the hint, sticking out a tongue to play it off. Meanwhile, Lee Sung-min gritted teeth and bolted. Baek-sogo opened up to call out, but the restriction kicked in, choking the words right back down. She coughed helplessly, watching the figure disappear into the distance. Lee Sung-min ran. The word talent stabbed deep into the brain. Bit the lip hard enough to draw blood. Flam's words were like a curse. Called the goddess's name, Mush. Felt like it wasn't enough. Lee Sung-min stopped, puffed up, and screamed at the top of the lungs. Mush! A spooky voice drifted from behind. Speak, human. Hand clutching the spear was bleeding, but the voice was steel. I'm adding another restriction. Suddenly, the forest light vanished, replaced by a surreal, dreamy darkness. The sudden shift made Lee Sung-min's eyes water. Dry lips cracked open. Where is this? Not far off stood a small figure with hair trailing all the way to the ground, lips curled into a mischievous grin. This space belongs to me. Pleasure to meet you. Human, I am Mush. Lee Sung-min wiped the blood and tears, mind racing at the thought of meeting a god, but managed to ask calmly, You're Mush? Mush pulled up a leg, floating casually in midair. Just now you were screaming my name, calling me like some animal, cursing at me. Didn't feel much respect there, so cut the act. You want to add a restriction? Lee Sung-min nodded firmly. Yes. She glanced at the 2 restrictions already on the body, could feel the weight of them. Mush smirked. You can barely handle the 2 you have, and you still want another? Hesitated for a second, then answered, I can do it. Mush's voice dripped with hidden meaning. Oh really? Acting so brave because you crawled back from the dead, huh? Lee Sung-min stared into those starry eyes in disbelief. How do you know that? Mush smiled. The eyes of a god can see through the karma of mortals. Every mortal has a death scheduled from birth. Going against that is the nature of causality. Those who fight the law and shatter the barriers of their fate, they were called transcendent beings. But you are no transcendent, yet you've somehow violated the laws of causality. Even if you died, you came back to the past to live again. Mush's words messed with his head. So, does breaking the law of causality come with side effects? The figure playfully went upside down before answering. Everything that exists has a cause and a result. That's just nature. But somehow you defied death. Your soul took on massive karma in the process, but don't worry, it won't mess with you while you're still breathing. But after you kick the bucket, you're going to suffer for hundreds of millions of hours. That's the price tag for screwing with causality. Lee Sung-min swallowed hard, eyes narrowing in thought. Finally, he made the call. If it only hits me after I die, I don't give a damn. A bit later, Baek-sogo found Lee Sung-min curled up against a tree. She had a hunch. Did you add another restriction? Voice shaking just like the body. Guess I made you worry. Baek-sogo frowned, looking pissed and tense. Her anger faded into a helpless sigh. What kind of restriction? The answer made Baek-sogo shudder, warmth and dreams. She snapped, screaming, "You are insane! You know restrictions on senses and abstract stuff are way more brutal." Lee Sung-min knew that already, telling himself, exactly. The warmth restriction meant always feeling freezing cold. Didn't matter how big the fire was, the chills would never stop. And the dream restriction? That was 1,000 times worse. Earth memories, parents, childhood terrors, anxiety. The restriction twisted them all into their worst possible forms, wrecking Lee Sung-min's dreams. Sleep wasn't tea for resting anymore. The restriction made sure there was no peace. Baek Sogo was speechless, mouth twitching before muttering, "Lunatic." But she couldn't help walking over to ask, "What the hell were you thinking? Being this good at your age, you'll soon." Lee Sung-min cut in, "I don't have it." The interruption confused her. Lee Sung-min looked up with dead, cold eyes. "Talent. I don't have it." Hearing that, Baek Sogo started to get it. Sure, the martial arts skills were impressive for that age, but the progress was slow compared to the insane restrictions taken on. Skill didn't match the talent. The lack of talent was a cold, hard fact. "Who is this guy?" Lee Sung-min suddenly felt like talking. "I've got a goal, but with my garbage talent, it's nearly impossible." Cold sweat dripped, but the eyes stayed sharp. "I'm not doing this just because I'm mad about meeting Ouiji Ho. That just showed me what I gotta do. To stand next to monsters with extraordinary talent, I have to do extraordinary things." The mood dropped. Baek Sogo just stared for a long time. Her eyes softened, finally understanding. Meanwhile, Lee Sung-min bit down on that lip, resolve hardening. A small smile touched Baek Sogo's lips. She squatted down to get a better look at Lee Sung-min. "Seems like you're aiming pretty high," she stuck her tongue out playfully. "I think I get how you feel. My goal is to be the strongest in this world." The tension broke, and Lee Sung-min relaxed a bit. Baek Sogo brought up the past, all excited. "You asked me to teach you light footwork before, right?" Lee Sung-min stood up slowly, looking awkward. "I was just joking." Baek Sogo got serious. "I'm gonna teach you." Lee Sung-min blinked, stunned. "Huh?" She pulled out an old book while speaking. "This is the secret manual for the shadowless spirit walk. It's a movement technique and a secret art wrapped in one. Everything I know about footwork is in here." Lee Sung-min cracked it open, eyes going wide. "No way! This stuff is on the same level as the Violet Secret Art and the Nine Heavens Spear technique." Since it was so rare, Lee Sung-min was confused. "Why give this to me?" Baek Sogo shrugged. "Dunno. If you die, you die. But I don't think you're the type to quit. Call me Big Sis from now on." She plopped down right next to him. Was it pity or... Seeing Lee Sung-min's clueless face, she burst out laughing, clearly messing with him. Baek Sogo finished the thought, "Because I'm just that nice. What are you even talking about, seriously?" After that, Lee Sung-min added a new skill. "You learned Shadowless Spirit Walk." Status window, Lee Sung-min. Class, none. Trait, low rank. Skills, Violet Secret Art. 3-star, Nine Heavens Spear Lee Sung-min style. 2-star, Iron Skin Technique 8-star. Flash Step 6-star. Shadowless Spirit, Walk 1-star. New. The past rewound in the mind like a movie. Back when Ouiji Ho was teaching, Lee Sung-min did nothing but drill with the spear day and night. Lee Sung-min's version of the Nine Heavens Spear. First form, Soul-Chasing Spear. Ouiji Ho didn't underestimate it, watching closely before blocking it like it was nothing. Lee Sung-min gritted teeth, refusing to back down, switching styles, pulling the weapon back and driving a knee into her. Useless. Spear out again, channeling energy. Nine Heavens, Spear Lee Sung-min style. Fifth form, Fatal Lightning. Ouiji Ho just stood there, letting him struggle through every attack. One flash of speed was all she needed to crush Lee Sung-min's arms like pebbles. While he stared blankly at his severed arms, Ouiji Ho spoke calmly. "I'm disappointed, Lee Sung-min. This is it? This is everything you got after 10 years of grinding? Teaching you was a mistake. 10 years of hope and effort, wasted." Her voice was cold, brutal. "Don't bother. I'm leaving, and I'm taking back everything I gave you." Ouiji Ho's palm opened, striking Lee Sung-min's lower belly. Red eyes flashed with killing intent. "I destroyed your Dantian. No more martial arts for you. Goodbye, Lee Sung-min." Panicked, he reached out for the retreating figure. "Wait, Ouiji Ho!" His body felt like loose rubble, ready to shatter at a touch. Lee Sung-min screamed, "Wait! I can keep going! Ouiji Ho!" The nightmare faded. Back in reality, Lee Sung-min was gasping, terrified. He bolted up, clutching his chest and groaning, trying to get a grip. Looking at his hands to calm down. A dream, just a dream. Breathing slowed. Relief washed over him. Thank God. Then he noticed Scarlet standing right behind him. With an amused look, she asked, "Who the heck is Ouiji Ho?" Sung-min whipped around, startled, staring at her as she kept pestering him. "Is that your girlfriend or something? Nice taste. Is she a kid too? Heard rumors you took on 2 more restrictions." Come on. As Scarlet got close, a stench hit Sung Min's nose that was straight up unbearable. It stank so bad as she got in his face to scrutinize him. You seriously took the dream ban? You are insane. Sung Min could barely stand it, eyes burning from the awful smell. Clueless, Scarlet kept breathing right in his face. Heard you took the warmth ban too. Picking all the hardcore stuff you re gonna die young. Sung Min couldn't take it anymore, jerked back and puked his guts out, freaking Scarlet out. Whoa, what's wrong with you? You sick? Doko Jun showed up then. It's 'cause you're too close. Scarlet got all defensive. No way, I came to help. Even the old man was scared of the stench coming from her. Don't look at me. Sung Min watched them, muttering in confusion. Scarlet, the future archmage, and demon sword Doko Jun. Jun. Sung Min wobbled to his feet. Sorry, my body is pretty weak right now. Why are you two here? Scarlet remembered and grinned. We're here to help. The mute girl kept begging us. Seeing Beck Sogo holding her nose the whole time really ticked Scarlet off. If you want my help, take your hand off your nose. Hearing that, Sung Min emotionally whispered, Senior sister. Scarlet sounded hyped. So, I bought this. She snapped her fingers and pulled out 4 scrolls. Those were magic scrolls. Us otherworlders can actually learn magic. Having these scrolls is super convenient. First up is this magic. After Scarlet lectured through a bunch of info, it was the other guy's turn. Doko Jun stepped up with his buff build. Dunno if you can handle this today? Sung Min was still swaying but talked big, saying he would try his best. The two faced off and bowed for sparring. Sung Min etched it into his mind. Scarlet had taught him 4 types of magic. Sung Min started casting them one by one. First was Cleansing Mind. It cleared his mind that had been tainted by nightmares. His pitch, Hulk eyes instantly cleared up. Right after, he cast the next spell on his body. The second one was a simple buff to make him stronger or faster. Strength, speed. Now Sung Min could lift his spear and charge forward. It was super useful against the weight ban. A long while later, as the sky turned pale yellow, Sung Min collapsed on the ground, gasping heavily in defeat. Third spell, Stamina Recovery. Thanks to that, Sung Min could sit up like normal. It restores energy, but abusing it drains your life force and can kill you. But to survive this hellish training, there was no other choice. Doko Jun looked disappointed as he sighed. In the end, you still couldn't last 100 seconds against this blind old man. Gritting his teeth, Sung Min promised, I'll do better next time. Suddenly, a shiver hit him, making his body stiff as a statue. Sung Min curling up caught Doko Jun's attention. Warmth ban acting up again? His fingers quickly traced over Sung Min's body to check. He pressed a few key pressure points. Immediately, the blood flow kicked into high gear. Doko Jun pulled his hand away as soon as the shaking stopped. Feel better? Sung Min bowed gratefully. Yeah, thanks. Demon Sword Doko Jun had pressed his points to boost circulation so he could handle the cold. Job done, the old man headed back to his place like usual. A short goodbye. I'm off. Take care of yourself. Hard to find a sparring partner on this mountain. Sung Min didn't forget his manners. Thank you. He let out a breath to stabilize his body. If I didn't get that help, I would have been dead ages ago. The world fell into an indescribably peaceful silence again. Laying back, Sung Min reflected on a few things. Since regressing, so many people had helped him. The more he remembered, the more confused he felt. He suddenly bolted up, realizing a detail he had missed. Sung Min wondered. Wait, is this even possible? It's weird. I'm sure everyone's been way friendlier since I regressed. Eria isn't supposed to be this nice. This is totally different from my past life. What happened? Just then, Scarlet walked out of the woods and called out bluntly. Old man Doko Jun knew who it was by the sound. What's up, kid? She threatened. Old man, the second we leave this mountain, I'm burning you to ash. How can you be so mean just 'cause I haven't showered in a few days? You heading back after fighting the brat? He nodded, adding some praise. He's slow, but he is getting better bit by bit. Scarlet gave a sarcastic laugh. You really care about him, huh? For an old man who only cared about martial arts, Doko Jun saw it as natural. I was asked to help, wasn't I? He threw the question back at Scarlet. You made those magic scrolls yourself after being asked too. What's this? She wiped the smirk off her face and stared at Doko Jun. After a long pause, Scarlet hesitated, making an excuse. Well, I don't know why, but seeing him, I just can't leave him alone. While they chatted in the corner, Sung Min's body was emitting a pitch, huke, dark aura. After a confusing moment, he got all optimistic again. Whatever, don't overthink it. I just got lucky this life. Just like that, time flew by. 6 months later, purple mist still covered the mountain where Sung Min trained. Hands in those familiar blue-gray gloves were shaking like always. Sung Min trained hard. Heavy breathing kicked in every time he got exhausted. Today, after training, Sung-min collapsed on all fours, gasping for air, head down, sweat dripping like crazy. Slowly, he looked up, messy hair everywhere, but it couldn't hide his intense stare. Just like their first meeting, Flam suddenly appeared in front of Sung-min. "Hey there, larva. 6 months ago I thought you wouldn't make it, but it's been a year now, huh?" He still had that innocent look while watching Sung-min. Since Sung-min didn't answer, Flam got right in his face. "Huh? Ignoring me because we haven't met in a while? Cat got your tongue? You took the speech ban. Ah, did you add that after passing the 6-month mark? Picked the easiest one, huh? Not much to talk about in the mountains anyway." Flam kept running his mouth. "I thought you'd only pick the hardcore bands, but looks like you couldn't handle it." His blabbering mouth froze when Sung-min suddenly swung his spear. Flam looked surprised for a second, then analyzed. "Look at that, he's a totally different person from 6 months ago." The blocks, the parries, the stabs all super clean. Seems like the movement skills picked up from Baek Sogo are clicking perfectly with the rhythm too. Flam rubs a chin, tilting the head with a mocking grin. Guess even a larva can get somewhere if it crawls hard enough. But seriously, is this all you got after taking on 5 restrictions? Despite the enthusiastic pestering, Lee Sung-min ignores it completely. Not even a glance. Flam's bright face starts to lose its spark. Eyes wide, staring at that cold back. The second Lee Sung-min's spear slams down again. Flam catches it barehanded. Face darkening, voice like an interrogator. "Why are you ghosting me? Don't use the speech ban as an excuse. I can read your lips, you know." Lee Sung-min gasps out. "Don't you have anything better to do?" Flam's eyes turn scary malicious. "Playing hard to get won't work. I can look down on you, but you don't get to look past me. That's not allowed." Lee Sung-min smirks, provoking the guy. "So? What are you gonna do about it? Try killing me? Weren't you the one preaching about the no violence rule?" Lee Sung-min barely finishes the sentence before Flam rams the weapon right into the gut. Sprawled on the ground, Flam lights up, cheering happily. "Look at that! Pathetic. Crawling on the dirt because you are a larva, huh?" Scrambling back up, Lee Sung-min feels like something clicked. "I get it. Indirect damage is a go." Then comes the taunt. "Look at you, though. You can't even do this, right?" Staring at the soft blue glow radiating from the spear tip, Lee Sung-min freezes. Aura. That high-level martial arts skill where you pump internal energy into a weapon to boost damage like crazy. Flam tosses Lee Sung-min's spear aside and asks loudly, "How long is it going to take you to do that? 5 years? 10? Nah, you probably couldn't do it until the day you die." Flam looks young but speaks with deep, twisted meaning. "Isn't the world just so unfair? You have to bust your ass just to get close while I get it easily. Even if your effort is totally pointless, are you really going to keep going?" Lee Sung-min doesn't argue, doesn't get mad. Just a flat, "Yeah." Flam's face goes blank, lips pouting in anger. Then Lee Sung-min adds his piece. "If I admit I'm useless, the despair will never end. Thanks for showing up when training got boring. So you think my effort is meaningless? But I can try in ways geniuses like you can't. No matter how long it takes, I'll keep crawling forward slowly, just like a larva." Suddenly, the vibe flips 180. "So keep being arrogant. One day, I'm gonna drive a spear right into that confident body of yours." Saying that, Lee Sung-min raises a hand, pointing a finger right at Flam's face. The spear tip, boosted by aura, easily punches through the hard tree trunk, gouging it deep in a split second. Flam lets out a soft humph. The energy inside Lee Sung-min feels dark and heavy now. Flam switches tone. "If you can stab like that, I'm actually looking forward to that day. The day you give up and cry." Lee Sung-min shuts it down. Dream on. Time flies. A month later marks 1 full year as a practitioner. Mush appears to remind him, time for a new restriction. Deciding in a flash, Lee Sung-min shouts 2 words, sense of hearing. The hearing ban is a tough one. Lee Sung-min's ears get flooded with horrific sounds he can barely stand. 6 restrictions. Facing death daily, yet still swinging that spear every single day. The routine is boringly familiar. Block, parry, block, then finish with a stab. 9 Heaven Spear style, Lee Sung-min version, mixed with Shadowless Spirit Walk and moves learned from fighting Doko Jun and watching Baek Sogo. Scarlet Lear isn't much help, just raises an eyebrow asking, "What do you want me to do?" As Lee Sung-min gets stronger, the body feels heavier. Food tastes worse, nightmares get violent, chills constantly racking the body, and always that noise screaming in the ears. But sometimes it's nice because it blocks out Flam's nagging when he drops by. Watching him yap, Sung just stares blankly, asking, "What's that guy saying?" And just like that, crawling slow like a larva, Lee Sung-min keeps improving. In a blink, he's transported back to that familiar magical space. A quiet question. "Mush's space? Why summon me here? Still got some time before I need a new restriction." The figure turns slowly. "Practitioner Lee Sung-min, congratulations on passing my trial." Lee Sung-min looks totally panicked. "Trial? What do you mean? Suddenly, Mush morphs into Flam, voice full of sarcasm. Exactly that. Mush didn't turn into Flam, you summoned this form yourself. Flam speaks clearly. Long story short, my existence itself was the trial. Get it? Lee Sung-min nods, swallowing the doubt. So that's how it is. Baek Sogo, Scarlet, Doko Jun, those who trained on this mountain for over half a year. They all became powerhouses and big names in Eria, but I never heard of Flam. No way someone that talented wouldn't be known. Lee Sung-min didn't want to waste time guessing, so he asked straight up. I thought it was weird. Thinking about it, he never existed from the start. The illusion of Flam confirms it. Right, I used my overwhelming talent as a trial to make practitioners despair. Baek Sogo, Scarlet Doko Jun, even the super talented ones looked at me and felt hopeless. They just turned away and ran. But you, despite having zero talent. You didn't avoid me. Instead, you made me your target. You dove headfirst into a challenge that was even harder. Reckless way to solve it, but I couldn't make you despair. Flam and Mush, 2-in-1, looking at Lee Sung-min with expectation. I like your recklessness. Facing that weird half-affection, he stays silent. Mush wraps it up. That's it. Don't reveal Flam's identity to other practitioners, or you'll taste the wrath of a god. You gonna continue training on this mountain? Lee Sung-min answers instantly. Of course. Mush closes eyes, smiling with satisfaction. The reward for passing my trial will be given when you leave this mountain. Or how about this? If you give me your soul, I'll give you power you couldn't reach even if you trained for 100 years. A twisted soul like yours is pretty valuable. Lee Sung-min clicks his tongue, throwing a curse. I don't need that trade, Mush sneers. Then keep crawling and training hard. Lee Sung-min stood there, totally paralyzed. Man, that word effort really pisses him off. Everyone starts at different levels. No matter how hard you grind, catching up to the naturals is impossible. But being a genius doesn't mean you get to slack off. In the end, Lee Sung-min just hated the people who brushed everything aside. The difference between what happened and what didn't, they just chalk it up to lack of effort. But damn it, he still craved that word. In the past life, acting like a loser was just a convenient hiding spot to avoid actually trying. Then, a random question shifted the whole vibe. How have you been living lately? Lee Sung-min ran into some heavy destiny stuff. Can't use the unfair start excuse anymore. The hiding spot is gone. No choice but to keep moving forward. Up until now, Lee Sung-min has been struggling like hell to survive. Started to actually like the word effort a bit. Mush turned away, saying, just talking to myself here. But nothing in Eria is a coincidence. Cause and effect. Everything happens for a reason. Why did Eria summon travelers from other dimensions and give them cheat skills? What's the catch? Lee Sung-min stood frozen. What's the guy saying? Claims he's monologuing, but he's definitely talking to Lee Sung-min. It means speaking about something forbidden, but trying to say it indirectly. But why? Mush suddenly went quiet, making the tension unbearable. Finally, the big reveal. If you came back, it means something is about to go down, and it needs you here. If you're back, better be ready to prove you're worth the regression. The stars clustered together, lighting up patches of the dark sky. Mush let out a sigh of relief and clicked his tongue. All right, that's it. Then suddenly, glared with pure rage. He threw a hand up to block something. Stop right there. This is my territory. Back off, unless you want to get obliterated. Ignoring the warning, the entity behind the glass obediently backed off. The crack in the glass shrank and healed. Lee Sung-min just stood there, completely lost. Mush finally remembered the kid. Go back now. Don't think you have time to waste, do you? Go finish your training. Just like that, he tossed Lee Sung-min into the pitch huke void. Hands shaking, a question grew louder. Wait, can he actually stop the flow of fate? Days later, the 6th restriction was chosen. Smell. It was awful. The scent radiating from Scarlet Lear's head made Lee Sung-min's nose itch like crazy. She didn't realize it, just glared and cursed. You bastard, you want to die? Lee Sung-min stayed quiet until a gentle voice spoke up. Shouldn't have picked smell, honestly. Turning around to see Baek Sogo approaching, called out by reflex. Senior sister? Lee Sung-min slowly explained. The harder the restriction, the more power gained. Aside from the disgust, Lee Sung-min gulped down bile and threw up a few times. I'm fine. Baek Sogo's new restrictions were taste and hearing. The pain of losing nearly all senses compared to her previous ones, this was a nightmare. Baek Sogo had dark circles under her eyes, looking at him with sympathy. Now Lee Sung-min understood the struggle. Sensory restrictions were way worse than expected. A few dry laughs escaped. Baek Sogo continued. I have something to tell you. She straightened her back, voice turning serious. I'll be leaving this mountain soon. Seeing Sung-min skeptical, Baek Sogo held eye contact. Lee Sung-min took a moment. Truth is, Baek Sogo didn't struggle that much. Because she's a total genius. Seeing Baek Sogo, she's been on this mountain for 2 years, must have reached her goal. Lee Sung Min slowly asked, "So you're leaving?" Baek Sogo nodded. "Yeah, what about you?" Lee Sung Min replied honestly, "I'm staying a bit longer." Baek Sogo looked bummed, puffing out her cheeks. "Is that so?" Still, Lee Sung Min made the first move. "Will we ever meet again?" Baek Sogo didn't hesitate, emphasizing the yes, "I will definitely see you again." Baek Sogo's gloomy face lit up with a soft smile. She studied Lee Sung Min's face intently. "It's been a year since we met, and the kid is already as tall as her. If she leaves now, he might die. Keeps taking on restrictions even though he's pushing past the limit. I still haven't finished teaching him the shadowless spirit walk, maybe if I stayed a little longer." As if reading Baek Sogo's mind, Lee Sung Min looked up, declaring confidently, "I'll be fine. Thanks to you, I survived this long. I can handle it on my own now. You have things to do, right? I can't make you stay for my sake. Thank you, senior sister. Without you, I wouldn't be alive." Baek Sogo gave a bright smile. She stepped forward, hugging Lee Sung Min tight and patting his head. First time being that close to a girl, so he just stared wide-eyed, cheeks burning red. So flustered his eyes nearly popped out, but eventually, the pounding heart calmed down. Lee Sung Min rested his head on her shoulder and stood still, the purple flower field bringing the lonely mountain to life. After a few minutes of silence, Baek Sogo gently stepped back. "One last encouragement. You're going to do just fine. You are the strongest person I've ever met." He asked cluelessly, "What do you mean?" Baek Sogo emphasized, "You didn't despair?" Lee Sung Min denied it immediately. "Not true. I've been in despair over and over again. I just dragged myself back up." Baek Sogo's gaze didn't waver. "Then that makes you even more amazing. I gave up on facing Ouiji Ho the moment I met him." She slowly used that affectionate title meant only for Lee Sung Min. "Junior brother." Her final words came with a beaming smile. "Don't die." Lee Sung Min declared, "I'm never going to die." And just like that, Baek Sogo was gone. Doko Jun and Scarlet Lear went down the mountain too. Everyone Lee Sung Min knew had left. It had been a while since he felt this kind of loneliness. Reminded him of how guarded he was in his past life's childhood. Didn't trust a single soul, but now, Lee Sung Min knows people can't survive alone. Without them, he wouldn't even be alive. Being alone made Lee Sung Min glance up at the sky, but not in a depressed way. He smiled, accepting it. Something had shifted in Lee Sung Min's heart. The invisible wall crumbled. In that moment, there was no smell, no weight, no noise. A fleeting sense of freedom that felt like it stretched on forever. The usual scenery looked different for some reason. That's right, when you change, the world changes with you. Summer had arrived. The cicadas started to sing. In 7 years, Baek Sogo is going to meet Ouiji Ho in that dungeon and get killed by him. Lee Sung Min lit a fire inside, turning that rage into a major goal to repay Baek Sogo's kindness. "I am stopping that from happening." So, the training grind went day and night. Today, the aim was dead on at a cicada, but the spear tip didn't touch it, missing by a tiny fraction of a millimeter. The second Lee Sung Min loosened the grip on the spear, the thing flapped its wings and took off instantly. A cicada larva spends 10 years underground just to become an adult. Lee Sung Min only has 7 years to stop that disaster. 7 years to see how strong one can get. Is it even possible to pull this off? No, gotta make it happen. Even though the martial arts skills are leveling up, it's still not enough. Craving more power, the intensity gets cranked up every single day. Sleeping less, swinging the spear during the time meant for rest. And for the next restriction, remembering a chat with Doko. The secret to moving without being able to see? Ain't nothing special. Just sharpen the other senses and memorize the surroundings. That advice kicked things into gear. Vision banned, the world turned pitch huke. The only sense Lee Sung Min could rely on was touch. After a week passed, moving around became possible, bit by bit. The only thing to hear in that dark world was ear-splitting noise. Eventually, the racket started sounding like cicadas. Amidst those cicada cries, Lee Sung Min forgot about time passing, just kept swinging the spear, the body starting to use martial arts on autopilot. And the thoughts started drifting, feeling like a larva. What does a larva even want to become? Is the goal to turn into a cicada? Crawling up to the surface just to scream for a short time. Is that really the dream? Not anymore. What's the real goal here? Why did the regression happen? Why have the seasons changed? The temperature of the wind blowing across the skin feels different. Yet Lee Sung Min's daily grind stays exactly the same, just swinging that spear everywhere. As seasons passed and Lee Sung Min got used to the pitch huke world, more time slipped away. Walking back into that mystical space like always, calling out the name of a certain guardian. Mush couldn't even recognize the kid Lee Sung Min used to be. The figure is tall, muscular, and the voice, total man now. The trial needs to end. Mush appears, casting a soft purple light over Lee Sung-min, opening a palm, staring at it deep in thought. Mush just asks, "How does it feel to get the senses back after so long?" The answer comes in a low voice. "I am stoked about it. I can finally see. Can I smell any stench? Can I hear any racket? The body feels light as a feather, and the cold is gone too. This is what freedom feels like." Seeing Mush tilting ahead in deep thought, Lee Sung-min asks curiously, "What's up with that?" The reply comes with a smile, "Just torn on what gift to give ya." Mush offers some understanding words first. 3 years? Spent 3 years on this mountain. You did great, enduring all those bans. Some folks endure a lot of restrictions purely out of passion, but usually they quit or die pretty damn fast. Once in a blue moon, a practitioner like you shows up, and that makes me happy. I want to give something good, so I'm asking, what do you want right now? Lee Sung-min's eyes light up, asking greedily, "Can you make me a martial arts genius?" Mush laughs dismissively. "Can't do that. That's way too advanced." Hearing that, Lee Sung-min gets quiet, analyzing everything before deciding. Can't reach the goal with something halfway decent. I don't have much time. I gotta get stronger, but I have no clue what I need to make that happen. Can you just give me what I need? Mush freezes for a second, then cracks a sly smile. In that case, what you need is time, right? I can give you time. That solid promise leaves Lee Sung-min stunned. Say what? Mush doesn't explain much. Go find Denier and show Denier this badge. Hearing the strange name, Lee Sung-min mutters, "Denier?" Mush gives a quick intro. He's a god of time, and he'll give you a trial. Just a heads up, compared to him, my trial was actually pretty humane, so I think you'll dig his challenges. Just like here, what you get depends on you. Of course, it's gonna be dangerous as hell. Lee Sung-min isn't scared one bit. A smirk of excitement forms. That's exactly what I want. Mush lifts those glowing fingertips. That's the whole reward for clearing the Flam trial. Next up, the reward for the effort over the last 3 years. Lee Sung-min is floored by the generosity. Gods are pretty generous, huh? Mush says it lightly, like it's obvious. Gods are never stingy. The gifts for Lee Sung-min didn't stop there. The second reward is an offer to become a member of Erebrisa. An elegant-looking man bows enthusiastically. "Pleasure to meet you. I'm the broker for Erebrisa, Neville. Lord Mush, is this the person you wanted to introduce for membership?" Mush answers briefly. "That's right." The man expresses sincerely, "With all due respect, I'm afraid this one doesn't meet the standards to be a member of our guild." Mush snaps back. "Excuse me?" "Look closer, Neville." After observing for a few more seconds, Neville suddenly bows. "Oh my god, I apologize. Looking closely, I see you meet all the criteria. Please forgive me for seeing the low martial artist rank and making such a rash decision." Lee Sung-min growls in annoyance. "Say what? With this age and this rank, shouldn't I be treated like royalty anywhere I go? But you think the skills are still lacking? What's the deal with your mighty guild?" Neville responds calmly. "It is Erebrisa, an intermediary association, serving the requests of our clients. Orders, auctions, information. We provide everything for them." The new info piques Lee Sung-min's curiosity. "Auctions? Do you sell elixirs and martial arts manuals?" He snaps his fingers. "Of course we do." A system panel of items pops up in front of Lee Sung-min. The guy gasps, "What the hell? You're selling Shaolin recovery elixirs? With that kind of money, I could buy way more stuff. And it's expensive as hell. You've got the Wudang Plum Blossom sword art too?" Neville maintains a respectful bow. "That is what Erebrisa offers. We sell a variety of other rare items. It seems you are quite interested in our goods." Sung-min looked up at Mush. "You are a member too, right?" The god replied, "Of course I use their stuff all the time." Sung-min pursed his lips, thinking it over. An agency with a god as a client, what the hell are they? Neville reached out, taking the initiative to seal the deal. "So what do you want to do? Lee Sung-min, would you like to become a member of Erebrisa?" Sung-min clicked his tongue. "I've got nothing left to lose anyway." So without hesitating, the answer came out. "Fine, I'll become a member." Neville moved fast, whipping out a contract. "You gotta sign right here, and here too, fingerprint over there." He guided the process along. With this, Lee Sung-min has officially become a member of Erebrisa. "I'll contact you for work later." But Neville wasn't done yet. Snap. Oh, and one more thing. In the blink of an eye, Sung-min's ragged clothes and gloomy, shaggy hair vanished, replaced by a turtleneck and a clean haircut. Neville bowed politely. "I spruced you up a bit." Mush finally chimed in. "You look decent. I hated that hair of yours anyway. Looked like you were trying to copy my style." With the formalities done, Neville spoke up. "I'll be taking my leave now. If you need me, feel free to call." Sung-min didn't say much, just a quiet, "Sure." Mush continued asking, "How do you find the gift?" "Do you like it?" the boy emphasized. "I really like it." "Thank you," Mush giggled. "Even at the very end, you are still talking to me that rudely?" "Becoming a member of Erebrisa is an amazing feat. You should be happy. Now, where are you planning to go?" Sung-min answered frankly. First of all, I think I'm heading to Behanger. Mush seemed bothered by something. The god snorted coldly. Whatever it is, just do as you please, and don't forget what I said when I was talking to myself. Sung Min walked away, carrying Mush's advice. The regression must have a reason. There's no such thing as a coincidence in Eria, that's what she said. But what did that mean? The coincidences I had in my life, meeting Ouiji Ho or meeting Baek Sogo and getting her help. Was that really just a coincidence? If so, who's the one behind all those events? I don't even care anymore. Thinking about it just gives me a headache. After 3 years of training in the mountains, Sung Min had become a peak master. Just coming down the mountain, he warmed up by sending some monsters to the afterlife. He retracted his spear and muttered, "My body is currently 18 years old." Becoming a peak master at this age, everyone would think I'm a total genius. But reaching this level is the result of all these gifts and hardships. Sung Min felt a rush of excitement. I've still got a long road ahead. If possible, I will meet all my fated encounters again, and when I do, I have to be stronger. Taking long strides, a massive goal was set in his mind. My destination is Behanger. I gotta become a mercenary. The dream lit up his will, Sung Min's face beaming with positivity. Behanger, that's where it really starts. Tempting gear is waiting. The Depnir magic armor found in the Huke Mage dungeon, near Behanger, discovered by accident by a C-rank mercenary. Depnir's ability is insane. Even a second or third-rate C-rank merc could become a peak master instantly. Greed rose up in Sung Min. If a peak master gets that armor, they could probably become a supreme master. Sitting by the fire eating a bite, he thought, I probably could be done more at Mount Mush, but I can let this opportunity slip by. Within half a year, that Huke Mage dungeon is going to be cleared out. Until then, while I am in Behanger, I need to train, become a mercenary, and join the raid. At that moment, inside the Behanger Mercenary Guild, chatter filled the air. What? You want to become a mercenary? Baron was the bartender there. He squinted, confused. But why are you telling a bartender like me? Seeing Sung Min's intense desire, he suggested, if you want to be a mercenary, go upstairs. There's a receptionist there, I'm busy. A muscular, middle-aged man sitting nearby burst into loud laughter. Why does a kid want to become a mercenary, huh? Looking at your clothes seems like you are from another world. Go wash dishes or something. The guy kept yapping and didn't pay attention to what was in his hand. He turned back, eyes wide. Where's my fork? That fork had been swiped by Sung Min in a split second. Baron's eyes popped out in shock. He sighed, then gave a compliment. Your control over sword energy is pretty clean. Are you a peak master? Baroness' attitude became much more respectful. I apologize for what I said earlier. Please sit here. Hearing the mention of Sung Min's skill, the mercenaries present stared. Sword energy? Is he really a peak master? Sung Min and Baron sat opposite each other, the atmosphere slightly tense. As the one in charge, he spoke first. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Baron, a mage. I'm the guild master of the Behanger mercenary branch. My hobby is working as a bartender on the ground floor, Sung Min thought to himself. I know, that's exactly why I'm talking to you. This is the place where I first worked as a mercenary in my past life. Behanger, I see a lot of familiar faces. Seeing he wasn't speaking, Baron continued. Normally, if a peak master comes knocking at our mercenary guild, we'd give them the position of an S-class mercenary. But if you're just a young guy with no experience who recently trained in the mountains, how would we know for sure? We need a warrior, so we have to verify your skills. You get it, right? As much as the man talked, Sung Min replied with just one word. Yes. Baron didn't mind the brevity. He focused on pulling out a stack of yellow papers and handing them over. All right then, I'll give you a suitable mission. I'll send an S-class mercenary to tag along, so it won't be too hard. If you complete this mission, I'll consider you qualified to be an S-class mercenary. What do you say? A longer answer would be nice this time. Sung Min's job started the very next day. In the forest, someone struck up a conversation. You don't talk much, do you? Are you always like this? Sung Min wasn't in the mood to chat, answering vaguely. Yeah, I guess. Inside, he was annoyed with himself after training alone on Mount Mush for years. The other guy grinned, amused, and teased. You really are a boring kid. When I saw you swipe that fork from that idiot in the guild, I thought you were funny. But if you are this dull, then what? Girls totally digging you, huh? Sung Min didn't react at all, but that silent vibe just made his handsome face pop even more. Lloyd had to admit, Sung Min's aura was blinding, so even if he denied it, people were bound to crush on him. This guy's name is Lloyd, an S-rank merc from the guild. Never spoke to him in my past life, but definitely heard the name. He's the teammate the guild stuck me with for this job, probably explaining what we gotta do to wrap this up. Lloyd loves to yap, so he asked something else. You got anything to ask? A sly grin crept onto Lloyd's sharp face. Ever fought an ogre before? Sung Min suddenly stiffened up, looking tense. Not yet. An ogre, one of the nastiest monsters in this zone. It resists magic and has skin as hard as metal. The goal here is to take down an ogre. People spotted it near the village. In the forest, so they begged the guild to handle this ogre. Lloyd took the lead, declaring confidently, 2 S ranks are more than enough to handle 1 ogre. Don't sweat it. After walking a bit, Lloyd started wondering. Weird, this forest is kinda small for an ogre to live in. Lee Sung-min didn't get it, asking immediately, what do you mean? Lloyd raised a hand to illustrate. Think about it. An ogre's gotta be at least 3 meters tall, giant ones can even hit 5 meters, and they need tons of food. But in this woods, it'd be super hard to find enough grub. Suddenly, Sung-min frowned, face dark with dread. Wait a sec, Lloyd, the guy snapped back. What now? Looking over, right at their feet, was a deer carcass lying in a pool of red blood. Lloyd covered his nose and gasped. Gross, is this a deer? Sung-min answered uncertainly. Looks like it. Lloyd carefully crouched down to get a closer look and judged. To rip apart a living thing like this, I think only an ogre monster could pull it off. But Lee Sung-min understood Lloyd's confusion cause he was puzzled too. No signs the ogre actually ate it. He hurriedly added, right, that's weird. Plus I don't see any droppings. Does that ogre not digest stuff? Soon as the question dropped, the ground suddenly shook violently. Sung-min and Lloyd froze. From inside the trees opposite where they stood, something was rushing in. Lloyd and Sung-min quickly drew weapons for defense. The two exchanged a glance, signaling each other. Sung-min grabbed the spear and ran point. Lloyd held his sword following close behind. One pushed off their heels for momentum. Above, the ogre appeared, looking twice as big as Lloyd imagined. Just catching a glimpse of its shadow, Lloyd and Sung-min stopped dead. He was panic central right now, screaming in terror. Hey, this is totally different from the rumors we heard. Run, we can't handle this. Dust slowly cleared, revealing a muscular arm with long, sharp claws. Plus, those muscles were bulging insanely, Lloyd frantically warned. Look at its body, bunch of parts stitched together with iron sutures. This ogre was jumping up, ready to pounce on them. Its body was 4 or 5 times bigger than Lloyd and Sung-min. He stammered before finally screaming, a chimera ogre! Lee Sung-min panicked. A chimera is a magical creature made to be an apex being. The limits a creature is supposed to have can be broken when artificially mixed with other creatures, so even a chimera made from an F-rank goblin would have suppression stats of B rank or higher cause their danger level is off the charts. He thought worriedly, what if it's made from an ogre? Even S-rank mercs wouldn't stand a chance. Lee Sung-min and Lloyd broke out in cold sweat. The chimera ogre lifted a giant tree trunk. It looked down, provoking him, then suddenly swung down. He stared blankly at its massive hand. Lloyd screamed in fear to snap him out of it. Lee Sung-min watched the hand about to touch him. Waiting for that exact moment, he seized the chance and jumped aside. Shadow Spirit walk first form, trace less step. Lloyd freaked out seeing him dodge the chimera ogre's punch lightning fast. Lee Sung-min was surprised too. I'm so fast, was I always this quick? He realized, right, this isn't Mush Mountain. The gravity restriction that used to crush me is gone. If that's the case, facing the chimera ogre now, it had no intention of letting Lee Sung-min go and kept raining blows. He launched himself up, using its arm for momentum, and shouted, Shadow Spirit Walk second form, Shadow Dance. He used its arm as a stepping stone to jump high. 9 Heavens Absolute Spear first form. Immediately drew the spear using full power for the Death Point Soul Chasing Spear. Gripped tight on the weapon, smashing continuously into the chimera ogre. Too hard, its body didn't even scratch, glaring at him. Watching Lee Sung-min struggle to attack the chimera ogre, Lloyd worried from a distance. Even taking a hit from Sword Aura. It still didn't get a scratch? He cursed silently. The reward for catching that monster is the same as a regular ogre? Totally not worth it. But it's too late to run, don't know the odds, but gotta jump in with him. Suddenly, Lee Sung-min's voice echoed in his head. You don't have to do that. Lloyd looked up at him, realizing it was telepathy. He replied, Are you crazy? Your opponent is a chimera ogre. Lee Sung-min replied, I know, he warned anxiously. You don't know shit. Didn't you say you never fought an ogre before? It doesn't feel any pain from your attacks. It's stronger than a 2-headed ogre, meaning its suppression stats are higher than S rank. Lee Sung-min remained firm. Yeah, I know, he thought, but I wonder why I feel like I can do this. He looked at the chimera ogre in front, will to win exploding inside. Lee Sung-min struck immediately. 9 Heavens, Absolute Spear. Second form, Thunder Split. Spear, stronger than the last move, the spear tip stabbed continuously, forcing it back. Chimera Ogre's body was scorched with wounds, but it stood firm like a mountain. Lloyd turned pale and screamed, No, that didn't even scratch it. It's too tough. He was shivering inside. If this keeps up, even if I join in, nothing's gonna change. Looking at Lee Sung-min, still determined to fight to the end, he silently admired him. The chimera ogre's pupil twitched to the left, didn't expect a feint. Lee Sung-min quickly aimed the spear to the right. He pressed the tip hard into its body, leveraging it to launch into the air. Corner of his mouth lifted slightly, wondering if its eyes were that hard too. Immediately put all force into stabbing right into the chimera ogre's eye. Lloyd held his breath, watching from afar. He realized Lee Sung-min's plan after blinding it with that move, stabbing right into the ogre's weak spot. Watching him land softly, moved like lightning, grabbing another weapon, Lloyd was totally shook. How's the guy got such sick moves at that age? Lee Sung-min was already standing, right at the chimera ogre's feet. Things snapped the spear like a twig. Lee Sung-min hyped himself up. Whatever, at least a piece got stuck in there. Just gotta keep pushing. Then, noticed something sketchy. The ogre's eye, the one that just got stabbed, started twitching, then boom, healed up like nothing happened. Froze in place. It healed itself? Lloyd finally snapped out of it, screaming a warning. That's a troll. A chimera made from a freaking troll. Thing's got troll regeneration abilities. He explained that surface wounds wouldn't do jack squat. Hearing that just made the resolve to win even harder. What to do now? Saw the chimera ogre about to pounce? Lloyd screamed his lungs out, while crazy determination surged up inside Sung-min. Remembered Baek Sogo. Something woke up inside, got stuff that needs doing. Staring down the ferocious beast, told self, dying here isn't an option. Bursting with energy, raised the spear high. Can't die in a dump like this, remembered Ouiji Ho's words. The 3 basic spear techniques. From now on, repeat this grind every single day until it's second nature. Eyes flickered with intensity, standing ground as the chimera ogre charged. Ouiji Ho kept doing the reps just like you said. The second the spear tip touched the finger, it spun into a halo of light. Time to see if the grind paid off. Ran outward expansion, spinning the spear out while launching the attack. Bam! Blocked the chimera ogre cold. The beast hesitated, staring at the wound on its chest. In a blink, Lee Sung-min thrust the spear forward. Ogre tried to counter, but couldn't dodge. They were evenly matched now. Sharp light flashed in Lee Sung-min's eyes. Not inward expansion, spinning inward to coil around the opponent's strike. Spear tip made contact with the finger again. The ogre's arm got twisted up in the spear's rotation. Lloyd was floored, the monster was losing ground. Lee Sung-min flicked the wrist, crack, aiming straight for the knee. No hesitation. Spun the spear and lunged, stabbing deep. Even gave it a nasty twist. The chimera ogre couldn't hold back a scream. Yanked the spear out and jumped back. Super effective hit joints really are the weak spot. The beast lost balance and crashed down, eyes wide with terror. It swiped wildly out of desperation, but Lee Sung-min sidestepped it, frowned in annoyance. Hey scumbag, how long's it take for a broken joint to heal? Whatever, let's go again. Pierced the other knee, snapped the spear shaft off, calculated the next move. Just gotta keep spamming attacks before it heals. Plus, it can't regenerate around the embedded spear. Glanced at the monster and muttered, that's how it works, right? Kept the momentum going, stabbing the right shoulder, pulled out another spear. Now both legs and the right arm are useless. With the beast pinned down, attacking was a breeze. Still felt a bit tense though. Unleashed the combo skill again. 9 Heavens Infinity Spear, second form, lightning chase. The ogre stumbled back, roaring. It swung the last good arm, sharp claws raking down. Didn't even flinch, just hit back. Thought to self, it's so slow. Wait, or did I just get faster? Don't feel heavy anymore. The sound of cicadas rang in the ears. Frowned, twisting the body. Hearing that noise again, the background static from the training mountain. Don't want to turn into a cicada. Was definitely a pupa back on the mountain, but didn't curl up just to become some bug. So what do I want to be then? Don't know yet, but being just a cicada? That ain't gonna cut it. Don't want any regrets. Was sick of that in the past life. Still don't know what's waiting at the end of this road. Just gotta be ready and push through to the bitter end. Lloyd's jaw hit the floor, while Lee Sung-min leaned on the spear, gasping for air. Stared at the wrecked ogre, stuttering. What are you? Relaxed, looking up at the sky. Lee Sung-min thought, let's see. Hands were calloused and scratched up, cracked a faint smile. At least I mumbled to self, I'm not a larva. That made Lloyd freeze. Then he just blanked out and burst into laughter. What are you talking about? Such an interesting kid. Lee Sung-min glanced at a dead cicada on the ground, feeling a bit better. The buzzing stopped. Baron stared ahead, totally stunned. Lloyd was excitedly showing off the chimera ogre. Baron thought it over. Bagging a chimera ogre is basically SS rank work. Problem is, there is no precedent for an S rank pulling this off. Lee Sung-min nodded. If it's just S rank, whatever. No biggie, just go with the flow. Mental calculator was already running, tallying up the loot. 27 million ear, minus a 10% fee, plus the S-rank mercenary badge, thinking about the next moves. Handed the corpse over to the guild for research. 20 million air for the delivery. Lloyd offered up the cash with both hands. You keep it all, obviously. I didn't do anything. Lee Sung-min nodded, satisfied. Thanks. Total haul, 47 million ear. Walked off like it was nothing, flipping the coin while moving. 47 million feels totally unreal. Flashback to the past life. Risked everything and only scraped together maybe a million or 120,000 ear. Pocketed the coin, thinking, what to do with all this cash? Spotted something, pulled a spear out of the pocket space. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Baron crossed his arms and asked a question. What do you think? Lloyd kept it brief. Pretty solid. He pointed to his head. But seeing it with your own eyes is way better. Baron agreed. Makes sense. He started the magic spell, downloading Lloyd's memory into his own mind. He let out a gasp, then repeated himself. Definitely not just S-rank power. Lloyd grumbled. Told you to just make it SS rank already. Baron nodded. I'll see if I can push the recommendation through. It's above my pay grade to decide that. But seriously? This guy went from jobless to top-tier expert in just 4 years? Meanwhile, Lee Sung-min was chilling in a specific area, probably starving, called out for Neville. The ground shifted and Neville rose up from the shadows. He spoke up, super respectful like, Real pleasure meeting you, Mr. Lee Sung-min. What can I do for you? Sung-min thought back to grabbing that spear, mulling it over in his head. Never really had any attachment to this weapon anyway. As long as it can swing and stab, it's all the same junk. But after throwing hands with that ogre, things felt different. If I had a better weapon, taking that thing down would have been way easier. Definitely dawned to want some trash gear causing a mess later on. So yeah, need a weapon, a damn good one. Neville started digging. Buying or crafting, which one do you prefer? What kind of budget are you looking at? He answered, cool as ice. Budget S around 47 million air. I want it custom made. Who knew Neville would have something to say about that? Budget S a bit tight, isn't it? That annoyed Sung-min a little. 47 million, man, the guy explained. The blacksmiths in Erebrisa are all... so it's gonna cost a fortune. If you put Mr. Lee Sung-min's soul up as collateral, you could borrow a pretty huge chunk of change. Interest rates are super low. Sung-min shut that down immediately. Nah, forget it. Not buying that. Can I at least look around first? Neville pointed at the bulletin board, suggesting, if that's the case, there's someone available for a private meet right now. Want to see them? Counting on you then. A beam of light shot from Neville's finger, creating a glowing zone right in front of Sung-min. Neville dipped back into the shadows. I'll step out for a sec. Sorry. He nodded. Sure. What the hell is this? Did he just rip open space? Just a broker having this much power? What even is Erebrisa? Suddenly, a voice popped out. What's this? A little kid? I'm Selgaris. Don't know how much you can see, but you should at least know the name. Shouldn't you get in here? Don't just stand there like a statue. Her showing up took Sung-min by surprise. Selgaris? Okay then. He stepped through the spatial gate, announcing, I'm Lee Sung-min. I want to commission a spear. Selgaris fired back. Got any specific shape in mind? Sung-min pulled out a spear. If you can make it look like this, that'd be great. She looked it over and commented, Central Plains style. Can you show me how you handle a spear? That request confused the hell out of Sung-min. Huh? Isn't showing off your martial arts to others a huge taboo? Selgaris just explained, cool as a cucumber. I need to see how you move so I can make it fit right. Different martial arts need different specs. So yeah, it's necessary. Lee Sung-min was still skeptical. You watch my moves and build based on that? Selgaris nodded. Listen, kid. I'm 400 years old. I liked swinging a hammer, so I've been stuck with this gig for the last 350 years. Even if my start was a bit different from the natural-born geniuses. That confession was totally unexpected. Selgaris kept going. But for 350 years, I've lived as a blacksmith. That's a fact. I'm confident I'm not second-rate. Lee Sung-min froze. He remembered his past with Woon. We had different starting lines. He smiled, thinking, so similar. Selgaris suddenly piped up. Man, don't know what's wrong with me today, bringing a kid here and babbling like this. If you don't like it, get lost. Go ask a dwarf blacksmith. Sung-min answered quickly. I'll show you right now. My martial arts I'll show you. Selgaris noted. Suddenly quick on the uptake, huh? Usually people stay suspicious and just walk away. He smiled and explained why, hearing she worked hard for 350 years. The two of them fell into silence for a bit, then Selgaris busted out laughing. Aren't you a little too trusting? Lee Sung-min shot back. That's a first. First time someone actually called me suspicious. Selgaris smiled at him, turning to walk away while commenting. You've got a smooth mouth, don't you? Truth is, Selgaris couldn't hold back her grin, literally having to use her hand to pull the corners of her mouth down. Putting on a cool face, she looked at Sung-min. Hey, I like you. I'm usually all about fair trade, but this time, I gotta forge something worth way more than what you paid. You're definitely gonna become a regular. Sung Min recalled what Selgaris said. It'll take a few months to finish. Just sit tight and wait. Right now, he was training. Thinking to himself, that fight with the chimera ogre was the first real clash with a top-tier monster. Learned a hell of a lot. Now I just gotta make it my own. Sung Min thought back to the past. Your eye for things isn't bad. Actually, that's what you call talent. The way I see it, compared to Woon, that so-called talent, the sixth sense, and the five senses, I can feel them all coming back now. After having my senses blocked while training on the mountain, everything got converted into skills. I kind of felt it during the ogre fight too. Sensations flowing through the body unconsciously, that's gotta be the sixth sense. It's a crazy power, but I can't rely on it too much. Even though the mountain training made my intuition and sixth sense sharper, the other senses haven't had any breakthrough. Touch, smell, taste, hearing. I definitely need to fix this imbalance between the sixth sense and the others. If I can't, it's gonna be hard to get things back on track. Afternoon rolled around at the mercenary guild. Baron asked seriously, "What's up today? Off on another mission already?" Sung Min replied calmly, "Nah, what happened to the chimera ogre's corpse?" Hearing that, Baron poured him a drink and said, "Curious, huh? Makes sense. If it's a chimera, someone definitely made it. Hard for me to investigate alone, so I'm teaming up with the Magic Guild to look into it." Sung Min started calculating in his head. In my past life, I never discovered a chimera ogre. Either no one took the quest, or someone did and got wiped out by the ogre. Looking at the situation, seems like in about half a year, the Master of Hell will be exposed as the creator of the ogre. Or maybe that guy summoned the chimera in the past life too. If I can kill him, I might just change the future. I want to see the body too. They headed over to the Magic Guild together. They were welcomed by a voice. "Pleasure to meet you." Sung Min was slightly surprised when he spotted Kim Jong-hyun. The guy turned to look at Sung Min, smiled, and introduced himself. "Dark Mage, Kim Jong-hyun. I'm Kim Jong-hyun." Surprised? "I was just busy checking out the chimera's corpse," Sung Min replied, taking his sweet time. "I'm Lee Sung Min, the guy who took out the chimera." Kim Jong-hyun was wondering, "You Korean?" Even if true, the odds of us being in the same space are pretty low. "Did a portal open up in your world?" Hearing that, just pure confusion. "Portal? What the hell is that?" Kim Jong-hyun started breaking it down. A gate connecting to this space appeared, leading to a swarm of demons pouring out. "Alright, guess you're from a different dimension then. Still, good to meet ya. Been ages since seeing another Korean, so kinda nice. Actually, that ain't the only reason I'm happy." Sung Min got nervous. "What's that supposed to mean?" Kim Jong-hyun just laughed it off. "Nothing, forget it." "But why are you here anyway?" Sung Min frowned. "Came to check the chimera's corpse. The future had already gone off the rails. Gotta gather more intel to figure out the next move." Kim Jong-hyun leaned in with a mysterious vibe. "Gotta tell me what you found out though." Since the thing was already dead, couldn't figure out much, but the chimera took hits from some serious high-level magic. The dark mage who created this freak must be grand mage level. Even had its mouth sewn shut, starving it just to test its power. Brutal. Started making sense now. That's why it didn't eat the victim, just ripped him apart. Kim Jong-hyun kept going. "That's the gist of it. Since we're both checking what that mage is plotting with this twisted experiment though, guessing you don't care much about that part." Sung Min shot a suspicious look. "So what were you gonna say earlier?" "Definitely wasn't just happy to meet me." Kim Jong-hyun shrugged it off. "Nothing much, just that your causality is all twisted." That comment caught Sung Min completely off guard. How the Kim Jong-hyun explained, half joking. "Oh, so you knew? Didn't expect that. Dark mages can see souls, you know. If I were you, I'd have gone insane or just died. You get what that means, right?" Lee Sung-min stepped back, on guard. This guy said death brings eternal suffering. Kim Jong-hyun nodded, something like that. "Wonder why your causality got so messed up though." "Mind sharing?" Lee Sung-min asked, full of doubt. "Why should I tell you? Why should I trust you?" Kim Jong-hyun started bargaining. "I'll tell you something you don't know. Should we do a mana oath? I swear, anything I hear from you stays with me. Won't tell a soul." Lee Sung-min was stunned again. Thinking it over, "Don't really know my own situation right now. Mana oath seals it. Might actually be a good chance." "I'm a time traveler?" Kim Jong-hyun looked confused. "You mean returned from the dead?" "Yeah, that would explain why the causality is so twisted. Life and death. Break that basic rule, and the backlash is terrifying. But all you know right now is that the causality is off. So I guess I can tell you this. You're different. It ain't just your causality that's messed up. Space itself shifted." Sung Min's expression turned grim as the truth came out. Kim Jong-hyun tilted his head, watching. "Actually, nah. Can't do it. Can't tell you." Sung Min pressed. "What's that mean?" He explained softly. "If I say it, I die." Sung Min couldn't hide the concern on his face. Kim Jong-hyun trembled. "Basically your life? Doesn't look like it belongs to you." "Got kicked out after that. Recalled what Kim Jong-hyun said, sorry, but come find me next time. Sorry, I can't tell you. I'm freaking out a bit. Need to sort my head out. Sung-min wondered, what is it seriously? Still remembered Kim Jong-hyun's warning earlier? Stop, this is my territory. Back off now unless you want to die together. Just getting more confused. Turned around at the sound of a voice. Scarlet was there, welcoming with a grin. You're that brat from the mountain, right? Long time no see. You grew up fast. Lee Sung-min stared. Who's this? That successfully pissed her off. What? Don't remember me? God, unbelievable. I'm Scarlet Lear. Don't remember? I taught you magic. Sung-min thought back to the Scarlet he met, head full of question marks. She looks kind of pretty now. Silence, then a shocking response. Don't you lie to me. Next thing, Sung-min took a fist right to the face. That punch jogged the memory real quick. Long time no see, Scarlet. She seemed satisfied. Right? Anyway, glad to see you again. What brings you here? Become a mage or something? He shrugged. Nah, just personal business. Scarlet glanced at the door. What business? Don't tell me it's that psycho Kim Jong-hyun? Surprised, he asked. You know him? She lost it and started yelling. I know! Dark mages are all the same, but that guy is especially dangerous. He's a total lunatic, completely lost his mind. If you can, stay away from him. Handle your own business, but watch your back, Sung-min replied politely. Yeah, thanks for looking out, she smiled, satisfied. Anyway, really glad to see you again. Gotta run, I am busy, but come hang out if you are free. My lab's on the 3rd floor. I'll make you some tea. Come by if you get bored. He stood there rooted to the spot, waving at Scarlet. Sung-min thought it over. Couldn't really say much during the talk with Kim Jong-hyun either. Felt pretty vague. Everyone's being weirdly nice to me. Is there something? Is this just how it is? What the hell is going on? Silence took over. Sung-min pondered alone. I don't know. Too much going on in my head. It's a mess. Gotta focus on what's right in front of me first. Two-headed dog times 2. Difficulty 5. Reward, 50 million. Lloyd waved. We meet again. Lloyd, Sung-min noted internally. He helped take out the dogs last time, too. Lloyd shouted, I'll show everyone my true power this time. Sung-min nodded, satisfied. Counting on you then. Another connection made. Learned one thing in this second life: you can't survive on your own. Pushed everyone away who tried to get close. But Lloyd's a pretty decent travel buddy. Having someone around for the long haul actually comforted this numb heart a bit. 3 months flew by just like that. Cash hit the table along with the words, this commission was a real grind, huh? Your cut's 50 million? Lee Sung-min smiled slightly. Thanks. Lloyd grabbed the cash and immediately suggested hitting the booze. But Baron looked like something just clicked. Anyway, someone wants to meet you. Lee Sung-min got curious. Who? Lloyd kept insisting. I said let's go get a drink. Then Baron dropped the name. Guildmaster of the Free Mercenary Guild. Both Lee Sung-min and Lloyd looked shocked. Baron spoke up again. Know the guy? Yeah, I do. Lee Sung-min thought, no way I wouldn't know. Free Mercenary Guild has over 100 heads, one of the 3 SS rank mercs in Beheringer. The ultimate master of the Shaolin 100-step Divine Fist. Out of countless heroes, that's the guy looked up to the most in the past life. Reason for the admiration? Puffing on a cigarette, the guy spoke up. Nice to meet you. Lee Sung-min, right? I'm John, Guildmaster of Free. You're classless too, huh? That's cool? Lee Sung-min thought about it. John started as classless too, and still became a powerhouse master. Standing right there was the master this guy aspired to be. After a beat, John broke the silence. 18, right? I know about the classless thing. World's brutal to people like us, but to get this strong at that age, you've got skills. Enough small talk, let's cut to the chase. Join the Free Mercenary Guild. Caught a chimera ogre and racked up some crazy achievements, huh? Could become an SS rank mercenary right off the bat. I'll make you Vice Guildmaster. Come work for me. Confused by the sudden offer? Let me help out. Look at this, then decide. Lee Sung-min's eyes glued to the item in John's hand. John explained with pride, this is the Minor Restoration Pill. Heard of it, right? Minor Restoration Pill, the Shaolin Temple's elixir. Pop this, and internal energy skyrockets. Just agree to these simple conditions, and it's yours. Lee Sung-min hesitated. Conditions? John slid a paper over. Sign this contract. Picked it up and started reading. Obey orders at all times? Asked back sarcastically. Simple, huh? The contract didn't have any magical binding. But break it, and the liability is huge. The restrictions are tight. This pill will take your power to a whole new level. People actually agree to this? John mumbled back. Agree? If you want to be a merc in Beheringer, yeah, Lloyd asked anxiously after hearing the story. So, what did you decide? Lee Sung-min replied calmly. Refused, obviously. No way I'm signing a slave contract like that. Lloyd looked satisfied. Good, that's good. With stuff like this happening, I'd rather leave Beheringer. Was Lee Sung Min really that surprised by the comment? Lloyd started explaining. Yeah, looking at the situation, life's on the line here. That John guy holds a grudge, wants to control everyone and does whatever it takes to get his way. The A ranks in his guild, all under his thumb. And if he can't control someone, he hates him. Truly scum. Back when I was A rank and he was S, turned down his invite once, just standard mercenary stuff. After that, sabotaged all my quests. Free Guild controls everything in this city. So, let's bounce to another city, hit S rank, then come back. That guy S already SS rank. Hearing this, Lee Sung Min fell into deep thought, frowning. Didn't think he was that kind of person. Felt complicated knowing the dark side of a hero. Lloyd kept pushing beside him. Well, come with me to Mush? Over there, voices cut him off. Hear the news? People in the pub were gossiping. Found that huke mage's dungeon. The one with the chimera ogre? Heard they reforming a raid team? Main force is the Free Mercenary Guild. Inside the warehouse, a voice echoed. Took longer than I thought. Seeing Selgaris stressed out, Lee Sung Min said, "It's chill. No rush." Didn't stop working. Took long cause you changed your mind halfway through. Here, take it. Used mostly mithril, coated the outside with super hard huke steel. Since it absorbs mana and force really well, using Aura Blade will be a breeze. What do you think? Just then, Neville walked in. You look pleased. Lee Sung Min glanced over, defensive. Huh? No way. Neville just smiled. Materials for this spear cost a fortune. Even though Lee Sung Min kept pouring in earnings to upgrade the weapon, most of that cash just covered the materials. Honestly, is this any different from a handout? Fair point. I kinda get it though. Lee Sung Min somehow has this weird charisma. Makes people want to help out. Not saying it in a bad way, so relax. Been rambling a while, huh? I'll get going. Call me whenever you need something. Hearing that, stopped dead in tracks. Lee Sung Min's face went blank. Wasn't he surprised because of misunderstanding the guy's intent? Neville's words confirmed the suspicions. First felt that distance and strangeness back on Mount Mush. But back then just thought it was luck. But what if, hypothetically, what if there's some special privilege? If that thing makes it easy to get people to like me, then are all the connections made so far just fake? Suddenly, Lloyd popped up. Lee Sung Min, where you been? Lloyd froze, seeing Lee Sung Min's pale face. Stood there, stunned, while Lee Sung Min thought, if the guess is right, then this relationship with Lloyd is absolutely. Suddenly, Lloyd threw an arm around the shoulder. What's up? Why the long face? Worried about the dungeon raid? Told you not to sweat it. I am coming too. Lee Sung Min's eyes looked soulless. Dungeon raid? Damn it, the future changed just like I was afraid of. Since I offed that chimera ogre, the guild started sniffing around the warlock. Now the dungeon has been found 3 months earlier than the last timeline. That ain't the only thing different. Someone showed up from behind. You're here too? With this rising star joining, this raid should be a total cakewalk. Based on what I know, that guy in front is a veteran from the Free Mercenary Guild. In the last life, the Free Mercenaries couldn't join the raid because they were off fighting a war somewhere else. But now, since the raid got bumped up by 3 months, they're here. Jian looked at Lloyd and sneered. Old man, you're here too? Long time no see. Living the good life, huh? Lloyd bowed his head. Yeah, been a while, brother. The guy rubbed Sung's head with total contempt. Watch yourself. Dungeons are dangerous places, never know when or how you're gonna drop dead. Sung caught the threat and glared daggers right back at him. Watching the group walk away, Lloyd pointed forward, totally pissed. That jerk just threatened you, didn't he? If you mess up this expedition, I'll kill you. That is what he meant, right? Sung Min kept sinking into thought. This whole mess was making the kid think way too much. But in the end, the decision to join was all because of this garbage talent. 6-star Violet Mist Divine Art. 6-star 9 Heavens Limitless Spear. 5-star Shadowless Soul Escape. 3 months after coming down the mountain, and 0 progress. To fix this, to go from a third-rate martial artist to an absolute peak master, I desperately need the deep near magic armor. Even though Sung stayed silent, Lloyd kept running his mouth. Whatever. There are other members, so they can't just act like that. Don't stress too much, kid. We got a lot of people for this dungeon raid. According to the plan, the raid team has a total of 27 people. Players fighting alongside the Free Mercenaries include 1 double S rank, 4 S ranks, and 12 A ranks. Even Guildmaster Baron is joining in. Trust me, these guys won't be slacking off. Lloyd gripped the saber tight, face going dark. Don't worry, Lee Sung. Anyone who tries anything funny is gonna get their head chopped off by my spirit swordsmanship. Sung let out a laugh, looking at the goofball. Lloyd didn't really have a reason to be on this expedition. The guy probably only decided to tag along because he was worried about Sung. Gotta admit, I am grateful. Lloyd doesn't seem to like Faye either. Suddenly, Sung Min felt mentally drained, but quickly shook it off. Stop overthinking it. Just then, Baron shouted out, "All right, everyone ready? From this moment on, the Behenger Mercenary Guild is raiding the Warlock-S dungeon. We don't know what's inside, but we're Behenger's finest." Lee Sung-min and Lloyd just stood there, watching in silence. Keeping that fierce look on his face, the boss continued, "Just stay sharp and we can handle anything. Now let's go get our share." Following orders, a squad of 10 moved in, and obviously, the point man had to approach without making a single sound. Leading the pack was Dung Cheon, an A-rank merc, an external martial arts expert with a body hard as rock. But despite years of training, that body got sliced apart like tofu. The corpse crashed into the teammate behind him. Cheon's dead face bared its teeth, terrifying the guy next to him. Pupils shrank in pure horror at the sight. Lights flared up in the cave, followed by a blood-curdling scream. Baron spun around in shock. Monsters were materializing all around them. It was going to be a long night. The light revealed a cave swarming with monsters. People screamed in panic. "Chimeras!" John clenched his fist and growled. "This is a mess right from the start." A massive monster towered over him, but John instantly punched a hole straight through its gut. Sung-min watched with suspicion. 100-step divine fist. John growled, "Insects." Sung warily sized the guy up. Sung-min thought, "He's too strong. If we start fighting amongst ourselves, we have zero chance of winning." Sung quickly took out a monster rushing toward him. Panic started to rise in Sung-min's chest. "Chimeras? In my past life, this was an empty dungeon. There weren't any monsters like this. That meant in this timeline, the dungeon master was definitely home." The realization hit hard. Something was wrong. Looking at the bodies scattered across the floor, John spoke up, voice serious. "We're taking too much damage. Can we really keep going like this?" Baron shot back. "Funny, your mercenary team seems barely touched." John smirked, boasting, "Of course, my boys are just that skilled." Lloyd, sitting to the side and nursing a wound, seethed with anger. That bastard only protected his own team. Even in this chaos, John managed to pull that off. Amazing skill, sure, but the guy is a total scumbag. This is bad. Sung-min did the math in his head. A rank freelance hunter Kang Mi-sun. It's been 1 hour since we entered, and 11 people from the raid team are already dead. Out of the survivors, she was the only A-ranker who wasn't a mercenary. Covered in blood, Lloyd walked over and spoke. "Hey there, miss. We're safe for the moment, so you can relax." He turned to Sung-min, looking bummed out. "Lee Sung-min, that wasn't right. Why is she so scared?" Kang Mi-sun shouted out. "Guildmaster! Guildmaster!" The boss looked confused. "What is it?" She was panicking. "Look around. The raid team has taken way too many casualties." Baron looked down at her and sighed. "I'm sorry, but I couldn't stop it. I don't know how I'm going to face the families of the dead either. But all the double S rank main forces are still alive, so clearing this dungeon shouldn't be impossible," she shrieked. "But I'm just an A rank player." Baron stayed cold. "If you've lost your nerve, you better turn back. But I can't guarantee you'll make it out alive on your own." Kang Mi-sun looked back in terror. Baron softened his tone. "Just stick with me." The team pushed on, scouting the cave. Seo yelled out a warning. "Watch out!" Ujin was suspicious. Those monsters were just stalling for time, weren't they? Youngji looked confused. "So the dungeon master knew we were coming and ran away?" Whispers started spreading through the group. "Yeah, the number of chimeras was insane. It totally makes sense if he threw everything at us just to buy time and escape." Baron cut them off. "Hold it! Don't get sloppy over some unconfirmed theories." Seo lowered his voice. "Right, yeah, I get it. Wait, what's that up ahead?" Someone called out doubtfully. "A door." Baron used detection magic and stayed calm. "It's not a trap, just a door." Sung-min looked over, confused. The door swung open to reveal a library inside. Seo stepped in first, looking around before shouting, "There's nothing here. It's just sitting here." Baron added, "No traps here either. This place is huge, so split up and search." Sung froze in place, panic setting in. "This place." Recalled what Hansu said. "Yeah, put a hand on those books, don't know why, but a hidden door popped right open. Snagged some loot thanks to that." Lloyd started nagging, saying that dude always gets like that when wasted, rambling on forever. Walking for hours in a cave, then boom, a door appears. Inside, a massive library. Looked inside, suspicious. What kind of books in there? Lee Sung-min checked the shelves, then stepped down into the dark basement. Looked down, totally sure. "Records on magic armor are here." John watched the descent and spoke up. "What's that? Secret path? What are you looking for? Pretty talented, huh?" Kept the voice low. "Yeah, just stumbled on this path," the guy replied. "Chill. I actually really like you." Lee Sung-min looked back, confused. Then the guy threw a punch. Seeing the dodge, the guy got excited. "Dodged it? Like you even more now." "That's exactly why I can't leave you down here. Gotta deal with this now. With that much talent, you might surpass me someday. Baron's already in another room with the lackeys. No one's stopping this." Lloyd screamed from the back. "Hey, someone's here!" John glanced back, skeptical. Lloyd, my lackeys are blocking the entrance, Lude screamed. Soul swordsmanship. The guy nodded. Right. That. Lloyd gritted teeth, furious. Knew it. Eyes like a tiger stalking prey. Finally showing true colors. Lee Sung-min panicked. Lloyd, how did? Lloyd shouted. If you die, the bastard's gonna kill me too, just to shut me up. Lud got tossed into the pit just like that. Jian shouted a challenge. Yeah, think you two can beat me? Lee Sung-min watched warily. Clearly winning chances are low. Figured teaming up with other players would boost the odds. Frowned. Made a new decision. Quickly grabbed Lloyd mid-fall. Lloyd panicked. What the? Replied instantly. We gotta go down. Lloyd looked confused. Why? Thought about it. Equipping the magic armor boosts user abilities like crazy. Get that, and the chance of winning goes up. Steps stopped. Both paused in the basement, eyes wide, staring right at it. Lee Sung-min thought happily, found it. Lloyd stood back, sword ready to defend. Gritted teeth looking up, but one punch ended it. The fist stained red with blood. Lee Sung-min stared in horror. Pulled the hand out of Lloyd, kicked the body hard, shouted, Not bad! Managed to land a cut on me. Lee Sung-min watched the friend get murdered, face going dark, recalled happy memories together. Lloyd's just a cold corpse lying there now. Screamed in rage. Jian charged in, looking down with contempt. What? Gonna do something? Gotta understand what happens to classless losers messing around in this damn world. Power is everything. Trust no one. That trash lying there would be betrayed you eventually anyway. John kicked Lee Sung-min's leg hard, shouting. True enough. Raised a fist, snarling. Why even talk to you? Die! A massive boom echoed. Lee Sung-min got punched straight into the wall. John walked over, smug. Blocked it again, nice weapon. Kicked the face hard, arrogant tone. Let's see that. Held the weapon, impressed. Lighter than expected. Mithril? Didn't notice the gem on the magic armor soaking up the blood. John stared, surprised as the weapon started glowing. The magic armor slowly appeared on Lee Sung-min's body. The guy jumped back fast, panicked. What the hell? That decorative armor is merging with the kid? Magic armor? Lee Sung-min's body started changing, getting bigger, radiating powerful dark energy. Panicked. What is that? Don't know this huke energy, but looks dangerous. Lee Sung-min's face was dark, then snapped back to reality. Standing face to face, the guy threw a punch, demanding answers. What was it? That huke energy just now, what was that? Why'd it suddenly vanish? Do it again. Let us see it. Thought you got some artifact upgrade. Lee Sung-min panicked. That's what I thought. What gives? Neither internal energy nor strength changed at all. Jian looked on with contempt. Guess struggling to dodge like that was tough work. Just die. Gritted teeth, furious. Damn it. Seeing Lloyd's body lying there alone made the hatred burn hotter. Damn it. The fist came flying again. Suddenly, Prescan stepped up to them. Using Iron Fist? Nice stuff. Even as a substitute, still has a big weakness though. John threw a punch at Prescan. Smirked, still trying to resist? Interesting. Plus, the soul's causality is bent. Lee Sung-min panicked, six senses honed over time, screaming danger. That'll make a good sacrifice. Don't fight this huke mage. Baron and Ujin rushed down in a panic. Huge noise coming from here. What's happening? Panicked. That the huke mage, master of the dungeon? Prescan pointed at them. Baron screamed, Rick, danger! Everyone run! Dark magic shot straight at them. Prescan pulled the hand back, calm as ever. Blocked and panicked. Baron's down, run! Path is cut off! The voice boomed. You were never meant to leave. Only got this far because I let it happen. Smugly bound Lee Sung-min in chains. Mood is great today. Caught a sacrifice way better than that chimera. Prescan shouted, Come on! The day the wish comes true isn't far off now. Rick Prescan. Battle ended fast. Ujin and the team charged. Prescan hit back with huke magic. The huke mage slaughtered everyone, even dozens of SS rank mercenaries. Baron, standing before a genius mage, got sliced in two instantly, body rolling on the dungeon floor. Even John got taken down easily. Lee Sung-min panicked, wondering, why is it like this? Thought this life would be different. Thought I wasn't a bug anymore. Changed, sinking into memories, doubting everything. Saw Lloyd's cold body on the ground, full of regret, blaming self, still just a bug. Lee Sung-min slowly woke up. Panicked, realizing body is hanging. Prescan spoke up. Awake? Welcome to the workshop. Struggled in panic. The voice rang out. Don't waste energy. Can't break those chains. Prescan smiled smugly, voice soft. Sounds weird, but I want to become a woman. Women are amazing. Can do things countless alchemists couldn't do in a lifetime. That's why I'll do anything to become one. But in the end, total failure. I got desperate. Dove straight into dark magic, trading my soul and flesh just to live forever. Figured with infinite time, the answer would show up eventually. And guess what? I found it. Even if I can't birth life, I'll do whatever it takes to create it. Yeah, exactly. I want to play God. Sung-min heard that and went pale as a ghost. The guy stepped up, voice booming. Today is a damn good day. That karma-loaded monster I met back then untouchable. But if I use a punk like you, someone drowning in bad karma as a sacrifice, I might actually get what I want." He grabbed Sungmin-'s face, muttering some weird, creepy spells. Sungmin-'s eyes went wide, totally freaking out. Preskin looked like a straight-up blood-soaked demon. Every chant stabbed right into Sungmin's brain, dragging them both into some twisted dimension. Sungmin gritted teeth in pain. Preskan shouted, "I offer this sacrifice!" Sungmin was gasping for air, terrified. Then a giant eye looked down and actually spoke. Preskin froze, totally shook. "Wait, what the hell? This can't be real. How is that voice actually talking back? That's impossible!" Preskin screamed. The dimension started fading. Sungmin, finally free from that crushing weight, kept gasping. The Lich muttered, confused, "Hey, did it just reject the sacrifice?" Furious, he choked Sungmin. Preskan roared, "Who the hell are you? Why did the Demon King say no? Your soul is trash, it should be perfect for a sacrifice. So why'd you get rejected?" Sungmin panicked. "How should I know?" The Lich yelled, "What kind of freak are you? I gotta see your memories. Show me everything." Hot blood burst from Sungmin's eyes. When he woke up, the Lich was gone. Lee Sungmin was just glad to be alive. Then boom, dropped into pitch darkness. The grinding noise was tearing his eardrums apart, so loud, and faces started popping up everywhere. Even saw Preskin clearly. Sungmin ground his teeth in pain, visions of his friends dying playing on loop. His body felt like a cicada shedding its shell. Some gross thing tore out of his back. The buzzing stopped after he beat the chimera ogre. Back in reality, he could move again. Sungmin stood up, totally lost in the dark. It wasn't his past life memories saving him. It was the sheer grit of a third-rate mercenary fighting to survive. Survival instincts from before and the promise he made. His friends all told him one thing. "Don't die," he muttered, stone-faced. "I'm not gonna die." He was used to this crap. At first, he'd just dwell on the past. Regret, shame, torture feelings he only let himself have after coming back to life. "Dunno who you are, but can you hear me?" Sungmin was confused. "Sound transmission? No telepathy?" He whispered. "Who are you? Why are you in my head?" The voice answered right away. "I am Lloyd, master of the Gold Tower. I am way down below you." Like a rock hitting water, the memories from Lee Sungmin's past life came flooding back. He remembered. Lloyd, the Gold Tower Master. The guy vanished in the past life. Looks like this is when it happened. Sungmin asked, "What do you want?" He replied, "Need your help. I'm hurt bad, can't even move. Get me out of here." Sungmin got serious. "What about that Lich?" Lloyd said softly, "Lich? You mean Preskan? He bailed." Sungmin was suspicious. "You mean it's safe down there?" The guy sounded smug. "Enemies are all gone." Sungmin just didn't get it. "How do I know you ain't lying?" Lloyd promised. "I swear on my mana. If I'm legit and you save me, I'll pay you back big time." Lee Sungmin paused for a sec, then whispered, "Fine." He stepped into the dark cave. Lloyd called out, "Lucky you showed up when you did." Lloyd, the Gold Tower Master, the Great Mage. "I tried reaching out when I heard noise in the dungeon, guess I got lucky." He scanned the area, checking the battle scars. Suddenly, Sungmin froze. His blood ran cold. He stared at John's body. "Lloyd, what the hell happened here?" The mage replied, "Doesn't matter right now. Just help me, hurry. I'll explain the details later." Sungmin looked up and sighed. "What do I gotta do?" Lloyd pointed forward, shouting, "Get me out of this dungeon." He was pointing at a huke heart still beating. "Destroy that thing," Lloyd ordered. Sungmin walked up, confused. "A heart? What is this weird crap?" Lloyd sounded clueless. "I don't know. Preskan made it. It's dangerous, okay? Just destroy it." Sungmin raised his weapon. "Got it." He stabbed the heart, but a shield blocked the hit. The heart, it felt alive. It swallowed Sungmin whole, dragging him inside while he panicked. Sungmin kept falling through that weird space. The magic on his spear was still buzzing when he stopped. The huke heart. It was inside his chest now. "You have obtained the huke heart." Hours after leaving Sungmin, Preskin woke up in a panic. The Lich stumbled away, trying to hide. "That guy," he gasped. What the hell was that? Preskan used mind-breaking magic on Lee Sungmin, but somehow it backfired. He couldn't figure it out. Why did only the memory-reading magic backfire? Even the Demon King refused to take that kid as a sacrifice. Damn it, what a mess. I used way too much mana. Preskan saw the mercenary corpses lying around. His huke heart pounded and he walked over, grinning. "Guess I gotta use you lot to recharge." John was lying there, eyes rolled back white. The old mage's voice kept begging. "Stop!" His body withered away. "Stop!" Preskan dropped the dried-up corpses. Much better. He glanced at John and shouted, "Cute! Pretending to be asleep, huh?" John bit his lip in panic, staying silent. The Lich lifted him up. Already broke free from the binding magic? Strong kid. John panicked. You gonna turn me into one of them? Prescan smirked. Nah, you seem useful. I'll keep you. The lich mused. Yeah, with your soul, it might work. Lloyd appeared out of nowhere, cutting him off. Might work for what? What's the plan? Still doing that sick research? Prescan panicked. Lloyd shouted, 10 years! Finally found you! The lich backed away, terrified. You leech! Still chasing me? Lloyd grinned. Yep, and you look like trash. Hurt bad, aren't you? Sweet, that actually works out perfectly. Gonna make things way easier. First, I'll smash your body to bits, then take my sweet time finding the life vessel. Basically, that little trinket holds the lich's entire life force. As long as it's safe, that guy literally cannot die. Then Jian comes running over, looking all hyped. Master Lloyd, you're the Archmage of the Gold Tower, right? Let me team up with you. I want to help out. Lloyd gets all serious and goes, sorry buddy, but with your skills, you'd be totally useless. Quit loitering and get lost. Meanwhile, Preskin is freaking out like, oh my god, what the hell is wrong with today? First, the Demon King rejects the offering. Now this monster shows up at the front door. Then he remembers his two huke hearts and tells himself, guess there's no other choice. It's not totally perfect yet, but this dark magic starts swirling all around him. Lloyd panics, yelling, what is that? That magic power, what kind of abomination did you create? Preskin looks super smug. See this? This is everything I've ever wanted, the result of all my research, the ultimate being. Suddenly his body just explodes and this naked figure is standing there. Lloyd freezes, just staring at it. It's Anna, rising from the ashes. Preskin gets all serious. The heart and body aren't perfect yet, but I've still got one heart left. I'll use this unfinished masterpiece to get out of this mess first. I'll save the last heart to make it perfect later. Lloyd screams in rage. You're just a monster! I'm taking you down right now! A dragon manifests from Lloyd's mana. Preskin instantly barks an order. Kill him now! And hurls the dragon straight at the guy. Aini just stands there, totally chill. The moment the magic hits her, boom, it shatters. Lloyd is freaking out. Did she just nullify my magic without even casting a spell? Preskin as gloating. Perfect. Now I just need to. Suddenly she makes a noise. He's like, yes, I am your father. But she just whispers, I am hungry, so hungry. A blast of power shoots straight at John. He freezes for a second, then blood starts oozing from the center of his chest. And just like that, the strongest mercenary captain in Behen City couldn't do a single thing to stop it. That girl ripped his heart out instantly, and he dropped dead. Then things got absolutely insane. Lloyd turns pale hearing Aine frantically munching away. Prescan is laughing his head off, but as he looks at Aina, his brain is screaming one word, monster. Lloyd grits his teeth and makes a choice. He explains that the battle dragged on, but after that witch and Prescan tanked every spell he threw, he couldn't hold out and had to bolt. I was badly hurt and out of mana, so I had to leave the heart behind and hide. That S, basically the whole story. I gotta thank you again for saving my life, even though I totally passed out right after dumping everything on you. Then he thinks back to the huke heart. Lloyd says softly, I also want to thank you for destroying that disgusting heart. The kid just replies, just did what I had to do. Lee Sung-min is internally screaming, what the hell is inside my body right now? Lloyd thanks him and promises a reward, declaring, I'll give you anything you want as long as it's within my power. This was just some pointless experiment by the Archmage, but since I don't want anything right now, I'll save that favor for later. Lee Sung-min looks at him, sweating a little. If this guy knew I absorbed that heart, he'd probably kill me on the spot. Prescan used to be the master of the Huke Magic Tower, but he got executed for breaking the rules. The guy who did the deed? None other than Lloyd, the Gold Tower Master. After hunting him for 10 years, he finally got ambushed. In the previous life, I think he died in a cave because the initial raid happened a few months later than this, so he failed back then. But now someone who was supposed to die is alive because I turned back time. His eyes darken as the image of Lloyd pops into his head. A person who should have lived is dead. The sound of cicadas keeps torturing him. I've been a frog in the well for way too long. In my world, there was only one hero. Lee Sung-min thinks of the others, but to them, everything out there is just another weak monster waiting to be slaughtered. The sky I always imagined? Turns out it was just the opening of the well. The real sky is way bigger than that. Lee Sung-min looks down, deep in thought, and wonders. I wonder how strong Ouiji Ho has gotten. Gotta admit it, I am just a larva right now. Didn't I figure that out back at Mount Mush? I'm not gonna give up just because I can't reach it yet. I'll crawl inch by inch until I can finally turn into a butterfly. Walking down the empty road, he asks himself, but how do I do it? Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out from behind. Lee Sung-min, can't believe I'm running into you here. Kim Jong-hyun chirps up happily. I heard most of the raid team got wiped out, but looks like you made it back in one piece, huh? The kid turns around, whispering, Kim Jong-hyun? He looks the kid up and down, impressed. That armor is a serious masterpiece. Mind if I take a look? Lee Sung-min agrees immediately. Sure. I've got questions anyway. Jong-hyun starts answering everything one by one. Question 1. What is this armor? It's a tool for forced contracts. It connects you to transcendent beings like the Demon King. The kid freaks out. What? Jong-hyun calmly continues. This is demon armor. It skips the formal paperwork and forces the user into a slave contract. Lee Sung-min is confused. A slave contract? The guy answers like it's no big deal. Picture a third-rate martial artist who has the potential to be a grandmaster. If they put on the demon armor, that potential wakes up and they become a top-tier fighter. But the catch is, when they die, their soul belongs to the Demon King. Doesn't matter what the user wants, that's the deal. Lee Sung-min replies quietly, Okay, back to question 1. Nothing happened when I put the armor on. He rubs his chin, looking intrigued. Then there are 2 possibilities. 1, you've got 0 potential to awaken. Or 2, you've already signed a contract with a master even stronger than the armor's owner. I'm betting on the second one. Any idea who that might be? The kid looks confused. Why did the Demon King of Fear reject you? Jong-hyun points at him calmly. Well, if the contract didn't go through, you're totally safe using the armor. It's got tons of useful magic engraved on it. The demon armor detaches from Lee Sung-min's body and shrinks into a bracelet. Jong-hyun says, you can just wear it like that normally. When it's time to fight, pump some mana or internal energy into it, and it'll turn back into armor. Lee Sung-min asks the next thing. Question 2. Preskin tried to sacrifice me to the Demon King of Fear. Jong-hyun gets deep in thought. The Demon King of Fear is a transcendent being on a whole other level. He can sow absolute terror. It intimidates anyone with a lower level just by staring him down. Truth is, you stayed sane facing that thing. Or maybe a monster that strong just decided to accept you. Get it now? The room went dead silent. Lee Sung-min asked, sounding suspicious, "'Cause my soul is higher level than the Lord of Terror?" That guy laughed it off. Can't answer that. Feel like I'd get hurt just by saying it. Sung-min's blood ran cold. Confused, the guy said, "Actually, I absorbed this weird monstrosity into my body." Dong-hyun looked skeptical. The huke heart? Preskin's work, right? Honestly, not sure. Can't feel any energy from it. But Preskin did research the ultimate life form. If that heart's his creation, it might give you results on a totally different level than that demon armor. Sorry, can't really explain more than that. But hey, maybe the gods could tell you more. Sung-min remembered the advice. If you want answers, go to Dramu and find Denir, the deity of time. Just wondered if that time deity, Denir, could actually answer the question. Sung-min stood up politely. Thanks, that's super useful. Dong-hyun grinned. No sweat. Come find me whenever, cause I really like you. That look gave Sung-min the creeps. Closed the door, head spinning. The chat with Kim Jong-hyun cleared up a lot of stuff, but also raised way more questions. Time to hit Dramu. Scarlet kicked the guy hard and yelled, "Lee Sung-min, I told you not to get involved in crap like this." Clutching a throbbing head, Sung-min panicked. "Scarlet, aren't you a mage? Why the hell do you have to kick me every time we meet?" She got serious. "If I used magic, you'd be dust by now. Nothing good comes from messing with that girl." Sung-min lowered his voice. "I got a few questions." Scarlet snapped back. "Then ask me. How dare a brat like you tease me?" Sung-min blinked. "Scarlet, how old are you anyway?" Scarlet instantly raged. Dragging him along, she hissed, "Listen, kid, never ask a woman that." Confused, Sung-min thought, "Guess she's way older than she looks." She shouted, "Heard you were the only survivor of that raid. You okay?" Remembering Lloyd, Sung-min muttered, "I'm fine." Scarlet noticed the gloomy expression and softened up. "So, what's the plan?" Sung-min answered, heading to Dramu. "Got stuff to do there." Scarlet cheered up. "For real? Then let's roll together." After hearing Lee Sung-min was heading to Dramu, Scarlet decided to tag along. Hands behind her head, Scarlet acted casual. "Huh? I got business in Dramu too. Since we're both going, isn't it better to have someone to talk to on the way?" She shot a sharp look at Lee Sung-min. "Why, you don't want to?" Under that glare, the guy jumped and stammered, "No way, I'd love to." Lee Sung-min was sweating bullets, thinking, "Actually, I'm not happy at all. Not that I hate hanging out with Scarlet. She's a genius with special magic, founded the Heiress School and gonna own the Red Tower soon. Being friends with someone like that is a solid idea." Sitting in the inn, Lee Sung-min kept thinking, but why is everyone so friendly? What if everyone I've met isn't drawn to me, but something standing behind me? All these relationships just lies. Lloyd's death wouldn't have been in vain if he'd just joined the attack. Thing is, I've got zero proof for that, just a hunch. But if I really do have something like that, Scarlett's definitely tagging along for that exact reason. If something happens and she ends up like Lloyd, I'll never forgive myself. That's why I don't want her coming with. Thoughts drifted back to the dungeon. When I saved Lloyd and grabbed the huke heart, I searched a body, figured a suspicious guy like that would keep the good stuff on him. What I found was crazy. Lesser elixir, greater elixir, and Shaolin's secret arts. Totally priceless items. Back in reality, holding the pill, Sung-min swallowed it without a second thought. Lesser elixir, no matter how worried I am, gotta get stronger first. Just need to circulate the energy. After popping the pill, Lee Sung-min sat on the bed to channel it. But weirdly, nothing happened. Jumped off the bed to check the body. Lee Sung-min wondered, what the hell? Don't feel any different. Usually with something like a lesser elixir, energy wraps around the body. Thinking about it, Lee Sung-min got pissed. Is it a fake? Then suddenly, a pink light glowed from the stomach area. Seeing that glow, Lee Sung-min looked down, startled. Finally, the answer came. Conclusion? Internal energy just skyrocketed. The lesser elixir wasn't fake. Usually, energy spills out, and you gotta circulate it fast to make it yours. Watching energy flood the whole body, Lee Sung-min stood frozen, thinking, but I didn't even lift a finger, yet absorbed all the elixir's power? Looking at an arm wrapped in energy, the thoughts kept coming. Absorbing a tiny bit is hard enough, but looks like I took in everything. Lee Sung-min was shook. What just happened? Could it be? Thinking of the huke heart, eyes drifted to the box on the table, walked over and picked it up. Greater elixir. Lee Sung-min took a gamble and swallowed that one too. Immediately, energy way more intense than before wrapped around. Yet somehow he absorbed it all. I can handle the energy from both the lesser and greater elixirs. I am basically on par with a peak master in terms of raw power. Thoughts went back to that black heart. How did I soak up all that power? Is this the huke heart's doing? Not 100% sure, but I am definitely gaining from it. Solved the energy shortage issue. Grabbing some training manuals, thinking gotta do something with these. Suddenly, Lee Sung-min had a brilliant idea. The next day, he went to see Scarlett to talk about something. After listening, she asked, "You're going to Brayden instead of Dramu?" Lee Sung-min nodded quickly, bowing like he really meant it. Scarlett Lear asks again, "Why do you suddenly change the destination?" Lee Sung-min answers immediately, "Cause I got the Shaolin Temple's secret technique. I want to give it back. Plus, the Shaolin Temple is in Brayden." Scarlett Lear doesn't get it and yells, "Are you nuts? Why give it back? Learn that stuff, then sell it." Lee Sung-min replies without hesitation, "Already learned it, but selling the Shaolin 100 Moves Divine Art retail doesn't pay squat. Streets are full of people selling secrets, so getting the real value is tough." Scratching his head shyly, Lee Sung-min continues, "That's why I'm returning it to Shaolin to claim the reward." Hearing this, Scarlett Lear has nothing left to argue. She snaps, "So that's the excuse for ditching me?" Lee Sung-min nods slightly, since business is the only reason. Before the sentence is even finished, Scarlett Lear cuts in. Excitedly, she says, "Wait, I actually have business in Brayden too." Lee Sung-min can't react fast enough. Huh? Seeing the confusion, Scarlett Lear reveals the plan. Actually, it's not work. Just want to see the world. City life isn't really the vibe. Prefer training in the mountains. Gonna settle somewhere nice after traveling a bit. Lee Sung-min goes wide-eyed, speechless. After a moment, thinking of Scarlett's messy past look, Lee Sung-min teases, "Planning to look like a hobo again?" Scarlett Lear screams, "I'm gonna beat your ass!" Before Lee Sung-min can slip away, Scarlett grabs a shoulder. "So we're going together, right?" Before Lee Sung-min can even speak, Scarlett grabs his head and forces a nod furiously. Acting it out. "You said yeah? Look at that nod. Don't you dare go back on your word." Finally letting go. Watching Lee Sung-min squat on the ground from dizziness, Scarlett continues, "So travel buddies it is." Lee Sung-min resigns. "I still gotta prepare though. Can we leave in a week?" Scarlett Lear beams instantly. "Yeah, sure. Need a week to sort my stuff out anyway." Lee Sung-min self-soothes. "Alright, gotta think positive. Having someone to talk to on the road is good, plus 2 people is way safer." Scene shifts to a dark forest where Aini is standing. Wearing a purple dress and barefoot, the girl suddenly stops. "You." In front stand Lee Sung-min and Scarlett Lear. All 3 stare at each other. Recognizing Aini, Lee Sung-min instantly blocks Scarlett. Aini raises a hand to cast magic. Speaking upon spotting the humans, the arm instantly morphs into long tentacles, weaving together into a ghostly hand with sharp claws. Staring at Lee Sung-min, Aina repeats, "So strange, you, who are you?" A moment ago, the dark forest didn't have a single soul. Prescan sits on a rock in the woods, thinking hard. Lloyd didn't expect him to be that strong. Barely survived that mess. Genius really fits monsters like him. Prescan looks at Aini sitting on the ground. "If I hadn't woken you up in time, I wouldn't have escaped him alive, kid." Seeing Aini not answering, Prescan calls again. "Hey, brat, On the second call, Aine finally looks back. The kid is sitting on the ground eating something. Prescon thinks, control must be glitchy since the wake-up was too rushed, not listening to orders. What's it eating? Aine shoots a glare that gives Prescan chills. But it won't hurt me. The obedient seal is working fine. Prescan walks over, wipes the kid's mouth with a sleeve and says, remember what I said? Just go to where you first opened your eyes and get my heart back. Aine just stands there looking blank. Seeing the blank look, Prescan keeps repeating, can you do it? You'll be back quick, right? Finally pointing a finger, he yells, fine, just go get it. Aine bolts instantly, running so fast the shoes fall off. Watching the girl disappear, Prescan thinks, where the hell is it going? Just running wherever it wants. Aine runs in a different direction, sensing something. Father said go somewhere else, but I feel something weird this way. Heart is pounding super hard. So weird. What is this feeling? Not comfy at all. Running until coming face to face with Lee Sung-min. That explains why Aine met Sung-min and Scarlet Lear in the forest. Aine asks, you who are you? Seeing the monster arm about to strike, Lee Sung-min stands frozen, eyes wide. Scarlet Lear sees the attack incoming and screams, idiot, what are you doing? Scarlet Lear quickly casts magic to block the hit. A loud boom echoes. Lee Sung-min stumbles back a few steps. Aine's monster arm gets burned by Scarlet Lear's fireball and retracts. Scarlet scolds, wake up, you want to die or something? Lee Sung-min clenches teeth, clutching chest. Sorry heart suddenly hurts. Looking at the terrifying form of Aine, Scarlet Lear asks, what the hell is that brat? Lee Sung-min doesn't answer. Mind is in total chaos. Is that Prescan's chimera? The thing Lloyd mentioned? Why is it here? To get the heart back? Remembering how it killed Dong Cheon in a split second, and how Archmage Lloyd barely survived fighting both it and Prescan. Lee Sung-min clenches fists, activating magic armor, thinking, can I actually do this? Imagining Scarlet Lear getting murdered right there, Lee Sung-min tells himself, no, I have to! Instantly entering combat mode, Lee Sung-min rushes Aine. The kid dodges every attack with speed. Lee Sung-min is already exhausted, sweat pouring down, panting hard. Catching Lee Sung-min off guard, Aine uses long tentacles to lift him into the air. Fighting off the tentacles, Lee Sung-min thinks fast. This brat, the attacks aren't following any normal pattern, and the punches are way harder than Chimera Aggress, holding the spear with shaking hands. If I don't boost internal energy with Alicia, I'm screwed. Lucky I got Sirius to lighten this armor. Can move way faster now. Seeing Lee Sung-min frozen there like a statue, Scarlet Lear screamed at him while casting a spell. Move your ass, you idiot! She blasted a wave of fire straight at Aine. The brat blocked it with those tentacle arms, scorching Scarlet Lear's fire immediately. The kid grimaced, gritting teeth in pain. Scarlet Lear hovered in the air, charging up another spell. Hurts like hell, huh? Bet that burns. I can tell you've got some serious magic resistance. Watching Aine's arm burst into flames as the kid clutched it in agony, Scarlet Lear kept talking. While you might be able to neutralize almost any magic attack, mine is a little special. She looks so smug, rambling on about her power. Normal magic resistance is useless against my stuff, because I added a mantra to turn it into my own secret art. If you don't want to turn into ash, then be a good little girl. Before she could finish, an attack came flying. Lee Sung-min jumped in just in time to save Scarlet Lear. They tumbled to the ground, staring at the spot that just got hit. Ground shattered, smoke rising everywhere. Lee Sung-min spoke up. Should we consider this me paying you back for helping earlier? Scarlet Lear replied, sure, whatever, it's fine. Pausing for a second, Lee Sung-min realized something familiar. Wait, could this be? Doesn't Aine's stance look just like the 100-step phantom fist? He remembered the old man saying this thing ate his heart. Lee Sung-min kept striking toward the front, thinking, don't tell me it absorbs the abilities of everything it eats? What a damn monster. Lee Sung-min kept struggling against Aine, but couldn't land a single hit on the kid. Suddenly, Aine rushed in with a slashing strike, and he raised the spear to block. Lee Sung-min thought he couldn't block the sword or counterattack. Suddenly, Aine stopped, got up close, and asked, I asked you a question. Why aren't you answering? In a flash, Aine got super pissed. She glared at Lee Sung-min and asked again, who the hell are you? Seeing the kid like that, Lee Sung-min was too scared to say a word. Out of nowhere, a giant fireball flew toward Lee Sung-min and Aine. Lee Sung-min leaned back to dodge just in time. It was Scarlet Lear casting a spell. Strange red runes floated around her. Looking at the flames, Aine's face was scorched by the fire. Scarlet Lear continued, you should thank your lucky stars I'm here. She pointed a finger at the kid, smirking. You mad? If you're mad? Aine got super triggered by that. She ground her teeth, glaring daggers at Scarlet Lear. Just as Aine was about to rush in and throw hands, something happened on the ground below. A magic hand grabbed tight onto her leg. Looks like it was some kind of spell from Scarlet Lear. Seeing that the kid couldn't move an inch, Scarlet Lear started pacing back and forth in front of her, taunting. If you think you can, Lee Sung-min seized the moment and rushed in, aiming to attack Aina. Realizing things were looking bad, Aina immediately jumped up, keeping her eyes locked on him. Turns out she jumped to slice off her own foot just to dodge Lee Sung-min's attack. Watching her do that, Lee Sung-min was totally shook. Did she seriously just cut off her own leg? Aina spun around in the air and slowly landed on the ground. Weirdly enough, the foot she just chopped off had already grown back. Seeing that, Lee Sung-min and Scarlet Lear were completely stunned. They looked at Anya, wondering how the heck she just regenerated a limb like that. Scarlet Lear scratched her head and started complaining. What kind of monster is this? Even the part I burned healed up. So annoying. Lee Sung-min, standing right next to her, shot back. Annoying? You're just now finding this annoying? Scarlet Lear twirled a lock of her hair and said, Anyway, even with that crazy regeneration, she's gotta have a limit. Everything has a limit. I figured it out after fighting her. If we attack at the same time, we'll have the advantage. I can keep crushing her hard. If this keeps up, her mana's gonna hit rock bottom and we'll win. Ayn heard exactly what Scarlet Lear said and flashed a twisted, creepy grin. Without skipping a beat, the brat blasted a pink magic storm straight at Scarlet and Lee Sung-min. Seeing that insane power, Scarlet Lear got serious. I take back what I just said. Watching Aina go berserk, Scarlet Lear yelled again, What the hell is that mana amount? We are in deep trouble. Before she could finish, the kid lashed out at Lee Sung-min with her tentacles. He got knocked the hell back. One hit from Ani, and Lee Sung-min was crawling in the dirt. Blood dripped down his face, and he screamed out in pure agony. Scarlet Lear panicked, seeing him writhing on the ground like that. You okay? When he didn't react, she screamed even louder. Don't you dare die, you hear me? Lee Sung-min forced himself up, coughing up blood, mumbling, I gotta change, and I did change. I changed myself and the world around me. That's who I became on Mush. But it ain't enough. My dream is way too big for me to reach. A worm can only crawl. If one step ain't enough, take 10, take 100. He thought of Ouiji Ho, remembering the days of grinding monsters until his skin was raw. And continued, I couldn't do it. I was satisfied with just one step. Mush? The truth is, I didn't leave just because I got the demon armor. I left because I hit a wall that was too damn high. In the end, I just wanted the easy way out. I used the armor as an excuse to bail. The price I paid for that decision was way too high. I'm useless and pathetic. That's why I gotta struggle. But I chose to run away. I shouldn't have done that. Lee Sung-min struggled to stand. His hands shook as he gripped the spear. So heavy. That familiar weight I haven't felt in forever. Static buzzing in his ears, he clenched his teeth, thinking of his friends. Ouiji Ho, that girl, Ouiji Ho. I want to stand right beside her. I want to change my fate. I don't want to die. Seeing Annie attacking, Scarlet Lear ducked to dodge, but Lee Sung-min just stood there, frozen in his own head. I have a dream way too big for a mediocre worm. I don't want to die. I definitely don't want to die. It's too hard for who I am right now. Thinking that, Lee Sung-min thrust his spear at Annie. If I'm going to wield a spear that's beyond what I deserve, I shouldn't just take one step. Inner energy started wrapping around the spear and Lee Sung-min's body. More! More! Even more! Lee Sung-min's spear slammed into Ainya's ghost arm. Boom! Her arm exploded instantly. His energy looked like it was going to swallow Anya whole. The kid screamed out, Who the hell are you? Sung-min pulled the spear out, vision blurring, voice shaky and weak. I'm Lee Sung-min. Anya, wounded and stumbling back, clutched a bleeding arm, blood dripping from the mouth. The kid stared at Sung-min and said, I'm Ina. Lee Sung-min kept the spear pointed right at the kid, totally on guard. Seeing that, Ina turned and bailed, ran straight into the deep woods without even a backward glance, leaving Lee Sung-min and Scarlet Lear standing there, totally stunned. Seeing Anya gone, Sung-min collapsed to the ground. Everything just faded to huke. Waking up, Sung-min was in a bed. Realizing this wasn't the usual room, the guy sat up. Scarlet Lear was in a chair reading, so Sung-min asked, Where am I? Scarlet Lear kept eyes glued to the book and just muttered, Awake, huh? Then slammed the book shut, looked over and said, Lucky you are not dead. You were out cold for 3 days. We were in a village nearby. I got a doctor and used some meds to fix up those external wounds. How's it feel now? Lee Sung-min looked down at the hands, wiggled a few fingers and replied, Seems okay to move. Suddenly, Scarlet Lear stood up, kicked Sung-min right in the body and shouted, What the heck? Don't push it, kid. You have any idea how many bones you broke? Lee Sung-min blocked the kick and shot back. I'm serious, Scarlet Lear questioned immediately. So what are you saying? That pile of broken bones just healed itself in 3 days? Lee Sung-min just stared silently at the fingers. The guy thought, Is this the huke heart's doing? Seeing no response, Scarlet Lear took off the glasses and sighed. You're hiding something from me, aren't you? What was that monster, kid? Seems like you know something. Getting no answer, Scarlet Lear leaned in close, emphasizing every word. If you know, spit it out. Don't keep secrets from me. Lee Sung-min, seeing Scarlet Lear wouldn't stop nagging, had no choice but to spill everything. After hearing the story, Scarlet Lear nodded. Got it. Huke Hart, huh? No wonder you kept chasing after that psycho Kim Jong-hyun. Lee Sung-min sat on the bed and nodded. Exactly. Scarlet Lear clasped hands behind the head and continued. So you survived hell and got some energy source packed with crazy power? I don't know if you're lucky or just cursed. Pausing a bit and seeing no reaction, Scarlet Lear added awkwardly, No, definitely lucky. If I hadn't tagged along, you'd be dead meat. Sung-min just replied with a, Yeah. Scarlet Lear didn't like that tone and stared daggers. What's with the attitude? Don't know how to say thanks? Lee Sung-min turned and asked, Why didn't you run? That situation was life-threatening. That kid was only after me. You could have bailed if you wanted. Why didn't you? Scarlet Lear's face darkened. Sounds like you re-asking why I didn't just let you die, huh? Lee Sung-min panicked, fearing a misunderstanding. It's not like that. Scarlet Lear stood up, walked away from the bed, and spoke slowly. Because I didn't want to. Also, have you ever been through a war? Lee Sung-min didn't get the point, but answered honestly, No. Scarlet Lear stood with back turned, playing with hair while speaking. Figured. Back when I was small, like a super cute kid, not hot like I am now. I don't know when or where it started, but a war just broke out. War is brutal. It wiped out everything precious, the hometown I was born in. Saying this, Scarlet Lear flashed back to childhood memories. The village was reduced to rubble. Scarlet Lear continued, along with everyone important to me. It's really hard to get used to that feeling of loss. That's why I never tried to get close to anyone. Scarlet Lear suddenly turned, looked straight at Lee Sung-min, and laughed. But what was I supposed to do? It happened right in front of my face. I couldn't just leave you there. You're making that I know everything face right now. You've lost someone too, right? Walking closer to the brooding Sung-min, Scarlet Lear spoke softly. Stop worrying about that useless crap. I'm not gonna die. I survived a war, and every other hardship life threw at me. I'm lucky like that. Lee Sung-min thought back to Anya's monstrous arm, which almost took Scarlet Lear out, while the girl just stood there. Sung-min asked, Didn't you almost die just now? Scarlet Lear shot back. I still had an ultimate move up my sleeve, okay? Even if you didn't block that, I would have survived. You always go solo because you're scared people following you will die, right? As your senior, let me give you some advice. Scarlet Lear pointed a finger right in Lee Sung-min's face. If you don't want to lose important people, then get stronger. I mean really strong, so you never end up in a mess like that again. Because that is exactly what I am doing. Lee Sung-min gave a wry smile at the advice. Who doesn't know that? Scarlet Lear replied calmly. That's the only answer. But you're feeling better now, right? Lee Sung-min replied. Yeah. Hearing that certainty, Scarlet Lear relaxed a bit. Seems you get what I'm saying, so I'm out. Rest up. We head to Breden tomorrow. As Scarlet Lear walked away, Lee Sung-min quickly said, Thank you. Scarlet Lear waved a hand. Don't mention it. Alone in the room, Sung-min gripped the dagger, falling into deep thought. Get stronger. I know that too. At that last moment, the energy coming from my spear tip was enhanced. Right, I don't need to think about useless crap, I'll keep getting stronger. The next day, Lee Sung-min and Scarlet Lear arrived in Breden. Scarlet Lear cheered, Finally made it! Breden. Walking down the street, Scarlet Lear couldn't stop checking everything out. It was all so new. First time I've been to a city in the Central Plains. Lucky we didn't get jumped again after last time. Scarlet Lear patted Lee Sung-min's shoulder and asked, So, what's the plan first? Not heading straight to Shaolin, are we? Lee Sung-min replied. Haven't decided yet. Scarlet Lear suggested, Since we're here, want to rest a bit or grab some grub? Lee Sung-min nodded in agreement. Sure. They walked into a diner, and a server greeted them. Welcome. As they sat down, Scarlet Lear couldn't wait and asked immediately, So what are we eating? Lee Sung-min just gave a blank stare and replied, Not sure. Scarlet Lear rubbed a chin and thought, Dunno what to eat. Never grabbed grub in the Central Plains before. Also got no clue how to deal with those scumbags. Two creeps upstairs are staring right at us, acting super shady. Hearing that, Lee Sung-min whispered, Scarlet, you feel it too? Scarlet Lear shot back like it was obvious, duh. Since the second we walked in, those guys have been checking us out from head to toe. How could I miss it? Scarlet Lear scowled and continued, What's their deal anyway? It's super annoying. Lee Sung-min took a guess. Probably 'cause of me. Scarlet Lear looked confused. Say what? Seeing the confusion, Lee Sung-min had to explain. When martial artists hit max level, they usually trigger a foundation reversal. It's a deep inner power others can't see. Hearing that, it clicked for Scarlet Lear. Even though Lee Sung-min met one of the conditions to become a supreme martial arts master, Through self-strengthening energy, the other conditions are missing. So not exactly a full-blown supreme master yet. Snapping out of it, Scarlet Lear said to Lee Sung-min, "So your inner power is overflowing and attracting those annoying flies?" One of the guys upstairs heard that. The dude yelled, "What did you say? Flies?" The guy, named Seok Min, looked down from the second floor. Winking at Scarlet Lear, the creep teased, "Such a pretty lady saying such nasty things. Wait, does talking trash make you feel hotter?" Scarlet Lear gave a look of pure disgust and snapped, "What the hell are you babbling about? You moron, do you eat crap for breakfast?" Hearing the insults, Seok Min just laughed it off, rubbed a hand over the head and said, "Every rose has its thorns, huh?" Scarlet Lear shouted back, "Shut it! Did you overdose on romance dramas for over 180 minutes? Pointing at the guy upstairs, the yelling continued. "Hey, begging you here, can't you just zip it and eat your food? Every word out of your mouth makes me want to end you right now. I'm barely holding back." Hearing that, veins popped out on Seok Min's face and neck. Seeing that, Lee Sung-min calmly said, "Think the guy is pretty pissed." Scarlet Lear looked over with a mocking vibe. "For real?" Seok Min drew a sword, face red with rage. "I'll give you one chance to take back those insults right now." Scarlet Lear remained stubborn. "Nope, not gonna happen." Calling out from below, "If I don't take it back, what are you gonna do, idiot?" The moment the words dropped, Seok Min dove from the second floor, swinging the sword. Scarlet Lear screamed, "So scary! Sung-min, save me!" Lee Sung-min watched the attack, eyes narrowing to assess. First-rate martial artist level? Seriously, why pick a fight like that? Before Lee Sung-min could move, someone blasted Seok Min, making the guy yelp. Lee Sung-min frowned, not having seen exactly what happened. "What the?" A stranger landed and spoke up. "Why act so rude in an inn, huh?" Tossing 2 coins, the stranger continued, "Can't read the room either. How dare you challenge someone stronger?" Seok Min lay pathetic on the floor with a lump on the head, a coin resting nearby. Seeing this, Lee Sung-min thought, "A coin? Taking down a first-rate martial artist with just a coin?" Lee Sung-min pushed the thought aside and asked, "Who are you?" The man opposite clasped hands politely. "Sorry for cutting in, but it's awkward for me if someone dies in the inn. I'm Namgung Hee-won, of the Namgung clan, top rising star. The Dragon's Sword, Namgung Hee-won." Scarlet Lear snapped fingers, confirming it. "The clan with all those super strong masters, right?" "Namgung Hee-won," Lee Sung-min spoke up upon hearing the name. "Actually, I wasn't planning to kill the guy." Namgung Hee-won waved a hand. "I know. Mind if I sit with you two?" Scarlet Lear rested a chin on a hand, teasing, "If you're paying. Isn't the Namgung clan loaded?" Namgung Hee-won just chuckled. "Sure." Noticing the staring, Lee Sung-min asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Namgung Hee-won kept staring. "Can I ask your age?" Lee Sung-min replied, 18. Namgung Hee-won got excited. "Only 18 and nearly a supreme martial arts master? That is seriously impressive. Didn't he expect that kind of talent? Maybe you re the minor heavenly demon, Ouiji Ho?" Lee Sung-min, who was drinking water, immediately spat it all out. Lee Sung-min lowered the head, embarrassed. Across the table, hearing that name, Scarlet Lear's face went totally dark. Namgung Hee-won kept rambling. "You are not? With your skills, that's the only person I could think of." Sung-min looked up. "Do you know the minor heavenly demon?" Scarlet Lear stood up, about to climb over the table. The two guys didn't notice. Namgung Hee-won replied calmly, "He's super famous. Only 3 masters in Eria get called Heavenly Demon. The Blood Heavenly Demon Byuk, the Crazy Heavenly Demon Byuk Wol, and the Minor Heavenly Demon Ouiji Ho. Because of the name, people think he's weaker than the other 2, but that's not true." Before Namgung Hee-won could finish, Scarlet Lear jumped up and kicked Lee Sung-min right in the head. The girl was purple with rage. Seeing this, Namgung Hee-won started sweating and stammering. "So, you're not the Minor Heavenly Demon? There's a rumor the Minor Heavenly Demon is a woman." "In that case, someone the same age as the Minor Heavenly Demon with amazing skills, who are you?" Lee Sung-min lifted a head, still nursing a bump, and answered, "I'm Lee Sung-min." Hearing the unfamiliar name, Namgung Hee-won ventured, "Never heard of you." Before he could continue, Lee Sung-min cut in. "More importantly, do you know anything else about the Minor Heavenly Demon?" Namgung Hee-won shook his head. "Only what I just mentioned. If you want more details, just ask around. Rumor has it he's pretty brutal. Also, I want to challenge you to a duel." Lee Sung-min and Scarlet Lear froze and asked, "A duel?" Namgung Hee-won smiled innocently. "No bad intentions. I just like to test my skills when I see a strong martial artist." Lee Sung-min considered the offer. Combat experience with a strong opponent might help break through current limits. With that in mind, Lee Sung-min agreed without hesitation. "If it's just a friendly sparring match, then I'm in." Namgung Hee-won was super stoked when he heard the agreement. "This is gonna be fun, but just sparring is kinda boring, right? Let's bet on something." Hearing that, Lee Sung Min asked, "What do you want to bet?" Nam Gung Hyun continued, "How about something not too serious?" He started rambling, totally hyped up. Like the loser has to become the winner's little bro or something. With that decided, Lee Sung Min and Nam Gung Hyun headed out immediately. They got to a sparring arena. Nam Gung Hyun stood opposite with a sword and spoke up. "You ready?" Lee Sung Min replied, "I don't know if I can live up to your expectations." Nam Gung Hyun just chuckled, then instantly switched to combat mode. The whole vibe around him changed. "No more Mr. Nice Guy. You're too humble." Seeing Nam Gung Hyun like that, Lee Sung Min thought, the sword energy around him has completely changed. Truly the strongest of the next generation in the Namgung family from my past life. He's so strong, he's got to be at least a peak realm martial artist, a rare expert in this era for sure. Scarlet sat nearby watching them spar, yawning. Namgung Hyun unleashed a move, splitting into three figures holding swords at once. Lee Sung-min couldn't analyze the move yet, so he just calmly observed. "Weird footwork, if I just stand here gaping, I'm gonna lose my rhythm." Just then, Namgung Hyun unleashed the Shadowless Spirit Walk. First form. Without a word, Lee Sung-min charged in, striking straight at Namgung Hyun. Trackless step. Seeing Lee Sung-min move so fast, Namgung Hyun got excited to have a worthy opponent. Is he trying to break my footwork momentum with speed? Can't believe he's closing in this fast while wielding a spear. Namgung Hyun didn't waste words and countered. He knocked Lee Sung-min's spear aside and laughed. "I'm liking this." Lee Sung-min's spear instantly got sucked in and stuck to Namgung Hyun's sword. It stuck. Is this a technique that absorbs the opponent's energy? Lee Sung-min didn't expect to be put on the defensive. He gripped the spear tight, veins popping on his face, finally managing to tear it away from Namgung Hyun's sword. He jumped back a few steps, then they rushed back into a fierce clash. Namgung Hyun swung his sword down. 9 Heaven's Absolute Spear, first form. Seeing Lee Sung-min figured out the move, Namgung Hyun immediately switched it up. Death Point Soul Chasing Spear. Lee Sung-min was surprised by the speed. Did he just change the sword stance mid-move? Namgung Hyun stepped back, his sword hand trembling. If that was a real spear, the attack would have been brutal. He stopped, rested the sword on his shoulder and said, "If I keep going, it's gonna get dangerous. I don't plan on calling someone younger than me big bro." Lee Sung-min shot back. "Wasn't this match rigged in my favor from the start? Since you're older, even if I lose, I don't really lose anything," Namgung Hyun added. "But you're still gonna try your best, right? Because no martial artist wants to lose." By now, Scarlet had switched from sitting to lying down. She propped her head up, bored out of her mind. "Boring. Let's go already, wrap it up." The two guys were still yapping. Lee Sung-min heard Namgung Hyun and replied, "Obviously." Namgung Hyun charged at Lee Sung-min with his sword again. "All right then, let's keep going." They rushed back into their honor match. Namgung Hyun kept using that move to get close and suck in Lee Sung-min's spear, putting him on the defense. The sword stuck to the spear and wouldn't let go. Lee Sung-min looked troubled. It got sucked in again. Same move. He had to keep dodging attacks over and over without fighting back. He thought, "Damn it. I don't want to admit it, but his internal energy control is way better than mine. It's useless. Even if this is my best shot, I'll use the recoil force to detach the spear tip." Thinking that, Lee Sung-min immediately jumped high into the air. He thrust the spear straight down at Namgung Hyun. Instantly, Namgung Hyun used the 9 Heavens Absolute Spear, second form. Lee Sung-min used a move to split his internal force into multiple branches. Thunder Split Break. Both moves clashed, and Namgung Hyun's sword tip stabbed directly into Lee Sung-min's wrapped spear tip. Suddenly, the tip of Lee Sung-min's spear splayed out. Namgung Hyun's sword was instantly at Lee Sung-min's throat. No matter how fast your footwork is, or how many after images you leave, you still have one weakness. I just had to find it and aim straight for it. I win. Lee Sung-min lay on the ground and gave a bitter laugh. "I lost, big bro." Suddenly, Namgung Hyun pressed the sword closer to Lee Sung-min's neck. He gritted his teeth, veins popping, thinking he still had a long way to go. Namgung Hyun lowered the sword, reached out to pull Lee Sung-min up, and grinned. "But seriously, you are actually pretty strong." Lee Sung-min stood up slowly and replied, "I didn't even do much, and I already lost." Hearing that, Namgung Hyun shot back. "Nah, our skills aren't that different, both power and technique. Your spear arts are totally amazing. Compared to basic techniques, you did really well. Your high-level moves aren't bad either. I'm guessing you haven't had many chances to use them against other martial artists, right?" Lee Sung-min just lowered his head in silence, listening. "And you're still not used to controlling your internal energy. When our weapons clashed, you were kinda awkward and couldn't handle it." Saying that, Namgung Hyun suddenly threw an arm around his shoulder, smiling like a buddy. "I only won because I've got more experience. If you rack up more combat experience, you'll be able to fix that problem in no time." Anyway, we re-bros now. I was hoping you could come with me. Lee Sung-min didn't know where he wanted to go and asked innocently, "Go where?" Namgung Hyun answered without hesitation, "Shaolin Temple." Lee Sung-min was a bit surprised to hear that. "I'm actually heading there too." Realizing they had that in common, they started chatting excitedly. "For real? This match of ours is getting interesting." "Yeah, it really is." Just then, Scarlet woke up because they were too loud. She yawned and said, "You guys are so noisy. Is your boring fight over yet?" Seeing them suddenly acting all buddy-buddy, Scarlet didn't know what to say for a moment. What's up with them? Seriously not vibing with this. Scene shifts to a dark cave where some old monk is meditating. Suddenly, the old man speaks up. "I can feel it, it's coming. The god of chaos is approaching." As soon as they leave the arena, everyone starts gossiping about why Hyun-won is heading to Shaolin. Namgung Hyun tells the two, "Every year around this time, I go visit the Shaolin abbot, Master Bunjang, along with the brats from the other three big families." Hearing that, Scarlet Lear immediately starts talking smack. Ugh, what a loser. Lee Sung-min gets curious and asks, "Huh? But why do you gotta go every single year?" Namgung Hyun just keeps walking and answers like it's no big deal. "Just an old promise. I'll explain on the way." Lee Sung-min just replies with a chill, "Alright," but Scarlet Lear, totally different vibe. Her eyes go wide, jaw on the floor, thinking, "Wow, listen to this loser talk." So yeah, we all headed to Shaolin Temple together. After traveling for a bit, Lee Sung-min, Namgung Hyun, and Scarlet Lear finally arrive at Shaolin. A monk there sees the trio and gives them a super enthusiastic welcome. As they walk inside, they get the lowdown on the place. The Namgung, Jagal, Moyong, and Tang clans, they're all big shot families. Their heirs are all around the same age and basically equal in power. Scarlet Lear, walking in the back, gets totally blinded by this monk's shiny aura. She actually has to raise a hand just to shield her eyes from the glare. The monk stops in a courtyard, smiles, and goes on. The clan leaders wanted to form a united alliance, but the moment they started, everyone started fighting over who gets to be the boss. Their strength was too equal, so picking a leader was impossible. So they dumped the problem on the next generation. He looks at the three teens, standing there and continues. Sichuan poison butterfly Tang Ai. The Shaolin abbot, Master Bunjang, will act as the judge. From the Silver Dragon family, Juge Taeyong, and from the Snowflower Moyong family, Moyong Sejin. The abbot will decide who among the four heirs is fit to lead. Just as the monk finishes speaking, Namgung Hyun pipes up to greet his buddies. "You guys been waiting long? Hyun, one of the Dragon Sword clan, got held up by some stuff." Lee Sung-min stands there watching the four of them chat, thinking to himself that these are all big shots he heard about in his past life. Tang Ai steps up, points a finger at Hyun-won, and snaps, "Stuff happened? What kind of stuff makes us wait this long?" Then she spots Lee Sung-min and immediately switches targets. "That guy over there slowed you down, didn't he? Looking at him, your excuse actually makes sense." Hearing her trash talk his brother, Hyun-won jumps in. "That guy? Who are you calling that guy? Are your eyes broken or something?" Hearing Hyun-won clap back, Tang Ai glares furiously at Lee Sung-min. "What? You dare talk to me like that? Like she's gonna throw hands?" Hyun-won walks over, wraps an arm around Lee Sung-min's shoulder, and brags, "Don't you know? My little brother here is a swordsman about to hit the Supreme Realm before he's even 20. Tang Ai gasps, "Your brother? A swordsman that's skilled as your little brother?" Listening to them, Lee Sung-min starts piecing it together. "I get it. If he has a brother hitting the Supreme Realm at 18, it boosts his own status among the 4 stars of the great families." Tang Ai, Juge Taeyong, and Moyong Sejin all look surprised and a bit wary. Meanwhile, Lee Sung-min whispers to Hyun-won, "You wanted me to be your brother just for this?" Hyun-won whispers back, "Pretty much, since you already hit the supreme level. I mean, having you as my bro doesn't cost me a thing." "That's why you agreed to help me, isn't it?" Lee Sung-min sighs. "Yeah." Juge Taeyong, seeing them whispering, walks over and cuts in. "Hold up, how much longer are we gonna stall?" Hyun-won doesn't waste any more time. "Ah, right, let's roll." Before leaving, he turns back to Lee Sung-min. "We're gonna go see Master Bunjang. You can hang around here or whatever." Lee Sung-min hears this and figures he shouldn't get in their way. Sure. As Hyun-won leaves, Lee Sung-min catches a glimpse of Moyong Sejin. Just seeing her face makes his heart pound like crazy. Once the heirs of the 4 big families are gone, Mujzarisa. Scarlet Lear walks over, slaps Lee Sung-min hard on the back, and says, "Must be nice, huh? You lost the fight, but somehow became a reliable support anyway." Sung-min gets a bit annoyed at her mockery. "Cut it out!" But Scarlet Lear keeps teasing him. "You're so ridiculous." The monk who's been standing there the whole time finally speaks up. "Follow me. We've prepared a meal." Scarlet Lear nods. "Oh? Hope the temple food is actually decent. Inside a room, a voice rings out. I see. It's Scarlet and Lee Sung-min having a meal. Seeing how plain the food is, she complains. Temple food seriously? No meat? Lee Sung-min replies, it is a temple after all. Scarlet Lear picks up a piece of veggie, tosses it in her mouth and admits, actually, eating clean isn't half bad. Ignoring her, Lee Sung-min is busy thinking about returning the book he took from Ouiji Ho and heading back to Drav. Ishtwait. A young monk suddenly opens the door. Excuse me, the abbot wishes to see you. Lee Sung-min looks curious. He wants to see me? While following the young monk to a cave, Lee Sung-min wonders, the abbot is Master Bunjong, the guy they all went to see earlier. Why would he summon me? The young monk leads him down, bows, and takes off, leaving Lee Sung-min alone with his messy thoughts. I don't know much about Master Bunjong, never even heard of him in my past life. He fumbles through the darkness, unable to shake the thoughts. But I do know his title. Standing before Lee Sung-min is the eccentric Buddha. The moment the white-bearded abbot sees him, he speaks, I see, so you're the one loved by the god of chaos, huh? Lee Sung-min has no clue what that means, so he just asks, are you Master Bunjong? And the god of chaos, what are you talking about? The abbot replies, you are an immortal existence, far beyond human understanding. Lee Sung-min can't handle the suspense and presses him, what? Can you be a little more specific? Abbot Bunjong dodges the main question and says, impossible. If I explained it to you and managed to survive, I would have already transcended this mortal flesh and become a god. Hearing the abbot's words, an image of a girl flashes in Lee Sung-min's mind. Her eyes, nose, and mouth are all bleeding. He drops to his knees before Abbot Bunjong and asks, then where do I go to find the answer? Suddenly, a blast of cold air hits them, making Lee Sung-min shiver. What the hell? White mist slowly appears, swallowing them both up. The abbot stares right at Lee Sung-min and says, head north. 5 years from now, in the land of eternal ice and snow, you will meet someone important. He sees the entire figure. The old abbot busted out laughing, then just stopped. Dead silence. Feeling totally creeped out, Lee Sung-min started to ask, earlier? But the old guy cut him off instantly. Don't ask me. He cackled again and kept going. Didn't I already tell you? That soul inside this body, I don't remember a single thing about it. Hearing that, Lee Sung-min just froze. You serve the Buddha, but you've got a whole other soul inside you? Bunjong just answered casually. Why do you think they call me the eccentric Buddha, huh? I got no clue why that spirit suddenly decided to chat you up, but I'm guessing it already answered whatever you were wondering about. Speaking of which, you here to return that secret manual you swiped? Lee Sung-min placed the book on the ground. Seeing that, the old abbot piped up, you trying to score something else by returning what you stole in the first place? Huh? Didn't expect the old guy to call it out so perfectly. Lee Sung-min could only give an awkward laugh, not saying a word. Whatever. Abbot Bunjong pulled out some round pill-looking thing and tossed it over. I should still give you a reward. Here, the greater flow pill. Down the hatch. He immediately reached out and caught the pill. Thanks. Holding it in his hand, Lee Sung-min was totally shocked. Wait, what? The greater flow pill? You're giving me something this precious just for some mediocre martial arts technique? Hearing that, Bunjong got all serious. I gave it to you and you're still asking questions? Seriously? Just like Ouiji Ho said. Hearing that name, Lee Sung-min's mood instantly dropped. He asked the abbot, who, did you just say? Bunjong replied indifferently, you heard me the first time, why ask again? Lee Sung-min couldn't hold back and lunged toward the old man. Ouiji Ho, was she here just now? The abbot calmly said, I wonder. Before he could finish, Lee Sung-min cut him off, desperate. Please, just tell me. The abbot grinned and said, well, if you want to know that badly. Instantly, a young, ripped monk appeared behind Lee Sung-min. The abbot looked at the young monk and continued, then try fighting my brat here, the future of Shaolin Ji-hook. Without a word, Lee Sung-min rushed in to fight Ji-hook. After a brutal struggle, Lee Sung-min ended up sprawled on the ground, gasping for air. The young monk was still standing there, barely breaking a sweat. Lee Sung-min looked up, thinking bitterly, I lost. In his mind's eye, he saw Ouiji Ho looking at him with pity. Seems like you just keep losing, huh? Even though he'd trained for years and Scarlet Lear would definitely roast him if she found out. Lee Sung-min kept thinking, I'm so pathetic I can't even answer that voice in my head. When fighting Hwan, he lost, sure, but at least he landed a few hits. But with this guy, Ji-hook, it felt like he was just a brat being toyed with, and he'd never even heard this guy's name before. In this life or the last one, who the hell is he? Abbot Bunjong, still sitting there, called out to his little disciple. Ji-hook, what's the verdict? Ji-hook hesitated a sec, but finally answered his master. Honestly, he's lacking a lot. Ji-hook frowned, looking down at Lee Sung-min. Mostly experience. Even though the spear arts he learned are top tier, he can't bring out their full potential. Hearing the young monk critique him, Lee Sung-min struggled to sit up and listen. And he's amateur at controlling his internal energy. Seems like he can't fully handle that massive amount of power inside him. The old abbot stood up, leaned on his cane, walked over, and placed a hand on Lee Sung-min's head. The flow of chi in his body is totally out of whack. Hearing that, the kid asked, "Out of whack?" Bunjong kept his hand there and told him, "Yeah, it's actually pretty rare for things to get this messy. Let's have a look." Lee Sung-min panicked and tried to jump up. "Wait, what the hell are you doing?" Bunjong held him down tight. "Stay still, you cheeky little brat." Turns out he was tying his walking stick to one of Lee Sung-min's legs. When he finished, he happily told him, "All right, try walking now." Lee Sung-min snapped, "How am I supposed to walk looking like this?" The old abbot just slowly said, "Right, hard to move, isn't it? That is exactly the state your body is in right now. You're walking around in a complete freak anomaly." Watching Lee Sung-min struggle with every step, he started dropping some knowledge about the high-level martial arts the kid possessed. That stick represents the sudden spike in your internal energy. Your body hasn't adapted yet. Your conception and governor vessels? Totally blocked. Even if your knowledge and chi cultivation are through the roof, physically, the energy is trapped inside you. Useless. Lee Sung-min listened intently to the old man's words. He thought about how his internal energy spiked after eating that pill, and the knowledge he gained about high-level aura when he fought Ain. Lee Sung-min wobbled, losing his balance and face-planting forward, almost crashing into Ji-hook. Ji-hook dodged smoothly to the side. The abbot continued, "If both legs were even, you'd walk fine, no problem. But it's a nightmare if one leg is way too long." Lee Sung-min lifted his dirty face off the ground. "So what am I supposed to do?" The old abbot clasped his hands behind his back. "You gotta unclog the conception and governor vessels first. Once that's done, the chi will flow smooth as butter, and controlling your power will be a breeze." Lee Sung-min rushed to ask, "You mean I have to fix this body myself?" The abbot replied, "Yeah, opening those meridians? Piece of cake." The abbot turned to his disciple and ordered, "Ji-hook, from now on, I want you to help this kid figure out his martial arts." Ji-hook obeyed his master. "Yes, understood." The abbot turned back to Lee Sung-min and said, "Give it 10 years and he'll suffer chi deviation. If we don't help, that is. As a man of Buddha, I can't let that happen." Hearing those words, Lee Sung-min couldn't help but dwell on it. Chi deviation. Abbot Bunjong added, "One of my favorite brats came by here, asked me to teach you if you ever showed up. I'm talking about Ouiji Ho." By then, Lee Sung-min and Ji-hook had already left the abbot's cave. While walking, Ji-hook asked Lee Sung-min, "So, how do you feel after fighting me?" Lee Sung-min just turned to look at Ji-hook, lost in thought. They approached a pillar with 2 hanging lanterns. Lee Sung-min finally replied, "I think I got a little stronger." He told Ji-hook his story. "I became a top-tier martial artist after years of hellish training. Recently, I even had a breakthrough and could use high-level aura. But then I still lost to you and Ouiji Ho." Ji-hook glanced at him, smiled slightly, and tried to comfort him. "Don't you think you're overreacting a bit? At your age, it's super rare for anyone to reach this level. I think you just got bad matchups. That Ouiji Ho girl you mentioned is a literal genius, and me? I'm considered the future of Shaolin. Even if I'm not perfect, I've been trained by all the Shaolin masters since I was a baby. Plus, I've chugged like 10 of those greater flow pills." Hearing Ji-hook's story, Lee Sung-min had just one thought. Our starting lines were worlds apart. Then Ji-hook dropped a bomb, but I still couldn't beat the minor heavenly demon. Hearing that, Lee Sung-min asked immediately, "You fought her?" Ji-hook frowned, his gaze getting heavy. "Yeah, when she came to Shaolin." "Why did Ouiji Ho come to Shaolin anyway?" Lee Sung-min was thinking the exact same thing. Why was she here? Ji-hook explained that when Ouiji Ho arrived, she just announced, "I want to see Shaolin." He shared what he thought back then. Sounded super arrogant, especially coming from a 17-year-old girl, but I couldn't even lecture her because her presence was so overwhelming, everyone just had to accept it. Sparring with her was a total shock. I got crushed, way worse than when you lost to me. Hearing that, Lee Sung-min panicked. Just how strong is Ouiji Ho? The young monk looked at him and gave his best guess. "I can't even tell, cause I haven't reached that realm yet. Maybe she's beyond the pinnacle realm? You know her?" When Ji-hook asked, Lee Sung-min covered his mouth, answering shyly, "We friends." Then he put a hand on his chest, looking totally proud. "She's the goal I'm chasing." Ji-hook froze for a sec, then chuckled softly. "I get it now. No wonder you seem so stressed." Ji-hook looked at the staff in his hand and continued, "What you lack most is experience. You'll build that up slowly in the future. To get there, you gotta go through a ton of failure and despair. Hope you're ready for that." Lee Sung-min listened closely. He shifted into a combat stance, gripping his staff tight. Jihak, I am already used to despair. The two immediately rushed in to fight. While fighting Jihak, he thought, I'm used to feeling it, but it still sucks. Getting back up after failing isn't easy. Even if Ivy caught up a little, she's still way too far ahead. While I'm struggling just to take baby steps, Ouiji Ho is already soaring somewhere high above. Once again, Lee Sung-min lost to Jihak. Lying on the Shaolin grounds, his mind kept screaming about how weak he was. He pushed those thoughts aside and forced himself back up. He told Jihak, please, fight me one more time. After a whole afternoon, Lee Sung-min finally went back to his room, his face covered in bruises. He announced, I plan to stay at Shaolin for a while. Heo-won and Scarlet were playing cards. Seeing his pathetic state, they didn't even recognize him and yelled in unison, Who the hell is that? After hearing Lee Sung-min explain what happened that afternoon, Heo-won was totally shocked. He ran over and shouted, What? You sparred with Jihak? Lee Sung-min answered innocently, yeah, he's really strong. Hearing that, Heo-won clenched his fists, veins popping as he gritted his teeth. Master Bop Jong, that rotten old man. He dared to ignore my request. Lee Sung-min sat down cross-legged and asked, Who is Jihak anyway? Seriously? He's strong, but I've never heard of him. Heo-won just sighed at the question and started explaining. Well, not surprising. While the 4 great families, including Namgung, are famous across Eria, we still can't compare to the 10 great sects. It's kinda embarrassing for me to say this myself. The 3 top rising stars of the Orthodox faction are Jigun of the Ba sect, Cheonmyeong of Wudang, and Jihak of Shaolin. The masters of each sect focus all their energy on training them. They are secret weapons who never leave their sects. That's why this is the first time you've heard of him. Heo-won finished explaining, then lazily asked, So, you staying at Shaolin? Too bad, I was planning to take you back to the Namgung clan. He just replied, I'll come find you later. Heo-won, sitting next to Scarlet, looked at him with high hopes. I'm really looking forward to that day. I visit Shaolin every year anyway. Scarlet heard Lee Sung-min's plans and spoke up too. I guess I have to say goodbye here as well. Even though he was a bit surprised, Lee Sung-min asked, Scarlet, you're leaving too? Where to? Scarlet just winked at him. Crossing her arms confidently, she said, I'm thinking of wandering around without any specific destination. Staying here is fine, but it doesn't feel like I'm actually training. If I keep staying, I won't gain anything, so I'm heading out. As she spoke, she leaned in and poked him playfully. Lee Sung-min was caught off guard and fell flat on the floor. Scarlet burst out laughing. You're sad, aren't you? You don't want to be apart from this beautiful, cool mage friend, do you, you little jerk? Lee Sung-min hugged himself because it tickled, screaming, Ah, cut it out! Scarlet looked at him trembling on the floor with affectionate eyes and said, Seriously though, you're such a weakling. You went through a whole day of harsh training, and you still let yourself get beaten up everywhere. Seeing how fierce she was, Heo-won just sat frozen in the corner, hugging himself. Scarlet kept Lee Sung-min pinned to the floor. I wonder where you'd end up dead if I wasn't around. Lee Sung-min didn't open his eyes, just replying calmly. I'm gonna train hard, so that won't happen. Scarlet replied calmly. Oh, good then. This was the first time Lee Sung-min had seen her act like this, so he was a bit confused. Then Scarlet put a red bracelet on his wrist. Lee Sung-min asked, What's this? Scarlet explained, It's a bracelet linked to my soul. No matter where you are, if I want to see you, this bracelet will send a signal. I gave one to Baek Sogo too, but I never thought I'd give you one. Scarlet had an identical bracelet on her wrist. She raised her hand and smiled at him. Train hard. Next time you have to be the one to save me, got it? Don't be a pushover, getting beaten by everyone anymore. Lee Sung-min sat up, adjusted the bracelet, and answered gently, Okay. Seeing how close they were, Heo-won sat there thinking about himself and Moyoung Se-jin, feeling a bit bitter, so jealous. The next day at the Shaolin Gate. All right then, Scarlet and Heo-won were leaving. She waved goodbye. See you later. Lee Sung-min stood in the courtyard watching them fade into the distance. He was about to wave goodbye when suddenly, the image of his own death flashed in his mind, leaving him stunned. The image vanished just as fast. He quickly called out to Scarlet, Why are you treating me so well? Hearing him call, Scarlet turned back to look. She hesitated for a split second, thinking, Now you're wondering why I'm being nice? She saw Lee Sung-min standing there seriously, waiting for her answer. Scarlet Lear scratches that messy head, looking totally annoyed. Hesitating a bit, words come out, Pretty sure we've covered this ground before, only saying it because someone looks worried sick. Speaking of yeah, don't ask why, but been drawn in since day one. Do-jun said the same thing. Weird, right? Like was said earlier, usually don't bother getting cozy with people, yet here we are. Kinda seem to help it. It's freakishly weird, but pausing there, Scarlet Lear flashes a grin and keeps going. Traveling together turns out, someone is actually a pretty decent human being. Maybe not special, maybe totally boring, but seeing that hard work, it's encouraging. Plus, fun to smack around, and loyal too. Feels like the type who'd never stab a friend in the back. Besides, pretty easy on the eyes. Hearing Scarlet Lear say that, Lee Sung-min finally relaxes a bit, letting out a goofy laugh. Seeing Lee Sung-min grinning like that, Scarlet Lear points a finger yelling, "What the hell? What? What's so funny? Try living in a demon tower with some wrinkled old geezer. Then maybe the frustration would make sense. So stop acting like a total loser and keep that head up. It's actually really kind, well, at least when avoiding a beating." Lee Sung-min hears that, stops laughing, and just whispers, "Okay." Standing there, watching Scarlet Lear and Hyeoju fade into the distance. The bracelet on Lee Sung-min's wrist starts glowing, reacting to something. Lee Sung-min lifts it up, touching the light, staring at that glow for a long time. Once they were gone, Lee Sung-min gets moving, heading into a cave on the way, taking off. The armor, placing it and the spear on a rock, touching the spear shaft planted there, thinking back. Back in Shaolin, the decision was made. No more spear, no more demon armor. Gifts from an old man who only wanted shortcuts, leaving this weak mindset and this junk right here. Leaving both behind, turning away without a second thought. Walking down the road, Lee Sung-min can't stop thinking about what Master Bull Guang said yesterday. 5 years. In the land where eternal snow never melts, a meeting with someone crucial awaits. 5 years. The promise with Ouiji Ho is in 6. Dungeon rumors say Baek Sogo and Ouiji Ho meet in 5. Back at Shaolin Temple now, gripping a wooden staff, ready to train. Mind won't shut up. The important person in the prophecy has to be Baek Sogo. 5 years left. How far can this go before that day comes? Jihak stands there facing Lee Sung-min, ready for the spar. Seeing Lee Sung-min return stripped of spear and armor, Jihak asks, "Left the spear and demon armor behind? Huh? Why do that?" A faint smile. "Just on to fit anymore." Jihak nods. Looks like the answer was found. Raising the staff, he continues, "Martial arts is just learning to use the body. But the thing pulling the strings, that's the heart. The heart manipulates the body, becoming energy. That is the Shaolin way. Watch closely what true Shaolin is and feel it." Words done, they rush in. Swinging the staff at Jihak, Lee Sung-min thinks the sound of cicadas, still stuck in the ears, refusing to fade. But before leaving this place, gotta do something. A lightning fast strike catches Jihak off guard, but he catches the rhythm, backing off just in time. Throwing a compliment Lee Sung-min's way, impressive stuff, can tell there's been some serious grinding. Jihak handles the staff with fluid calm. The spear arts learned definitely high tier, but so clumsy. Why is that? Catching breath, Lee Sung-min answers, "Because I ran away. No matter how hard the training, there was no getting better. So ran away. Picked up the easy stuff. Parry, block, stab." Hearing that, Jihak grips the staff tighter, channeling internal energy. Frowning, if learning basic 3-step swordplay made everyone a grandmaster, why would anyone bother with the high-level stuff? The spear art abandoned? That's the peak. Thousands of masters risk their lives just for a glimpse. Lee Sung-min grips the staff, pouring energy and unleashing the 9 skies technique. Third form, hidden snake. Jihak braces to defend. But as the strike closes in, Lee Sung-min vanishes. Jihak scans for a target, but Lee Sung-min pops out of nowhere, staff slamming right into him. Stumbling back, off balance. Lee Sung-min stands there, drenched in sweat, eyes locked in with pure determination. Panting. That's why no more running. Jihak looks down, the staff in hand snapped in two. A flash of shock, then quickly back to cool composure. A small smile. The path of martial arts is endless. Have to know what's missing, face it, and get over it. Not a genius, are you? The real geniuses? They were flying while others were still crawling. Hands clasped in prayer, Jihak goes on. Despair might come, but don't let it drown the spirit. Can't fly, walk, can't walk, crawl, can't crawl, crawl again. That's what needs to happen. Lee Sung-min asks, "Are you a genius?" Jihak flashes back to the loss against Ouiji Ho, answering straight, "Used to think so. But meeting the little heavenly demon changed things. Couldn't fly before, but after training the mind through hell, flying is possible now." Jihak's words spin in Lee Sung-min's head. What about me? Just a bug in the dirt, what's there to hope for? Should the hope be just crawling through the cold earth? All that's possible now is squirming, but damn, I wish I could fly one day. Thinking back to when Ouiji Ho and Baek Sogo taught martial arts. Terrible teachers, honestly, only knew how to teach from a genius's point of view. Why can't you do it? Walking beside Jihak, listening to the lecture, the mind keeps racing. Jihak is way better at teaching. Probably the cause of all those masters teaching him since he was a kid. Recalling Jihak's firm voice, "You need to experience more. I kept thinking to myself, this guy mastered the 72 Shaolin arts. He's actually matched me move for move using 72 different weapons and martial arts. After testing out a ton of gear, right now we reusing bladed weapons. But Jokha just straight up punched Lee Sung-min in the face with his bare hands. Blood immediately sprayed from Lee Sung-min's mouth. Jokha grinned at the guy and said, your senses are a total mess. Only your sixth sense actually improved a little bit. The other 5 skills are still super weak. Jokha used his bare hands to block Lee Sung-min's blade again, continuing the lesson. You are still not used to circulating internal energy, gotta practice way more. Your perception is still full of holes, that's exactly why you need to grind harder. Totally exhausted, Lee Sung-min gripped the staff tight, thinking, that day I realized just how useless I really am, but I'm done running away. I've been training the 9 Heavens Supreme Arts, and not the normal way either. I'm training with the flow of internal energy. It wasn't going too smooth. I trained my 5 senses. Finally, I found the glitch in how my senses were balanced. I lacked understanding. Every time that hit me, I just trained harder. The 4 seasons cycled through, and I still haven't won a single advantage against Jokha. Jokha was taught by the masters. The guy is basically Shaolin itself. I'm gonna see Shaolin. I'm gonna experience Shaolin. Time just kept passing like that. Days were for training with Jokha, and at night, Lee Sung-min climbed the mountain behind Shaolin to grind alone. That night, Lee Sung-min stood on a rock looking out, thinking, the world is massive and I am just a speck of dust. A tiny larva underground thinks the little space around it is the whole world. I don't want to end up like that. I want to fly. I want to fly across this huge world and really see it. Lee Sung-min was sitting there when someone with a cane walked up from behind and said, is the frog at the bottom of the well planning to come out? He turned around and saw the abbot, so he spoke up. Master Bull sang. The old man leaned on his cane and said, you've changed. Hearing that, Lee Sung-min felt a little smug. Is that so? Abbot Bull Sang looked at the kid and laughed. With your current martial arts, you could live happily at the bottom of the well. So what more do you want? Lee Sung-min heard that and answered straight up. I want to see the world. The old abbot laughed out loud and replied, anyone can see the world, kid. Lee Sung-min got serious and told Bull Sang again, I want to fly. I want to fly all over this massive world and see it all. Bull Sang looked at him and said faintly, big ambition there. You want to fly so high the whole world sinks beneath your feet? You are too small to be talking like that. I want to dream, Lee Sung-min told him. The old man asked, you want all that just for a dream? Lee Sung-min replied, no, that's not it. The old abbot clasped a hand behind his back and nodded. I see. So, what have you learned in the past 6 months? Lee Sung-min just smiled and answered, I learned how to let go. Abbot Bull Sang seemed satisfied. Very good. He turned to leave and said, then it's time to learn how to walk. He left Lee Sung-min sitting there alone. Just as the old man left, the sun peeked out, shining light right onto Lee Sung-min's face. He turned to look, the sun rising with a blinding light overhead, like it was gazing into his own future. Time passed so fast. Just like that, Lee Sung-min had been at Shaolin for 1 year and 6 months. Now 20 years old, he went to Jokha and asked, do you find me annoying? Jokha didn't really know how to answer that. Lee Sung-min kept talking. This is my bad habit. Seeing Jokha just standing there blankly without answering, he went on. Honestly, I'm too weak. Even if I'm stronger than before, I still feel inferior. How are you supposed to improve just fighting me? It's probably just a waste of your time. Jokha heard that and immediately shut it down. Why would you think that? Thanks to fighting you, I've improved a ton. Through those matches, I got the chance to review the martial arts I learned. Reviewing is also a necessary process. For me to understand and get a deeper insight into martial arts, learning martial arts is an endless road, and I want to push myself to even further realms. That's your dream too, isn't it? Lee Sung. Mine stood there listening to Jokha's words. He thought it over. Hearing those words, I suddenly realized the real reason I wanted to ask him that. Maybe it's because I'm still tied down by memories from my past life. It makes me suspicious of anyone who treats me well. But the truth is, I got zero reason to doubt them. Sometimes I feel like I'm trapped in situations I'm terrified to face. They're too good to me, becoming emotional pillars I can lean on. I'm scared that if their kindness is just a mask for some dark scheme. That night, Lee Sung-min suddenly dreamed he was standing all alone in the darkness with no one around. Terrified, Lee Sung-min jerked awake. He sat up and covered his face with his hands, thinking about Jokha's words. That's your dream too, isn't it? Lee Sung-min muttered to himself. A dream? My dream right now isn't about reaching some martial arts realm anymore, and it's not about getting Ouiji Ho's approval either. I just don't want to run away anymore. He went to see Abbot Bull Sang and asked him, do you want to know about my blessing? I want to change myself. Abbot Bull Sang sat there, heard the question, and replied, finally got the guts to ask that, huh? Lee Sung-min thought back to the first time he met Bull Sang. When I first met the abbot, I asked him about that force. The force that's always been helping me from the shadows, but he didn't say a word. But what if I hadn't asked that and asked about my blessing instead? The abbot saw Lee Sung-min standing frozen for a while without saying anything. So he spoke up. You've been at Shaolin for a year and 6 months now. Why ask me this now? You could have asked me any time before, right? Lee Sung-min stood in front of Abbot Bull Sang and replied, Yeah, I should have asked way earlier. I was just scared to face it. The abbot asked, So you're not scared anymore? Lee Sung-min said straight up, That's right. I used to be terrified, but I don't want to run away anymore. Seeing the determination in his eyes, the abbot smiled at him and said, I like that look in your eyes. You've basically already guessed it. The blessing can make peeps vibe with you. Lee Sung-min got the answer he wanted, but he was straight up shook for a sec. His eyes were all chaotic. So that's it. But before he could say another word, the old abbot cut him off. However, that blessing only affects how people perceive you. Lee Sung-min didn't get what the abbot meant, so he asked again, What are you saying? Bull Young looked at him and explained slowly. Simply put, the blessing just helps you make a killer first impression on others. But if your heart's rotten, people are gonna ditch you anyway. How people treat you right now depends entirely on how you act. Lee Sung-min couldn't hold back and blurted out, If that's the case. The abbot continued. To be precise, the relationships you have right now ain't a fake. Hearing that, Lee Sung-min got super emotional, biting his lip with tears welling up. He knelt on the ground and thanked the abbot for the truth. Thank you so much. Abbot Bull Young watched him trembling on the ground, smiled slightly and said, If you want, you can free yourself from that blessing. People won't have that sweet first impression of you anymore. If you really want genuine relationships, I can help you out. Hearing this, Lee Sung-min quickly wiped his tears and looked up at the abbot. Yes, please help me. Scene change. Heo-won had come back to the Shaolin temple. Seeing Lee Sung-min, he called out, Long time no see. Holding a jar of wine, Heo-won held it out and continued. Look at your clothes. Looks like you want to become a monk for real. Lee Sung-min saw Heo-won teasing him, so he pointed at his head. I still got hair, you know. Heo-won laughed his head off hearing that. They sat down, and while pouring wine, he asked Lee Sung-min, It's been a while, want to grab a drink? Lee Sung-min replied enthusiastically, Sure thing. Heo-won filled the cup, then used his inner energy to toss it toward Lee Sung-min. Lee Sung-min skillfully caught the cup. Do you have to be so extra? Seeing Lee Sung-min had improved a lot, Heo-won praised him. You got way stronger. Lee Sung-min held the wine, one hand behind his back, smiling. You too. Heo-won was happy for him. Congrats on reaching the peak realm. Then Heo-won suddenly dropped a bomb. Lady Moyong got hitched to Juge Taeyong. Lee Sung-min didn't remember them, thinking, Who? Then it clicked, and he immediately pictured Heo-won when those two were together. Back then, he cried his eyes out. They clinked glasses, and Heo-won continued. She said she didn't like bossy guys like me. Lee Sung-min replied, She has terrible taste. Heo-won downed his drink. To get over her, I trained day and night to reach the peak realm. Failed romance leads to martial arts mastery. Sounds pathetic, right? Heo-won held his empty cup toward Lee Sung-min. Signaling for a refill, he said, I ain't dissatisfied at all. How about you? Is training here fun? Lee Sung-min stood up to pour wine for Heo-won, thinking about how to answer properly. After a moment of silence, he looked at him and replied, Yeah, I am having a blast. Heo-won looked at him and spoke again. You've changed so much, not the worry ward I first met. Dawn to tell me you actually found inner peace. Lee Sung-min sipped his wine slowly. Is that so? Heo-won kept rambling. Come to think of it, when I first met you, I had this weird deja vu feeling every time I looked at you, but I don't feel it anymore. Back then, I thought I was into dudes. Lee Sung-min just smiled faintly. That's good. Heo-won didn't get it and asked what was good. Another year and a half passed. Lee Sung-min turned 22 and left Shaolin. Before leaving, Lee Sung-min went to see Abbot Bull Young. He gave him something and told him to deliver it to the Manhwa sect leader in Travia. Lee Sung-min took the job since the time god that Mush mentioned was also in Travia. Holding the scroll case from the abbot while walking, he thought maybe it was prophecy. If so, Lee Sung-min stopped to think for a bit and summoned Neville. Neville appeared all neat and tidy, bowing respectfully. Long time no see, sir. What do you need? Lee Sung-min looked at him and said, I want to buy some info. Neville asked, What kind of info? Lee Sung-min listed them out. Demon Sword Doko Jun, Lightning Beck Sogo, and the minor heavenly demon Ouiji Ho. Neville heard him loud and clear and answered one by one. Lightning Beck Sogo is wandering around, acting like a hero helping the weak. She is super famous because of that. Right now, she is in Rubes, a town in Lulala. Demon Sword Doko Jun is traveling everywhere looking for a fight. He keeps challenging famous sects to show off. He is currently heading to the Mount Hua sect in Travia. Holding the crystal ball that shows images, Lee Sung-min thought since he is going to Mount Hua, they'll meet there. Neville stood by and continued. The last one is info on the minor heavenly demon Ouiji Ho. Hearing he was about to talk about Ouiji Ho, Lee Sung-min's eyes lit up with anticipation. Neville spilled everything he knew. Ouiji Ho gathered a ton of followers thanks to her crazy strength and charisma. Her crew has about 20 people, all top-tier masters or better. Because of that, a lot of factions are eyeing them, including Heavenly Demon Busian. He's the ruler of a land at the far northern end. The minor Heavenly Demon's gang is heading to his northern territory. Looks like a fight is brewing. But the Blood Heavenly Demon has ruled there for ages, so he has the upper hand. Lee Sung-min immediately shut that down. You're wrong. Neville asked, come again? Lee Sung-min looked at Neville with total confidence. I bet the minor Heavenly Demon will win. He held the crystal ball, and Ouiji Ho's image popped up. He thought to himself, haven't seen Ouiji Ho in 8 years. She's even prettier now. Thinking that, Lee Sung-min had to check himself. What the hell am I thinking? Suddenly he realized something and froze in thought. Weird, in my past life, I never crossed paths with the minor Heavenly Demon or the Blood Heavenly Demon. In the past life, Ouiji Ho always dressed as a dude, but this time, she's openly a girl. He looked at the crystal ball again, his eyes full of messy thoughts. Did her whole worldview flip in this life? Seriously hard to get. Plus, that run-in with the Blood Heavenly Demon. Thinking about that, Lee Sung-min stood up, gut telling him he had to head north and back her up. But we aren't going to see each other until that 2-year mark. He flashed back to Ouiji Ho right before she took off. I'm right here. Make me your target. Remembering that, Lee Sung-min couldn't help but smirk. I made you a promise, so you were always going to be my target. He got moving, continuing the journey, but his mind just wouldn't shut up. So I gotta handle my business. She's gonna wreck the Blood Heavenly Demon in a heartbeat, then sit pretty at the top, waiting for me. So I gotta keep that promise, have to get stronger, even if I haven't always been great at keeping my word in the past. Cut to Ouiji Ho. She was obsessing over her chest, annoyed it wasn't exactly huge. Suddenly, a voice popped up behind her. Leader, you up already? It was the sword demon, Dokgo, nagging her again. You really should be slept in a bit more. Ouiji Ho spun around, face stone cold. Told you to cut that out. I don't look at you guys as lackeys. You want to follow me? I want to stop you, but don't expect a single thing from me. Sword demon just sighed at that. Behind him, a whole crew of huge figures were looming there too. Ouiji Ho scowled at the crowd. Ugh, I hate those expectant eyes. Back when she was the minor cult leader at the demon sect, countless people looked at her exactly like that. Just thinking about it made her let out a heavy sigh. Freaking parasites. Maybe I should just kill them all. Ugh, I miss Sung-min. Suddenly, a voice cut through her mood. You, the minor heavenly demon? Standing right there was the blood heavenly demon, Byuk Ye-sao. He kept going. Got some serious attitude, huh? You want to throw hands with me? Ouiji Ho put her hands on her hips, totally chill. Since I'm a heavenly demon too, I'm kinda curious to see what the blood heavenly demon is actually made of. He cracked up laughing at that. Talking like you're here to test me? Ouiji Ho tapped her chin, mulling over his words, then shot back, Hey, just call it bad luck on your part, cause your place was the easiest to get to. Couldn't find the crazy heavenly demon anywhere. Byuk Ye-sao gave her a nasty look and spoke up. Look at that ego. Let's see if you can still talk trash after we fight. Let me ask you this. Before he could even finish, Ouiji Ho cut him off. Which hand do you hold a spoon with? Confused, the blood heavenly demon asked back, The hell you asking that for? Ouiji Ho started glowing with bright red energy and said slowly, So I know which arm to leave attached. Meanwhile, after a long trek, Lee Sung-min finally made it. Mount Hua sect. He stared at the long, dragging path ahead. So this is the entrance. He walked up to the gate where 2 guys were standing guard. The blonde one put a hand up. Hold it. What sect are you from? Spit out your reason for being here. Lee Sung-min replied, One to take long. He pulled out the scroll the Shaolin abbot gave him before he left and added, Here on Master Bull Young's orders to deliver this. The brown-haired guy realized they were being rude and stepped up. Oh, you're with Master Bull Young? My bad, I'll take you to the sect leader right now. Lee Sung-min didn't say anything back, just zoning out. Once I'm done here, just gotta find Denier, the god of time. A voice called out from behind. Hey! Lee Sung-min spun around. You're that kid from Mush Mountain, right? He recognized him instantly. Dokgo Jun. The old man leaned on his sword to say hi. Long time no see. Lee Sung-min walked over, actually pretty stoked. You remember me? The old man smiled at that. Of course, I can't forget what went down on that mountain. Was the hardest time of my life after all. Probably won't forget it till the day I die. Lee Sung-min just grinned. How'd you recognize me so fast, though? Back on the mountain, your vision was kinda messed up. Dokgo Jun looked up. I remember the vibe you give off. Speaking of which, you used to be just some ordinary kid. But looks like UV leveled up quite a bit. They stood there staring at each other, totally awkward. Jun broke the silence first. He waved him off. Still got business with Mount Hua? Go handle it. Don't to worry about me. Lee Sung-min was a bit bummed. What? Jun cut him off. I said ignore me. The two Mount Hua guys realized they knew each other and started giving Lee Sung-min the stink eye. Lee Sung-min just turned and bolted to finish his job. Jun sat there, hands shaking as he watched Lee Sung-min leave. As he sat in silence, a girl appeared, like his body had been hijacked. Inside a room at Mount Hua. Nice to meet you. A middle-aged man sat there, introducing himself. I'm Yang Chong-ha, sect leader of Mount Hua, the longevity wind sword, Yang Chong-ha. Lee Sung-min greeted him back. I'm Lee Sung-min, Master Bull Young sent me. Sect leader Yang Chong-ha laughed heartily. I know. He continued, since the Murim Alliance leader just quit, did I ask Master Bull Young about taking that spot? Lee Sung-min handed over the scroll from the old monk. Yang Chong-ha popped it open. It just said 3 words. Don't even dream. He read it and tossed the letter aside. Knew it. Damn old geezer. He turned back to Lee Sung-min. More importantly, my disciples said you seem to know the sword demon. Lee Sung-min answered straight up. Yeah, we met a while back. He's waiting outside your sect right now. Yang Chong-ha just frowned, staying silent. Finally, he spoke up. The sword demon wants to duel me, but I'm not interested in accepting. Lee Sung-min looked at him. Can I ask why? The Mount Hua sect leader stayed quiet for a beat before telling the kid, I'm a martial artist too, you know? I love a good brawl with strong guys. Accepting a challenge from someone who meets the bar isn't a big deal. But that demonic sword stuff? Way too dangerous. A while later, Lee Sung-min stepped outside. Walking over to where Jun was still sitting, the kid called out, Hey old man, is it true? Did you really use demonic arts? Hearing Lee Sung-min ask that, Jun spoke up. That what Chunga told you? He rejected my challenge because I used demonic arts? Lee Sung-min shot back a reply. Yeah, what kind of dark arts did you learn anyway? Thought you were just about the sword. Jun fired another question at the kid. Have you ever hit your limit before? Lee Sung-min couldn't even look the old man in the eye, glancing sideways and muttering a single word. Yeah. Hearing the answer, Jun kept going. No, you haven't. You're just a brat, way too young to talk to me about limits. Have you ever felt yourself getting old? The old man stared at his hand, watching the wrinkles deepen and calluses harden. He went on. Even if you use inner energy to slow down the aging, you can still feel the strength draining out of your fingertips. No matter how hard you try, you can't go back to your prime. You know that kind of despair? Hearing those words, Lee Sung-min just stood there, clenching fists in silence. Suddenly, Jun lost it and screamed, Even if I drown in demonic arts and throw away my pride as a martial artist, I am asking you, have you ever known that kind of despair? That feeling of being greedy for everything in this world? Furthermore, he lowered his voice. Get lost. I don't want you seeing me like this anymore. Listening to all this, Lee Sung-min looked at the old man with pity, then left as told. Inside, Lee Sung-min thought, I left because it didn't feel right to say another word. I just want to focus on other missions to forget this whole mess. Lee Sung-min went looking for Danir's temple, the one Mush mentioned earlier. Staring at the rundown shack in front, the kid felt skeptical. This dump is a temple? Walking inside, a guy suddenly appeared, sitting cross-legged. Wrong spot, he said. That was the god of time. Lee Sung-min froze like a statue, saying nothing. But seeing the symbol on the kid's chest, Danir scratched his head, sounding annoyed. That Mark Mush sent you? Seriously, why does she send a headache like you over here? Danir stared him down and asked, You the guy who crossed time to get here? Lee Sung-min finally replied, Guess a god really does know everything. Danir stayed sitting cross-legged. Uh-huh, I'm a god. The god of time, actually, so it's pretty normal for me to be annoyed with a guy breaking the time flow like you, right? You've messed with the world's flow. Lee Sung-min frowned at the god of time. What's that supposed to mean? Danir ignored the question and asked, Are you living your life exactly like your past life? Acting the same way, eating the same food, sleeping at the same time, meeting the same people? Bombarded by questions, Lee Sung-min just replied, Huh? How could I possibly do that? The god of time continued, Every tiny change you make stacks up and creates a massive shift in the world's flow. Ouiji Ho stopped hiding beneath that. Male disguise and faced off against the blood-heavenly demon, something that never happened in the past life. Lee Sung-min blurted out, All that because of me? Danir pointed a finger at him, lecturing, Bingo. Your existence alone warped the world, and the shift in the flow is going to keep getting bigger. While speaking, Danir thought about Jun slaughtering the Mount Hua sect people. That old man killed sect leader Chung Ha with his sword. Lee Sung Min asked again, my existence made the world go off the rails, even though I didn't choose this? When I woke up, something was already attached to me. Can't you tell me what that is? The god of time stood up, hand on hip. Nope, can't say. Showing off his shackled hands to Lee Sung Min, he added, we're just simple beings who can't escape the chains of death. Because that's something we aren't allowed to mention. The moment we talk about it, we gotta be ready to be wiped out. Hearing this, Lee Sung Min suddenly felt a wave of fear. Denier spoke up again. See? I barely mentioned it, and an apostle is already here. An invisible force suddenly filled the room. Denier kept his hand on his hip. Feel that? Lee Sung Min's body went cold instantly. Eyes wide, mouth shut tight, unable to speak. It was the exact same vibe as Mush or Kim Jong-hyun. Denier immediately put a hand out, pleading, sorry, please leave, I'm not saying another word. Hearing that, the invisible power slowly faded. Terrified, Lee Sung Min asked, what the hell was that? The god of time frowned. You saw that and you were still asking me? Lee Sung Min just stayed silent. Lee Sung Min's vision went dark as Denier told him, no god can answer your question. No being in existence can. Lee Sung Min stood his ground. So there's no way for me to find an answer? The god of time replied, no, find Enverus. Not knowing who that was, Lee Sung Min repeated. Enverus, Denier explained, that this was someone who escaped the cycle of life and death. He can twist causality, but not like you. Go find him yourself. You heard what you needed to hear, right? Now forget it. Lee Sung Min called out, wait up. Denier turned back. What now? Lee Sung Min quickly stated his wish. Please, let me take the trial. Denier looked at him with complex eyes. That the real reason you came here? Guessing you finished Mush's trial already? Lee Sung Min answered. Yeah, so please. Before he could finish, Denier cut him off. I refuse. You seem a bit confused. My trial isn't anything like Mush's. Sorry, but I can't let you take my trial. Every single person who's tried this thing was way stronger than you. But they all went nuts and died anyway. Then the god of time just straight up kicked Lee Sung Min out, standing outside the god of time's place, thinking about what Denier said. Gotta go cool off before coming back here. If you're still not scared of dying later, I'll let you try. Decided to head back to the village and crash for the night, just like the guy said. Vibe in the village was super heavy. Word was out that Doko Jun had massacred Mount Hua, and sect leader Sung Ha got taken out during the night. Tried digging through those fuzzy memories from the past life, but couldn't recall sect leader Sung Ha getting murdered or the demon sword leaving Mount Hua. A year later, the guy fought Ouiji Ho in a dungeon and died. Sun was already up, but Lee Sung Min couldn't stop overthinking it. That's how it was supposed to go down, but everything changed. 'Cause I messed with the timeline? Kept walking and ended up at Mount Hua before even realizing it. 3 dudes stood in the way, including that gatekeeper from before. One guy with braids, Dae-hyun, stepped up to block the path. Hold up, you can't go in there. Lee Sung Min asked why. Dae-hyun kept his hand up, signaling stop, and said, past this point is a restricted barrier. The gatekeeper from before, Jun-ho, piped up too. We're hunting down a villain. Dae-hyun frowned, explaining slowly. The guy used demonic arts to murder our sect leader in the middle of the night right after getting rejected for a duel. Lee Sung Min didn't give a damn, asking coldly. So you're not gonna let me through? The 3 of them shouted in sync. Say what? Jun-ho recognized the face and warned the others. Wait, that's the Demon Sword's partner. I saw them chatting outside our sect yesterday. Dead silence. Nobody said a word. Both sides just gripped their swords tight, ready to throw down at any second. Lee Sung Min looked totally guilty, frowning and biting his lip. Because I came back, sect leader Sung Ha is dead and the demon sword is a wanted man. How the hell do I fix this? Rushed in and attacked Dae-hyun. Mind was a total mess, didn't know what that weird deja vu feeling meant anymore. But still said coldly to the 3 Mount Hua guys, move! Thinking inside, gotta find the demon sword right now. A voice called out from behind, Lee Sung Min. He didn't know who it was, so turned around to check. Got a little spooked. A guy in a black cloak stood there saying, didn't expect to run into you here. What a coincidence. Must be fate. Lee Sung Min recognized the guy. Kim Jong-hyun, Dae-hyun also turned to question the cloaked figure. Do you know this guy, sir? Kim Jong-hyun answered casually. Yeah, I do. What's the problem? Dae-hyun quickly explained the situation. We're locking down the area and he tried to force his way through. He's definitely the demon sword's accomplice. Kim Jong-hyun looked over at Lee Sung Min and asked, You planning to help the demon sword? Lee Sung Min replied coldly, I don't know. Kim Jong-hyun thought for a sec, hand on chin, then said, All right, I'll go with you. Dae-hyun freaked out and tried to stop it. What? But he's Kim Jong-hyun turned to the Mount Hua guys. I'm going in there with him. Dae-hyun stood there stunned. Huh? Kim Jong-hyun walked over to Lee Sung-min, pointed at him and laughed. It's cool. If he tries to help the demon sword, I'll take responsibility and slit his throat myself. Dae-hyun reluctantly agreed. Well, if you say so, Lee Sung-min whispered a thanks. Kim Jong-hyun looked back. Don't mention it. As they walked in, Lee Sung-min asked him, how's Doko-jun, and why are you even here? Kim Jong-hyun, walking ahead, replied, that, you'll figure it out once you see this. Staring at a dried-up corpse on the ground, neither said a word, but both knew it was dark magic. Lee Sung-min was still checking out the body when Kim Jong-hyun spoke up. The Great Absorption Method. It's a skill that sucks the life force right out of a target. Kim Jong-hyun crouched down, checking the pulse of the corpse gaping on the ground, then spoke again. I thought it was just an illusion since they mentioned sorcery, but this, he started laughing, truly worthy of the name Demon Sword. Lee Sung-min broke into a cold sweat at the scene. Hearing that, he asked, did Doko-jun do this? Kim Jong-hyun kept examining the body and answered, yeah, looks like he crossed the line. This isn't just about the Demon Sword or the Manhwa sect anymore. They're definitely hunting him down. Even if he gets out of here alive, he won't last much longer anyway. A hook crow landed on Kim Jong-hyun's shoulder. Lee Sung-min asked, what's up with the bird? Kim Jong-hyun answered the question. It's my familiar. I sent it to scout and report back. After listening to the bird, he added, I know where the demon sword is right now. Lee Sung-min couldn't help but clench his trembling fists. Kim Jong-hyun saw it and just stayed quiet. A bit later, Kim Jong-hyun spoke up. The Manhwa sect leader is going to be late. Hearing that cryptic line, Lee Sung-min was confused. Say what? Kim Jong-hyun gestured. I messed with their comms a bit. You'll be able to go meet him alone. Lee Sung-min was speechless for a sec, then asked, why'd you do that? Kim Jong-hyun stood up and spoke slowly. Even if those martial artists came here, they'd just lose to the Great Absorption Method and make him stronger. Besides, you wanted to see him anyway, right? I'm just helping you out. I'm also pretty curious to see how fate changes if you meet him again. Lee Sung-min just stood there staring, not saying a word. Started having flashbacks to meeting Doko-jun a few years ago, back when Lee Sung-min was fighting the demon sword. Exhausted, you collapse to your knees on the ground. Ghost Sword stands there looking down and goes, is that all you got? Lee Sung-min is totally drained, but he isn't giving up yet. I ain't done yet! Lee Sung-min jumps back up, channeling every ounce of inner energy into the spear in his hands. He unleashes the Nine Heavens Absolute Spear. 15th form. He charges straight at Doko-jun. The old man just stands there, cool as a cucumber. Before Lee Sung-min can even touch him, Doko-jun smacks him upside the head with his sword. Down he goes, face first into the dirt. The old man tells him, that move is a bit out of your league right now. I get why you want to get stronger fast, but don't to kill yourself doing it. You're still young, aren't ya? Scene change. Lee Sung-min finds the old man in a forest. Even with his back turned, he knows someone's there and calls out, that you, kid? Lee Sung-min grips his spear tight. He stares at the old man and says, I gotta ask you something. If you hadn't met me at the Manhwa sect gate back then, what would you have done? Plus, if I hadn't told you why sect leader Chong-ha refused to fight you, what would have happened? Doko-jun listens to the barrage of questions from Lee Sung-min. Without turning around, he answers, if that happened, I probably wouldn't have asked to fight him again. I figured I wasn't strong enough to challenge the leader of the 10 great sects. But you told me the reason why. He looks down at his own hand and continues, it wasn't that I wasn't strong enough, but that my power came from dark arts. In the end, I couldn't fight him. That's why I snuck into the Manhwa sect in the middle of the night. Hearing this, Lee Sung-min can only lower his head in silence. The guilt is eating him alive. Doko-jun slowly turns around and says, and in the end, I finally got to enjoy that battle with sect leader Chong-ha. Lee Sung-min looks up and sees Doko-jun looking absolutely horrific. His eyes are bloodshot, his mouth smeared with fresh blood. Seeing Lee Sung-min looking terrified, the old man says, I realize this world is huge, ha ha ha, what an epic fight. I am sure he died satisfied too. Lee Sung-min can't believe the man. Standing in front of him is the same person who taught him years ago. He grits his teeth, squeezes his spear and says, so it is my fault. Sect leader Chong-ha is dead, and now they re-hunting you. Doko-jun turns back, his eyes glowing red. He looks at the kid and says, don't talk nonsense. Yeah, I went to Manhwa because of you, but everything I did was my own choice. Besides, this world is full of stuff nobody can predict, so why are you taking the blame? Lee Sung-min listens to his words, stays quiet for a second, then speaks up. Not for me. He points his spear at Doko-jun, eyes rock steady, and goes on. For me, it's not just about that. Doko-jun sees this, rubs his chin and says, aren't you being a little too confident? You don't look like you've reached the level of a grandmaster yet. Lee Sung-min shoots back, I know I can't beat you. Inside, a wave of guilt washes over him, the weight of responsibility crashing down. Can I really handle this? There are thousands of people out there living lives completely different from their past lives just because they met me. The only reason I am raising my spear right now is for myself. But knowing his actions are because of me means from now on, I gotta take responsibility for every life he takes. It's exhausting, and honestly, I can't take it anymore. Kim Jong-hyun, watching from the sidelines, finally speaks up. You planning to fight Ghost Sword? Going solo? Are you crazy? Lee Sung-min replies, I'm just buying time. Contact the sect leaders and tell them to get their asses over here. Kim Jong-hyun hears this and nods. Got it. Kim Jong-hyun warns him, be careful though, he's definitely stronger now that he's drained the life force of over a dozen people. Dok Go-jun raises his sword and says to Lee Sung-min, let's see how much stronger you've gotten, huh? Lee Sung-min keeps his eyes glued on Dok Go-jun and says to Kim Jong-hyun. He's now Kim Jong-hyun cuts in. The endless night is here, a vampire. Lee Sung-min doesn't look away from Ghost Sword. Kim Jong-hyun adds, the vampire has assimilated Ghost Sword, but he doesn't seem as strong as I imagined. Otherwise, you wouldn't even have a chance to attack. Lee Sung-min doesn't get what Kim Jong-hyun means and asks, what's that mean? He grips his spear and charges at Dok Go-jun. He unleashes the Nine Heavens Absolute Spear, second form. As they clash, Kim Jong-hyun shouts from the sidelines. If someone drinks the blood of a higher-level vampire and becomes one, they can reverse aging. Lee Sung-min strikes with the Thunder Splitter Spear. Dok Go-jun laughs like a maniac. He swings his sword wildly, charging in. Kim Jong-hyun continues, but he didn't get any younger. The two fight furiously, trading blow for blow. Kim Jong-hyun isn't just standing there, he's analyzing. However, being weak for a vampire doesn't mean he's weak. He's not just a martial arts master. Now he has vampire powers. Do not let your guard down. Lee Sung-min hears Kim Jong-hyun's voice in his head and thinks, I don't need a reminder, I can barely breathe here. Seeing Ghost Sword charging again, Lee Sung-min uses the Nine Heavens Absolute Spear, first form, soul-chasing strike. His spear lands a direct hit on Ghost Sword, knocking him off balance. The old man props himself up with his sword, stands up, and swings at Lee Sung-min, but the kid blocks it with his spear. Lee Sung-min is mentally tracking every step and move the old man makes. When he rushes at Ghost Sword, the old man can predict where he is. Then he realizes, you reusing body displacement. That's Baek Sogo's secret art. You learned it well. Lee Sung-min keeps attacking, but Dok Go-jun blocks and counters every hit. Seeing his moves are exposed and useless now, Lee Sung-min jumps back a few steps and switches it up. Nine Heavens Absolute Spear, third form, Shadowless Spear. Lee Sung-min moves too fast. Dok Go-jun scans around but can't find him. He closes his eyes to sense him. Suddenly, Lee Sung-min attacks from below. Seeing the spear shoot up from the ground, the old man laughs like crazy. Never thought a spear would sprout from the ground. What a weird technique. Dok Go-jun wipes the blood from his mouth and says, if I hadn't leaned back a bit, my head would have been skewered. Lee Sung-min saw it instantly. He was thinking, that wound it healed? Gritting his teeth, he spit out, vampire regeneration. Dok Go-jun stared back with crazy excitement, his lulala laugh echoing through the woods. To think a dumb mountain kid could get this good, it actually makes me jealous. In a flash, he got right up in Lee Sung-min's face, eyes rolled back white, freaking the kid out as he whispered, I'm jealous of that talent. Lee Sung-min swung his spear like a madman, but didn't land a single hit. Instead, Dok Go-jun sliced a long gash right across the kid's arm. Lee Sung-min stumbled back and the old monster raised his sword to strike again. The moonlight turned blood red in the darkness. As Dok Go-jun brought the blade down, Lee Sung-min's spear snapped clean in half. The old man asked, do I look pathetic to you right now? Lee Sung-min scrambled back a few steps. Since when? Dok Go-jun knew exactly what that meant. Ever since I left the mountain, I was in despair over my own limits. I hated getting old. It meant I couldn't push myself anymore. I wanted more. I wanted to go further on the path of martial arts. But this rotting body held me back. I swung a sword for 50 years, thinking I'd finally become the strongest swordsman in the world. But it was impossible. It was beyond me. I couldn't even reach my own potential. Those limits kept me from the power I craved. I had to find another way to beat aging. Hearing this, Lee Sung-min shot back. So that's why you turned into a vampire? Dok Go-jun answered calmly. Obviously. Then he stared at Lee Sung-min, opening his mouth wide. You waiting for backup or something? I hope they hurry up. If I drink your blood and theirs, maybe I'll finally get my youth back. Lee Sung-min pointed his broken spear at Dok Go-jun again. With tears welling up, the kid choked out, I really respected you. Dok Go-jun's eyes went wide. He looked at the kid with pure excitement. Your aura, it changed. What a surprise. That shouldn't be possible at your level. Looks like this fight just got a lot more fun. Watching Dokojun go crazy, Lee Sungmin's mind started racing. When a martial artist hits their peak, they can channel their internal energy chi into their weapon. That's called sword chi. Sword chi can be amplified to create insane power. Masters who control it can slice through iron like it's mud. Even stronger, they can shape that energy. That's called berserk sword chi. And berserk sword chi possesses destructive power far beyond normal sword chi. Get hit once and you're dead, no question. But there's a way to counter it. Body protection chi. It uses energy to create a shield around the body. It can block attacks, even the strongest sword chi strikes. Of course, Lee Sung-min couldn't use it perfectly yet. He could only manage an incomplete berserk sword chi he just figured out. Winning felt impossible. Lee Sung-min attacked Dokojun like a maniac, neither of them giving an inch. Suddenly, Lee Sung-min struck out and hit nothing. Dokojun was gone. Before the kid could even wonder where he went, the old monster was already behind him. Lee Sung-min sensed it. Eyes popping open, he spun around just in time to block Dokojun's attack with his spear. He drove the spear tip down. Dokojun reacted, but too slow. Lee Sung-min stabbed his leg, but the body protection chi stopped the blade cold. Unable to pierce the shield, Lee Sung-min jumped back, gasping for air. Sweat dripped down his forehead. He can neutralize everything I throw at him with that chi shield, he thought. But if I take one hit, I'm dead meat. The gap in power and experience was huge. Plus, the guy had vampire traits and body protection chi. Even with the skill gap, they'd gone over 100 rounds. Lee Sung-min thought it was a miracle he'd lasted this long. But then he got careless. His spear stabbed empty air, leaving him wide open. In a battle of masters, even a tiny slip-up can end the fight in less than a split second. Lee Sung-min's gut told him this was it, his final moment. But the ghost sword stepped back. He had a perfect shot, yet he stopped. Seeing that twisted smile, Lee Sung-min realized the ghost sword could have killed him anytime he wanted. Seeing that look, Lee Sung-min's mind raced. It pissed him off. 4 years, I spent 4 years training at the Shaolin temple. My skills got better fighting Ouiji Ho and the monks every day. Hardly anyone my age is at this level. Objectively, Lee Sung-min wasn't too weak at all. He just had crap luck and always ran into people stronger than him. Meeting unreachable geniuses made him train like his life depended on it. But that, combined with memories of his past life, just gave him a massive inferiority complex. He was just plain unlucky. Life would have been so much easier if he'd just focused on the small stuff in a small world. The training at Shaolin helped him rip out that deep-rooted insecurity. He got stronger. Lee Sung-min collapsed onto the ground. He stared at his spear, dark thoughts flooding back. No, I'm still too weak. It wasn't insecurity or self-pity anymore. He was just facing reality. As Dokojun walked closer, Lee Sung-min was drowning in his own head. I'm nothing compared to the ghost sword. It wasn't that he was weak. It was that he couldn't stop obsessing over the people who died just because they were unlucky enough to cross paths with him. Dokojun suddenly spoke up. You done yet? The ghost sword was toying with him, enjoying the fact that he could crush Lee Sung-min whenever he felt like it. Lee Sung-min kept asking himself, damn this fate. That's why he trained. Why? Because he didn't want to be weak forever. He didn't want to be humiliated. Lee Sung-min dragged himself up again. Spear in hand, he threw himself back into the fight with Dokojun. Because he wanted to break free from his own doubt. Because he wanted to change. No matter how many times he failed, Lee Sung-min kept standing up and charging at Dokojun over and over again. Time to crush that self-doubt. Lee Sung-min grips the spear again, aiming the tip straight at Dokojun. Dokojun sees the rush, readies a downward slash. But too slow, Sung-min's spear punches through him before that blade can even drop. Can't believe it. Getting skewered by Lee Sung-min? Shocked, the old man spits out just 2 words. What the? Sung-min looks up, realizes the spear actually went through. Even he's surprised. Dokojun just stares back, eyes blood red. Stumbles back a few steps, clutching the spear shaft buried in the gut. Cold sweat breaks out on the forehead instantly. How? Face twisted up so bad it freaks Sung-min out, making him back off. Looking at the impaled spear, Sung-min thinks the same thing. How? Asking the same damn question, can't stop wondering, how did I pull that off? No clue. The answer just popped up in the middle of that mental chaos. I want to change. Spear moved on instinct, faster than the demon sword, smashing right through the protective aura. But Sung-min, still clueless about what just happened, mind racing, what did I just do? Was that enlightenment? Did I just awaken some inner energy and level up? No, last time I actually felt it. Dokojun's groaning snaps reality back. The old man stumbling, taking shaky steps, stares at Sung-min and bursts into this savage, crazy laugh. It's terrifying. Sung-min speechless. Then Dokojun finally speaks. Feels like I just tripped over a rock. That thrust? No way a guy at your level pulls that off. Did you just get enlightened and power up in a split second? Says that, then grabs the spear and yanks it out. Zero hesitation. Rips it out, spits a mouthful of blood, and keeps talking. You got real talent, kid. Makes me jealous. That spear, it was stronger, faster, and quieter than even Taoist Sung Ha's sword. Tosses the spear aside, clutches the gushing wound. Guess I'm not making it out of this one. My protective aura is toast. That hit wrecked my meridians and organs. Don't have enough energy left to fix this mess. Raises the sword one last time. The demonic aura is gone now. Dokgo-jun speaks slowly. Come on, show me more. A new energy radiates from him. Dokgo-jun steps towards Sungmin, completely free from the madness. That power I spent my whole life chasing, show me. Sungmin frowns, the guy burning his very last spark of life. Dokgo-jun swings and charges, pouring everything into one final clash. Once that last reserve is tapped, it's game over. Even if Sungmin runs, the old man is dead anyway. But look at those eyes. Pure joy, total obsession. Seeing that look, I can't run away. Sungmin grips the spear tight. Time for round 2. Trading blows, Sungmin realizes something. This guy isn't some evil dark arts user. Just a desperate soul trying to break his own limits. Seeing that clear, honest look in the eyes at the end, yeah, makes sense why he'd be jealous of youth and talent. He ran away from his own insecurities. So I'm gonna swing this spear with every ounce of strength I've got. Gotta recreate that perfect move, that lucky shot. Let this noble warrior go out with a bang, totally satisfied. But dying, Dokgo-jun just mumbles, "You tricked me at the end." He's lying there, skewered on the ground. Sungmin thinks, I couldn't do it after all. Dokgo-jun uses the last bit of air in his lungs to speak. The move that killed me should have been faster. Better than Sung-ha. Lying there, eyes wide open, reaching out a hand and whispering, why did I end up like this? I wanted to see more. And with that, Dokgo-jun breathes his last. Guilt hits Sungmin hard. I got his hopes up. I should have given him what he wanted. Yeah, if not for me, the demon sword could have died smiling. Crushed, Sungmin falls to his knees beside the body, sobbing like a mess. I am sorry. While he's bawling his eyes out, a light flashes from behind, turns around. Sogo? It's Baek Sogo. She walks over, pulling him into a tight hug. You've grown so much. Squeezing tighter, she adds, Sungmin, you're crying way too loud. Thought it was a hallucination until the voice hit. Just stunned. She lets go, and he stammers, Sogo? She nods. Yeah. Still in shock, he stammers, Why are you here? She stands up, picks up a bouquet she left on the ground. Heard rumors about the demon sword. Silence. Neither knows what to say. Walks over to Dokgo-jun's body, places the flowers on his chest, crouches down and gently closes his eyes. Rest in peace. Job done. She stands up, turns to Sungmin. Long time no see. Been a year, right? Crazy that we're meeting in a dump like this, for a reason like this. You got stronger. Sungmin just bites his lip, silent. She sees the silence and keeps talking. Might sound cruel, but I was watching you two fight for a while, even when it looked like you were gonna lose. I didn't think I should jump in, even if you died. Sungmin gives a small smile. It's fine. I kinda figured. You're a warrior after all. And hey, I'm not dead. He says it, but inside? Different story. Shouldn't I be dead, though? The thoughts don't stop there. Standing there, mind messy with one realization. I've just been running away this whole time. Gap in power was massive, but managed to win thanks to sheer dumb luck. Wasn't the sword demon the one with pure ambition? Did whatever it took to break limits, never ran away. Ain't that old man's life worth way more than mine? Deep in thought when Baek Sogo approached, said the guy was wrong. Lee Sung-min looked dead inside and asked, wrong, how so? Desperate to break limits? Sogo snapped back instantly. Hurting innocence is wrong. Zero excuses for that kind of crap. Glaring angrily, continued, don't know what his deal was or why he did it. But whatever the reason, what he did was unforgivable. Silence fell between them. Lee Sung-min smirked. Sogo spoke up again. My justice ain't like yours. What kind of justice made you stop him? Hearing that question, didn't hesitate, felt responsible. Sogo got exactly what was meant, paused, looked away, couldn't make eye contact, joined the Murim Alliance, good place to uphold my justice. Got info on the sword demon fast, thanks to them. Since I knew him, I wanted to be the one to stop him. Didn't know you'd be here. Lee Sung-min cut in. Sogo, what do you think of me? Caught her off guard. Surprised, but answered. Changed a lot. Way stronger than when we met on the mountain. Back then, too hard on yourself. Pessimistic. Glad to see the change. Lee Sung-min bit his lip hard. Muttered, no. Before anything else could be said, Sogo punched his chest lightly encouragement, then took off. Sorry, done here. Gotta go. Ditched my mission to come here. Lee Sung-min flinched, spun around. Mission? What mission? Sogo hesitated, then spilled. Chasing the little demon, Ouiji Ho. Hearing that name, instant panic. Couldn't ask more before Sogo rushed off, leaving just, can't give details. Maybe next time. See ya. Lee Sung-min, look back one last time. Can't promise, but sure we'll meet again someday. Stood there frozen long after Sogo left. Finally, the thoughts hit. Chasing him? Mirim Alliance orders, in the past life, did she die to Ouiji Ho because she was chasing her? Can't I talk her out of it? Didn't she just say she joined the Alliance for her own justice? That justice ain't some weak belief swayed by words. Can't convince her means what's needed is power. Hit a wall with those thoughts, just let 'em float. After taking down the evil sword demon, the dark arts user rumors of a young hero spread fast. Killed a vampire at the peak of martial arts on a full moon night. Got the nickname Ghost Spear, Scene Switch. Back at the God of Time's place. Saw it was Lee Sung-min again. You again? Kid just sat there, silent. Denier prodded. Want another shot? Told you already, didn't I? You'll go mad and die. Lee Sung-min tuned it all out. Voice cold as ice. Shut up! The God of Time zipped it after that outburst. Lee Sung-min looked up, glared, gritted teeth. Give it to me. Denier knew exactly what was wanted. Said, look ready. Taking in the dark circles, the cracked lips, Denier went on. Rush here because you heard everyone else went mad and died. You were funny. Crossed arms, looked serious. Repeating this. The pain in my trial? Nothing like you've ever felt before. Lee Sung-min got sick of the warnings. Don't care, just give it. Denier saw the resolve, didn't stop it. The God of Time smirked, floated up, hand raised high, coldly said, fine, snap. Instantly transported Lee Sung-min to another space. Looked around, asked, where your subconscious? Cold. Lee Sung-min looked down, double-checking. Subconscious? Denier didn't look up, just held an hourglass, nodded. Training here won't touch your physical body. Just your mind. No status windows, no stats, no skills, nobody else. Get it? Words buzzed in Lee Sung-min's ears, stood there stunned, silent. Denier kept rambling. Only way out? Your memory and talent. You leave when this sand runs out. Lee Sung-min kneeled, eyed the hourglass. How long? At least 100 years. Denier sounded thrilled about the century-long sentence. Looked amused. 100 years. Don't go back on your word, got it? Punishment for being rude, don't you think? Lee Sung-min frowned, silent, finally stood up, asked, at least 100 years, meaning I can stay longer? Denier clasped hands behind back. Ambitious. Everyone starts that way. But yeah, that's right. Stay as long as you want. When the sand runs out, two choices. Finish and go back to reality, or flip it over. So that's going to be another 100 years tacked on? Round 2 means 200 years, then 300 after that. But once it's flipped, there's no turning back. Gotta stay in here until the sand runs out. Hearing the time gods say that sent a shiver down the spine, but no reply came out. Seeing no reaction, Denier spoke up again. I lied, because I didn't want to clean up a corpse. Not everyone who takes this challenge ends up dead, you know. 10 tried, 3 survived. The other 7 went nuts and croaked. Most make it past the first 100 years, get cocky, and flip the glass again. But the next 100? That's when the madness hits. How long can you last? Lee Sung-min just stayed silent, lost for words. Sweat kept pouring down the forehead, though. Seemed like hesitation was creeping in about the decision, but it was too late to choose again. After dropping that bomb, the time god vanished, leaving just the hourglass and a solitary figure behind. Thoughts drifted back to that moment. That was the last thing Denier saw before vanishing. The 100 years began. At first, felt fine. Infinite time meant getting stronger. No matter the exertion, fatigue never came. No food meant no hunger. Didn't even need sleep. But soon, that very lack of sensation became torture. Started missing the exhaustion, the hunger, the thirst. Missed the pain. Tried stabbing the spear into the body just to cause injury, just to feel something, but it didn't seem to work. No matter the intent, the body stayed whole. Never thought the absence of pain could hurt this much. Damn it. It wasn't just the agony. Gripping the spear, staring blankly at the weapon, a thought crept in. Is this even right? No one around to point out mistakes. Images of Woo Jin-hoon, Ji-ho, and Baek Sogo flashed through the mind, but they weren't here. No matter how the spear swings, no matter the wrong turns or mistakes, does it mean all that suffering is for nothing? Every time that thought hits, it feels like sanity is slipping. Standing alone in that vast void, the spiral continued. Need proof I'm on the right track, but silence was the only answer. Eyes turned to the hourglass, mind a mess of complications. Hoping this misery would end soon, looked at the glass, and not a single grain had dropped. Outside, Denier floated cross-legged in midair, watching Lee Sung-min's physical body. The eyes looked totally soulless. Seeing that, Denier just chuckled. Guess I better get ready to clean up a corpse. Suddenly, something right in front made Denier's eyes go wide with shock. You crazy bastard, Denier blurted out. Thoughts raced through Lee Sung-min's mind. Denier had said everyone breezed through the first 100 years. What the hell is wrong with me? Am I not just untalented, but mentally weaker than them too? Stood there frozen, staring into nothingness. Told myself, still remember why stopping isn't an option. Wasn't I just a maggot from the start? What right do I have to be pissed about slow progress? Didn't I change everything at Mush Mountain? Remembering that moment, hand tightened around the weapon. Even if I'm just a maggot, I'll keep crawling up. Until I surpass all those geniuses. Even if I crawl the wrong way, just gotta keep moving and a path will open up. What was learned at Shaolin wasn't tea for nothing. Gonna recover fast and keep training. But 100 years in. Suddenly snapped out of it, realizing something. Counting this life and the last, Haven to even lived 40 years total. What's the point of lasting this long? Time washes away every spear technique known. No matter the training, the Nine Heavens arts just aren't improving. Just stabbing, twisting, holding forever. Lee Sung-min grabbed a handful of hair, screaming internally in agony. Can't keep doing this! Too late to realize it now, but people don't change. Teeth gritted, eyes wide, thoughts surging like a flood. That's why I always wore a mask, pretended to be someone else. No matter how hard I try, no sweat, no fatigue, how many more times do I have to thrust this spear? Spears are for stabbing. Distance, stance, tip, stability. Distance, stance, tip, stability. Using a spear to neutralize others is one of the best ways. Shaolin arts are top tier, sure, but I am no genius. Couldn't even understand the self anymore, wondering why it had come to this. Doubts started creeping in. Less than half the time left, but what have I actually achieved? Even so, hands kept swinging the weapon, just a little more even as the mind felt ready to drown. The face twisted. Even if I get out, nothing changes. Gotta kill it. Gotta kill myself. Gotta kill this weakness inside. Lee Sung-min slumped down, filled with regret. Sorry I killed you. Someone like me has no right. I know how useless I am now. Nearly 100 years and zero progress. Even swinging non-stop without sleep, despair was taking over. Dark thoughts kept drowning the mind, impossible to shake. Want to kill myself for being weak even though I came here to get stronger. Haven't improved one bit. Lee Sung-min looked up at the hourglass. Stop, gotta stop. The sand's almost gone. Grabbed the hourglass, remembering 200 years of non-stop training with nothing to show for it. A classless nobody like me has no edge, no class, no skills. This is all I got. Can't count how many times I wanted to quit in 200 years. Maybe I still won't get squat if I flip this thing again. The arm shook, teetering on a brutal decision. But I still don't want to run away. Is that why I'm stuck? Damn, it's heavy. Why is something so small so heavy? Lee Sung-min gritted teeth, knowing exactly why. It was the hesitation. Arm swung up, and the hourglass flipped once more. Decided on another 200 years. Face twisted in a scream, eyes bulging and bloodshot, sweat pouring down. Suddenly, Lee Sung-min looked at the hourglass and noticed something weird. Realized that after snapping back to reality, way more sand had fallen than before. Must be gone insane for a while before waking up. Gripping the spear, the thoughts just kept going. Damn, felt this deja vu like 1,000 times. Still makes me sick how weak I am, but somehow I snap back to reality. Smirking a bit, thinking, hey, as long as I don't lose it, I'm good. Gotta keep pushing. No need to rush. I've got all the time in the world. Time keeps slipping away. Boom. 100 years gone. Lee Sung-min stands up, stretches out. Mental state? Actually looking better. Got way more out of this century than the last one. Managed a few steps, even if they were tiny. Head tilts back, gazing at the stars. He says, this run, I'm grinding the violet secret arts, then the shadowless spirit walk. Gotta stay sharp. Falls silent again, mind racing. Once I lock in a goal, I can actually enjoy the next few centuries. A trippy purple glow surrounds Lee Sung-min, that faint grin still stuck on his face. Lee Sung-min hypes himself up again. Let's roll. The sand in the hourglass keeps pouring. Just like that, another 200 years bite the dust. Beaming like a lunatic, he shouts, knew it! Didn't achieve jack squat this time either. That's actually pretty dope. Face glowing, totally different vibe from 200 years ago. Flips the hourglass. 300 more, baby! Running around, screaming with joy. I'm gonna crush it this time! Flashback time. That first century was a nightmare, but then things got chill. Or nah, maybe I just finally lost my mind. Crazy works. Should I aim higher? Flexing his grip on the spear, thinking, let's try copying that move I used against the sword demon. Time flies when you're grinding. 300 years vanish. That makes 600 total in this hellhole. Just as I thought, can't copy that move. Useless. Tosses the hourglass aside, sounding like a carefree kid. Well, I ain't the type to win on the first try anyway. 400 more years. Let's go. 1,000 years down the drain. Lee Sung-min sits cross-legged, dead silent. A tiny purple light glows from his gut. Eyes totally flat, calm as a dead lake, staring unblinking at this massive looming stone wall in front of him. Figures, he finally hit the apex level wall, suddenly screams, laughing until he cries. Took 1,000 freaking years to hit this wall. Unbelievable. Flips the hourglass again. 500 more. Let's get it. Gripping the weapon, wonders, if it took 1,000 years just to find the wall, how many lifetimes do I need to smash through it? White smoke swirls around the spear tip. Footwork tight, swings heavy. Lee Sung-min is locked in, grinding away, face lighting up like a supernova. Got it. 1,500 years later, and I can finally mimic that move I used on the sword demon. Just a mimic, though. Can't use that speed or power for anything else. Roasts himself, but he's grinning ear to ear. Classic me. Pathetically stupid. Humming some random tune, wondering, man, when am I going to become a top-tier martial artist? Stops right next to the hourglass. Silence. A long pause before asking, should I keep going? Snap back to reality. Denier just stares, totally shook, sweat dripping down. Can't even find the words for this kid. Just thinks, you absolute lunatic. Denier stands there, frozen, staring like an idiot. See, the whole point of Denier's trial is that progress in the mind realm is insanely slow. Even the freaks of nature, the true geniuses, struggle here. Everyone else was way more talented than Lee Sung-min, but the record holder only lasted 1,000 years. Denier's speechless. But this guy 2,100 years? Mind racing. How does anyone survive that long without cracking? While Denier's freaking out, Lee Sung-min lets out a surprised noise. He looks down at his hand covered in blood, nosebleed dripping onto his palm, and he didn't even notice. Floating behind him, Denier thinks, your brain is frying because it is downloading 2,100 years of memories all at once. Lucky I blessed you, or your head would be exploded. How many times did this kid go insane in there? And yet, he bounced back every time. That is impossible. A blockhead like him should have tapped out ages ago from lack of talent. How is he still standing? Watching Lee Sung-min wipe the blood, it hits Denier. Wait, is it because he's an idiot? That's it. Every other challenger was a genius, a soaring eagle. They couldn't handle the snail's pace of this place. But Lee Sung-min, he was a snail from day one. He's used to getting his ass kicked and dragging himself back up. In other words, he's a pro at failing, but all that suffering, it was worth something. Denier keeps pondering. Of course, that's not the whole story. Lee Sung-min groans. My body feels like lead. Denier shoots back. You're lucky you can feel anything at all. You haven't moved in 2,100 years. It's gonna feel weird. Seeing the kid's blank look, Denier explains. The last guy who did 1,000 years couldn't tell his hands from his feet. You being this awake? It's a freaking miracle. Lee Sung-min stares at his hand. Is that right? Denier raises a hand, a glowing orb floating above it. You're probably feeling disconnected right now. Here's the rest of your memories. This should ground you. The orb floats over, sinking into Lee Sung-min, the blinding light fading away. Memories flood back, clip by clip, like watching a movie where he's the star. His expression shifts like a galaxy of swirling stars. Lee Sung-min ducks his head. Just remembered being a kid. But hey, thanks. I am never gonna forget this stuff now. Still, hate this body. Back to being weaker than a bug. Denia replies, the trial was for your mind, not your muscles. But with those memories and that mindset, you will be back in shape in no time. He nods. Cool. I'll come back and let you know when I am good. Denier's face scrunches up, eye twitching, staring at Lee Sung-min like, asking for a beating. Ain't got nowhere else to go anyway, so fine. Gonna crash here till this body feels right. Jihak's done, voice totally pissed. You already forgot what you just said? Rude as hell, leave your shame back in the trial? Lee Sung-min couldn't care less. Provoking won't work. Way older on the inside anyway. Jihak stares at Lee Sung-min, speechless. You do whatever you want. Time flies by real fast. Somewhere else, the scene's full of fancy, magnificent buildings. 1 year later, Shaolin Temple. Sound of a wooden staff whooshing through the air inside. It's Jihak, training hard, dripping sweat, muscles popping everywhere. Suddenly, a voice comes from behind. Been a while, huh? Jihak looks back, recognizes the visitor, calls out, Sung-min? Lee Sung-min replies, you good? Jihak stares, eyes full of suspicion, sweat rolling down a cheek. Lee Sung-min's face looks deep, mysterious, staring intently at Jihak too. Silence stretches out, then Jihak speaks. Been a long time, what happened? Lee Sung-min answers, a lot. Jihak doesn't ask for details, just says, a lot, huh? Heard rumors on the streets defeated the sword demon. Lee Sung-min calmly replies, just luck. Jihak ain't buying it. Taking down the martial artist who killed the Mount Hua sect leader and calling that luck? Let me ask something else. How long since reaching the peak realm? Lee Sung-min doesn't hide it. Since half a year ago. Jihak hears that, mumbles. Half a year. Lee Sung-min asks, "What's up?" Jihak shakes the head. "Nothing. Just looking at a face that is familiar yet feels like a stranger." Jihak says, "Looking into those eyes can feel a flow of time that is hard to believe." Right then, both Jihak and Lee Sung-min fall silent. Nobody says a word, just staring. Suddenly, veins pop on Jihak's arm, hand gripping the staff tight. "If it's no trouble, up for a spar?" Lee Sung-min slowly draws the weapon. What a coincidence. Exactly what I was thinking. A voice suddenly cuts in, interrupting the spar. "Stop! You two dare fight here. It's the Elder, walking over from afar. Shaolin won to have a future left." Jihak's shocked. "Master Bullion?" Lee Sung-min replies. "You're overestimating me." The Elder laughs. "Not only reached a new level of martial arts, but talking way more than before, huh? Since we last met, what wind blew you over here?" A slight smile. "Just wanted to know how close I've gotten." The Elder asks, "Compared to Ouiji Ho?" The answer is, "Yeah." Elder continues, "Don't really know how Ouiji Ho is doing now. With that talent, must have reached a way higher realm by now. But compared to the 17-year-old Ouiji Ho who came to Shaolin Temple a few years back, Jihak listens to the master speak. Face frowns involuntarily, sweat rolling down. The Elder keeps talking. "To put it bluntly, you're still far behind." Lee Sung-min smiles calmly. "Just as I thought." Jihak's like a ghost right now, staring intently at Lee Sung-min, not cutting in on the conversation. Lee Sung-min recalls, "Never once lied to myself that this current level could actually compare. However, went way further in the realm of consciousness if this body touches that threshold again." Stops thinking, just a slight smile. More confident than ever right now. 2 months before the dungeon opens, Lee Sung-min zones out, having already left Shaolin Temple. Standing silent, staring ahead aimlessly. Remembering Jihak's words before leaving dungeon opens in 2 months. Jihak did say to stay a night before heading out, but too much stuff to do, so refused. After getting the demon armor and demon spear back, left Shaolin Temple immediately. Gotta figure out what this huke heart inside is. To stop Baek Sogo's death in the dungeon, find Enverus like Denier said, and restore martial arts power. Power possessed in the consciousness realm by harmonizing body, energy, and mind. Deep in thought. So much to do. Gotta use time as wisely as possible. If that's the case, first thing to do remembering when Denier talked about Enverus, that existence is partly caused by you. Find Enverus. Asking back then, Enverus, that's the one who escaped the origins of mortals. The cause of existence is conflicted, but not like a human's. Won't help find that one. Denier replied, "Can answer your questions though." Lee Sung-min's already hitting the road. Calm, no rush, hands shoved in pockets, figure slowly disappearing into the forest, thinking while walking. According to info from Erebrisa, the merchant Enverus comes from this sleeping forest. Might just be someone else with the same name. But this is the sleeping forest famous for driving folks crazy with the moaning of ghosts. Nobody knows what's inside. Nobody wants to come here. Place is crawling with monsters. No way a normal merchant walks into this forest, thinking that strange frequency sounds hit, instinctively covering ears. So this is the ghost moaning? Lee Sung-min waves a hand like swatting the noise away. For others, this moaning destroys the mind, but for Lee Sung-min, who lived in the consciousness realm for 2,100 years, it's just background noise. Suddenly, a monster appears behind, blocking the path silent, bearing sharp teeth. Lee Sung-min casually dodges the attack, like still half asleep. "Say what?" Like playing a game, calls out, "Watch this!" Punching, kicking, taking each one out with a single hit. The forest goes dead silent, atmosphere heavy and gloomy. Hiding behind a nearby tree, 2 masked figures watching Lee Sung-min like looking at a monster. Sangun whispers in fear, "Who the hell is that? How can someone beat the monsters in this forest so easily?" Dae-hyun replies, "A peak martial artist, someone who reached the realm of reversing origin. Don't know if that's an evil sect member, can't feel any demon energy at all. We aren't strong enough to stop that, gotta call for backup." Sangun startles, asks, "Wait, where'd he go?" Lee Sung-min appears behind them like a ghost. "Speak. Got a question, you guys know anyone named Enverus?" The two freeze up, then attack without a word. Lee Sung-min doesn't bother, calmly sidestepping the attack just now, looking like nothing even happened. Lee Sung-min's like, "Hold up. I ain't looking to fight you guys. Just want to ask a few questions." Sangun glares, forming hand seals as flames erupt, yelling at Lee Sung-min, "Die!" The flames explode, turning into a fire dragon rushing straight at him. Lee Sung-min asks calmly, "You seriously want to go?" Just a light wave of the hand, and that fierce fire gets snuffed out like a dying spark. Confused, the guy asks, "Why are you acting like this?" Sangun's face is filled with pure terror, eyes popping out. "Putting out that fire with just a wave? Yeah. Lee Sung-min steps closer, asking again, why can't you just listen to what people are saying? In the blink of an eye, Lee Sung-min closes the distance, faces almost touching. Asking again, why did you do that? Scared out of his mind, Sang-gun explains in a rush, wait, we're deaf. If you want to say something, write it on the ground, okay? Lee Sung-min is shocked. You guys are deaf? Turns out, they really are deaf. Grabbing a stick, the guy writes on the ground, who are you? Sang-gun and Dae-hyun answer meekly, we come from a tribe. While they re-talking, a shadow appears overhead, red eyes glaring as it dives down from above. A massive body crashes into the ground, sending out shockwaves. Jong-gu points furiously at the two, screaming, you bastards! You dare leak our tribe's info to an outsider? Then glaring at Lee Sung-min, and you, I don't know who you are, but don't think you're leaving here alive. Lee Sung-min asks innocently, a tribe? Sang-gun chokes up, barely able to speak. Elder? Lee Sung-min speaks up, guess you guys aren't really deaf, huh? I couldn't care less about your tribe, just want to know if you've heard of a guy named Enverus. Jong-gu asks back, Enverus? The guy says, you know him? The elder stays silent, then screams, attack him! I ain't telling an outsider like you anything. Lee Sung-min is totally speechless. Looking at Sang-gun's group, voice losing patience, you guys said you are from a tribe, right? I ain't looking to take any lives or get into a fight. Sang-gun and Dae-hyun stare at Jong-gu, who's now lying crushed under the guy's foot. Trembling, they think, he took down the elder, a martial arts master just like that? Ignoring their thoughts, the guy continues, but I think what I'm looking for is tied to your tribe. Can you guys take me there? Lee Sung-min finally figures out why these people are deaf. They live in the sleeping forest, forming a tribe and using a secret potion to deafen themselves, all to avoid the endless wailing that haunts these woods. They lead him to a village with gloomy vibes, not a soul in sight, though the wooden houses are built pretty neatly. He asks the village chief, why do you guys insist on living here? This place ain't exactly a prime spot. The man replies, it is the will of the tribe. I am Chieftain Kazuya. After one sentence, silence falls as they secretly test each other, their auras clashing in the air. Lee Sung-min thinks, the old man is strong, definitely a top-tier master, who has reached the peak of perfection. Chieftain Kazuya asks, what is your purpose here? Seems you killed one of our elders and threatened our young ones. The guy replies without a hint of fear. I made it clear I didn't want to fight. Your people started it, but if someone tries to attack me, I ain't gonna just stand there and take it. Hearing that, the old man stays silent for a long time, staring at this guy who looks so relaxed, fearing neither heaven nor earth. The chieftain decides to let it slide. I'll let this go. Too many of us would fall if we kept trying to stop you. He extends a hand in peace. We will treat you as a guest of the village. Lee Sung-min narrows his eyes, not really buying what these people say, especially since the chieftain is such a powerhouse. They shake hands. Coming to a mutual understanding, the tension in the air vanishes. Lee Sung-min asks, do you know anything about Enverus? The man replies, you came here looking for him? He left this place 2 months ago. Hearing that, the guy asks, so where is he now? The chieftain says, I'm not sure. I don't know if you're the person Enverus mentioned or not. But before he left, he said someone would come looking for him, that someone would come here investigating Enverus. He said, if that person came, I should bring him here. The chieftain leads him to another spot, where a massive tree stands like a mountain blocking their path. The guy asks, a wall made of countless trunks twisted together. Is that it? The old man replies, that's right. You want to try breaking it? Hearing that, Lee Sung-min slowly draws his spear. The tip glows with a purple light. Inside, tiny specks of light appear like stars in the universe. Without a word, Lee Sung-min steps up, his spear thrusting into the wall like a missile. The collision creates a massive shockwave, blasting backward and pushing the village chieftain back dozens of meters. Up front, Lee Sung-min is startled, staring at the spot he just hit. Not a single scratch on the wall. The chieftain speaks up. See that? You can't break it with just brute force. Even Enverus couldn't get past this wall. Only the chieftain can open it. I'll open it for you now. Lee Sung-min feels like he's being played. Thinking furiously, then why the hell did the old man tell me to try breaking it? The chieftain steps forward, magical lights appearing on his body and flowing into the wall. The wall, woven from hundreds of giant roots, obeys the command and splits apart, creating a path. Looking into the pitch huke cave, the guy asks, what's inside? The old man answers, I don't know. I just know there's a horrifying wailing sound echoing in there. Even a top-tier master would struggle to make it through in one piece. So, without letting him finish, Lee Sung-min dashes straight inside. Watching the guy's back disappear, the chieftain freezes, totally speechless, wondering if the kid has a screw loose. That moaning sound will destroy the mind of anyone who hears it. It's a massive mental assault. Like Kazuya said, even a master who's reached the peak state of mind, neither their energy nor their body can escape it. But after 2,100 years living in his own mental realm, Lee Sung-min's mind has shattered and rebuilt itself countless times. With that kind of growth, his mind didn't just become rock solid, it went totally unhinged. Walking along, he suddenly stopped dead in his tracks, like he felt something pop up out of nowhere. A voice echoed in his head, completely confusing him. Right in front of Lee Sung-min, a creepy, cold purple fireball appeared. It was floating in midair. The voice seemed to come from the orb, echoing in his skull. It's rare to see an existence with such twisted causality. I almost mistook you for someone else. I thought you came from reverse time, so I let you in. Answer me. Your causality is impossible to predict. Heyoju appeared, looking way more twisted and evil than before. He asked, "You're the guy who traveled back to the past, right?" Lee Sung-min frowned, sweat rolling down his cheek. Another voice suddenly cut in. "Stop it, Lord of the Void," Rubia appeared. She continued, "Can't you see the guy is totally freaked out?" The two of them went back and forth. Lee Sung-min's mouth twitched, and his eyelids spasmed as he just stood there staring. Finally, he asked, "Who the hell are you guys?" Staring at the freakish form of the Void Lord and the catgirl Rubia standing next to him, he stayed silent for a long moment. Then Lee Sung-min asked, "Who are you people?" Rubia spoke politely. "Allow me to introduce myself." She placed a hand on her chest. "I am Rubia, a servant of Lord Enverus. I've been waiting here for you on my master's orders," Lee Sung-min asked, confused. "Servant? Why do you look like a demi-human?" Rubia replied cheerfully. "Because my master is really into this look." Lee Sung-min looked like he just realized something. "Oh, I get it." Then he pointed at the Void Lord and asked, "And what about that thing over there?" Hearing that, the spirit shook with rage. "That thing? You arrogant little punk," Rubia answered. "That is the Lord of the Void, the last remnant of the great demons." Hearing Rubia say that, he got even madder. Remnant? Rubia started explaining Heyoju's origins. 400 years ago, he was a powerful demon, leader of 100 others, but now he's just a bodiless spirit. Lee Sung-min didn't get it. "So, why were you waiting for me here?" Rubia replied, "Because you need to find my master. Enverus is the only one who can answer your questions, and he is also someone with twisted causality." Lee Sung-min asked innocently, "If you are his servant, that means you know where he is, right?" Rubia looked at him like he was an idiot. "No, obviously I don't know." Lee Sung-min slumped his shoulders helplessly, looking totally bummed out. Rubia continued, "But Master can sense my location, so if you come with me, Master will definitely find us." Lee Sung-min was confused. "I really don't get why we have to go through all this trouble. Why does he have to make everything so complicated?" Saying that, he pointed at Heyoju. "And isn't it enough if I just go with you? Why is that thing here?" The Void Lord turned purple with rage. "You really are an ill-mannered brat. I don't know why I have to tag along either. All I know is that a time reverser would come find me, and I need to accompany him out of this forest." Lee Sung-min looked suspicious. "This forest? Wait, are you the source of those moaning sounds in this place? The local tribe thinks it's some kind of desperate prayer. Is that prayer coming from you?" Heyoju laughed mockingly. "Those miserable little bugs? Their tribe is connected to this forest. As long as their bloodline exists in this forest, the seal on the exit will remain. Their wish is to reach the end of this path. Even I don't know what's at the end. I've only ever been in the middle section." Lee Sung-min looked at the two useless figures and said, "I've asked a bunch of stuff, but haven't gotten a single straight answer. What the hell is wrong with you people?" Rubia suddenly spoke with confidence. "Fine. I'll tell you one thing I know for sure. If you come with us, you'll eventually meet Lord Enverus." Lee Sung-min didn't believe her nonsense at all. He thought to himself, the word eventually doesn't sound very reliable. He spoke up. "Forget it. If that's the case, how is that demon supposed to come with us? He doesn't even have a body, right?" Rubia thought for a moment. "I don't know, Master didn't say anything about that." "Lord of the Void, where did you go?" Without waiting for her to finish, he rushed toward Lee Sung-min with a ferocious look on his face. The boy was stunned. Shocked that he suddenly attacked when they were just chatting. Heyoju, in his bizarre form, bit down hard on Lee Sung-min and wrapped around him. Rubia yelled in terror, "Lord of the Void, what are you doing?" He grinned maliciously and answered, "Isn't it obvious? I'm taking over this brat's body. I've been trapped here for 400 years without a body. Even though this vessel is trash compared to my prime, I'll make good use of it. I'm about to set foot in this world once again." His delighted laughter echoed all around. Both Rubia and Lee Sung-min watched in silence as he laughed like a maniac. They didn't know what to say. The laughter suddenly cut off, replaced by a voice full of shock. "Huh? What? What the hell is happening?" Lee Sung-min didn't understand why the guy had turned into an accessory on his wrist. That's exactly what I want to ask. He screamed in denial, "This can't be. How could a great and powerful being like me fail to conquer a brat's mind? I can't believe I got rejected and trapped in this bracelet." Lee Sung-min and Rubia were speechless, thinking, "Is this guy brain dead?" Hyeoju yelled from inside the bracelet, "Who the hell are you? Why is your mind so damn strong?" He didn't answer, thinking, is this the result of training for 2,100 years in the realm of consciousness? Or did someone bless me? Who knows? I guess the only way to get an answer is to meet Enverus. Looking at the bracelet on his wrist, he said, "I had a lot of memories with this thing, and now I can't even use it anymore." Hyeoju panicked. "Wait, are you planning to throw me away?" Lee Sung-min looked at him. "We aren't friends or anything, so how can I throw you away? Get lost." Rubia chimed in. "Yeah, get lost." Hyeoju started begging. "Wait, I'm sorry for trying to steal your body. I'll give you something. I'm a powerful demon. I've gathered some loot after ruling for centuries. My treasury is full of mystical and amazing stuff you've never seen before." Lee Sung-min glanced at Rubia to confirm. She nodded. He really did have a glorious past. Hearing that, he rubbed his chin, thinking hard, calculating whether to strip the guy of everything or not. Lee Sung-min stood still in the dark for a long while. Rubia and the Void Lord had become steady companions. From outside, Rubia piped up, "Where are you heading?" "Lee Sung-min, can we find somewhere with a view and fresh air? Just while we wait for Master to find us." Lee Sung-min replied, "Not a bad idea, but I gotta go somewhere first." Rubia tilted her head. "Got it. Where's that?" Suddenly worried, the spirit asked, "It's not dangerous, is it?" Lee Sung-min stayed silent, looking down calmly at the tiny creature. Then, slowly dropped the bomb. "It's a dungeon." Rubia let out a terrified shriek. "What? A dungeon?" Those mysterious places popping up all over Eria. A massive amount of magic swirls inside these things, so the rules in there are totally different from the outside world. Out here in Eria, when you kill a monster, you harvest parts from the body. But inside a dungeon, totally different. Kill a monster, the corpse vanishes, and boom, an item appears instead. The loot comes in all shapes and sizes. The tougher the monster you wreck, the higher the quality of the drop. And if you manage to take out the dungeon master, the reward is insane and the dungeon shuts down for good. Rubia, in that tiny form, said, "So you're seriously going there?" Lee Sung-min replied, "Obviously." Saying that, the guy looked straight ahead. A huge amber crystal appeared, flashing with magical light right in front of Lee Sung-min. It's been 2 months already. Since meeting Rubia and the Void Lord, managed to pinpoint the dungeon thanks to intel from Erebrisa. Lee Sung-min thought, this is going to be my second dungeon run. In my past life, I got the Stone of Past Life Reversal. These crimson stones must be the entrance. If I touch it, I'll warp straight into the dungeon, and from there, I gotta finish what I started. A memory surfaced, shaking Lee Sung-min's resolve. Can I actually pull this off? A weak thought crept in, but it was useless to ask. I came all this way just to stop that from happening. Shaking off the cowardice, Lee Sung-min decided, I have to do this. No hesitation, hand reached out and touched the stone. Blinding light erupted, illuminating Lee Sung-min's face. Somewhere else, body cutting through space, Lee Sung-min suddenly appeared and landed on the ground. Looking around, whispered, I'm in. Rubia tagged along, whining, we really just dove into a dungeon. But right then, a terrifying purple-black killing intent silently crept up. A burly guy with an axe swung it straight at Lee Sung-min's back. Quickly raised the spear to block, deflecting the attack. Looking at the guy, Lee Sung-min thought, an ambush? Grismo's eyes went wide, hair and beard all wild, staring intensely after the failed hit. He asked, who are you? Lee Sung-min was pretty annoyed, but still replied politely, you asked that after attacking me first? I am Lee Sung-min. Grismo realized who it was, voice full of shock. Say what? You're the ghost spear who killed the sword demon? Lee Sung-min said, I'm not exactly a fan of that nickname. The continent had dubbed Lee Sung-min Ghost Spear after taking down the sword demon. The guy looked kind of goofy now, scratching his head apologetically. Oh man, sorry for attacking ya. Thought you were a top fighter from the demon race. Name is Grismo. The mountain, Grismo. Lee Sung-min had heard of this guy. His martial arts had reached the absolute peak, and he was one of the masters killed by Ouiji Ho in the past life. Grismo suddenly asked, you're here to stop the minor heavenly demon Ouiji Ho, right? Lee Sung-min hesitated a sec, then answered, yeah, that's right. Grismo laughed loud. A true warrior, stylish and chivalrous. Then his face got serious. You probably know this already. Ouiji Ho is crazy dangerous. Not only got the minor heavenly demon title super young, but also leads a squad of insanely strong people. The reward in this dungeon is massive. If we ignore this, a demon that nobody can stop is going to be born. So we gotta stop that chick right here for the peace of Eria. Lee Sung Min asked, did anyone else enter the dungeon besides Ouiji Ho? Grismo listed them off. Sword Demon Doko, the Solitary Silver, and the Iron Demon Fist, all top-tier masters following Ouiji Ho. And from the Murim Alliance, we got Bek Sogo, the Drunken Beggar from the Beggar Sect, the Peerless Eccentric, and the Divine Wind Sword. Hearing that, Lee Sung Min thought, they were really all here. Grismo looked at him and said, Ghost Spear, Ouiji Ho needs to be stopped. You gonna help us? Lee Sung Min's face was full of question marks. Just stayed silent, not saying a word. Suddenly, the attitude flipped completely. Full of righteousness, Lee Sung Min said, of course, I'll do my best to support the Murim Alliance. Grismo got hyped and shouted, just what I expected from the young hero who took down the sword demon. As they walked and talked, he asked, this your first dungeon? Lee Sung Min replied, that's right. Grismo continued, every dungeon is different, but they all got powerful monsters. Best we stay on our toes. As soon as the words left his mouth, his steps slowed. His expression froze, eyes bulging in shock as he stared ahead. A figure stood blocking the path like the air around them had stopped still. Lee Sung Min's eyes reflected the silhouette, shocked. It was someone he knew. The person opposite spoke up. Lee Sung Min, you made it here too. Long time no see. She appeared with a cute face, style, and outfit full of personality, making even a nobody like Lee Sung Min unable to look away. Lips curved in a smile, blood-red eyes creating a weirdly magnetic pull. She softly called Lee Sung Min's name. They both stopped to look at the figure that popped up out of nowhere. Grismo gasped, is that Bek Sogo? The figure was definitely Bek Sogo, with that signature white hair and fit body standing right in front of them. Grismo innocently said, this is great. I was kind of worried when we got separated entering the dungeon. Lee Sung Min sensed something off and stopped him. Hold up, Grismo. Look closer. Hearing that, he squinted at the woman in surprise. She stood completely still, and upon closer inspection, her face was twisted. Half her face had sprouted fleshy lumps, eyes glowing red. Seeing that, Grismo's eyes went wide, face full of terror and dripping with sweat. That thing's definitely a monster faking Bek Sogo's look, taking advantage of the shock to land a solid kick right to the chest. Grismo hits the dirt hard, coughing up blood, face twisted in pain. Lee Sung Min's freaking out too, happened way too fast to stop. Rubia chimes in from the side. That's a doppelganger! A monster that copies an opponent's appearance and mimics their moves. Wait, copying a whole different species? Thinking back to the attack on Grismo using Shadow Spirit Walk and Traceless Step? Can that thing copy skills from whoever it fights too? The Bek Sogo look-alike spins around, locking onto Lee Sung Min next. Eyes totally white, crimson red around the edges, staring dead-eyed like looking at prey. Power starts surging through Lee Sung Min's arm right then. Veins popping out, emotions about to explode. Eyes glaring with killer intent, teeth gritted tight. How dare you use that face? Rubia's shivering in the back, terrified of this crazy vibe. What's wrong? Why the scary look? Please, just calm down. The doppelganger ignores everything, just a killing machine running on instinct. It charges dozens of clones that look exactly like the original, closing in fast. Lee Sung Min stands stone still. Remembering Bek Sogo from before the day Demon Sword died, getting told, you've grown so much. Hard to accept those words back then. After 2,100 years, took pride in improving, really wanted to hear that from Bek Sogo, glaring at the clones with pure hatred, not from a cheap knockoff like you. A moment later, cloak fluttering, Lee Sung Min looks down at the dead doppelganger with a blank face. Grismo approaches carefully. What the hell is this thing? A doppelganger. Hearing that, Grismo replies, weaker than the real Bek Sogo though, to think a doppelganger could actually copy those skills. God, things like this really exist? Rubia explains from the side, doppelgangers usually just copy looks, can't normally copy skills. But that's just what people outside this place think. Whatever, doesn't matter. Nothing to worry about. Starting the dungeon analysis now, acting as the guide here. So just trust and keep moving. Heoju's voice mocks. What's a noisy doll like you gonna do anyway? Rubia snaps back. Excuse me? At least I'm not stuck in a suit of armor. Heoju isn't having it. What? Once this body's fully restored, tearing you apart first. Rubia taunts. Try it if you can. Bet you can't even find me. Lee Sung Min cuts in like the Grim Reaper. Both of you, shut up. Grismo speaks up. Just had a nasty thought. Looking over, we just fought Bek Sogo's double, right? Face getting serious again. What if a doppelganger mimics one of us or shows up pretending to be that person? Lee Sung Min freezes, suddenly thinking of Ouiji Ho. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Heavenly Sword Alliance, red silk fluttering in the air. Someone facing it is shaking in fear. Dead teammate lying right next to them. choked with terror. You monster, unrivaled, eccentric alliance. Recognizing the figure ahead immediately, small heavenly demon, Ouiji Ho, terrified but still speaks. What's with the look? Learn some new demonic technique? No, there's no winning against you. But for justice, for myself, and for the soul of Heavenly Sword who died so brutally, then charges in to attack. No hesitation, powering up the palm strike, screaming, "Go to hell, Ouiji Ho!" A gentle flick and the body goes stiff instantly. Upper body completely obliterated, nothing left but fresh blood spraying everywhere. Hot drops splash onto Ouiji Ho's pretty face. Doesn't dodge, just lets the blood hit. Staring coldly at the mangled corpse on the ground, zero emotion, just watching for a long time. The corpse shifts form, revealing Lee Sung-min's body lying there. Looking at that familiar shape, whispering, "Been about 9 years, huh? Glad it's not actually you." Wiping off the blood, thinking, should have dressed up a bit more. A slight smile at the body on the ground. Practiced pretty hard, didn't you? Got stronger. Would be really sad if you died here. Before leaving, Ouiji Ho leaves a wish. Don't die on me. Somewhere else, Lee Sung-min surrounded by massive mountains, not a soul in sight. Heavy, exhausted panting. A woman in white sitting on the ground, Baek Sogo. Just finished off a doppelganger, saying wearily, didn't expect a doppelganger to show up. Thinking, lucky it was just a copy of Heavenly Wind Swordsman, the weakest of us. And this thing dropped from the corpse. An elixir. Pure stuff, too. Picking up the drop, thinking while walking. Where to now? Need to regroup with the Martial Alliance members fast. Baek Sogo, analyzing quickly. If I run into small heavenly demon or more than 2 of her minions, zero chance of winning. Suddenly, a voice from behind. Hey! Silent flare Baek Sogo. 2 men appear, Sword Demon and Demon Fist. Sword Demon asks, "It's you, right? Walking all alone?" Baek Sogo stays silent. Elsewhere, Lee Sung-min's holding the item dropped from Baek Sogo's doppelganger, a magic crystal. Heoju's voice pipes up, "Why not eat it?" Lee Sung-min replies, "Mind, energy, body, everything is unbalanced, not stable. Eating this could cause trouble." Heoju keeps tempting, "It'll be fine, for sure. Can feel that heart of yours is something amazing. Even as a great demon, never seen anyone with a special heart like that." Seeing the silence, hastily adds, "Of course, I'm the exception." Ignoring Heoju's rambling, Lee Sung-min looks at Grismo. Something's up with him. "Seo-yoon?" Grismo's voice cracked with shock. Up ahead, a guy appeared, arm severed, practically dying on the ground. Grismo rushed over. "Seo-yoon, what the hell happened to you?" Seo-yoon recognized him. Grismo. With a totally exhausted look, Seo-yoon asked, "I can actually talk to you so you're not a doppelganger, right?" Listening from the sidelines, Lee Sung-min thought, this guy's one of the 3 supernovas of the Orthodox faction, just like Ouiji Ho. Grismo asked, panic in the voice. "Hey, what happened to your left arm?" Seo-yoon answered, "Ran into the Sword Demon's doppelganger. Bastard fired off 10 strands of sword energy in a single move. Impossible to dodge all that." After rambling, Seo-yoon finally remembered the bleeding arm. "Can I bum some healing potion? I'm seriously gonna die here." Lee Sung-min handed over a potion. "Yeah, here." After downing the whole bottle, the severed stump finally stopped bleeding. Seo-yoon sounded sincere. "Thanks, man. You're a lifesaver." Lee Sung-min replied, "Bad news is, even with our elixirs, we can reattach that arm." Seo-yoon went quiet for a sec, then asked, "Who's the guy?" Grismo answered, "That's the ghost spear, Lee Sung-min, the one who took down the sword demon." Seo-yoon's tone got weird. "Oh, you? Heard a lot about you." The face turned unfriendly. "Lady Baek mentioned you a few times. You come here to help cause you're worried about her or something?" "You two must have a real deep bond." Lee Sung-min's expression went cold. "Isn't it normal for a junior to come save their senior? I'm the one who should be asking about your relationship with her, right?" Sparks flew between their eyes. Seo-yoon shot back. "We're comrades, extremely close ones." Lee Sung-min didn't back down. "Sure, I'm pretty close with her myself." Grismo and Rubia stood on the sidelines, trembling, too scared to interrupt. Lee Sung-min's face turned beet red. "Why am I getting so pissed off?" Then, Heoju's punchable voice chimed in. "Hey kid, so you got the hots for that white-haired girl?" Watching 2 dudes growling at each other over a chick entertaining stuff. Immediately, the old spirit ate a loving mental punch from Lee Sung-min. Seo-yoon's attitude did a 180. "Oh my bad. Sorry. Guess I was being a jerk to the guy who literally just saved me." Lee Sung-min replied awkwardly, "It's whatever. I should apologize too." Suddenly, a voice echoed from the distance. "You lot seem to be having a grand old time." A shadowy figure approached. The love and passion of youth, truly a wonderful sight for these weary, suffering eyes. It was Grandma Dokgo. With a twisted, ugly old face, the hag asked maliciously, "Mind if I join the party?" Grismo gasped in horror. Grandma Ducko. The old hag looked at everyone with pure contempt. You're too loud, you pig. Looks like you lot just had a scrap. Judging by your pathetic state, I reckon I can handle the whole bunch of you myself. Grandma Ducko? Lee Sung-min thought, annoyed. Another top-tier master? Seriously? Rubia suddenly cheered. I've finished analyzing the dungeon, Lee Sung-min replied. Not now. The fight just started, Rubia insisted. I'm showing you. Right now. A 3D map popped up, glowing with lights and a red dot for the boss. Rubia explained, blue dot is you, yellow dots are the others, and red dots are dungeon monsters. Lee Sung-min cut in. That's enough. I need to focus on the fight right here. Glancing at the screen, 3 yellow dots were moving fast. They must be fighting. The location was right behind the wall. His sixth sense tingled. What if one of those is Sogo? She might have run into Ouiji Ho or some other enemy. Lee Sung-min asked, Rubia, is this wall breakable? Rubia didn't get why, but answered, we'd have to try to find out. Won't be easy though. My scans show it's pretty thick. Meanwhile, Seo-yoon and Grismo had engaged Grandma Ducko. Suddenly, a terrifying energy surged from behind them. Seo-yoon thought, there's an insane amount of internal energy gathering back there. Grismo grinned fiercely. The ghost spear is prepping a finisher. Fine, I'll buy you some time. Lee Sung-min channeled his power. Energy pooled at the spear tip. Normal reinforcement wouldn't have cut it. Just a little more. Heo-ju suddenly spoke up. This technique, it isn't something you can handle at your current level, is it? I've done it before, Lee Sung-min replied silently. The massive energy condensed, crushing into a miniature purple huke hole swirling endlessly on the spear tip. Grismo shouted, here it comes! He and Seo-yoon scrambled out of the way, leaving Grandma Ducko to face it alone. Lee Sung-min's face twisted with effort, struggling to control the violent energy before blasting it forward. Grandma Ducko stood frozen in horror, unable to dodge. The wall blocking their path was blasted open, leaving a massive hole. Everyone stood stunned at the sudden end, but something felt off behind them. Grismo and Seo-yoon instinctively turned to look. There was Baek Sogo ignoring her own wounds, staring blankly at the person who had just crashed in. The Sword Demon and Demon Fist watched warily. Lee Sung-min stood like a descended god of war, bathed in divine light, shielding Baek Sogo. He whispered, Sogo, long time no see. Her face flushed red, trembling as she stared at the figure before her. The atmosphere was full of question marks until Grismo cut in. I'll buy you time, just focus on charging. Lee Sung-min, the ghost spear. Okay. Seo-yoon, leader of the new generation. Grismo cut in. That old hag Ducko. Seo-yoon updated. Lee Sung-min has vanished. Grismo updated. Lee Sung-min has vanished. Back updated. Lee Sung-min has vanished. In a flash, Lee Sung-min reappeared, standing guard over Baek Sogo. Face expressionless, he stared down the two opponents. Demon Fist couldn't help asking, who the hell is this monster? Sword Demon didn't know either. Does the Martial Alliance even have a spear user? Behind him, Baek Sogo asked anxiously, Sung-min, why are you here? Holding a pill in hand, he didn't turn back. Came to help you. He recalled when he got the pill, the circulation pill from his master. I didn't use it before because I was scared of chi deviation. He crunched down on the pill. Can't afford to hesitate now. Massive energy surged from the medicine, exploding from within his body. The Sword Demon watched silently, face unchanging, thoughts unreadable, as a new power flooded Lee Sung-min's veins. Damn, he thinks. Only took a bite of half this thing and the core S already buzzing. Energy levels? Halfway restored just like that. No chaotic backlash either. Void Lord wasn't lying. Meanwhile, Demon Fist is losing it over there, growling, I am taking on the lightning user. Sword Demon picks a target too. Fine, I'll handle that brat looking for a fight. Lee Sung-min and Baek Sogo see it coming, time to gear up. Enemies close the gap fast. Clang, sword meets spear. Neither Lee Sung-min nor Sword Demon is holding back. Every strike is meant to kill. Sparks fly everywhere, energy waves crashing into each other until boom, massive explosion right in the center. Baek Sogo watches, totally freaked out. Lee Sung-min's going toe-to-toe with Sword Demon. Lee Sung-min, since when did you get this strong? When we met last year, you were just... The fight pauses for a split-second stalemate, then bam, they're at it again. Sword Demon frowns. Weird kid. Technique looks sloppy compared to mine, but taking you down? Not easy. Those eyes, why do they feel so old? Like endless time trapped inside, even without rejuvenation arts. Lee Sung-min shifts stance. Spear turns into a blur, stabbing forward. Sword Demon doesn't flinch, slashing right at the tip. The impact knocks the old guy's arm back, but the grip holds tight. Seizing the moment, Sword Demon powers up, red lightning crackling all over. Another swing incoming, firing hundreds of energy blades straight at Lee Sung-min. But the kid doesn't blink. Spear slashes across, shattering every single blade. They just keep going, trading blows like machines. Sword Demon loves this, actually shouting in excitement. Suddenly, Lee Sung-min flexes, twisting the spear's path mid-air, aiming right for an opening. 9 heavens, absolute spear, third form, Sword Demon counters instantly. Hidden snake strike. Caught up in the thrill, Sword Demon swings wild, but then a flash cuts across the vision. Something's wrong. What's with that trajectory? Can't predict where it's going. No time to think. The spear comes crashing in with insane power, aiming right for the neck. Sword Demon tilts the head, barely dodges death, but the spear punches clean through the shoulder, stumbles back, taking heavy damage. Replaying the hit, a grin creeps up. That spear came from below. This fight? Absolutely thrilling. Sword Demon stares, calculating. That technique feels like a grandmaster who's been training for centuries. Wondered about the age, didn't expect a kid to be this good. Want to keep playing, but that spear style is a nightmare to read. Drag this out and I'm toast. Iron Demon Fist is losing ground too. Gotta crush him fast and regroup with the Lord. But there are 3 things Sword Demon Dako didn't see coming. First, the kid standing right there. Is best buds with the leader Dako respects so much, and that spear technique he just admired? Yeah, belongs to that same leader. And the kicker? Dako's life ends right now, killed by the boss. Eyes go wide, total shock, staring at the attacker who just showed up. Why? Confused. Ouiji Ho doesn't say a word. No explanation. Subordinate or not, doesn't matter, you're dead. Demon Fist screams in terror. Little heavenly demon! Can't believe Sword Demon just got dropped. Why? Why kill Dako? Even if you hate our guts. We've always been loyal. Just wanted to see you wreck the world, see a dark martial artist sit on the throne. That's it. Dako gave you everything. Why? Looking at Ouiji Ho's stone-cold face, veins pop out on Demon Fist's forehead. He snaps. Not worthy to talk to you, huh? Fine. Die then, little heavenly demon Ouiji Ho. Spoiler alert, Iron Demon Fist is the one dying today. The Ouiji Ho standing here? Just a doppelganger. But Dako and Demon Fist wouldn't know that. They've never seen a doppelganger in the dungeon before. Those dark martial artists followed Ouiji Ho to the end, only to die in pain, hearts full of pure rage. Lee Sung-min spots someone in the distance, muttering, "Sogo, run." She looks confused. "I ain't planning on dying here," he says, made an exit out back. "Go through there, find Drunken Beggar and Grismo. Bring him here. We need the backup to fight her. Only way we stand a chance." She hesitates, worried. "But if I leave," Lee Sung-min cuts in, "you gotta do it. You are way faster than me." He flashes a grin. "Counting on you." Beck Sogo hates this, wants to argue, but bites her lip instead. Turning to leave, she whispers, "Lee Sung-min, don't die." Smirking, he shoots back. "Of course I'll survive." He turns to Ouiji Ho's doppelganger, eyes glowing, staring him down. Only one thought in the head now. Gotta be sure. Looking at that thing wearing Ouiji Ho's face, he remembers the past life. Ouiji Ho made it out of the dungeon alive. When people asked what went down, she just said, "Everyone's dead." Everyone assumed. Little heavenly demon slaughtered them all. But now the truth is out. The killer in the past life? It was this doppelganger all along, checking out the fabric floating behind her. That cloth Ouiji Ho wears. It's like a holy relic. Stretches on command, strikes with insane speed. My current level might not cut it. Just as the thought lands, the cloth shoots out scary fast right at the face. Focus! Lee Sung-min grips the weapon, waiting for the split second. Now! Like lightning, he whips the spear, deflecting the doppelganger-esque strike just in time. Veins bulging, barely holding on. I can take this. Damn it! Feels like the arm is gonna rip right off the socket. No breaks allowed. Lee Sung-min keeps blocking the freaky cloth. High intensity, non-stop. Stamina-s tanking fast. Gotta think of a plan now. Waiting for Sogo to grab Drunken Beggar and Grismo, who are busy fighting Dako and Demon Fist, is gonna take like 5 minutes. By then, everything would have been totally different if those 3 had jumped into the fight with me. But in that one split second, I zoned out. Bam, that cloth smacked me hard, sending me flying backward. The shockwave tears right through my armor, blood gushing from my mouth like crazy. Lee Sung-min screams inside his head, "I want to live! I have to live! Because I made a promise to so many people. How the hell do I survive this? Gotta endure it, gotta fight, gotta beat this thing. My body might be weak right now, but my will isn't breaking." Thinking back on those 2100 years in the mental world, remembering all the training. Suddenly, Ouiji Ho's advice pops up. For guys who only charge forward, the sides are wide open. When fighting a tough opponent, try switching directions or reversing the attack to give them a taste of their own medicine. No hesitation, dodging the cloth at max speed and closing in on the doppelganger. That thing looks like it has zero feelings or thoughts. It attacks non-stop, staring with cold eyes like it's looking at a corpse. Lee Sung-min gets in close, spear ready in hand. Thrusting the spear at the doppelganger without blinking. The thing doesn't even move, like it doesn't care about some bug jumping around in front of it. Massive power explodes from the spear tip, blinding light and white lightning crashing into the doppelganger. When the light fades, Lee Sung-min is still holding the thrust pose. Eyes locked on the target. The spear got blocked by that cloth layer protecting the doppelganger. Its eyes look like they re-mocking me. Attack failed. Lee Sung-min backs off fast to make space. Heo-ju's voice rings out. Hey kid, realized it yet? That girl, she doesn't even need to move or use martial arts. She just manipulates the cloth around her. And that cloth? It ain't even a strong weapon. It's that powerful because of her technique and insane internal energy. Hearing that, it clicks. The doppelganger can copy the original's moves perfectly. Ouiji Ho rarely uses martial arts, just that cloth. She won't bother with real skills against an opponent who isn't on her level. The doppelganger pulls back the cloth and lifts an arm. Heo-ju speaks up. Congrats, kid. You've been recognized as an opponent worthy of seeing her real martial arts. Seems like she was just playing around at first. Lee Sung-min prays silently. Sogo, please don't come here. Looking at the figure ahead, this is a literal monster. Meanwhile, Baek Sogo is screaming. Hey, we gotta go save Sung-min right now. Grismo sounds exhausted. Wait a sec, look at this. What the? Cutting him off, we can't waste any more time. Forget it, if you guys won't go, I'll go alone. Just as the words come out, her eyes suddenly lose focus, staring blankly into space. Grismo asks in shock. Seo-yoon replies, I just hit her pressure point to knock her out. If we listened to her, we'd all be dead. His scarred face frowns as he continues. From the start, we miscalculated the enemy's strength. We used everything fighting Grandma Doko. To take down the minor heavenly demon, we'd need 5 times our current power. Right now, we need to retreat. Hearing that, Grismo stays silent for a bit before asking, can we even escape? If we don't beat that boss monster at the exit, Seo-yoon cuts in. Luckily, when I checked Grandma Doko earlier, I found a dungeon escape scroll. She probably picked it up after beating some other doppelgangers. Grismo pauses for a few seconds, then whispers, all right. Seo-yoon replies grimly, this is a tough call. Thanks for agreeing. Carrying the small girl in his arms, he goes silent. Looking at the exit ahead, lips trembling, all words turn into one final thought. I'm sorry. Suddenly, a massive force slams into Sung-min before he can defend himself. Body shaking, spitting out fresh blood. Heo-ju's voice cuts in. Brace yourself, here it comes again. Not giving Sung-min a second to recover, the doppelganger rushes in. Heo-ju barks, center, 10 o'clock direction, 7 o'clock. Following the lead, the spear counters the attack. Heo-ju says coolly, coming from the left, but this time Sung-min isn't fast enough. Voice cold and bored, Heo-ju sighs. Seriously, you're so annoying. Just move exactly like I tell you. Sung-min snaps back. Shut up, Heo-ju grumbles. Then do better. My house is getting wrecked because of you. He means the armor the kid is wearing. Heo-ju scolds, ungrateful brat. If I didn't block that hit, you'd be a pile of meat right now. And if you die, I'm stuck here forever. He suddenly remembers Baek Sogo and that short-haired chick who just left. They haven't come back yet. Lee Sung-min cuts him off coldly. I know you're curious. Don't you hate her? You got betrayed, kid. He smirks. If you didn't come here to save her, you wouldn't be in this mess in the first place. Now you're just dying in her place. Gritting his teeth. I don't give a damn. Heo-ju is surprised. What? Lee Sung-min looks down. I know she's not like that. Something must have happened. I am done thinking about useless crap like that. Eyes lighting up. If she doesn't come back, that's exactly what I want. Honestly, I would be died at Mount Mush if it wasn't for her anyway. No response, just stunned silence. Then Heo-ju bursts into arrogant laughter, startling Sung-min. He sounds hyped. I'm actually starting to like you, kid. Fine. I can't just let you die here like this. He gives a creepy smile. I'll give you a hand. Instantly, Sung-min is wrapped in an intensely powerful aura. Eyes wide, he yells, What the hell are you doing? Heo-ju barks, Just shut up and take it. I'm trying to help you. Releasing a surge of power. Behold, this is the boundless true body. Heo-ju watches calmly as the kid's body gets stronger. Having a vessel makes gathering power way easier for me. Try using it with your strongest desire. The overwhelming power merges into Sung-min's body. He's stunned. So, this is? Heo-ju says casually. A piece of my demonic energy. I knew your heart could handle this power without any issues. Sung-min can't believe it. My wounds, they're healing. Even my broken arm is fixing itself, and I can feel this insane power surging through me. Tides have turned. That doppelganger copied the arrogance, the curiosity, everything. Just standing there, eyeing Lee Sung-min. Then bam, figure flickers. Finally gets that Lee Sung-min isn't playing around anymore. Teeth gritted hard, feels like the energy center is gonna blow straight up. Heo-ju pipes up. Suck it up, here it comes. Next second, Ouiji Ho's form blurs. Attack incoming right now, eyes wide. Whoa, first time actually blocking a hit, but it ain't enough. The old ghost sneers. Hand over the wheel, kid. Head. And I'll crush that poser in a heartbeat. Sungmin cuts in. Shut it. I'm doing this myself. Fists clenched tight. Just fork over the power. Heoju busts a gut laughing. Ha ha ha, you think you can handle more? You'll pop if I pour another drop in, even if I wanted to. This is power Lee Sung-min reached before. Back then, couldn't use it. Body was too trash in reality to handle it, but the know-how is there. Done it once, can do it again. Ouiji Ho closes in blink and you miss it, unleashing a combo that same insane level reached in the mental world. Enough to crush this copycat right here. No, even the real Ouiji Ho. Voice drops low, screaming out, just give it to me already. Spear tip flares up, energy condensing tight. The metal hums, pressure blasting forward. Ouiji Ho launches a countercharge. Moves fast, but next second, jaw drops. Total shock. A massive pillar of light slams into the target, blowing him way back. Ground shatters under Ouiji Ho, dust everywhere. Stomps down hard, bouncing back up like nothing happened. Aura flares, rocketing straight at Sung-min. Channels power, blocking the hit instant speed. Fourth form, Heavenly Absolute Spear. Lee Sung-min goes all out, shockwaves rattling everything nearby. 9 dragons. Destruction. Space literally detonates, light swallowing the world. Ouiji Ho just swipes the arm, batting the attack away. Power gathers in that hand. Peace. Becoming ground zero. A palm strike expands, massive enough to blot out the sky, crashing down. Sung-min freezes, eyes shaking. This is frowns. The strongest move available after absorbing the Void Tyrant-S power. Grip tightens on the spear. 9 Heavens Absolute Spear. Activate. Eyes locked in. Pure determination. Power condenses in a split second. 6th form. Pressure blasts toward Ouiji Ho. Void path. Dodges it. Barely. Ouiji Ho goes quiet, staring back with cold, dead eyes. But a second later, energy drains out completely, slumps over, hitting the ground. Sung-min gasps for air, head tilted back, but stays on high alert. Dust clears. Stares at Ouiji Ho lying there, sweat drenching everything, teeth grinding against the pain. Finally, body relaxes. Breathing slows down. Muscles loosen up. That rush of winning did it. Flashback hits. 9 years since then? Nah, feels like thousands for me. Got this far just thinking about you. Lee Sung-min wonders, am I a bit stronger now? Hyoju cuts in, voice cold as ice. What's with the sentimentality? You borrowed my juice to beat that thing. Ridiculous. The ghost barks out, that's what I was gonna say, but owning power and actually wielding it? 2 different beasts. Controlled something way out of your league. Interesting kid. Then Hyoju drops it. Kid, brace yourself. Lee Sung-min looks blank, clueless. Hyoju chills his tone, taking my power back now. The backlash? Gonna be hell. Lose focus, you die. Stays calm. Don't sweat it. I'm used to pain. The ghost cackles. Used to this? We'll see. Heavy pressure wraps around tight. Body starts shaking, spasms hitting. Blood vessels pop in the eyes. Power rips through every single cell. Feels like being torn into shreds. Can't hold it in. Screaming at the top of lungs as the pain hits. Wakes up to Rubia shaking him. She's beaming. You're up. Voice raspy. Rubia looks around. How long was I out? Rubia looks worried sick. An hour. You were thrashing around in pain for a solid hour. She whispers. Used that potion from the lady who left. Didn't seem to help much though. Shocked. Used the potion and I am still this wrecked? Without it, I'd definitely be dead meat. Cracks a smile. Looks like Sogo saved this life again. Hyoju asks, kinda awkward. You good? Casual reply. Feel like I am dying. Joints, dantian, meridians, total mess. Tries to get up. Rubia blocks the way. Hold up. You can't move yet. Softly. Gotta go. She doesn't get it. Dragging that broken body where to? Glances at a corner. Grandma Dalko. Rubia whispers, I sense residue. Teleportation magic was used here. Suspicious. Teleportation? Gotta be an escape scroll out of the dungeon. She continues, 3 people warped out. Thoughts go to Sogo and the other 2. Faint smile. So Sogo made it out safe. Means I did what I came here for. Rubia yells out, wait, where are you going? Calmly pops open the system interface, voice drifting forward, eyes determined, locked on the boss's location. Moving forward, drags that heavy broken body 1 step at a time. Ouiji Ho, stumbling, about to crash. Just how strong did you get in 9 years? How much did you change? Rubia jumps. Your voice, what's wrong with it? How do you walk now? What kind of energy do you give off? Sung-min collapses to the ground. Do you think about me as much as I think about you? Eyes droop, heavy sigh. Probably not. I've been chasing you for 9 years, but for me, it's been 2,100 years. Keeps dragging those feet. What you said when we were 13, that's what kept me going. Steps falter. Wanted to show you the results. All this effort. Wanted to scream it out that I got stronger because of you, body trembling, whispers, just a little more. Vision going blurry. Just a bit more. A light up ahead catches the eye. Suddenly eyes flare up, stunned, can't believe it. There he is, Ouiji Ho, floating right there in the air. Beautiful, Sung-min thinks. That childish need to show off? Gone. Crumbles instantly. Sung-min couldn't take eyes off the opponent. Every single move, every step freaking perfect. It's way beyond anything imagined for this trial run. Quietly judging the situation, a doppelganger couldn't possibly mimic that level of skill. That right there, that's the goal I've been chasing this whole time. That powerful, imposing aura right in front, it's Ouiji Ho. That cold, indifferent look is always plastered on that face. Finally, a slight smirk appeared. Looks like this is the dungeon boss. A single nod, but it felt heavy. If this were the old me, no way I could V1. Eyes lowering, the thought crossed, I also met a monster just like you, someone who used the Nine Heavens spirit. Ji Ho looked amused finally, an interesting opponent. Hearing the words Lee Sung-min, you've gotten stronger, made the face burn bright red with embarrassment. Clearing the throat, the reply came out, hey, don't say stuff like that. It's gonna make me feel all satisfied and I'll stop grinding to get better. Ji Ho gave a faint laugh. Finally decided to speak up, huh? Lee Sung-min felt awkward. I just didn't know what to say earlier. Eyes narrowing, Ji Ho asked, you hid behind that wall on purpose, didn't you? Stammering a bit, it's because I wasn't good enough to face you yet. Ji Ho went quiet for a second, then waved a hand dismissively. So who exactly were you trying to meet? Sung-min whispered. You. Ji Ho cracked a smile. Must have been hell for you, but you survived and made it all the way to the end. That means you beat me before this, right? Sung-min looked down. I can't say I did it all by myself. Ji Ho just watched quietly, that gaze calm but calculating something. Ouiji Ho spoke softly. Congratulations, you achieved your dream. It brought back the memory of Lee Sung-min saying, I'm gonna make training with you my goal. And 10 years from now, I swear I'll drive this spear right through your heart. Sung-min flinched. Ugh, please don't bring that up. Leaning against the wall, reminiscing about the old days, both of them just burst out laughing. Ouiji Ho reflected, 9 years that time actually meant something to me. Raising an eyebrow, what about you? Sung-min smiled faintly. It meant a lot, but man, I suffered so much too. Her shoulders slumped, eyes looking cold and lonely. Ji Ho asked quietly, will you come with me? Sung-min blinked. What? With a steady, deliberate tone, Ji Ho repeated what was said before. I hate having people place their expectations on me. Voice dropping low. It was like that before I got summoned to this world, and even after I got here. Those disgusting, expectant stares, they follow me everywhere. Then, a pause. But if that look comes from you, I don't think I'd hate it. Sung-min stood there, stunned for a moment, before whispering, I'm sorry. Ji Ho closed eyes indifferently. So, you don't want to go with me? Hands waving frantically. No, it's not that. It's just if I go with you now, I'll just be standing in your shadow. I don't want that. I want to stand beside you as an equal. Ji Ho frowned. Even so, you've already become stronger than I expected. Sung-min sighed. This isn't enough to satisfy me. A faint smirk tugged at Ouiji Ho's lips. Greedy jerk. It's been 9 years, one more year until our promise is due. A firm nod. Yeah, one more year. By then I'll climb to the same level as you and we'll meet again. Ji Ho hinted. And at that time will you accompany me? Sung-min blushed. That's Ji Ho burst out laughing, looking totally hyped. All right, fine, I get it. I'll hold back my greed for you for now. But let me tell you, it won't be easy, because in 1 year, I'm gonna be even stronger than whatever you achieve. Sung-min nodded. I know. After all, you're the person I set as my goal. A light chuckle. He really has changed a lot. They both stood up at the same time, facing each other but separated by the wall. All right then. They spoke in unison. In 1 year, let's meet at the rendezvous point. Ji Ho thought silently. Actually, I really wanted to drag you along, even if I had to use force. I really want to turn around and look at his face, but I'll hold back. I don't want him to hate me. Let's talk a lot more when we meet in a year. I want to see you, grab some food, drink some booze, and just talk about everything we've been through. Just remembered, I forgot to say this. I miss you. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, a piercing scream echoed. Seo Yoon panicked. Why did you bring me out here? Sung-min, he's fighting in my place. Grizz remarked, wow, her reaction is super intense for someone known as emotionless. Seo Yoon whispered, we didn't have a choice. Then she snapped, screaming, you cowards! You guys are pathetic. Is this what you call heroic warriors? Is this the code you guys protect? Someone tried to calm her. Lady Beck, please chill out for a second. Baek Sogo walked past them coldly. I'm leaving the Murim Alliance. Seo Yoon's eyes popped out. What? She replied calmly. I don't want to be part of a place like this anymore. Don't come looking for me. You people make me sick. He stood there frozen. Couldn't say a single word. Baek Sogo gritted her teeth. Sorry, I'm so sorry. Sung Min, I need to get stronger. Right then, Selgaris was training like crazy. Scarlet was yawning non-stop with a book in hand. Living creatures in this world walk with feet firmly on the ground. Humans. We call them humans. They have morals and standards. That's why they follow rules to keep order. But there are those who ignore every rule, crossing every line. Those who live off the blood of others. Existences that challenge death itself, continuing on in a filthy life. Creatures that threw away the honor and trust they should have kept. Creatures ruled by savage instincts, roaring under the moonlight. Creatures that aren't human, and those standing on that blurry line, the world calls them aberrations. Lee Sung-min suddenly woke up in a strange, empty space, scanning the surroundings. Where the heck am I? Then, a thought hit, and pure shock took over. Why do you look so pale? A mocking laugh echoed through the space. Sung-min frowned. That voice? Void King? Hyoju chuckled. Correct. Where exactly is this place? The voice replied, in your dream. After I lent you my power back then, seems like our spiritual worlds overlapped. When you sleep, I can hack into your dreams. Right now, your body is dealing with the backlash of using my power. You won't die, though. Sung-min let out a long breath. Seriously? I was kind of worried, thought I might still be stuck in that hallucination, since everything after the trial felt like a dream. Sung-min squinted. Is that your original form? Hyoju mused. I just picked a shape I felt comfortable with. Do you want me to show you what I really look like? Sung-min stared in shock as waves of energy started rushing straight at him. A massive, badass figure suddenly appeared. He smirked. What you think? This is the real me, the Void Tyrant. Lee Sung-min answered indifferently. You look way more human than expected. Hyoju narrowed those eyes. Demons were always creatures shaped like humans, even if this ain't my true body. Feels good to actually have a body again after so long. Lee Sung-min shot a glance. So, what are you doing here? I'm beat. Hyoju cleared the throat. Got some questions for you. Lee Sung-min gave a small nod and the guy leaned in close. Kid, what the hell are you exactly? The power I gave over ain't something a punk like you should be able to handle, but somehow you pulled it off, using it like a pro. Almost like it belonged to you from the start. How'd you manage that? Lee Sung-min shot back. Why should I tell you? Hyoju scoffed. Without me, you'd be dead meat long ago, right? Not just weak, but shameless too? When we connected through magic, I could feel all those emotions. Thirst, inferiority, self-doubt, feelings of a totally weak creature that I, an invincible being, never even knew existed. Yet there's this mental barrier, strong enough to resist my control. What the hell are you? Lee Sung-min didn't know how to answer, stammering for a while without saying a word. Hyoju nodded along. I get it now. Knew you were a regressor, but Mush and Ene, who would have guessed you got trained by two actual gods? The mystery is solved. That solid mental wall and power that totally doesn't match the talent level. Can't believe you trained in the mental world for 2,100 years. That's insane. Lee Sung-min pointed a finger. That's right. I'm older than you, so show some respect when talking to me. The old guy burst out laughing. No matter how long you live, to me, you're still just a brat. Gotta be stronger than me to spout stupid crap like that. But that ain't ever gonna happen in your lifetime. And after 2,100 years of training, this is all you got? Told you already. This body can't handle all the experience and training I went through in the mental world. Yeah, even considering that, don't get me wrong. Not trying to mock the talent, okay? Maybe laughing a little, but that's just the limit of a human. Lee Sung-min looked shocked. What? Hyoju grinned like a creep. Just become a demon. Stunned, the body unconsciously took a step back. The old guy spoke again. Gotta have felt it by now. The price for borrowing my power demon energy has soaked into that body. Plus, that heart belongs to a monster. If you turn into a demon with that as the core, gonna become one hell of an interesting monster. If that happens, might even get stronger than that woman you are so obsessed with. Lee Sung-min gasped for air. I refuse. The guy clicked his tongue. Just saying that option is on the table. That's all. But kid, don't forget about that mutant energy living inside, already standing on the edge. A cold voice suddenly rang out, telling them to head north. 5 years from now, go to the place where the snow never melts. You'll meet someone important there. Rubia got all excited. I get why we're heading to the big northern city, Travia, but why do we have to camp out in this freezing cold for 3 whole months? Lee Sung-min gnawed on a piece of meat. Cause there's nowhere else to crash around here. We're almost there anyway. What is it? Chill out a bit, Hyoju spoke in a low tone. Instead of wasting food, why don't you just become an inanimate object? Rubia panicked. Excuse me? Quit spouting nonsense. If you don't have a body, shut your trap. Useless. He ground his teeth, growling at her. Lee Sung Min recalled that 3 months had passed since that day. After we busted out of the dungeon, I had to pay a steep price to borrow the Void Tyrant's power. Soon as I recovered, we hit the road, heading north, just like Master Mush's prophecy said. Current target is the big northern city, Travia. After 3 months of travel, finally about to arrive. Thinking back based on intel from Neville, Travia used to be ruled by the blood heavenly demon. But after that guy lost an arm and it fell into the hands of the little heavenly demon, order got destroyed. All sorts of monsters and demons started running wild. Now it's just a chaotic mess. Rubia nodded along. Travia was originally land for demons, evil factions, and mutants before the blood heavenly demon showed up. Honestly, I don't want to go there at all. Lee Sung Min frowned. Mutants? She quickly added. Travia's been called the realm of mutant demons for ages. Got demons like the Void Tyrant there, plus zombies, vampires, werewolves. That's the nickname for monsters that look human. He pondered. I get it. So that's why these places are so terrifying. Lee Sung Min laughed softly. Great. I can already smell the dogs around here. The pitch. Huke Forest suddenly lit up with dozens of eyes watching them. He smirked. Perfect. That's the sign we're getting close to the target. The wolves suddenly pounced down. Been a while, huh? Time for a little workout. While Lee Sung Min was spacing out, a vicious wolf rushed in to attack. Rubia screamed, Watch out! Werewolves are super strong at night. Normal weapons won't work on them. Lee Sung Min frowned, looking it over. Normal weapons? Selgaris sounded terrified, unable to believe the eyes. Is that orichalcum? He was curious. That's orichalcum. She couldn't hide the excitement. Do you seriously not know what this is? Where on earth did you find this? This purity, this size, Lee Sung Min recalled. It showed up after I beat Ouiji Ho's doppelganger. Grabbed it inside a dungeon. I want to make a spear out of it. Dunno if that works? With a chunk of orichalcum that huge, there'll be plenty left over even after making a spearhead. So, keep the leftovers as payment. Selgaris froze. Are you crazy? Crafting a weapon with orichalcum is an honor for me. Could buy a few castles with this stuff, but you're giving it to me as payment? Then integrate it into this magic resistance armor too. Lee Sung Min made the request. Let's do that. She nodded once and turned to leave. All right, got it. The sharp spear in the hand flashed with an oppressive power. Lee Sung Min launched up, quickly slashing away the werewolf rushing in. One after another, they flew in, only to get wiped out easily. Lee Sung Min put power into slamming the spear shaft into one coming from behind. Swung the spear in hand, easily piercing through the werewolf without a second thought. Lee Sung Min calmly spun around, delivering a light thrust that dropped it instantly. The spear flashes. Lee Sung Min brings it down hard. The werewolf howls, then dead silence. Kid's face goes dark, eyes cold as ice. Zero hesitation. Lee Sung Min stands over the pile of wolf corpses he just dropped. Voice drops low. Talk! Why'd you attack me? Malung roars, furious. How dare you? You think you were walking away alive after this? Lee Sung Min looks confused. Say what? You jumped me first. Malung grinds its teeth. Because you trespassed on Demon Wolf Sect territory. Our turf! Lee Sung Min frowns. Demon Wolf Sect? Let me guess, a bunch of mutts made a club? Where's this territory anyway? The wolf growls back. You passed a small village on your way here. Thanks to the mess you made there, we couldn't collect our taxes. Lee Sung Min thinks back. Humph. That innkeeper drugged Rubia to sell her as a slave. Hyeoju bursts out laughing at the memory. Seeing that catgirl paralyzed was hilarious, though. Malong freezes, totally not expecting that reaction. Then the rage snaps back. It roars. You're the ones in the wrong. Lee Sung Min glares, deadly serious. And now your little sect wants to pick a fight with me over it? Back off now and I'll walk away. Nobody else dies. The wolf screams. Shut your mouth! You think we'd let you leave after humiliating us? The Demon Wolf Sect never forgives. Lee Sung Min swings the spear casually. Slash. Another wolf drops dead instantly. Hyeoju whispers, Kid, what's on your mind? Lee Sung Min raises a brow. What? I'm not thinking anything. Do I need to think twice about taking out the trash? The old ghost looks deep in thought. True, they were way too weak for you. With your current power, crushing these guys is a joke. Lee Sung Min frowns. What's your point? Hyeoju warns, don't to get cocky just because you slaughtered a few wolves. You were showing off. Arrogance is for the invincible, like me. He pauses. They look familiar, though. Rubia steps up slowly. Vampires and werewolves usually serve a single master, the one who created these low-level grunts. For werewolves, the minions usually look like the boss. If their master is the demon wolf leader I'm thinking of, you can't beat him. Not yet. So don't be stupid, unless you want to meet your maker early. Lee Sung-min snaps, so what? You wanted me to just stand there and watch Rubia get sold off as a slave? Rubia starts sobbing. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Lee Sung-min cuts her off. No, we trespassed. This fight was gonna happen anyway. Hyo-ju scoffs. I'm just warning you. There's always someone stronger, and looks like my worst fears just came true a lot sooner than I thought. Before anyone can react, a chilling, smooth voice cuts through the air. Hello, everyone. A massive, imposing figure steps out. I am Dugwi. He smiles, but it's terrifying. Leader of the Demon Wolf sect. His eyes gleam with malice. That's right. Dugwi, the Alpha. Dugwi, the Demon Wolf. Lee Sung-min feels a cold sweat break out instantly. Dugwi frowns, scanning the carnage. My boys all dead? All that training and they're this weak? Pathetic. He turns to Lee Sung-min. Never seen you before. Who are you? Lee Sung-min grips his spear tight, forcing himself to stay calm. Lee Sung-min. Lee Sung-min? Rings a bell. Ah, right. The demon spear. But that's weird. I thought you were one of the good guys. You look more like one of us. He shrugs. Whatever. Boom. Dugwi's energy explodes, wrapping around him like a storm. The pressure is crushing, suffocating the whole area. So how do you want to die? Lee Sung-min freezes, pupils shrinking in pure terror. Then a deep voice cuts in. Crazy wolf, that's enough. Dugwi blinks, confused. Hyo-ju continues. Aren't you a little too old to be bullying kids? Dugwi stares at the glowing aura, surprised. Hyo-ju, is that actually you? The ghost smirks. Yeah, it's me. Been about 400 years, hasn't it? Dugwi bursts into manic laughter. I heard you died centuries ago. Where's your body? You stuck mooching off this kid? Hyo-ju frowns. Don't know. Probably dust by now. Dugwi clutches his face, laughing like a maniac. Unbelievable. Look how pathetic you've become. Hyo-ju's voice drops low. You're the one who's changed. Your eyes, they're dead. Where's the mad wolf who used to run wild? The werewolf growls. I am Dugwi now. So you want me to let him go? Hyo-ju nods. Yeah. Dugwi looks surprised that Hyo-ju is protecting the kid. He nods slowly. 400 years, that's a long time. Never thought I'd hear you begging, Hyo-ju. Hyo-ju grinds his teeth. You want to fight? Let's go. Dugwi smiles. Nah. I was just in the neighborhood and got curious. Killing these runts doesn't mean anything. I'll let it slide. You heading to Travia? Lee Sung-min nods, still on edge. Yeah. Dugwi gives a side eye. If you're going to Travia, watch your back. The others aren't as nice as me. He turns and leaves, taking the wounded wolves with him. Lee Sung-min asks, if we fought, I would have lost, right? Hyo-ju whispers, no doubt. He's a monster who's been training for centuries, one of the strongest out there. You're not even close to his level. Weird that he started a sect, though. More importantly, thanks to you, I had to beg for our lives. Embarrassing. You are weak as a bug. Get stronger, fast. That arrogant prick Dugwi if I had my body. Lee Sung-min ponders this. He's just the leader of some small-time sect. Even if he's at the top, I have to climb higher. The world is huge. Lee Sung-min feels a rush of excitement. No more despair, no more dead ends. The path is wide open. He pauses, remembering Dugwi's words. The others aren't as nice as me. That sticks with him. Lee Sung-min frowns. What the hell did he mean by that? Others? Meanwhile, inside a secret realm, Dugwi stands before a scepter. The gem glows with a dark, murderous energy. He speaks to it. Hey, I found Hyo-ju. Silence. Then, a massive shadow rises behind Dugwi. The Demon King chuckles. Hyo-ju? Thought he was dead. Dugwi replies calmly, lost his body, just a soul now, but he's still got that aura. He points a finger, energy gathering at the tip. An image appears. It's really Hyo-ju. Survived the purge 400 years ago without a body. The Demon King squints. And who's the other guy? Hyo-ju shrugs. Just some martial artist. Gotta cling to this guy to survive. The Demon King hums in thought. Isn't that the punk who wasted Jenniella's clone? She smirks. Yeah. Doesn't look like much, but anyone strong enough to wreck Jenniella's clone ain't exactly weak. Hyo-ju cuts in. Looks human enough, but feels more like one of us. Since Hyo-ju is tagging along, let's slide for now. Wait, looks like the guy's heading this way. Let's see how things play out. Jenniella eyes the kid with twisted delight. That the one? The Demon King barks a warning. Don't get sloppy. Hyo-ju's power ain't a joke. She flashes a wicked grin. Got it handled. The guy jumps, shocked. That what you see? Well, report back if anything gets weird. A predator. The Demon King watches the silhouette, lip curling. Finally found ya. The Heart Thief. This file's got the heavy intel on Travia. He's toned. Quick rundown on core troop movements and specs. Sung-min flips through the pages, deep in thought, eyes dead calm, catches a symbol in the corner. Predator. No idea when it started, but this thing's been around for centuries. Vampires, werewolves, all that freaky stuff. An org that recruits non-humans. The logo? An inverted pentagram. Don't see them much during the day, but they're bloodthirsty and strong as hell, Sung-min mutters. Especially the 5 captains known as the Huke Stars. Impossible to gauge that power level. Bottom line, dangerous. Those mutant freaks gotta be the ones Hyo-ju talked about. Hyo-ju pipes up. Yep, that's the crew. Tried to recruit me, but I passed. Sounded like way too much work. That Mad Wolf is definitely one of the Huke Stars. Sung-min freezes. So there's 4 others just as strong as that monster. The spirit explains, those guys have lived for centuries. For a human to go toe-to-toe with. Damn near impossible. Got lucky that Psycho let it slide. So, unless you want to regret being weak when it really counts, Sung-min gets pissed. There you go again, trying to turn me into a demon, huh? Already said no a million times. Seriously, I have always scraped by on luck. Hyo-ju looks stunned. No way. Sung-min's face goes hard. Told you. Someone I knew and respected went down that path. Out of respect for that guy, can't lose myself. Hyo-ju replies calmly. You're already standing on the edge, kid. Struggle seems pointless now, huh? But what's the point of clinging to your ego if it means giving up the power you actually need? Heard enough of this crap. Sung-min glares. Shut it. Can get stronger without turning into some demon freak. The spirit gives a cold laugh. Is that right? Hope you don't figure out the truth when it's too late. Luckily, the Mad Wolf let things slide this time. There's a crazy chick over there who's got a thing for guys like you. Looks totally into it. Date. Types who'd lick your boots for a scrap of love while you're strong. Pathetic seeing you show this weak side now. Gotta say, pretty disappointed here. The man grits his teeth. Get lost. Jenniella looks down at the guy, pure disgust on her face. Strokes his face. So pitiful. Then bam, smashes a fist right into him. Beck Musen shakes with rage. You vampire bitch said get lost. Not gonna fall for a piece of trash like you, he screams. I'm the blood heavenly demon. Travia's shape-shifting ruler. Blood heavenly demon, Beck Musen. She catches his hand, easy, and squeezes hard. Jenniella pouts playfully. Why's a noble warrior making my heart flutter like this? Beck, why not just belong to me? Huke Star, demon, vampire queen Jenniella. That left hand you lost grows right back the second you serve me. Plus, you'll get the power to crush that little heavenly demon who put you in this mess. Beck Musen flinches, stumbling back, grits his teeth and spits it out. I refuse. Jenniella just looks more amused. Beck Musen, you were amazing. Even after getting beat by a girl way younger than you and falling into total despair. Even after that powerful army you built got wiped out, you still got that spirit. Mind isn't swayed. Not tempted by the offer. But guess what? Every time I come back, that no gets a little quieter. The blood heavenly demon's gonna belong to Jenniella soon. But she ain't happy about it. Always the same. Once she gets the toy she wants, the thrill's gone. Tosses it in the trash. And when that happens, hunts for a new toy. Been getting off on this twisted game for a while now, she whispers. Guess it's time to find a fresh plaything. Suddenly, a servant walks up, head bowed. My queen. Jenniella turns, bored, and stares. Sang-jin clears his throat. Stranger just entered the city. Definitely human, but I smell something non-human on him. She laughs coldly. Gotta be the guy Hyo-ju mentioned. Jenniella looks puzzled. The one who broke my toy? Was bored of that toy anyway, but Hyo-ju's warning keeps ringing in my head. Don't go too far. She freezes, dead silent, plotting something. A second later, she shrugs it off. Not my problem. Let's go see what this guy looks like. Meanwhile, the streets are littered with injured bodies. Everyone seems used to it. Totally numb, nobody cares. Sung-min sighs, blending into the crowd, scanning the area. Confused. Great, we made it to Travia, but what the hell happened here? Bodies piled up everywhere. Rubia whispers, didn't I tell you? Place turned into a hellhole after the blood heavenly demon went down. Sung-min chokes on his words. Didn't think it'd be this bad though. Hyo-ju cuts in. Those aren't just corpses, and the people here, they ain't normal. Humans, werewolves, vampires crawling all over the place. Monsters usually hide in the dark. If they are walking around in the open, this city is officially screwed. She looks like she's about to cry hearing that. Are you serious? You think we can find a VIP in a dump like this? Didn't you say that monk guy told you the target was up north? Suddenly, a sweet voice cuts in. There is indeed someone very important here. Jenniella glides right in front of them. And that someone is me. She smiles, creepy and amused. Nice to meet you, Ghost Spear. Staring at him with pure interest, she drops the intro. I am Jenniella. Lee Sung-min looks confused. Jenniella? Hyo-ju answers immediately. That's the crazy woman I told you was in this city. Even though that mad wolf is unstoppable when he goes berserk usually, he's pretty chill. But Jenniella? Logic doesn't apply to that one. Since I showed the Mad Wolf my powers are still intact, I bet she's gonna chase after you now. He warns, seriously, stay away from Geniella. While Sung-min is spacing out, she suddenly gets right in his face, eyes wide with terror. He said she wouldn't make a move yet, right? Trying to stay calm. You Geniella? She gets all excited. Oh, you know who I am? Did the empty void tyrant spill the beans? Heard it from Ouiji, but looks like the rumors were true. A cold smirk forms. Look how low you've fallen. Pathetic. And you used to be the nightmare of the South. Hyoju snorts. Little girl, you've gotten way too arrogant. This won't do. I need to teach this brat a lesson. Only way to learn some manners. Geniella bursts out laughing, not caring one bit. Oh really? You want to school me? Your soul is totally separated from your body, old man. Sure, your soul is strong enough to keep you existing, but since you are past your prime, you really think a mere ghost stands a chance against me? Hyoju roars coldly. If you're that curious, come and find out. She glares. Why be curious about something so obvious? Suddenly, Geniella spots Rubia hiding. Ah, cat ears. Not a demi-human, but not human either. Bones and organs don't work right just for show. A life form kept alive by magic. A doll made to satisfy its creator. Can you really call yourself a living being? Eyes shut in panic. Stop it! Geniella laughs. Scared? My bad. Hyoju speaks up. This is why she's a pain. She has the eyes of discernment, one of the vampire queen's demon eyes. One look and she sees right through to your core. Geniella remembers something. Right, let's see what you remade of. She stares for a long time, suspicious, then suddenly grabs Sung-min's face, looking deep. Weird, why can't I see anything? Hyoju smirks. He's an odd one. Your fancy eyes won't work on him. Interesting, huh? She nods. For sure. Sensing him sweating bullets, Geniella pushes Sung-min away. A polite bow follows. Pardon me. Showed you an ugly side of myself there. Geniella starts to speak. But gets cut off. What's this? You're still just a murderous woman. Quit talking to that weakling. Come talk to me instead. Before he finishes, she casually slaps him into orbit. I'm very interested in you. Not just him, everyone nearby gets wiped out by Geniella in a split second. She smiles softly. This place is so filthy. Sung-min looks terrified. She speaks, taking her time. I'll keep it short. He asks, guarding up. What are you talking about? Her next words stun him. The sword? Geniella stays calm. Took him in a few years ago. Even in despair, he stayed strong. Never gave up. Weak as hell, but I liked him. I like people who try. Lee Sung-min hesitates. So you want payback cause I killed him? She laughs. Oh no. Thought about it at first, but hey, all toys break eventually. I won't blame you for that. He clenches his fist. Then what's the point? Geniella glances away, bored. Simple. She steps closer, voice soft. How about becoming a vampire? Sword Demon only became a low-rank one, cause the blood he got was diluted. But I'll make you my direct subordinate. Never offered this before. You'll get all the best perks. What do you say? Lee Sung-min steps back fast. No thanks. She pouts, looking hurt. Oh well, guess that's enough for now. If he said yes right away, I'd be disappointed. Can't see him with my discernment eyes, but those eyes of his, they've seen some deep stuff a normal human couldn't handle. And after all that, his gaze should be rock steady. So why do they look like they could shatter any second? Geniella's lips curve up a faint, evil smile before she turns to leave. I'll be going now. Interesting ghost spear. I'll see you again. Please don't break too easily. Sung-min stands there, dazed. What just happened? Hyoju smirks. What else? She's into you. That's just how she is. She loves it when you're miserable and desperate. She'll make another offer eventually. He stares silently at the bodies on the ground, speechless. How strong is she? He explains. Second strongest person you've met so far. Lee Sung-min's shocked. Who's the strongest? Right. A bird perched nearby is watching them closely. That's why you should become a demon. Why are you guys always trying to turn people into monsters? The bird saw everything. The Demon King speaks low. Finally found you. He's in the city. I'm counting on you, Anna. An oppressive force blasts through the crowd. Everyone it touches gets annihilated. A man panics, facing the terrifying power. Screaming and crying, but he falls just like the rest. A looming figure sits slumped over the pile of bodies. Gritting teeth, breathing slows down. Baek-woon looks around. How long was I out this time? Snow a city is this Travia? How'd I end up so far north? Suddenly, he spots a fight nearby. The guy uses a spear to easily break the girl's attack. Ouiji watches closely. A girl and a spearman, quietly observing the crazy battle. Baek-woon suddenly grins and bursts into excited laughter. A few days later, the run-in with Jenny was whatever. Kim Jong-hyun stared at the guy in front of him, totally shocked. Lee Sung-min and Rubia seemed to recognize him too. Sung-min walked over, looking super suspicious. Kim Jong-hyun, the guy laughed. Seems like we always run into each other in the weirdest spots. This is the first time since we took out the sword demon in Dry, right? Sungmin sighed. Sorry, I just ghosted back then. Kim Jong-hyun shrugged. Figured you had your own drama going on, Sungmin asked casually. So, what are you doing in this city anyway? Kim Jong-hyun wouldn't even make eye contact, just rolled his eyes and mumbled, sightseeing. Sungmin glanced at all the dead bodies littering the street and said, I guess there are some things you can only see in Travia. Kim Jong-hyun gave a helpless laugh. Yeah, those are definitely something. But hey, have you heard about the predators? Sungmin looked a bit shocked. Kim Jong-hyun smirked at the reaction. Bet you know about them. Mutants, man-eating monsters living among us, they've started making moves. Some of them are straight up the strongest on the continent, like power level crazy enough to wipe the Blood Heavenly Alliance off the map whenever they feel like it, and those freaks are starting right here in Travia. Even though the Blood Heavenly Demon used to run this place, things are way different now. Tons of evil spirits flocked here after killing the Blood Heavenly Demon, announcing they were going to mess up the world order. The predators are about to get what they've always wanted. What are they even trying to do? These top-tier monsters have been hiding for centuries. Maybe a whole new history starts right here. He grinned like a savage. I'm dying to see it happen. A bit later, Hyoju spoke up slowly. Maybe you should just say yes to his invite. He might be that important person, you know? Sungmin thought back to the offer. If you don't have a place to crash, want to stay at my place? It's fine, I just get a really bad vibe about it. Feels like I'm gonna get dissected while chasing this prophecy and looking for that important person. The old man muttered, I get it. Rubia sounded totally bummed out. So is that why we're out in the middle of nowhere again looking for them? Sungmin choked on his words. Nobody said the important person is definitely in this city. He thought to himself, this place is way more dangerous than I heard. We'll look around a bit more, and if we find nothing, we bounce. She whispered, I want to take a shower. Suddenly, Sungmin felt a massive wave of killing intent coming at them. A second later, Sungmin swung his spear and sliced through a tentacle flying at him. He smirked. We haven't even been here that long, and it's already another crisis. Lee Sungmin stared at the girl with the cold face standing there. Aine growled his name, leaking killing intent. Lee Sungmin. Aine glanced at the spear glowing with energy, that she got all excited, controlling her tentacles. Now I can do that too. Sungmin's face went serious. Infinite magic, regeneration, unpredictable tentacle attacks, and now she has chi reinforcement too? Hyoju called out softly. Hey kid, Sungmin cut him off. No, don't even start. His eyes lit up with determination, gripping the spear tight. I'll handle it. Both of them rushed each other, ready to kill. Suddenly, a deep voice boomed, You guys having fun? A second later, Y smacked both of them away. Let me join in. Sungmin was totally shocked. Who is this dude? He just barged in and took down both him and Aine at the same time. The guy clenched his fist. I'm the crazy heavenly demon, Byuk 1. Sungmin remembered Ouiji Ho's warning. Run if you run into the crazy heavenly demon. The blood heavenly demon, the minor heavenly demon, and the crazy heavenly demon are the three big bads in Eria. Out of all of them, I think the crazy heavenly demon is the real deal. Back then, Sungmin asked why. Ouiji Ho answered immediately. A few reasons, but mostly because his power is actually on the heavenly demon level. Aine, looking pretty messed up on the ground, was shaking in shock. Crazy heavenly demon, why is someone like that here? Y roared. Where'd all your fighting spirit go? Come play with me now! Aine gritted her teeth and slowly stood up, faking a sigh. Sad. I actually got his attention. She flared up with killing intent. I was having so much fun and you ruined it. Y looked totally amused watching her explode, nodding. Facing the tons of tentacles coming at him, he shouted excitedly, Nice! Unleash the power! The second she got close, he threw a punch and this massive pressure slammed down, knocking Anya back. She stared, eyes wide, not believing what she was seeing. Even the demon king inside her was freaked out, roaring, No! If your whole body gets destroyed, even you can't regenerate. That attack was super dangerous. Aine flew in again, but just got swatted away. Wii's flames surged toward her like a tsunami. A second later, Anya was totally swallowed by his energy ball. She looked terrified. Watching from the back, Sungmin couldn't help but drop his jaw in shock. The energy ball blew up fast, sending shockwaves shaking the whole area. Y, hand covered in intense energy, was hyped. He stared at Anya lying motionless over there. Her tentacles were chopped to bits and her whole body was shaking. She growled, pissed off, I'm gonna kill you. The Demon King stopped her. Don't. If it was just the old man, you could use your hidden power, but that thief is still here. Don't be stubborn. Get out of here. Aine gritted her teeth in frustration, but after a bit, she struggled to stand up. She turned around to leave. Wii was impressed. That kid can regenerate. Awesome. Let's keep playing. But then she spread her wings and flew off, so he couldn't chase her. Watching Anna fly further away, he looked bummed out. We sighed. Whatever, I'll just play with the guy. Sung-min flinched hard. He thought about it. To be honest, he's the reason I lost my cool and jumped into this fight. Weird, I've never met him before. But looking at him stirs something up in my heart. Heoju warned, "Kid, something's off about him. We need to interrogate him, so don't kill him, just capture him." Sung-min screamed internally. What the hell? I don't even know if I can beat this old geezer. Heoju smirked. If you don't want to try, just give me control of your body. Why asked absently. Where are we? Sung-min answered, confused. Travia. The old man looked thoughtful. Just what I thought. Since this is Travia, it makes sense I'd lose my mind and start a slaughter, but I've never come this far out. Did I run all the way to the north during those months I blacked out? What the hell happened to me? Heoju looked suspicious. Seems like the old guy is deep in thought. Wee closed his eyes tight like he was calculating something. A sec later, the old guy snapped his eyes open. Thinking too much is a waste anyway. Baek Woon charged in, totally hyped. Who knows when I'll huke out again. Better just enjoy the moment while I'm lucid. Lee Sung-min shouted in a panic. Hold up! Why the hell are you attacking me? Give me a reason, damn it! The old man glared back, looking totally amused. Huh? When one martial artist meets another, do you really need a reason to throw down? Wee stomped the ground, tearing through the air as he launched himself forward. Lee Sung-min froze, shock plastered on his face. The palm strike exploded towards him, the pressure so insane it was suffocating. Hands gripping the spear trembled uncontrollably. Lee Sung-min grit his teeth, trying to force himself to stay calm. Damn it, I can gather enough power to block this thing. The attack was too overpowered. Just the destructive force alone was way nastier than Heoju's clone. Heoju was stunned. This energy source, could it be? Wee's eyes went wide, staring at the kid in shock but totally loving it. Lee Sung-min had managed to block the attack with his spear. Their aura clashed and dispersed, shattering the ground beneath them. The old man grinned. You're pretty skilled for a brat, huh? Perfect, let's enjoy this fight together. Lee Sung-min stared at him. What kind of crazy nonsense is that? I gotta find a way to bail. But Heoju stopped him. Don't. Lee Sung-min froze. Huh? Heoju was firm. You can't run. You have to capture him. The kid paused. What the hell? Heoju was in shock. That power he's using, that bastard is using my demonic energy. Hearing that, Lee Sung-min was floored. Demonic energy? That old man is using the Void King's power? He barely managed to dodge Y's sky-shattering strike by a hair. Lee Sung-min clenched his teeth. No, can get distracted now. Heoju nagged him again. Remember, take the geezer alive. The kid frowned. Shut up. Y's eyes glowed, pure madness taking over. The spear in Lee Sung-min's hand started oozing a creepy aura. It shot out a blast of power instantly. Y gathered energy in his palm, radiating intense force, and just reached out to casually catch the blast. Watching the energy approach, Wee smirked, unable to hide that arrogant look. He gripped the spear tight and gave it a violent yank. The massive force flung Lee Sung-min and his spear far away. He realized against this guy, there wasn't a single opening. Truly a master who's reached the transcendent realm. Yeah, that's the truth, but so what? Lee Sung-min took Y's hit head on. It's in dangerous moments like this that adversity forges you. The old man shot forward again. Cheap tricks. The kid poured everything into the Nine Heavens spear arts. First form, soul-chasing strike. Lee Sung-min panted, barely believing it. The second he went stealth, the old freak detonated his aura to nuke everything around him. Reckless move. If I hadn't canceled the soul-chasing strike to shield myself, or if I wasn't wearing the demon armor, I'd be dead meat. Baek Woon took some serious damage, though. He looked down with a serious face, then dove straight for the spear tip without hesitating. Y smirked disdainfully. You look like you're only in your 20s. Yet your power and martial arts already rival mine. A heavy palm slammed down, creating a shockwave as the dust settled. He looked down arrogantly at Lee Sung-min struggling on the ground. Y was suspicious. Did you undergo rejuvenation, or are you that little heavenly demon? The kid smirked. I am nobody. The old man narrowed his eyes. Really? Doesn't matter who you are anyway. Saying that, Wee spun around and swung his arm, launching a wind-shredding strike. Just let me enjoy this fight a bit longer. Lee Sung-min was stunned. You can use aura like that? He stared blankly as the power rushed toward him. 2100 years. That hellish time I spent training martial arts in the void, I could be given up at any moment. Lee Sung-min asked himself, why keep going? Because I didn't want to quit. Because I didn't want to be weak again. Because I was sick of hating myself. Suddenly, his eyes sparked with excitement. No, it's all because I actually love martial arts. Lee Sung-min unleashed the power inside him. Y paused, eyes popping out in disbelief. In a flash, the kid was right in front of him, eyes full of killing intent. Refusing to back down, the old man's face lit up with wild excitement. They clashed, trading punches and kicks in a blur. Blows collided, energy exploded, both oozing murderous intent. Y glared fiercely. "You little brat!" They struck again and again, each hit feeling like it was shattering the space around them. He frowned, observing. The kid was getting stronger and faster with every exchange. Enlightenment? No, that's not it. He's just getting stronger. How? Heoju spoke calmly. 2,100 years he's not getting stronger. He's just reclaiming what he used to have, the fruits of his training. The 2,100 years he lost when his internal balance broke. The power he couldn't fully use is pouring out now. Lee Sung-min gasped for air. "No," he mumbled. "This isn't how I used to do it. Back then, this move was strong, way stronger." The old man froze, unable to believe he was losing ground. "If I fought with my peak strength from the start, I wouldn't be in this mess. No choice. Gotta go all out." Lee Sung-min's eyes suddenly flashed, like he realized something. The old man cursed silently. Damn it, he saw the opening. The kid went silent, eyes deep and unreadable. Lee Sung-min took a light step forward. 9 heavens, spear arts, 6th form, void path. He swung with everything in a split second, the spear tip piercing Y perfectly. The old man's scream of pain echoed everywhere. A fatal hit. The kid glared, his cold gaze piercing right through Y. Y leaped up, escaping the swirling vortex of power. Azura Blood's secret art. Demon. God! He clenched his fist and punched forward with everything he had. Asura Blood explosion. A massive blast of energy erupted, covering the whole place in darkness. Lee Sung-min took the hit, grimacing in pain. The power was terrifying. A tornado of raw energy churned violently between them. A huge explosion rang out, cracking the rocks around them. Y slowly pulled his hand back, grinding his teeth to endure the pain spreading through his body. Baek Woon stared at the empty space, speaking with regret. What a waste, he's dead. He sighed. Give him 10 more years and he would have been a monster. I got too excited and went too hard. Y looked sorry. This isn't fun. Even if he's totally wiped out, I'll pay my respects if I can find any pieces left. Suddenly, a silhouette started to emerge from the thick smoke. Without warning, a blade thrusts straight into Y's chest. Overcome with pain and pure rage, Wee screams, "You little bastard!" Lee Sung-min's voice echoes out. "If I knew it'd end up like this, I should have just handed the body over to me." Y gasps. "What the?" Y is stunned. "You took a direct hit from the blood torrent blast and you're still kicking?" The kid grins. "You fight better than I thought, though." Y grimaces, eyes bulging, staring at the boy in total confusion. Heoju speaks up. "Got a lot of questions for you." The boy continues. "You magic-stealing thief." Gritting teeth, Lee Sung-min asks coldly, "Where did you get that power?" Lee Sung-min says, "The power you're using, that's my magic." Wee panics. "What the hell are you talking about?" Writhing in pain, Y asks, "What even is this power anyway?" "Can't break free." Lee Sung-min squeezes Wee's neck, lifting the man high up, zero interest in explaining. The boy's face turns vicious. "Fine then. I'll make sure you never open that trap again." Wee stares in terror as a crushing force starts grinding down, tries to endure it, but it feels like the body is being ripped into shreds. Lee Sung-min calms down, trying to regulate breathing, stares at the battered body, thinking, "Knew it. Found my magic deep in this Gaia's energy core, but humans can to control this kind of power. The hand keeps a tight grip on Wee. Figure it out. Gotta be that." Suddenly, a strong hand strangles Lee Sung-min's own neck. This guy is connected to the brat. Lee Sung-min exhales sharp, whole body shaking. The boy curses, "You psycho!" A voice echoes out, pain written all over Lee Sung-min's face. "Give my body back now!" A deep voice resonates in response. "Knew the brat had a strong will, but didn't think Lee Sung-min could snatch back the body while I was driving." 2 souls in one vessel, constantly attacking each other. "I don't even want to steal your body. All right, I get it." Lee Sung-min lets out a long breath, body sagging to the ground, clutches neck, coughing a few times. Heoju snaps, "Damn ingrate, is that how you treat your savior?" The boy replies, I know, sorry." Y is lying still on the cold ground. Lucky Lee Sung-min thought twice. Even though the boy managed to deflect the last attack a bit, without the Void Tyrant, Lee Sung-min would be dead meat. Tries to explain, but that situation was different from now. Heoju scoffs, "You little piece of... If I could use the power honed over 2,100 years, I could be countered that hit and won easily." Lee Sung-min's face turns serious, deep in thought about something. Picks up the blade. "If only I had access to that 2,100-year cultivation, I would V-wrecked him. But I couldn't, and had to rely on the Void Tyrant." Breathing out, realizes this body still can't catch up to the old training days. Heoju's voice pipes up about that key person. Looking at Wee, think that's the guy. The boy gasps. Huh? Lee Sung-min asks. What do you mean? Hyeoju answers. Found my magic deep in his core. Hyeoju recounts seeing Wee use the magic freely, like it was Wee's own internal energy. Hyeoju concludes, get it now? Even though the side effect is going crazy, if you learn from him, you can use magic and keep your sanity. Dead of night in a desolate forest, rolling hills appear in the south. Wee recalls, I just kept walking south. Finally reached some southern tribes. Y continues, warriors there were weird, didn't know martial arts or proper body control. But they were just as strong as masters from the great sects. Thought it was a waste they couldn't fight properly, so I taught them. In exchange, they taught me their tribe's breathing technique and gave me their elixir. Y sits opposite, explaining seriously. But then I hit another wall in my cultivation. Internal energy went chaotic, drove me insane, lost my mind, wandered everywhere, slaughtered countless people, became a monster, shaking head in despair. Lucid now, but who knows when I'll snap again. Pathetic. Hyeoju snickers, signaling the boy. Lee Sung-min catches the hint. Lee Sung-min speaks up. Hey, old man. Y starts, surprised the boy is talking, then quickly replies. What? The boy states firmly. I'll cure your madness. Y gasps. Huh? Stunned, stammering. Is that actually possible? Lee Sung-min nods. Yeah. Lee Sung-min says, your symptoms aren't normal energy chaos. It's from using a special power called magic. There are spells to help you fight the madness. Wee lunges forward, grabbing the boy's shoulders, startling Lee Sung-min. You serious? Y asks, full of hope. Can you really end this nightmare? The boy replies, yes, but it won't be easy. Wee beams. I'll do anything to help. What do I need to do? Lee Sung-min shuts eyes tight, looking conflicted, like it's hard to say. Focuses on recalling images from the brutal fight earlier. Darkness and thick fog wrap around, making the air heavy and gloomy. The boy says, you have to trust me completely. Wee nods eagerly. Of course, whatever you say. What's the plan? Lee Sung-min suddenly holds out a hand, making a ridiculous demand. First, you gotta let me slap you. Hyeoju chimes in. There's a southern tribe that worships me. Looks like this guy met their descendants. Lee Sung-min confused. They worship you? Hyeoju snaps. What's with that face? Then continues. Anyway, if you learn the breathing technique he picked up, you can use magic too. The boy thinks, won't I go crazy if I learn it? Hyeoju smirks. Don't be stupid. He's crazy because he's got masterless magic running wild. Hyeoju explains. As long as I'm with you, you won't have that problem. Magic goes haywire when it's far from me, safe when it's close. His madness will vanish if he stays near me too. So use that to negotiate. Tell him you'll cure his madness in exchange for that breathing technique. Lee Sung-min's treatment apparently starts with a brutal slap. Wee puffs out cheeks, stubborn. I can't teach you the breathing technique. Hyeoju's mocking laugh rings in the boy's ear, making Lee Sung-min blank out. Good, torture time, Wee explains. Not that I don't want to, but I swore an oath to the tribe using a spell pledge. The boy frowns. Spell pledge? Hyeoju grimaces. That complicates things. Power used by shamans. Breaking a spell. Pledge is impossible. Hyeoju clarifies, basically the same as a mana oath used by mages. Break the oath, and you're dead meat. Hyeoju's just like, perfect. Make him take you to the southern tribe. Sung-min's jaw drops, going, say what? We're way up north, and now you want to drag us all the way south? But the old man's all hyped up, saying, if I can't learn from this guy, meeting the tribe directly works too. It's gonna be sick. Sung-min presses on. What's so great about being a grandmaster in Eria anyway? The old guy gets serious. Remember what I told you the first time we met? Flashback time. I'm a powerful demon lord, ruled for centuries, hoarded tons of loot. I've got treasures in my vault you couldn't even dream of. Sung-min gives a stiff laugh. Oh, right, that. Hyeoju continues, my treasure vault's down south, so we might as well head there and cash out. Stroking his chin, the kid goes, makes sense. Then the system chimes in. Crazy heavenly demon Baek-woon is now your teammate. Bam! A punch grazes Baek-woon's left cheek, making him cough up blood. Then another hook to the right, messing up his face. After eating a combo of punches, Wee is totally dazed. Pointing at cheeks swollen up like bao buns, the old man whines, but how is beating me up supposed to cure my madness? Sung-min stares at that goofy face, deep in thought. A light bulb goes off. Sung-min tries to spin it. It's, just like that acupressure logic they use in martial arts, you know? I'm infusing yokai energy into you to purge the madness. Inside, the kid's thinking, wow, he's way more obedient than I expected. Thought he'd try to kill me after a few slaps to eyes. Hyeoju replies, can't blame him. Then explains, as long as he's got my magic running through him, we're basically like a vampire and their spawn. Kids can't fight their parents. He'll listen to you on instinct. Wee's confused too, wondering why he has zero urge to fight back. He flashes back to the kid's transformation. What was up with that form? Insane strength and energy so brutal it made everyone shiver. He looked like a totally different person back then. Who the hell is he? But Wee admits, my mind's never been this clear before though. Guess I am stuck following him for now. Wee asks, we heading south right away? Sung Min shoots back, we re-hitting Travia first. I am too tired to sleep in the dirt. Sung Min's eyes darken, sizing the old man up. He suddenly asks, so, where do you rank in terms of power in this world? Wee thinks for a sec. With skills like yours at that age, you must be dying to know what's at the top. He grabs his shirt and tears it open. Sung Min stares, totally shocked and confused. A massive scar stretches all the way from the old man's waist to his shoulder. Wee says grimly, 10 years ago, the Sword Saint gave me this. He's one of the 6 sovereigns from an organization called Beyond the Heavens. Normal people train martial arts for a few decades, he continues. So, what do you think happens when someone trains for hundreds or even thousands of years? Wee's words hit hard. And what if they reborn geniuses too? What kind of monsters does that make them? The old man keeps rambling on. This scar's the answer. Even if I fought the Sword Saint now, I doubt I'd last 100 rounds. You'll meet them soon enough, cause they go around testing any new strong fighters that pop up. Watching him put his shirt back on, Sung Min thinks, this world is seriously messed up. He looks up at the moon, barely shining through the clouds. Sung Min starts reflecting on his own life. How high have I actually climbed, he wonders, staring into the endless sky. Meanwhile, outside an inn, the night vibe gets creepy and gloomy. A hand sets a teacup down on the table. Tea's gone cold. The Sword Saint snaps back. Did you really need to think about it for that long? Under the dim, flickering light, a soft voice answers. Ouiji Ho rests a chin on one hand, looking totally chill, and says, I wasn't thinking, I'm just not interested. Then asks, what was the organization again? The Sword Saint takes off his hat. Beyond the Heavens, he gets serious. Let me repeat myself. I am the Sword Saint, one of the 6 sovereigns of Beyond the Heavens. I'm ranked last among us. Little heavenly demon Ouiji Ho, I'm inviting you to join us. Sword Saint presses on. Since you've become the strongest in this world, you get it, right? The loneliness at the top. He tries to sweet-talk her. Join us, and you can forget that loneliness. You'll see what truly lies beyond the heavens. Ouiji Ho doesn't hold back, saying straight up, you started a club for a dumb reason like that? He flares up, excuse me? She flicks his hat away. If you guys want friends, go join a social club for losers who gather for weird reasons. She smirks. Besides, Ivy never felt lonely. I've got someone right on my heels. The Sword Saint falls silent and the air gets super heavy. His expression changes. Looks like you need a lesson in manners before we take you in as our newest, lowest ranked member. Ouiji Ho gives a mocking smile. Lowest ranked, huh? She flares up, killing intent pouring out. You're the one who needs a lesson. Back to Sung Min, Wee pipes up. Since we're in Travia, I want to visit an acquaintance. Sung Min squints. You're not trying to bail, are you? He panics. If you don't slap me around, I'll go crazy again. Why would I run? He glances at a corner, lowering his voice. It's just Wee whispers. There's a massive idiot living here. Lee Sung Min's face shows a flash of surprise at that. He agrees. Fine, just meet me back at the pub when you're done. Deal. The cold night blankets the city and everything goes quiet. Sung Min and Rubia stand in the dead silent street. Suddenly, Lee Sung Min speaks up. How long are you gonna keep staring? Rubia jumps. Should I bow or something? He shoots back. No, not you. Suddenly, a lula bird appears in front of them, and Rubia actually bows her head. A furious voice booms out, you insolent little brat! A creepy shadow looms behind the bird. Where do you get off acting so high and mighty? Preskin screams. You stole the heart I spent my entire life creating. He replies casually, I didn't take it on purpose. What do you want me to do? Rip it out and give it back? For a dark wizard who experiments on humans in a dungeon, you sure talk a lot of trash. Sung Min lowers his voice. I've got questions for you anyway. What the hell is this heart that you want it so bad? Preskin pouts but stays defiant. You really think I'm gonna tell you? Sung Min asks, so that gold magic master's name is Lloyd, right? Is he confused? Then he explains, actually, you could say I saved that old guy's life back in the day. Lloyd said, anything you want. As long as it's within my power, I'll grant you one wish. Sung Min thinks. He said he'd grant a wish, then speaks up. Being stalked by some weirdo zombie is pretty freaky, so I'm thinking about mobilizing the entire gold magic corps to wipe this undead creep out. Just worried that zombie is all bark and no bite. Wonder if a mediocre undead can survive a full-scale gold magic attack. Look at you shutting your trap like that. Must be real confident, huh? He decides, all right, pretty sure there are some mages nearby. Prescan flaps his wings in a panic. Wait a sec, then starts spilling the beans. I use the huke heart to research predation and evolution. Prescan thinks to himself, might be safe from gold magic if I hide in Travia, but Loy might detect the heart if he meets this kid. If that guy finds out the heart is inside this thief, he'll definitely destroy whoever has it. Thinking hard, gotta stop this. Musters up some courage and speaks. That hug heart, he starts explaining. It devours the hearts of others. Savage images flash in the subconscious, stealing their abilities and knowledge. Giant hands strangle the form and mind, twisting them up. Preskin gets carried away explaining, that way, the heart keeps evolving, getting stronger and superior. Then adds, Ane, my little girl, was created with that heart as her core. That S, why she can use the heart's full potential. But you can T, because the heart is stuck inside a human body. Sung Min gets it, so I won't sprout tentacles like Aina. Face gets serious. What do you want to use this heart for? Prescan suddenly bursts into manic laughter, shocking them, starts rambling about plans. A supreme life form, Sung Min asks. What is a supreme life form? He says you wouldn't get it because it doesn't exist yet, but the huke heart can definitely create it, a life form superior to everything. Preskin finishes the speech when a foot suddenly appears, ready to stomp him flat. Sensing danger, he flies off like lightning, leaving Sungmin confused. Sungmin thinks, answer wasn't super clear, but I kinda get what's inside me now. The foot tries to crush what's left. Based on that, don't think it'll hurt me, but still feels uneasy. Maybe regulating the effects of that revival pill I ate earlier was thanks to the heart. Lost in thought, suddenly a voice booms from behind. Hey Sungmin, turn around, mad demon, you re-back? Awesome. Before Sungmin finishes, notices a sloppy stranger next to the old man. Sungmin gets guarded, asks slowly, who is this guy? Flashback to a few minutes ago. Empty room, empty booze bottles rolling around. Wee speaks up. You look wasted. Stands in front of Gujon, looking pissed, trying to wake him up. Why can't help cursing? Look at you. Not just booze, you on drugs too? How do you look more pathetic than a guy like me losing his mind to madness? Gujon lifts the jug, drinks calmly. First time we meet in 10 years and you're already nagging. Blood Demon Beck Musin bows his head. Just despairing over my strength, so I disconnected from reality. I slammed into a mountain I can never climb over. What could be worse? Why feels pity? Heard you lost to the minor heavenly demon, Ouiji Ho, you idiot. Can't believe one loss messed you up this bad. Gujon looks hopeless, a fighter who uses fists lost an arm. Isn't that enough to despair? Why yells, there are masters who became the strongest with just a left arm. Gujon laughs. I'm not great like them. Deep down, I know that. Past memories flash back, tormenting we. Gujon speaks up. World's strongest, huh? Used to think I'd be the best, because no one my age was stronger. If it was just a loss, I could have gotten over it. But the minor heavenly demon's talent, it is beyond imagination. Our starting lines were different from the get-go. No matter how hard I try, I can't beat someone like her. Shaking, he adds, me, a self-proclaimed genius, lost to a 22-year-old kid. Meet her, and you'll get what I mean. Hearing the whining, Wee yells right in his face. Idiot, starts lecturing. 10 years ago, I felt that gap in talent and power myself, but I never quit, even when the walls were too high or when I lost my mind to internal energy corrosion. I never gave up. If a mountain blocks your path, be grateful. That's what makes a warrior. And so what if you lost to a 22-year-old girl? I almost got killed by a 23-year-old punk today. Gujon is shocked, or rather doesn't believe it. What are you talking about? Don't joke with me. How? Why snaps. Not joking. I'll take you to meet him right now. Wee stands trembling before Sungmin after explaining everything, voice sounding way more humble. So that's what happened. Hearing the story and seeing Gujon's fierce look, Sungmin is confused. Gujon stares at him with rage, then senses something. I see. Sungmin stands opposite them, not saying a word, face blank. Gujon stares back, dead silence. Suddenly he bursts out, this is ridiculous! Turns to question Wee, you tricked me? Why yells, what are you talking about? He screams, didn't you say he's a genius on par with minor heavenly demon Ouiji Ho? He's got some skill, sure, but not enough to kill you. Elder, Sungmin asks, confused. Why is he catching an attitude? Wee is helpless against the guy's rudeness, sways his head and sighs. Sungmin hears his voice transmission. I brought the blood demon here because I want you to fight him. Sungmin is shocked. What? Why explains. After getting his arm chopped off by the minor heavenly demon, he fell into despair, drowning in his own inferiority complex. So I want you to beat him again, beat some sense into him. Lee Sungmin shot back. You really think getting rough like that is gonna work? And why should I even agree to this? The old man set his terms. I'll teach you my ultimate technique. Blood illusion, heavenly demon art. Sung Min stood firm. Even if I learn more techniques, my body can't handle it. I don't need it. Ouiji Ho kept talking. Then Gujian suddenly stepped up and said, "Hey," he demanded, "why are you just standing there like a statue? Know your place." Gujian told him, "You are way too cocky, but having this much power at your age, guess I get it." He laughed, looking hyped. "But once you meet a real monster, you'll know what true despair feels like. Just you wait." Sung Min showed zero fear at the warning. Actually looked pretty interested. He kept going, still smiling. "Guess you don't get it. I used to be just like that." Sung Min thought, "I used to be like that. That's my line, making a huge scene just 'cause you lost once. Totally pathetic. I am trash, but seeing someone else act like this really pisses me off." Amazed Ouiji Ho can put up with it. He suddenly turned around. "Hey, Elder, I'll do what you asked," Sung Min said. "Can't watch this anymore. If you're done talking, then attack, you wimp." Night still covered the city, another fight about to go down. Citizens whispered, "Hey, isn't that the blood heavenly demon?" Standing face to face, ready to throw down any second. Fire blazed red under Gujon's feet, prepping for war. He made the first move. Ring of fire spreading out, blood mist void art. Facing the defense, he thought, even though I lost an arm and got weaker, no way in hell I am losing to a brat who isn't even the little heavenly demon. His murderous vibe got closer and closer. "I'm gonna kill you." In the middle of the fight, a light flashed, blinding everything around. Both sides kept trading blows. 9 Heavens, ultimate skill, 5th form, fatal slash. Gujon admired it, but brushed it off. Fast, but that's all you got. Watching the move, Sung Min thought, is he using aura art like the crazy heavenly demon? Fatal slash focuses on speed, not enough to pierce that aura. Assessing the moves, he quickly figured out a counter. Then facing the sudden switch up in style left the old man stunned. What was that movement skill just now? He freaked out. No way he knows any aura art moves. But are those steps creating aura? Moves flashed in his mind, how to take him down in just 2 steps. Feet moving fast, messing with his head. Shadowless spirit walk, 3rd form. Then diving from above, shocking Gujian, 2-step slaughter. He was surprised. The kid can shoot aura just using movement skills? Bastard. Gujian put everything into blocking, eyes going crazy from the insane power. Neck and neck, struggling for the win. The blade slashed down from above. Gujon blocked it just in time. Sung Min swung the blade hard. Gujon pulled back to dodge. A light flashed in front, stopping him cold, still gripping the blade tight. Feeling the pain hit, Gujon grimaced, screaming inside, "My left arm!" Totally stunned into silence. A light flashed behind, coming closer. The crowd watching dropped their jaws in shock. Ouiji Ho shook his head, fed up. Felt like he couldn't watch another second. Sung Min pointed the blade at the guy's neck, who was pinned helplessly to the ground, looked straight in Gujon's eyes, declared loud and clear, "I win." Pressed the blade to his face, asking, "So how do I stack up against the little heavenly demon now?" He wasn't having it. "You think bugs compare to dragons?" Sung Min rubbed salt in the wound. "Then you're worse than a bug." Mocking him, "Your internal energy and techniques are both pathetic. You suck at fighting with one hand. Even though you lost before, if you had just kept training, the result might have been different. You wasted your time." Gujeon lay silent on the ground after the roast. Sung Min slowly sheathed the blade. Ouiji Ho asked, "You should be at least given him a pep talk," calmly replied, "From now on, it's all on Gujon." He said surely he realized how big the world is and the massive gap. Time for him to get over it on his own. "I believe in Gujon. He's a warrior who can stand on his own 2 feet again." Looking at Gujon still on the ground, thinking, hard to say though. "I've faced despair tons of times, but it doesn't always have a happy ending." Clouds started clearing in the dark night sky. Dawn was breaking. Gujeon still frozen on the cold tiles. Head probably messy with thoughts, he exhaled softly. Exhaustion and despair taking over. Gujeon whispered, "Geniella," spoke his wish, "turn me into a vampire." A twisted smile appeared in the dark. Maybe the start of a horrifying plot. Before a grand castle, super quiet, pretty peaceful scene. A voice echoed behind the door. "Met plenty of dark mages. Elegant hand holding a wine glass, but never one as special as you." A curious question. A dark mage who didn't perish with his master? Jung Hyun swirled the wine. "You're too kind. Just a bunch of coincidences." Huke Tower Master, Kim Jong Hyun. Geniella laughed. "When my master, the Demon King, vanished, I got summoned here by accident, so I dodged the bullet of being erased." She asked, "Like this drink?" "It's blood wine brewed from the essence of 10 humans." Vampire Queen. Geniella suddenly laughed flirtatiously. "Is this how you prove you ditched your humanity?" Jong Hyun forced a laugh. "Of course not." He suddenly changed his attitude. "Don't really need to go out of my way to prove that, right?" Geniella tilted her head, swirled the wine, calmly checking him out. She spoke up. "True, rare to find a human who vibes with me like this." Said, "You are the second lunatic I've met lately." He bowed politely. You flatter me. A box was presented to Jung Hyun. He didn't hesitate to take it. Jenny speaks up. Check it. This is the Huke star. Proof you're officially part of the hunter crew. I'm handing it over. The box cracks open, and boom, a star pops out. She sounds way too happy. Welcome to the new world. You might still look human, but let's be real. You're a dark mage who ditched your humanity ages ago. A shout comes from far off, and she snaps back to looking serious. My queen, a minion reports. That human you care about so much is about to bail on Travia. Jenny spins around, hype as hell. You hear that? Her face twists into something nasty. The guy who dissed you is getting out of here. Veins are popping out all over that face, looking like a roadmap of rage, eyes going wild. Jenny Law grins, totally loving this twisted look. The monster inside her comes out to play. I'll let you go, she says like she's doing a huge favor, but don't kill the guy. You got that? Yay. A creepy, ecstatic grin spreads across that horror show of a mouth, drool dripping everywhere. Gross. Thank you, my queen. The two of them just chill there, sipping on blood wine like it's fancy tea. She speaks up, sounding kind of fake. I might have meddled a little bit. Kim Jong-hyun bows his head. No way, queen. Jenny suddenly drops something that shocks him. You know, it's funny. Usually when someone gets called second best, they ask who's number one. Kim Jong-hyun answers straight up. I have a vague idea who it is. Jenny Law chuckles. Looks like you're caught up in another mess, kid. Seeing his crazy state, Jenny whispers, Good luck, Sung-min. Meanwhile, the trio cuts through the night, getting ready to blow this joint. A piercing noise rips through the air. No, not like that! Wee is getting impatient. That ain't how you wrap energy around your body. Let me break it down again. Sung-min stubbornly strikes down. Like this? The old man is hopeless. No, wrong again! A bump the size of an orange swells up on the kid's head, looks painful as hell. Sung-min suddenly flips a switch and throws a haymaker right at YS face. The old man rages. You little punk, you hitting your master now? The kid makes an excuse. Nah, looks like your madness is flaring up again. I told you I didn't hit you. Sung goes back to being serious, staring off into the distance. Thinking to himself, 2 months flew by since I met the heavenly demon, stayed in Travia way longer than planned. While the kid's lost in thought, Y speaks up. Like I promised, I'll teach you the blood heavenly demon art. From now on, you listen to me like I am your master. The kid answers. Nope, I pass. We is shocked. What? Why? The kid stays chill. I told you, learning more moves right now is just gonna mess up my flow. He remembers refusing at first, but we pushed. Someone with your skills will pick it up fast. These energy techniques are crazy flexible. Thoughts drifting, and after the elder kept nagging, the kid finally caved. Fine, I'll learn the blood demon art. But I ain't being your disciple. Just teach me the move. He thinks. I only said that to be lazy and get out of it, but weirdly, the elder thought about it and actually agreed. The blood demon art is top-tier stuff, right up there with the 9 Heavens spear, so I can probably get the basics down pretty easily. But after that, it's going to be an endless grind. And my biggest issue right now is the imbalance between my mind, my energy, and my body. Ever since I bailed on Daenerys' trial, I haven't had a second to check myself. I gave Prescan a heads up, so she won't mess with me. And that whole idea about the crazy heavenly demon being the prophecy guy, that's just Heoju's take. So I'm stuck in Travia till the end of the year, grinding that blood demon art and trying to balance my mind, energy, and body. Results weren't exactly perfect. But now that the prophecy time is close, there is no reason to hang around here. Faint memories from the past start flooding back. 10 years gone. The little Sung-min from back then is all grown up and calls his own shots now. His gaze hardens. Time to go see her. The cold night blankets the mountains, snow dusting the peaks. Wee stares into the distance, shocked, thoughts racing. He blurts out, What the hell? Why do I smell blood? Wee covers his nose, frowning hard, trying to figure it out. Like he just realized something, getting super tense. His eyes go from squinting to wide open in pure terror. A figure dripping with evil energy steps out right in front of them. The guy glides down from the peak, getting closer and closer. That savage look in his eyes is getting way too clear. Maybe he recognizes him. Sung-min looks shook, can't believe what he's seeing. The guy looks totally different. Wee is just as stunned, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. A deep, spine-chilling voice booms in their ears. Hey, Elder! Knuckles crack loudly, mixing with the sound of his voice. You been good? Wai's eyes bulge out seeing this form. What is this? He screams, totally freaking out. What the hell is happening? Min? Hyun cracks a terrifying smile. Did he really go dark? Heoju pops up to warn the kid. He's turned into a total monster. Hyun says calmly, Vampire. We can't believe it. What? He starts cursing. You moron! You threw away your warrior's pride just like that? He replies, "So what? Did that warrior's pride help me get my arm back? If you really respect the blood heavenly demon warriors, then stay out of this fight, elder." Sungmin slowly draws his blade, getting into a stance. "You here for revenge?" he answers. "Who knows? That reason is fading away. The hate I had for you and the little heavenly demon just feels like a bad habit from when I was human." He laughs, chilling to the bone. "I am here for one reason. Her Majesty wants to see your despair." Sungmin dashes forward to shield Wee, shocking the old man. Wee is fuming, trembling hands balling into fists. The kid suddenly shouts to Hyeoju, "Protect Rubia!" A warning rings out. "Watch it! He's not like those weak, trashy vampires you fought before. Looks like Jenny La gave him a chunk of her power." Hearing that, the kid clenches his fists in rage, eyes sharp. The air practically shatters as Sung charges. Moving so fast, he's invisible. He pours everything into the strike, slashing down, but Guyon fights back hard. That massive clash of energy just blew up in everyone's faces, felt awful. A huge slash lands, but honestly, it didn't do jack to that guy. The ground crumbles underneath them, just sweeping aside the rubble, then launching back up. Sungmin comes crashing down from above, busting out the blood phantom demon art. Eyes go wide in shock that Slash didn't even leave a mark. Then, a blinding light erupts. Nine Heavens Unparalleled Spear, 4th form, Dragon Transformation. Blood Phantom Demon Art, 1st form, Blood Shadow Destruction. The air feels like it's exploding. Flames around that guy scatter, then fast as lightning, he dives down, tearing the ground wide open. Sungmin manages to slip out of the fire, gripping that blade tight. Dust is everywhere, can't see a damn thing, completely disorienting. Then Gushin's ugly mug looms out of the smoke, grinning like a maniac. Sungmin and Ouiji Ho are pissed they missed. Damn it, Gushin is just laughing at them, looking like a straight-up monster. They clash again. The fight's not over yet. Sungmin brings the blade down hard, but Gushin just blocks it with a bare, rugged hand. Sungmin is pushing with everything, but the stamina is fading fast. Rubia starts screaming, realizing things are looking pretty grim. Hyeoju facepalms, totally helpless watching this mess. Gushin is loving it, sees Sungmin motionless on the ground, and thinks, "Gotcha, kid." Sungmin is out cold on the freezing dirt, but still gripping that sword like life depends on it. Hyeoju is fuming. "Geniella, that crazy witch, how much power did she pump into this bastard?" Gushin stands up, exhales, and gives a cold smirk. He strolls over. "Her Majesty said, as long as you're alive, I can do whatever the hell I want with you." Gushin thinks to himself, "First, I'm gonna shut that dirty mouth of yours. Then, I'll rip your limbs off one by one." Reaches out with a savage grin, ready to grab Sungmin and the small demon. Suddenly, Byuk shows up out of nowhere and catches the hand. Gushin snaps, "I told you not to interfere." The old man speaks up. "If this was a duel between warriors, I'd to stay out of it." Byuk stands firm. "But right now, I'm simply trying to protect a kid from a bloodthirsty animal." He swings his arm, releasing Gushin's bleeding hand. Gushin asks, "So you used the blood phantom demon art?" The old man stays silent, looking awkward. "Did you take that kid as a disciple?" "I don't approve of that." They're standing close, but there's a clear line drawn between them. Byuk says, "Doesn't matter." He laughs and adds, "Never thought I'd be the one to kill the crazy heavenly demon." The old man grinds his teeth in rage. "I am the crazy heavenly demon, Byuk." Meanwhile, Rubia rushes to Sungmin and gently props him up. Sungmin groans in pain. Hyeoju says, "My energy flow is all twisted up and the organs are damaged. Give the kid the medicine, quick!" Rubia grabs the box and pours the pills into Sungmin's mouth. Hyeoju notes, "One of those elixirs should at least keep the kid alive for now." But that bastard is a bloodline creation Geniella poured her soul into. Even if the old man and the kid team up, chances are slim. I gotta convince the kid to accept my magic power. Why is someone like me, Hyeoju, stuck with such a weakling? Sensing something wrong, Hyeoju's eyes widen, panic setting in. Rubia is still feeding Sungmin meds, but there's no sign of waking up. He looks over, furious, seeing blood gushing from Sungmin's mouth. Hyeoju curses, "What the hell is this?" Sungmin's breathing is weak, looking totally drained. Ouiji Ho is shocked and freaking out because Sungmin isn't moving. Rubia is working hard to save him, pressing down on the chest. It's regenerating. Ouiji Ho steps up, seeing the color return. The blocked energy flow, it's clearing up. The old man is stunned. Can you even call this human anymore? Memories start flashing through Sungmin's head, getting clearer by the second, like a slow-motion movie of life from childhood to adulthood. Eyes flutter open, and for a second the scene is just confusing. Sungmin looks around, whispering in disbelief, seeing Rubia shaking a stiff body right there. Am I dead? Hyeoju looks absolutely miserable. Meanwhile, Byuk and Gushin are tearing each other apart nearby. Sungmin is confused. What am I doing? Telling himself, I can't die yet. Flashbacks keep hitting, pushing him to get stronger. Suddenly, a hand grabs from behind while floating in midair. Eyes go wide in shock. Eyes dart around looking for who grabbed him. A savage, haunting grin appears. Then Snap Sung Min wakes up. Blood sprays from his mouth, covering Rubia's face. She panics, stumbling back with blood all over her. Ouiji Ho steps in. "You okay?" Rubia just runs off, terrified. Lee Sung-min clutches his chest, confused. What the hell happened? My internal energy, it's flowing again. Heo-ju is shocked too. Jesus, internal injuries healed, mind and body in sync. Looking at the beat-up kid, he wonders, is this even possible? He slowly stands up, eyes glowing as he looks at the fight. Rubia screams, "Wait, you just came back from the dead. What are you doing? Don't tell me you're jumping back into that fight." The old man starts to piece it together, nodding. "I get it, so that's how it is." Is that the hook heart that Witch talked about? Recovering from death's door, it evolved the kid's body. Coincidence or not, it's pretty freakish. Like the world saved the kid just to power him up. Byuk Wan speaks, "The benefactor you were supposed to meet in the north, wasn't he the crazy heavenly demon? If you come with me, you'll meet them eventually. A demon, yet a savior. Turns out your benefactor is that vampire. Divine prophecies are always like this, forcing people to follow a set path, creating this twisted fate." While the fight pauses, Sung-min steps in. Byuk Wan is exhausted, barely standing, but still manages a smile. He looks at the kid. "What the hell happened to you?" Sung-min answers, confused but confident. "Guess I've got a body that just refuses to die." That freaky smile shows up again. Y asks, "What the heck is that?" Thoughts flood in. You were blessed by some mysterious force or something. Sung-min stares at the hand. Supernatural power? Maybe the original owner of this grafted arm granted some vague blessing? What's that person's deal anyway? Spared a life? Left a fire burning inside? Whatever, forget it. Thinking about it won't give any answers. Sung-min thinks, gotta squeeze every drop out of this power right now. Gujeon freaks out. The aura changed. Did this guy reach enlightenment at death's door? Gujeon's eyes go ice cold while flames roar all around. Reaches out a deadly hand and yells, "Doesn't matter, not with the power the queen gave me." A blast of energy shoots out but misses, smashing right into the ground. Gujeon charges forward like a maniac to attack. But Sung-min's already behind. A blade slashes down, catching Gwen off guard and sending the guy stumbling forward. Totally defenseless against that sneak attack, getting taken down instantly. Gujeon hits the dirt so hard the ground shatters, turning everything into a pile of rubble. Struggles to get up, still bitching about it. "Why?" Gujeon screams. "Why aren't you using the spear?" Sung-min just shrugs. Too wasteful. That answer pisses Gujeon off. Got too much stuff I want to try out. If I use the spear, it's game over. Gujeon charges in, eyes glowing like a demon, cursing up a storm. "You bastard!" Sung-min scans the area, calm as ever. Just as Gujeon rushes in, Sung-min shoots up, gripping the blade tight, dashes straight at the guy, and freezes. The blade's right at Gujeon's throat. Freezes the guy solid. Sung-min presses the blade in and taunts, "Well, satisfied yet?" Gujeon grinds teeth in rage, refusing to accept it. Face muscles go tight, then lunges to smash where Sung-min was standing. "Don't mess with me." Gwen's eyes go murky and savage. "To destroy all of you?" The hand creeps closer, grabbing for Sung-min's back. "I abandoned everything." Sung-min stands still, but sharp senses track every single twitch. Right when Gujeon gets close, Sung-min suddenly darts away to dodge. Seeing this, both Rubia and Wee are totally shocked. Sung-min turns around, standing tall and steady. As Gujeon charges in, the guy starts losing it. Eyes go vacant. "I have to finish it." Like some dark magic is pulling the strings. Queen Janiela's orders. Sung-min asks, "So, right up to the bitter end, the only thing inside that head of yours is the queen?" Sung-min's eyes flash, scanning every emotion on that face. Hearing the question, Gujeon grinds teeth loud enough to hear, but tries to hold it in. Gujeon screams, "Shut your mouth! I'm gonna kill you and the little heavenly demon, then stand tall again as a warrior of the dark blood heavenly demon." Janiela's face fades in through the broken glass, smiling that wicked smile. Everyone freezes. Only Gujeon is kneeling on the ground, whole body shaking like a leaf. Chokes out two words, "My queen," eyes darting around like a total lunatic. Queen Janiela as orders. Baek Woon watches from a distance, taking in the madness. Shakes his head, sick of it, but feels a twinge of pity for this pathetic mess. No matter the pity, Baek Woon just mutters, "Idiot, can't watch this anymore." So he turns his back and walks away. Gujeon begs in a raspy, desperate whisper, "End it. Kill me." A flash of light, and then blood sprays out from the fire. Gujeon is down for the count, under Sung-min's blade. Finally free, maybe? But Sung-min wonders, why did Janiela attack through Mushin? Sheathing the blade, Sung-min mutters, "Let's go." Still lost in thought about the unknowns, a castle looms in the night, a place Sung-min never wanted to see again. The familiar scene of Queen Geniella's castle shows up again. Same sharp face, same creepy smile. But this time her eyes look even more vicious. Watching Sung Min through a mirror, she says, I still can't figure it out. If he interfered, he should have used magic power. Geniella looks amused. So interesting. Been a long time since I wanted someone this bad. Dong Hyun speaks up. I'm kinda curious. What's your criteria for picking people? She answers, someone who won't fall into despair. She stares at the face in the mirror, but at the same time, someone who fears despair. Dong Hyun doesn't get it. Aren't there tons of people like that? Not really, Geniella starts explaining. First off, you're not one of them. You're human, but not quite human, and you've already fallen into despair. She starts rambling about Dong Hyun's traits right to his face. You're an interesting one too, but breaking you, no fun at all. So I don't feel like making you mine. She suddenly adds, want a spoiler? You're never gonna get what you want. A toxic thought crosses Geniella's mind, and you'll die a miserable death. Dong Hyun walks away. I hope so. Thinking to himself, she should learn to keep her mouth shut. I'm part of the Predator Guild now. Got no business left in the north. Guild's almost done here too. Time to head back to the Huke Magic Tower. Finally, Apostle of the Apocalypse under that blessing, you'll have to follow your destiny. And if we meet again, I wonder what exactly happened between us in the past. What's my role in this world? What form will I take next time we meet? I'm really looking forward to it. Sung Min arrives in downtown Eril, super prosperous place known as the City of Dreams. It's home to the gold and red magic towers of the Mage Guild along with the Mercenary Guild HQ in Kron, where the Martial Alliance is stationed. The city is absolutely crawling with martial artists and mages. Sung Min thinks, first time being here. Even an A-rank mercenary is just a newbie in this place. Slides a card across the table to the inspector. She reads it. Sung Min S-rank mercenary. And your companion? Wee hands over a card and introduces himself. I am the crazy heavenly demon Wee. The inspector totally loses her cool. Guangqian? This place is under the protection of the Martial Alliance, the Demonic Cult, and the Mage Guild. If you cause trouble, Wee interrupts. Don't you know my name is Battle Maniac? The terrifying image of the guy pops into Sung Min's head, leaving him speechless. Wee keeps rambling on, making Sung Min feel kinda embarrassed. Martial Alliance, Demonic Cult. I'll take them all on if I feel like it. Rubia pops out of Sung Min's pocket to check out the commotion. She bounces happily down the street. Been forever since I was here. Lee Sung Min suddenly turned and asked, ever been to Loot before? The answer came back quick. Of course, it's the Mage Guild HQ. Just like the Gold and Red Towers, everyone's got people here. Surprised, the question popped out. The Gold Tower? Sung Min recalled the promise of a favor upon returning. Though right now, there's nothing special to ask for. Looking down at the hand, thoughts drifted to Scarlet, said a signal would come through the bracelet if help was needed. But 0 signals for a year means everything's probably fine. Rubia suddenly sounded bummed out. Master hasn't he made contact in a whole year, but maybe a message was left at the Red Tower? Sung Min was shocked. The Red Tower? Rubia lit up. Lord Lloyd, Master of the Gold Tower, is my master's disciple. The surprise didn't stop. Lloyd is a disciple of Envirus? The response was bold. Non-mages wouldn't get it. But my master is amazing. Sung Min spoke up. No plans for today, so let's just chill and rest. The trio walked down the street. First stop, the Gold Tower, then the Red Tower. Quietly observing the people and architecture, the thought occurred. This place is impressive. Sung Min spoke up. Even with cash, finding stuff like this is tough. The reply came, this is the pride of loot, the result of mages and engineers working together. Rubia explained that some tech skills go way beyond alchemists, and by mixing dwarf craftsmanship with magic, this place was created. Suddenly stopping and pointing excitedly to the side at Luta's sexiest feature, the train. Heyoju piped up, why the hype? Rubia snapped back, shut up! The teasing continued. Wasting money maintaining that human form, huh? So grumpy. What do you want from me? Sung Min asked. Should we hop on? Heyoju suddenly shouted, just so you know, I'm taking the window seat. Stunned, the reply was, sure, knock yourself out. The three boarded the train. Rubia grabbed the middle spot. Come on, sit down. Heyoju asked, why don't other cities have this handy ride? Rubia answered, 'cause loot is safe and loaded. Other cities can't even build trains, let alone run them. Heyoju seemed to have a beef with that statement. A lot of stuff changed in 400 years, the thought crossed the mind. Wonder how the South turned out. Gold Tower Station. Sung Min and Rubia stepped out first. That was fast. Rubia was confused. Is that old geezer really that hyped over a train ride? Heyoju declared, I am riding a bit longer. The complaint came out. He's like a kid. Sung Min lowered the voice. Don't need to say it, Rubia added. Anyway, let's just get to the gold tower. The magnificent gold tower quickly loomed ahead, totally majestic. Stepping through the doors, eyes kept darting around. The interior was just as epic, every corner lit by shimmering lights. Rubia took the lead while Sungmin kept looking around. This way. In the middle of the room sat someone looking like they knew visitors were coming. Rubia forced an awkward smile, while Sungmin looked puzzled. This is a slight smile parted the lips, face totally calm. Lloyd looked up and spoke. An unexpected guest at the gold tower. Rubia cheerfully greeted first. Long time no see. Lloyd replied. Right, been 7 years, hasn't it? Haven't grown a bit. You haven't changed either, was the reply. Suddenly turning to Sungmin with a soft smile. And you've changed a lot. The thought lingered. Not sure if this is even the same person as before. Is that so? Lloyd's voice echoed in the vast room. Decided on what favor to ask for yet? Not yet, Sungmin replied. The teasing started. Planning on asking for something huge? Lloyd warned. Got limits, you know, so don't go asking for anything crazy. A light laugh. Got it. Stroking the beard in thought. However, if there's no request, why come find me? Can't just be here to sip tea. Rubia, silent until now, suddenly spoke up. Came to ask where my master is, then continued. I am in Virus S subordinate, following orders to stick with Sungmin, but I've lost contact with the master. Lloyd's face showed a flicker of panic, hesitating. Your master, the words came out, visited me about 2 months ago. Rubia got hype, knew it. Lee Sungmin's face went cold, eyes steady, deep in thought about that name. In Virus, thinking it over, just like me. Someone with a twisted sense of causality, a mage who passed the trial of Denier, the god of time. When going to the sleeping forest to meet him, I ran into his subordinate Rubia and the demon Heoju. Lloyd's next words made Rubia choke on the water. Your master said sorry, wanted to come personally, but got tied up with business. Continued. Instead, he wants you to head south. The reply? The south? Sungmin thought. Is that a good thing? Was planning to head south to learn magic control anyway. Lloyd tapped a finger on the table. Said you'll cross paths if you head south. Left a message like this, too. The words dropped, shocking not just Sungmin but Heoju too. Don't lose your humanity. Heoju raged. That Virus is always so shady. If we meet, he'll expect us to be together. Sungmin asked. Speaking of which, you were hunting Prescan, right? Did you know Prescan is in the north? I know, was the answer, but since he's a member of Predator, can't do a thing about it. The explanation began. Northern Travia is the territory of the vampire queen Geniella, and if Prescan gets killed, Abel will come for revenge immediately. The name Abel lingered in the mind. Heoju mentioned that guy was the leader of the leeches in Predator. Prescan's gotta be one of Abel's minions. Lloyd set the teacup down. Abel is a monster on a whole different level compared to Prescan. Surprised when he said, among mages, the only one who can match Abel is my master. Sungmin thought, so in Virus that means being on the same level as them? Then, a gorgeous tower came into view. After meeting Lloyd, the squad headed to the Red Magic Tower, but tough luck, didn't get to see Scarlet. The gatekeeper said she wasn't in. Apologized, figuring a meeting would happen someday. Just then, Heoju kicked the door open, looking totally hyped. I'm back! Rubia was shocked. What's with the souvenirs? Actually bought that stuff? You really are a dumb hillbilly. Heoju suddenly teared up. Yeah, used to be a fool, didn't know the world had such awesome stuff. The two bickered like kids, while Sungmin just stood there, deep in thought. Thoughts racing. Tomorrow's the day. The promise we made 10 years ago, the 14th of the month, the day I met her. Heoju speaks up. A year ago, that little heavenly demon I saw in the dungeon was just a baby monster. Now, she's the real deal, a full-blown beast. Thinking to myself, yeah, she actually did it. 10 years back, never would have guessed things would turn out like this. Jan's image flashes in my mind. Ouiji Ho, just how strong did you get? And me? How far have I come? Shaking my head, trying to snap out of this emotional mess, but these thoughts just won't let go. Sungmin draws the blade from his waist and stands up. Gotta get out. Need to clear my head. Hand gripping the weapon tight, walking solo down the massive streets. A training ground pops up ahead, stopping there, thinking, let us start here. In the dead of night, while everyone else is fast asleep, just training alone under the sky. Sungmin swings the blade with insane skill, slicing through the air. The sound rips through the space around him. Totally lost in the training when a figure suddenly shows up behind. A raspy voice cuts in. Impressive. Seriously mad skills. Sungmin spins around, shocked. Hojong speaks up. You look pretty young. Mind giving me a name? I am Sungmin, comes the reply. But inside, alarm bells are ringing. Pure caution. Has this old guy been watching me the whole time? The stranger gets excited. You are the hero, the demon spear, the one who took down the demon swordsman. I'm Ho Jong, the ironclad god spear. Ho Jong grips the spear in his hand tight. Ho Jong, the ironclad god spear. A master lancer decked out in magic armor. Guy mixed martial arts with weapon magic. One of the top spear users in all of Eria. Ho Jong continues. The rumors about the demon spear don't do it justice. You've gone way past veteran level. Hell, you're beyond a master lancer. The guy's so hyped, it leaves Sung Min speechless. Even if I went all out, I couldn't guarantee a win against you. Suddenly, the tone shifts. Serious now. You sure you want to roll with that person? Brows furrow. You've been stalking us from the start? Ho Jong questions. The mad heavenly demon is a monster who's slaughtered countless people. Why hang around someone like that? Acting all wise, he adds, you being threatened to travel with him or something? Don't worry, I got your back. He suggests, if we jump him together, even the mad heavenly demon won't. That's not it. Cutting him off. So, just mind your own business. Staring each other down in silence. The vibe gets tense instantly, eyes turning vicious. You aren't protecting that devil, are you? Hand tightening around the blade, voice turning cold. Not exactly. The guy's eyes burn bright, analyzing every twitch on Sung Min's face. Lee Sung Min chooses every word carefully. That's not what I mean. Dead silence drops, nothing but rustling leaves. Ho Jong suddenly bursts out laughing. Of course not. A hero like you, you'd never pull something like that. My bad. Made a mistake. He crosses his arms, continuing, but just in case, let me tell you this. The Martial Arts Alliance, it's still around. If you stray from the path of justice, face hardening. You won't escape the blade of justice. Dropping that line, he turns and walks away. Standing there, stunned in the middle of the training ground. Cool night air, clouds drifting by. The words get carried off by the wind. I'll keep that in mind. The 14th, the day. Sky is weirdly blue, clouds looking soft. Rubia chirps. Have fun! She dashes off, all excited. I'm gonna go ride the iron horse. Shaking like a leaf, and Heoju catches it. He looks skeptical. What's up? You shaking? Heoju teases like a kid with their first chocolate bar. Snapping back, it's not like that. But the old man won't let up. Yeah. Admiration between a guy and a girl usually turns into love. Sung Min bolts. No! His voice echoes in the ears. For someone in denial, your heart's pounding like crazy. Shut up. Heoju laughs. Never thought I'd see such a fresh reaction from you. You got a cute side too, huh? Sung Min's next move shuts Heoju right up, rips the bracelet right off his wrist. Oh well, Heoju's trash talk got him flattened right under Sung Min's feet. The fountain keeps flowing, the water's surface calm as ever. Sung Min stands in the middle of the street, shaking. High noon at the fountain. 10 years since that promise. So tense. Got here way too early. Still an hour to go. Legs won't stay still, just pacing back and forth. Should I buy flowers? Sung Min shakes the thought off. No. Why would I buy flowers? Just meeting an old friend, that's all. Trembling hand tries to clench into a fist. Wonder if I've become someone to be proud of. Images of Hoon keep popping up. I want Hoon to acknowledge me. Past Sung Min's innocent eyes flash back. I want praise. A deep craving. I want to be cheered on. Then the sounds of cursing ring out. You're useless. Zero talent. The insults hurt, but I kept grinding, just to get that recognition. Sung Min feels the tension, like drowning in deep water. If Hoon acknowledges me, then what? Sun's getting higher. Time's almost up, but it's still quiet. Sung Min's so tense he's sweating. Can't stop shaking. It's time. Streets packed with people, but no matter how hard I look, can't find the one person I'm here for. Is she not here yet? The fountain water is drying up, but still no sign of her. Panic starts to set in. Lee Sung Min grabs a random stranger. Today's the 14th, right? Stress levels maxed. It is today. Angry that Hoon broke the promise. Teeth grit together. Neville? Neville appears. Here. The command drops. I need to know where Hoon is. He scans for info, then reports back. Give me a sec. Neville speaks up. If you're looking for little heavenly demon Hoon, she's at the south gate, currently engaging the ironclad god spear. Shock hits. Say what? Sung Min tries to picture the guy. The ironclad god spear? Bad feeling in the gut. He bolts. Weird. With her strength, the ironclad god spear shouldn't even be a challenge. Thoughts racing, pushing him faster, moving faster. But that guy, he's overwhelming the little heavenly demon. City folks yell out, hey, no using light steps in the streets. Warnings don't mean a thing right now. Hoon's safety is all that matters. Sung Min tears through the air like the wind, landing square on the roof of a moving train. He was terrified. Unless Hoon was in real trouble, no way he'd get owned by a guy like Yu Ho Dong. Anxiety was written all over his face. What the hell is going on? Meanwhile, the fight between Hoon and Yu Ho Dong was intense, showing no signs of stopping. The spear in Yu Ho Dong's hand spun around, sharp and deadly. He sneered, "You aren't as strong as the rumors say, huh?" Ironclad spear Yu Ho Dong watched Hoon struggle to stand, wheezing. "Why attack me?" She barely got up, wiping blood from her lip. "I didn't do anything." Yu Ho Dong spoke up. "Even a wounded tiger gets hunted down. Huke blood, huh? Your body is messed up, isn't it?" She said, "Your fighting style isn't that great, you know." He got pissed, eyebrows twitching. A demon cult freak talking about justice? Ouiji Ho smirked, mocking him. "I'm just being sarcastic," he replied. "I admit I'm a bit shady, but as long as I kill you, I don't care about my bad rep." "You go around slaughtering people. Did you think this day wouldn't come?" While he was rambling, she suddenly asked, "What time is it?" He was surprised by the dumb question, but still answered, "Almost afternoon." Ouiji Ho's voice dropped, sounding sad. "Is that so?" The sky was blue, but inside she felt gloomy. "I broke the promise." Yu Hodong hesitated. "Don't know why she's weak, but I gotta kill her now. A demon growing way too fast." "Hoon, I didn't ask the alliance. This is my move, the ironclad spear's own justice." He thought he was some righteous hero destroying evil. A terrible thought crossed her mind. Am I gonna die here, killed by a guy like this? Lee Sungmin's image popped into her head. "The promise, sorry, I broke it." She shut her eyes tight, giving herself up to fate. Hoon tried to prop up her weak body, struggling to stand and face him. Just then, Lee Sungmin showed up in the nick of time, standing in front to protect her. Hoon couldn't believe her eyes, looking up at his broad back, totally moved. Yu Hodong shouted, "Spear Soul, do you know what standing there means? Can you handle the consequences?" He didn't answer, just asked coldly, "What do you want?" Yu Hodong yelled angrily. "What do I want? I'm killing a demon. If I don't kill him here, no one can stop him in the future." Hoon looked up at him while Yu Hodong kept talking. "To stop that, I gotta do whatever it takes." She couldn't believe it, calling his name to make sure. "Sung, is that you?" Lee Sungmin didn't reply. He just turned his head slightly, smiling to confirm. Gripping his spear tight, he said gently, "Yeah, it's me." Hoon's eyes went wide. Shock and emotion were all over her face. Lee Sungmin kept that gentle smile, looking at her like he was saying she was safe. Yu Hodong was furious watching them get cozy. He gripped his spear, ready to charge. He couldn't hold back and screamed at them, "Right now!" Yu Hodong attacked, roaring, "Who the hell are you laughing with?" He aimed his long spear right at where Lee Sungmin stood. Just as the spear was about to hit his neck, Lee Sungmin turned, eyes cold as ice. He didn't dodge. He chose to face it head on. He growled, putting all his strength into the hit. Lee Sungmin gripped his spear, dodged smoothly, and swung a slash right across Yu Hodong's body. Lee Sungmin frowned, staring coldly at Yu Hodong, who got knocked back. Yu Hodong was caught off guard, leaning on his spear to stand up. That guy slaps a hand on his wound and screams, "Soul Spear!" Next thing you know, the armor is patching itself up. Sungmin raises his spear, eyes locked on the target, super alert. "That armor is regenerating. Is it magic gear just like mine?" Glancing at Yu Hodong's weapon, Sungmin charges forward, picking up speed. Suddenly, this blue magic aura wraps around the enemy's whole body. Then he comes flying at Sungmin, fast as the wind, spinning that spear like a drill aimed right at him. Sungmin grips his own weapon tight, shooting a glare at Yu Hodong. Yu Hodong lets out this massive roar just to flex his power, driving that drilling spear straight for Sungmin's gut. Frowning, Sungmin twists his body to dodge, but it's not over. Flames burst from the tip of Yu Hodong's spear. Seriously? Magic too? The fire instantly swallows him up. Sungmin knits his brows, thinking, this is gonna be a pain. Meanwhile, Yu Hodong thinks he actually got the kill. Gritting his teeth, a single tear rolls down that guy's cheek. But once the smoke clears, Yu Hodong just freezes. Sungmin's gone. Or so he thinks. Dude is already silently standing right behind him. That's how the old me would have died. Yu Hodong has no clue what's happening, still in shock that his target vanished. Bam! A massive crash echoes as Sungmin lands the hit. The surprise attack totally catches Yu Hodong off guard. He gets sent flying, crashing hard onto the ground. Sungmin just stands there, giving him a cold, deadly stare. Yu Hodong's helmet is shattered, blood dripping down his face. He roars, "You bastard!" Hearing a commotion, Sungmin tilts his head slightly, glancing behind him. A crowd is already gathering around them. Staying here too long is dangerous. Sungmin turns back to look at Ouiji Ho, who is sitting on the ground, smiling gently. Hoon speaks up, struggling a bit. "Never thought we'd meet again like this." Sungmin nods slightly, eyes soft. "Yeah, same here." He politely reaches out a hand to help Hoon up. Hoon's eyes go wide, slowly reaching out but then stopping midair. Waving a hand with a mischievous grin, Hoon says, "Sorry, but legs aren't working right now." Sungmin freezes for a second, trying to process that. Then it clicks. Sweat starts pouring down. He yells out, "Say what?" Next thing, Sungmin is carrying Hoon on his back, looking miserable and shaking like a leaf. Ouiji Ho just smiles, poking Sungmin's chin. "What's the matter? Why are you sweating more than me? Am I really that heavy?" Sungmin panics, stammering out a weak "no." Behind them, Yu Hodong summons the last of his strength to scream, "Soul Spear." Veins popping on his forehead, Yu Hodong pushes off the ground, struggling to stand and give chase. Sungmin stops abruptly to hear him out, expression darkening. Yu Hodong rips off his mask and yells, "If you leave to protect the little heavenly demon, you're making yourself an enemy of the Murim Alliance. You really want to choose the demonic path?" Sung Min stays silent, turning to look at Yu Hodong for a moment. The gaze is completely dead inside. Good and bad. Huke and white. "If you want to play faction games, go ahead, but I ain't interested." Then he spoke softly. "Came here just to save a friend." Ouiji Ho was totally drained, slumped over Sung Min's shoulder. Yu Hodong wouldn't let it go, still being stubborn. "Is that so? Then at least kill me. Before you leave, Yu Hodong." Even his spear and fighting style were different from a normal warrior. Yu Hodong leaned forward as they left. "I'm gonna contact the Murim Alliance to form a hit squad." Sung Min gave a cold glare, calculating something, then turned and walked away. "Got no interest in killing, and since you're right about people chasing us, I'm dipping fast. If you want to die, go find a high cliff and jump." Yu Hodong felt helpless. Dude stood frozen, grinding his teeth in bitterness but couldn't do a thing. Walking away, Sung Min suddenly heard a voice in his head. "Get out of this city." Glanced back at Yu Hodong kneeling on the ground. Guy was warning him, "I am telling you because I owe you my life." Yu Hodong looked down, sending a mental message to Sung Min. "Murim Alliance HQ is nearby. They'll send top-tier fighters. Pursuit squads forming soon. You and that weakened minor heavenly demon, one to handle it." Then he looked up, eyes bloodshot and full of hate. "If you ignore this warning, I, Yu Hodong, will lead that squad myself, and it won't end as easily as today." Sung Min was a bit surprised by those words, looked back and whispered, "I'll remember that." Once Sung Min was far enough away, Heoju's voice rang out again. "So, gonna take the advice and leave town?" Sung Min carried Ouiji Ho, flying across the rooftops. "No, that DB's stupid. Don't believe the iron-armored spear thinks that far ahead." Someone down below cursed silently. "Hey, no flying skills allowed in the city!" Sung Min's voice was low. "Even if we leave now, hard to avoid the chase." Heoju grinned faintly, trailing behind Sung Min. Sung Min replied softly, "This isn't just the Murim Alliance's turf." Suddenly thought of Neville. If the Murim Alliance claims they stand for justice, then this city must have a force fighting against them. A ghostly image appeared in mind, along with the name of a demonic cult organization, the Sama-Ryeon, the Evil Spirit Union. Heoju stroked his chin and chuckled, speaking with disdain. "Since when did you get so naive? Just cause the Sama-Ryeon opposes the Murim Alliance, you think they'll help you?" Sung Min's face tensed up too. Bit his lip, "No, it's a gamble. But in this situation, got no choice but to bet everything on it." Ouiji Ho on his back started breathing heavier. Never expected Ouiji Ho to end up like this. Damn it, what the hell happened? Heoju growled, "It's a curse." Sung Min immediately asked back, "A curse?" The spirit glanced at Ouiji Ho. "It's twisting the mana flow backwards and destroying the foundation of the victim. Can't even walk like this." Lee Sung Min, hearing this for the first time, panicked a bit. "What?" Heoju tilted his head, looking at the two of them, voice arrogant. "Lucky the curse isn't enough to kill. It's just meant to cause pain and make the victim collapse. That's harsh." Sung Min frowned, looking back at the unconscious Ouiji Ho. Came all this way in this state just to keep a promise? Seeing that state made him grind his teeth in pity. "Is there a way to lift the curse?" Heoju replied calmly, "Simple." Then he growled, "Kill the one who cursed." After moving as fast as possible, Lee Sung Min finally arrived. "Welcome, Soul Spear. The one you are carrying is the minor heavenly demon." The speaker looked the two of them up and down. "An honor to welcome two famous young heroes." An older woman wearing a yukata appeared. "I'm Bo Haye, the one in charge here." She tilted her head, eyes sharp. "Welcome to the Samarian." Sung Min frowned slightly, wary of this person. They were led to a place that looked like a palace or a noble's estate. "Been waiting for you, Soul Spear." A lanky man with his hair in a high bun stood before them. "I'm Guan Hao, head of the Samarian Rubes branch." Sung Min bowed respectfully. Samarian Rubes branch head, Guan Hao. Name's Lee Sung Min, still carrying Ouiji Ho on the shoulder. "Bo Shu size." Guan Hao didn't hesitate, got straight to the point. "Got a few things I want to ask." Voice was serious but showed respect for the Soul Spear. Defeated the Sword Demon and eliminated the Blood Heavenly Demon. Then he turned to look at Sung Min. "So we believed the Soul Spear was a righteous warrior." Guan Hao lowered his voice, yet traveled with the crazy heavenly demon and even accepted the Murim Alliance's rage to save the minor heavenly demon. Guan Hao looked straight into Sung Min's eyes, grinning. "So tell me, which side are you on?" Sung Min froze a bit, but then answered honestly, "Hear that question all the time. Not on any side." Facing Guan Hao's probing gaze, Lee Sung Min stood firm. just a friend of Ouiji Ho. Guanhao suddenly looked at them and laughed loud. Friends? So even the minor heavenly demon has friends. He raised his voice. I see. So that's why you stopped the iron-armored spear, regardless of facing the Murim Alliance's wrath. Guanhao quickly regained composure. Truly a heroic story, and it seems. He stopped, smiling slyly. You want the Samarion's protection. Do you really understand what that means? Sungmin looked annoyed, didn't want the guy playing mind games. Stop beating around the bush. Say it straight. Contrary to that impatience, Guanhao just asked calmly, the minor heavenly demon and the soul spear have no faction and are wandering. I'm asking if you two are ready to ally with the Samarion. Sungmin didn't answer right away, glancing back at Ouiji Ho. Ouiji Ho's path isn't for me to decide. Guanhao spoke quickly. Then what about you, soul spear? Rubbing his chin, clearly showing cunning now, different from the polite look earlier. If you want to use the Samarion as a shield, shouldn't you at least show some sincerity about joining? Sungmin didn't reply. Both stood staring for a long time, saying nothing, sizing each other up. Sungmin spoke first. You're right, I was too rude. This reaction was the opposite of what Guanhao thought. Guy was startled. Then Sungmin turned away decisively. I'll find another place. Thanks for the time. Lee Sungmin thought, no choice. Gotta ask Lloyd from the Golden Tower. Still, deep down, worried about this decision. But I'm not sure the tower will go against the Murim Alliance to help us. The only way is to hope Lloyd considers our wish. Lee Sungmin turned to walk out the door. Guanhao hurriedly cut in, calling out, Wait, hold on. Lee Sungmin turned back, confused. Guanhao scratched his head, flustered. You're too impatient. Listen to me first. He looked at Sungmin firmly and said, The Black Magic Alliance has got your back, even if you don't sign up. Sungmin frowned, suspicious. You serious right now? Guanhao answered immediately. Orders from the master of the alliance. Guanhao signaled Sungmin to follow. Since you showed up, gotta try and recruit you. But even if that's a no-go, protection is still on the table. Guanhao smirked, was hoping a little protection might buy us a solid ally, but looks like that plan's a bust. Sungmin raised an eyebrow. The master of the alliance, huh? Guanhao led the way to a servant standing nearby. We'll get you two somewhere to treat those wounds. Get some rest. Before leaving, the old man shot Sungmin a meaningful look and dropped a little advice. Living in the gray areas of this world, it ain't easy. Heoju caught that and whispered, probably talking about the orthodoxy and the unorthodox factions. The old man watched for a reaction, then added, but it's more than just that. Sungmin sat watching over Ouiji Ho, nodding in agreement. Heoju's voice dropped low. Orthodox and unorthodox, human and demon. You were walking the line right between them. He shot a provocative look. How long you think you can keep your balance on that edge? Sungmin saw movement and cut him off. Shut it, waking up. Heoju, interrupted mid-rant, retreated in annoyance. Sungmin saw eyes opening and lit up. Ouiji Ho, you finally up? Eyes glossy, face exhausted and drenched in sweat. Suddenly the girl bolted upright, shouting Lee Sungmin's name. Panicked, Sungmin pushed back. Whoa, no, lie back down, don't force it. After a beat, decided to just ask what was bugging him. Heard you got cursed. Who the hell did it? Ouiji Ho gave a weak, helpless laugh. What's the point of you knowing? Sungmin stammered. I mean, you think you're stronger than me or something? Cold. Sungmin's face went dark instantly. Fighting for breath, Ouiji Ho explained slowly. I fought him for 3 days and nights. Still couldn't kill him. Got cursed while retreating. A faint smile directed at Sungmin. You really think you can take down a monster like that? Yeah, I can, Sungmin snapped. Ouiji Ho's eyes went wide at the outburst, voice almost a scream, dripping with determination. Doesn't matter how, I'll do it no matter what. Ouiji Ho stared in silence, completely stunned. Never expected this kind of fierce determination just for this. Cheeks burning red, a squinty smile, clearly touched. Finally, the truth comes out. The guy who cursed me calls himself the Sword Saint, said ES a member. Just a low-ranking member of an organization called Beyond the Heavens. That name rang a bell. Baek Woon had mentioned it, wound caused by the Sword Saint of Beyond the Heavens. Beyond the Heavens? Stunned. Seeing the silence, Ouiji Ho piped up. You getting all pissed off like it's your own problem? Kinda makes me happy. Pushing up to sit. But at the end of the day, it's my mess. I'll fix it. Sungmin jumped to stop the movement. In that condition? Are you crazy? Chin on hand, sighing deeply. Never thought I'd hear that coming from you. Remembering all the times begging for help, Sungmin got annoyed. You were never like this before. Silence. Then a sad voice. It's been 10 years. Don't want to talk about it. A smirk. You getting mad for me because we're friends, right? Startled, stammering. Yeah, obviously. Ouiji Ho suddenly leaned in, face inches away. Well, speaking of friendship, got a favor to ask. Can you handle it? Flustered. Sure, anything. Eyes darted to the food tray nearby. I'm hungry. Sung Min just stared at the tray, totally blank, pouting, looking pitiful. Can't even lift my arms, spreading hands out to prove the point. Eyes closed, waiting. Sung Min still didn't get it, just staring. Finally, Ouiji Ho gave up, licking lips. Feed me. Face turning beet red, shouting, making that same grimace as when asked for a piggyback ride. Since Ouiji Ho fought until total burnout, recovery was going to take a while. Meanwhile, Sung Min hunted for intel, scouting around the Alliance base. Rubia squealed, "Wanna ride the Iron Horse so bad?" "Shh, keep it down," checked with Neville, but just got a helpless head shake. Even Erebriza didn't have dirt on them. Asked around everywhere, but zero useful info on breaking Ouiji Ho's curse. Dead ends everywhere. Hyoju popped up again. At this rate, we were gonna have to head south. Knowing he was right, Sung Min gritted teeth in frustration. Hyoju rubbed that ghostly chin. More mages in the south. Better chance of finding a fix down there. Watching Ouiji Ho lying in pain, fists clenching involuntarily. Even now, the Murim Alliance-S hunting dogs were probably closing in. Had to make a move before it was too late. Lee Sung-min tracked down Guan Hao. Repeating the question from earlier? Yeah. How far will the Alliance actually go to protect its own? Oh, Guan Hao murmured. That is a good question. A pause, then a slow explanation. Most of our members practice demonic arts. Powerful stuff, but it messes with a martial artist's head, changes their temperament. Sung-min shot back. You don't try to control them? We control it to a point, but sadly, some people... A gloomy pause. Cross the line. Become monsters. Total madness. When that happens, we can't protect them anymore. Voice hardening. The Murim Alliance cleans up our mess. Sung-min frowned, processed that, and then made the call. I've decided. Face set like stone. Straight up told him. We're leaving the Alliance. Even if the Murim Alliance hunts us down, I've got things I gotta do. Guan Hao didn't answer, just stared deeply at the kid. No hesitation. Turned around, walking out. Guan Hao followed, then suddenly that creepy face was right up in Sung Min's space. That choice. You sure you won't regret it? Like a totally different person. The twisted face freaked Sung Min out, cold sweat instantly breaking. Face pale, stammering. What? Guan Hao's voice shifted, but the horror show face stayed. Pleasure to meet you, Soul Spear. I am the master of the Huke Magic Alliance. Sung Min stumbled back, stunned. Don't look so shocked. Just talking via mental link through this puppet's body. Cursing internally. How the hell am I not supposed to be shocked? The entity inside Guan Hao whispered, leaving because of the minor heavenly demon? Hearing that name, Sung Min's expression hardened. Yeah, it was short, but thanks for the roof over our heads, Alliance Master. Ouiji Ho, wearing Guan Ho's skin, flashed a grin. Awesome. If you want to bail, I want to stop you. But I got one thing to say. He gave Sung Min a dead serious look. You're walking a gray line right now. But if you decide you want something darker, something better, come find me in the low forest. I'll be waiting. Ouiji Ho's words kept replaying in Sung Min's head, even after he left. Later, Sung Min and Hoon sat together, with Byuk and Rubia across from them. Byuk kicked things off with a bang. He stared at Ouiji Ho, totally blown away. Only 23 and already at the Transcendent Realm? That's unheard of. Hoon just smirked and looked up at Byuk. The crazy heavenly demon, Byuk Wanpai. Heard a ton of stories about you. Byuk got hyped immediately. So, now that we re-face to face, what do you think? Ouiji Ho grinned, teasing him. Doesn't look like you to be much of a challenge, huh? Byuk's face went dark instantly. He clenched his fist and shouted, making Rubia jump. Just hearing that makes my blood boil. Once you re-healed up, I am definitely fighting you. Hoon just smiled. You got it. Then she leaned her head on Sung Min's shoulder, turning him beet red. Byuk sighed, shaking his head. What a waste. A ruler like you ending up like this. Sung Min's eyes looked sad. I need your help, Elder. Byuk grinned with insane confidence. Don't sweat it. I've been messing with those Murim Alliance scumbags for decades. Not long after, they arrived. A figure showed up high above them. It was Yuho Dong. He didn't look surprised to see them at all. Guess you didn't care about my warning, huh? Sung Min frowned up at him. That scary warning was a letdown. I thought you'd bring a whole army to take me out. Yuho Dong hesitated. Some stuff came up. He scanned the group, recognizing everyone. Crazy heavenly demon, Byuk Wan Pei. Yuho Dong slowly turned his head. The minor heavenly demon, Wee Hoon, he definitely knew that name. And Soul Spear, Lee Sung Min. His eyes landed on Rubia, but seeing her clueless face, he just shut his mouth. Yuho Dong glared at Wee, gripping his spear tight. You dirty demons ruining the peace and safety of the people. In the name of justice and the Murim Alliance. He suddenly charged, screaming, I'm taking you out. Sung Min just spoke in a flat, calm voice. The The minor heavenly demon and I haven't even done anything wrong. Maybe you should show some mush to the crazy heavenly demon too. Byuk was surprised that actually worked. Yu Hodong frowned, veins popping on his forehead. Demons always commit crimes eventually. That's just how you heretics are. Sung Min froze, his voice turning cold. Are you serious right now? He couldn't help but think of Guan Ho. What a twisted way of thinking. Sung Min walked toward Yu Hodong, muttering, so even if Ouiji Ho hasn't done a single thing wrong, you people still want to kill her just because she's part of the demonic sect? His eyes glowed red as he glared at the guy, gritting his teeth through every word. You guys really love slapping huke and white labels on everyone, dawn to you? Sensing the rage, Yu Hodong armored up instantly. Fine, if that's what you want, I'll kill you, Iron Armor Soul Spear. Flashback to a few days ago, a letter had flown into Guardian Du's house. He stared at the letter, lost in thought. One order jumped out at him. Kill the minor heavenly demon at all costs. To him, that sounded exactly like a threat. No reinforcements were coming. Yu Hodong's face went dark, his mind racing with worry. The minor heavenly demon was weak, sure, but with the soul spear and the crazy heavenly demon there, taking them on alone was suicide. Yu Hodong scanned the letter one last time and sighed. It was basically a death sentence. Still, he frowned, his eyes locking in with determination. But it doesn't matter. He gripped his spear tight, his voice booming. I don't know if they abandoned me because of the Alliance's situation, or if this is punishment for bowing to a demon in front of the people. Yu Hodong tossed the letter aside and grabbed his spear. Either way, I'm destroying these monsters. His face went rigid. That's my life's ideal. Back in the present, Yu Hodong lunged at Sung Min. Sung Min raised his spear and blocked the hit. He didn't counterattack. Instead, he jumped back, shielding Y. Byuk glanced at him. Need some backup? Sung Min's answer was sharp. No. Yu Hodong charged again, screaming, Bring me the minor heavenly demon's head! Lee Sung Min gritted his teeth, furious. You scumbags calling an innocent person like Ouiji Ho a demon just so you can kill her. Lee Sung Min stared right into Yu Hodong's eyes through his helmet. You'd abandon Ouiji Ho without even blinking. Die. Acting like that thin line between huke and white is flawless. He ground his teeth so hard they practically squeaked, veins popping. It really pisses me off. Hodong charged, firing off magic attacks from a distance. Sung Min shifted his spear into a blade, blocking every single shot. Yu Hodong roared in rage, his eyes locked on Sung Min with pure focus. Sung Min wasn't backing down either, sparks flying in his eyes. Fine. Yu Hodong's aggression was just making Sung Min go even crazier. If you guys think you're justice and get to label everyone else a demon. Sung Min dodged every strike, blurring forward until he was right in Yu Hodong's face. Then I'll own it. Sung Min's blade tore through Yu Hodong's armor and ripped into his body, leaving a massive wound. Unlike last time, Sung Min wasn't showing any mercy. I'm walking that path now. Yu Hodong stood there, impaled. He froze, blood spraying from the wound. Yu Hodong's magic faded, and his helmet dissolved into nothing. He struggled to choke out the words. This decision I never. Sung Min watched him struggle, cutting him off with a cold voice. Regret it? Yu Hodong smiled. Yeah. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. Sung Min stared at him, zero pity in his eyes. Me too. How does it feel? Yu Hodong couldn't answer. He just dropped dead. Sung Min glanced at the body on the ground as a crowd gathered. He sheathed his blade. Iron armor, divine spear, guardian Du. Even a master like him died because of that stupid huke and white mentality. Like his life meant nothing. Byuk walked up beside him. Sung Min stared at Hodong's corpse, wondering if it was really worth it. Byuk glanced at Sung Min, seeing him lost in thought. There was no other way, he said softly. But this is going to be messy. You just killed a famous orthodox master. When Sung Min didn't reply, Byuk kept going. All that rep you built as the soul spear, gone. Now you're just another demon to them. Those Alliance bastards can send hit squads after you without a second thought. His voice got gritty. That Guardian Du guy, he was probably just a sacrificial pawn. Sung Min looked shocked. He turned to look at Byuk, who seemed to read his mind. Right now, you and the minor heavenly demon aren't infamous enough for them to launch a full-scale purge. Know exactly how the Murim Alliance operates, but Lee Sung Min still couldn't buy it. You saying they sacrificed a master just for some lame excuse? Baek Woon glanced back at Ouiji Ho. Chill response. Worth it. Ouiji Ho had crashed from exhaustion, Rubia taking care of things. If it means wiping out a monster reaching the divine realm at just 20? Lee Sung Min got curious hearing Baek Woon. Divine realm, think I've heard of it. What the hell is it anyway? Masked guy suddenly leaned in close behind Lee Sung Min, whispering curiously. Lee Sung Min jumped out of his skin. Baek Woon was right there, but didn't even clock when the creep appeared. This masked freak's name is Tang Mu, wrapped arms around Lee Sung Min. Lee Sung Min's hair stood on end. When did this guy get behind me? Tang Mu whispered. Divine realm, that level's way too high for someone like you to mention. Raspy voice answered. It's the highest realm, surpassing even peak mastery. A towering wall, that's the divine realm. Tang Mu rolled eyes, staring at the two of them. So many have failed and crumbled before that wall. Like the guy standing next to you, for instance. Baek Woon felt a jolt of electricity down the spine. Stuttered out, No way! You're Tang Mu? Get your hands off Lee Sung Min. The wound sword venerable gave you heal yet? Little heavenly demon, huh? Chuckled softly. Seems the little heavenly demon figured it out. Lee Sung Min stood gritting teeth, frozen. Can't move. Tang Mu walked slowly toward Lee Sung Min and Baek Woon. Gonna give you the honor of meeting a master of the divine realm. Raised 2 fingers up, darkness engulfing the body. I'm the demon venerable of Cheon O Cheon. Came here today for 2 reasons. One of the 6 sovereigns of Cheon O Cheon, the demon venerable. Tang Mu watched the 2 sweating bullets. So both of you, come at me. Lee Sung Min saw the guy playing mysterious, asked, 2 reasons, what's that supposed to mean? Tang Mu glanced over, debating whether to spill. Looked over at Ouiji Ho. First off, obviously, is taking the little heavenly demon with me. Ouiji Ho was in bad shape, barely conscious. After getting tortured by the sword venerable's curse, time to be obedient and listen to me. And now Tang Mu pointed a finger at Lee Sung Min. Unlucky. As long as you guys stick around, little heavenly demon won't listen very well. Lee Sung Min frowned, annoyed. So you want to get rid of me? Tang Mu pulled out a sphere. That's part of the second reason. Said that, then tossed the sphere into the air. The orb shot up fast from Tang Mu's throw. Flew straight up and radiated a ring of light. Everything around went dark. Only the blinding light from the orb remained. Lee Sung Min watched wide-eyed. No clue what was coming next. Rubia and Baek Woon dropped jaws in shock. Could feel something coming from that orb. Only Tang Mu stood there cold, watching everyone freak out. Tang Mu and Lee Sung Min's crew were standing in a different dimension. Don't be too surprised. Tang Mu raised hands like it was totally normal. Just split the space to avoid prying eyes. Looked over at the confused Lee Sung Min. Soul Spear Lee Sung Min at that age. Skills ain't bad. Easily handled Iron Spear. Held a kunai up to the forehead. Need to test your abilities. Tang Mu spoke, trying to ease Lee Sung Min's tension. That's exactly my second reason. Not gonna kill you. Baek Woon yelled at Tang Mu. Hey, the sword venerable is... Cut off before finishing. Shut up. Didn't even bother looking at Baek Woon. Spoke slowly. Been 10 years since you lost the sword venerable, right? Remember you promising to reach the divine realm in 10 years? Yet here you are, still haven't made it. Spat every word at Baek Woon. Heavens beyond heavens has no interest in trash. Don't get involved in this. Baek Woon took the insult, grinding teeth. Lee Sung Min couldn't stand seeing the guy talked down to, turned anxiously. Senior? Baek Woon just replied softly, I said too much. The kunai in Tang Mu's hand suddenly grew massive, invisible magic power aiming straight for Lee Sung Min. Raised the spear, ready stance. Tang Mu aimed the kunai right at the kid. Come on then, pathetic loser. Threw it, making a motion to control the blade. Kunai shot to Lee Sung Min's feet and started glowing. Ground underneath shook violently, throwing Lee Sung Min off balance. Lee Sung Min couldn't block in time, super tense, sweat on the forehead. Then a whole volley of kunai came charging from the front, straight down at Lee Sung Min. Zooming in close, Lee Sung Min panicked, realizing the kunai were skimming right past the face. Quickly got a grip, tried to dodge the damage but couldn't block them all. Couple of scratches. Tang Mu raised a finger, provoking. Missed on purpose. You can't even touch me. Behind the guy, Baek Woon had appeared out of nowhere. Baek Woon went for a sneak attack, but Tang Mu flashed from the front to behind him in a blink. Speed so insane Baek Woon couldn't react. Punched empty air. Tang Mu calmly narrowed eyes, whole body turning into a huke shadow. Baek Woon realized something was off, gritted teeth and roared. But before Baek Woon could even strike, Tang Mu used magic to pummel Baek Woon repeatedly. Lee Sung Min stood watching Baek Woon get absolutely wrecked. Hyoju spoke up too. Difference in power is way too big. He's toying with him. Everyone froze. Couldn't do anything but grit teeth and wait for an opening. Lee Sung Min's eyes turned fierce. Wanted to back up Baek Woon. Hyoju thinking the same thing. What do we do now? Tang Mu dodged every single one of Baek Woon's attacks. Closed eyes and sighed. Didn't even care. Then vanished into thin air. Whispered to Baek Woon, I'm tired. Invisible pressure crushed Baek Woon's whole body. Struggled to figure out what was happening. Then a strike slammed straight down from the sky onto Baek Woon. Pinned to the ground instantly. Tang Mu's voice rang out as Baek Woon coughed up blood. You wasted 10 years? Sitting right on top of Baek Woon. You're not even worth my attention now. Tang Mu was gloating when suddenly felt a massive power, enough to make him jump. Spun around. It was Lee Sung-min, standing in the darkness, body glowing a creepy red. Tang Mu stood up, faint smile. No good, gotta take the little heavenly demon with me. Looked over at Lee Sung-min in demon form, wrapped in dark aura. Never thought someone like you would rely on that filthy demon power. Lee Sung-min's eyes glowed red, rage hitting the limit at Tang Mu's insults. Tang Mu just lets out a low, mocking laugh. Relying on demon power, huh? Behind Tang Mu, Wee is struggling to get back up. The old man is standing next to Tang Mu, shaking with pure rage. Tang Mu just glances over. You can even stand up yet? Wee howls, a red aura covering the whole body. Another furious roar. Tang Mu says calmly, come on, you two? Squinting at Wee, transforming into a demon, that old geezer went berserk, resonating with the demonic energy. Feels great having that power flow through, right? But watch out. Wee swings a fist straight at Tang Mu. Tang Mu dodges fast, hand forming a magic orb. Dozens of magical bindings fly around Wee, making the old man roar even louder. Tang Mu's voice rings out while wrapping the bindings. Nothing in this world is free. As the binds tighten around Wee, demonic energy destroys your nature. Controlling the wires, Tang Mu glances back. And you guys think you can beat me with just that level of power? Sung-min's spear thrusts right in front of Tang Mu's face. Eyes go wide, Tang Mu dodges sideways but still gets grazed by the spear. What the? Sung-min curls the fingers, forming a fireball in the palm. Blood ring demonic art, fourth form. Neither Sung-min nor Tang Mu are holding back. Both clash. Thunderblast fist, void-shattering thunder. The orbs in their hands collide, creating a terrifying magic force. No clear winner yet. The collision causes an explosion, two streams of magic swirling endlessly. Space itself seems to shake violently. Seconds later, the darkness clears. Tang Mu speaks up, sounding hesitant. I am a little surprised. Still standing but got knocked back pretty far, even if you are borrowing demonic energy. Squinting, magic wrapping around the hand. In terms of raw power alone, that hit reached the transcendence realm. Gotta give credit for that. Sung-min sees Tang Mu staying calm, eyes burning with fury. Cursing internally, damn it, even using the Demon Lord's power, I can only hold ground? No, it's not enough. Calculating fast, Sung-min turns to call Heoju. Heoju's image pops up in the mind. I need more. Current power is already beyond imagination, basically a demon. Heoju clicks tongue helplessly. I'll give you power, but watch out for indigestion. Determination sparks in Sung-min's eyes. This time is different. Body and mind are ready, got enough internal energy to control the demonic chi. Sung-min's magic erupts, surprising even Tang Mu. Demonic chi and internal energy are swirling together. Tang Mu taps the fan against the head. If you can use that power to this extent, can't look down on someone borrowing from a devil anymore. Opening the fan, pointing it at Sung-min. I said I wouldn't kill you. Sung-min ignores the words, shouting directly. Bring it on! Contrary to the crazy look outside, Sung-min is hyper-focused inside, unleashing power violently, then compressing it. A magic sphere forms from the friction of different forces, pure destructive power. Sung-min quickly launches the orb forward with the spear. Aiming at Tang Mu. 9 Heavens Infinite Spear, 7th form. 9 Heavens Supreme Spear. The orb swirls in the air, absorbing charge and getting massive. In a flash, it becomes a giant sphere pressure, crushing the whole space, piercing the void, breaking the heavens. Tang Mu doesn't attack, just waits and watches. When the sphere is about to hit, Tang Mu raises the fan and flicks it lightly. Fanning straight up, the sphere tears apart along the fan's path. Nice attack. The orb splits in two instantly, shooting past both sides, leaving Tang Mu standing in the middle, untouched. Arrogantly keeping eyes closed the whole time, ignoring the explosion behind, Tang Mu mocks, well done. But before the words finish, the smoke clears, revealing Sung-min standing right there, super close. Shock zaps through Tang Mu's brain. Eyes show pure terror. On the flip side, Sung-min is charging in like a maniac. Blood vessels popping in the eyes, roar echoing everywhere. The sound of the spear slashing rings out coming from Sung-min's attack. Then silence falls instantly, total opposite of the battle vibe. Regaining senses, Tang Mu gets knocked into the air, blood gushing from a slash on the chest. Tang Mu's eyes go wide. Unbelievable, didn't think he had energy for another hit. Damn, that's a fatal wound. Tang Mu looks at the motionless Sung-min. I hit the weak point's body is full of kunai. Tang Mu is still shocked. How could he counterattack? Would be humiliating to get killed by him. Kneeling on the ground, lifting a hand with difficulty. No other choice, I was too cocky. Gotta take the little heavenly demon back to heaven beyond heaven now. Just as that thought ends, Tang Mu feels something off in the air, looks up and instantly freezes in fear. Blood drips on the ground, echoing sound mixed with steady footsteps. Tang Mu kneels there frozen, own blood pooling on the floor. In front, Sungmin is getting closer. Every step leaves a bloody trail. Sungmin speaks while charging. Little heavenly demon Ouiji Ho, I want to let you take him anywhere. Sungmin looks exactly like a real demon right now. Tongmu squints. Watching every move, Tongmu is surprised, but not totally shocked by the power. Pretty impressive, but bad luck for you. Can't believe he can still move in that state. Then Tongmu bows head, raising a kunai. If my body was fine borrowed demon power or not, I'd take your life. Throws the kunai at Sungmin. I'm taking the little heavenly demon. Sungmin is heavily injured too, doesn't react as the kunai flies in. Goodbye. Kunai stops dead just inches from Sungmin. Right after, a boom crashes down from the sky. Mysterious magic appears. Tangmu's pupils shrink, can't believe what just happened. A voice rings out. Someone suddenly appears, blocking for Sungmin, grabbing the shirt. Been a while, huh, Tangmu? You like bullying the weak lately? Tangmu gets triggered seeing him. Don't call me by that name, Tongmu screams. Sima Lianzhou? Sima just smirks, turns to Sungmin, pulls the kunai right out of Sungmin's head. Blood sprayed everywhere. Lee Sungmin let out a pained groan. Tangmu rasped, sounding terrified of alerting the Void Lord. How the hell did you get here? The Void Lord slowly set Lee Sungmin down. Guy was shaking like a leaf. How? Ain't a single place I can't reach. Tangmu stared daggers at the Void Lord, noticing a hazy shadow swirling around him. Tangmu sneered. So that's it. Just a shadow. The Void Lord cut him off cold. So what if I am? Lee Sungmin flashed back to seeing that spirit form for the first time. If it's Sima Lianzhou, then Tongmu screamed, You planning on messing with Beyond the Heavens business? The Void Lord flashed a calm, toothy grin. Guess so. Glancing down at Lee Sungmin, who was covered in blood, couldn't just watch the kid struggle in despair like that. Felt bad. Glanced over at Tongmu, who was pretty banged up too. Shadow or not, killing you's a piece of cake. Think you can stop me in that sorry state? The Void Lord scoffed with pure contempt. That pathetic alliance of yours? Only the martial sages are strong enough to make me hesitate. But they ain't gonna come out of seclusion just for your worthless hide. Tangmu struggled to stand up, so the Void Lord barked a warning. Enough talk. Scram. Counting to 1. Don't get lost, and you'll be nothing but a puddle of blood. Tangmu was fuming, but the Void Lord didn't give a damn and started counting. 3, 2. The second one hit. Tangmu turned into a shadow and vanished into thin air. The Void Lord laughed, telling Lee Sungmin, check out that pathetic loser. Don't end up like him, all right? Lee Sungmin's voice came out ragged. Could have killed him easily. The Void Lord just smirked. The Demon Lord was seriously injured too. So yeah, maybe you could finish the job, he added, glancing at Ouiji Ho walking toward them. But if it came to that, within just 1 week, Beyond the Heavens would hunt you down and snatch the little heavenly demon. Lee Sungmin hung on every word. But letting the Demon Lord live tells him I am involved, so they'll keep quiet. Paused for a beat, then turned to address Ouiji Ho as little heavenly demon. Ouiji Ho looked up. The choice was hers. Weakened by the curse, staying by Lee Sungmin's side would just make her a burden. Lee Sungmin turned his head, struggling to speak. What? The Void Lord cut him off. Don't want to go to Beyond the Heavens? Then head to Sima Lun's place. I can at least protect you there. I'll send someone in a few days. Before vanishing, spun around for one last warning, smiling at the group. Fading away, he said, Watch out for the Murim Alliance leader. Silence took over the moment he left. Ouiji Ho slapped Rubia's helping hand away and stepped forward, steps trembling, moved behind Sungmin. Why? Ouiji Ho bent down, hugging the injured guy kneeling on the ground, voice shaking with sobs. Why did it have to come to this? Why end like this? Lee Sungmin didn't say a word, probably totally drained. Don't know how long passed before he finally peeled his eyes open. Right eye was bandaged up, sat up, trying to look around. Where? Ouiji Ho, sitting right there, spoke up. Cave nearby. Softly explained the situation. Murim Alliance is hunting us, so crashing at a village wasn't an option. Me and Rubia were out there, didn't we set a trap in that corner? What are you saying? Ouiji Ho mentioned they'd been setting up defenses nearby. Ouiji Ho went quiet, so Lee Sungmin just stared at her back in silence. Her voice trembled. First time I've ever felt this useless, and to have you protect me on top of that. Flashed back to Lee Sungmin's brutal wounds after the fight, how messed up he got. Lee Sungmin whispered, I'm fine, really. Ouiji Ho screamed, Well, I'm not fine with it. Lee Sungmin froze at the outburst. Usually I'm the strong one, but now I can't even survive without your help. Gritting teeth in bitterness, and you're gonna end up broken forever because of it. Saving me, I didn't agree to be friends just to see you end up like this. Still wouldn't look him in the eye. I'm taking the offer Sima Lianzhou's offer, trusting my life to Sima Lun. Lee Sungmin felt like he was burning up inside. Even if we force ourselves to stick together like this, Ouiji Ho would just keep blaming herself, hurting on the inside. Clenching his fingers tight, he whispered, "Yeah," forced a smile. "Just go there and rest up. You're my friend, right? While you're there, I swear I'll find a way to break that curse." Ouiji Ho went quiet, then asked softly, "Friend?" Looked up. "Friend, huh?" Mood clearly lifted a bit. Rushed over to Lee Sung-min, startling him. "Got something I want to ask you." Leaned her face right into his. Lee Sung-min froze, brain short-circuiting, face heating up like crazy. Face red enough to explode, Lee Sung-min yelled out, fingers digging into his own skin. Ouiji Ho sat down next to him while he stammered, refusing to make eye contact, blushing hard and mumbling, "Always thought you were beautiful." Ouiji Ho looked amused at the panic. Smiled gently, cupping Lee Sung-min's cheeks. "Friend?" Tilted his head up, leaning in until they were inches apart. "That's it? That all we are?" Ouiji Ho closed the gap even more, could feel each other's breath. Lee Sung-min's heart was going haywire. Ouiji Ho stared straight into his eyes, pupils almost touching. "Friend?" Pushed him flat on the ground and climbed right on top, lips hovering dangerously close to Lee Sung-min's. Rubia burst in out of nowhere, ruining the moment. "I'm done setting all the traps." Lee Sung-min shoved Ouiji Ho's face away in a panic. She crashed back, leaving a dent in the ground. They scrambled apart, acting totally innocent. Rubia panicked. "Hey, what the hell is going on?" Lee Sung-min and Ouiji Ho shouted in unison. "Nothing!" The Void Lord couldn't help but laugh. Teasing Lee Sung-min big time. Rubia peeled the bandage off Lee Sung-min's thigh. "Wow, all done. When did you wake up anyway? How's your body feeling?" Rubia sounded worried. "Somehow the wounds got treated with holy medicine. Just wondering how's that eye gonna heal after getting stabbed with a knife?" Rubia slowly unwrapped the bandage. Lee Sung-min's right eye saw nothing but pitch huke. Blinked a few times, and Rubia's face came into focus. She cheered, "Oh, awesome! It healed!" But then her face froze, turning dead white. Rubia let out a terrified scream, loud enough to echo through the whole mountain. The other two crowded around. All three stared at Lee Sung-min. "What's the deal?" "I see fine." "No, it just," Rubia stammered. Lee Sung-min didn't have a clue what was going on. His right eye had shifted from red to gold. A few days later, after resting up and making sure the coast was clear, the gang took Ouiji Ho to Sama Ryun's place. This was Ouiji Ho's call from the start. Trusting Sama Ryun was the plan, and the team respected that choice. Before leaving, Ouiji Ho made sure to tease Lee Sung-min one last time. Those few days spent with Lee Sung-min, totally worth cherishing. Ouiji Ho gave Lee Sung-min a soft, gentle smile. "Next time we meet, I want to see you standing tall." After that meeting, they split up, each chasing their own goals. Lee Sung-min grinned back. "You bet." Lee Sung-min stood there, dazed, watching Ouiji Ho leave. Right now, this was the only way. Ouiji Ho's words echoed in Lee Sung-min's head. "Don't die before we meet again." Lee Sung-min gripped the lock of Ouiji Ho's hair tight, watching the carriage until it was gone. Sitting in the carriage, Ouiji Ho got lost in thought. There was still so much they hadn't experienced together. Once the carriage vanished, Lee Sung-min started walking. Sky was getting dark. Hyeoju spoke up, teasing, "That woman's hair, huh?" "Ah." Lee Sung-min just nodded. Before heading out, Ryun passed on a message. A message from Hyeoju pouted. "That alliance leader Sama guy wants us to keep it, probably for some weird ritual." He warned in a low voice, "Keep it safe. Even if you didn't say so, I would've." Hyeoju grinned like a creep, "And don't go sniffing it." Lee Sung-min snapped, "Who'd want to sniff it?" Lee Sung-min made a plan. 1. Head south. 2. Find a mage to break Ouiji Ho's curse. 3. Find the tribe that knows about the heavenly demon and learn to control energy. "If I find the Sword Saint, I'm killing him. He's the one who cursed Ouiji Ho." While reading, Lee Sung-min suddenly felt something. Lee Sung-min jumped up, staring at a red glow deep in the woods. "What's that?" Something was moving in there. Hyeoju looked over too. "Oh, so you finally unlocked the eye after soaking up my energy. That thing you see? It's energy." He pointed at Lee Sung-min's gold eye with the slit pupil, just like a demon's. "Humans can't usually see this energy, but looks like you can now. Thanks to my power, your eye turned into a demon eye." Lee Sung-min wasn't thrilled. He cursed under his breath. "Damn it, I'm slowly turning into a monster." Hyeoju tried to reassure him. "Just take it as a blessing, since you borrowed power from a great demon like me. Things will change, bit by bit." Lee Sung-min asked in a low voice. "So I can see energy with this demon eye now?" Hyeoju nodded. "Yup. Plus, we're getting close to the south." He stared at the glowing energy source, where darkness was getting thick, silence mixed with weird noises. "Yokai are born from human fear." Hyeoju's voice got serious. "The south is crawling with yokai. Civilization there is primitive, so they don't have many ways to drive the monsters away." He smiled savagely. "Yokai come from human fear, and they get stronger the more they feed on it." Hyeoju growled, "That's what a yokai is." Just then, a giant snake appeared behind Lee Sung-min. Lee Sung-min whipped around, not surprised at all. The giant snake flicked its long tongue. "Who are you? How dare you step into my territory? Your skin looks so fresh." Lee Sung-min pulled out his spear. Hyeoju laughed. "Look at that yokai's eyes. They look just like yours." Lee Sung-min didn't hesitate. He sliced the snake's head right off, blood spraying everywhere. Rubia woke up startled by the noise. "What's that?" Lee Sung-min's face went dark. He thought, "A yokai?" Frowning hard, he told himself, "No way I'm turning into a yokai." Lee Sung-min's demon eye suddenly went blurry and dark, seeing only in huke and white. A savage smile crept onto his face, haunting Lee Sung-min's mind. Ouiji and Rubia woke up and cooked the snake, leaving Lee Sung-min shocked as the whole crew ate snake meat. Back when Lee Sung-min first realized he had two different eye colors, he posed for Ouiji Ho to see. Ouiji Ho just replied coldly, "Acting cool just makes you look like an idiot." Lee Sung-min's crew went to see Neville. He tipped them off. In a city called Devon, past this forest, there's a pretty skilled mage named Arad. Ouiji shouted excitedly, "So we just need to go there and find a way to break the little heavenly demon's curse." Neville sighed. "It's not that simple." Standing in front of the group, Neville explained calmly, "Devon belongs to the Zhou clan, one of the main pillars of the Murim alliance. Plus, the timing isn't great." As he spoke, he recalled the faces of Taeyong and Seol. The child of Juge Taeyong and Murong, who got married a few years back, was about to turn one. Neville cleared his throat. "All the orthodox martial artists are gathering in Devon for the celebration." Lee Sung-min looked deep in thought. If it's Murong Seol, she was definitely Namgung Hee-won's unrequited love. He's called the youngest genius of the orthodox faction, but he lost the girl he loved. In Lee Sung-min's eyes, that guy is the youngest genius, sure, but he's also the loser who lost the girl he loved. Lee Sung-min thought to himself, then Namgung Hee-won is probably in Devon too. Neville added, "That's why I don't recommend entering the city right now." Lee Sung-min got impatient immediately. "No, I don't want to waste any more time. Is there really no safe way to get there?" Neville smiled slyly. "As long as you pay enough." He snapped his fingers. "Erebrisa always faithfully meets our members' requests. We specifically provide terrible quality disguises." Ouiji, standing nearby, got disguised into a different form with a full fake background. As for the bad quality part, Lee Sung-min's face got twisted into something weird and lopsided. "You call this quality?" Meanwhile, elsewhere, the clear blue sky was turning dark, and the air was strangely peaceful. Ouiji Ho sat in the carriage, leaning her head against the window, staring into the distance. She sat motionless for a long time, eyes full of unspoken feelings. A shadow dashed into the carriage, sat opposite Ouiji Ho, and spoke up. "Thinking about that kid?" Sama Ryun sat with crossed arms, smiling. Ouiji Ho, a bit surprised, called out, "Alliance leader Sama?" Ouiji Ho didn't act cold, but whispered, "Don't you have anything better to do? You keep popping up in this carriage like a clone." Sama Ryun gave a wry smile at her not-so-indifferent attitude. "Even when I show concern, you complain." He asked quietly, "Do you feel uncomfortable around me?" Ouiji Ho just clicked her tongue. "There's no such thing as free kindness." Hyun stares straight at him, specifically at the guy hiding his mug. Incheon taps on his mask. "I'm not hiding anything just because I'm wearing this." Hyun gets curious. "Then why wear it?" Incheon just answers calmly, "No real reason." Then he strikes a pose with a grin. "Check this out. Don't I look super mysterious just by wearing a mask?" Hyun freezes, making a face. "Can't believe someone like this wears a mask just for the mysterious vibe." Turning back to the window, Hyun mutters, "That mysterious image is gonna fade pretty fast if you keep acting like this." Incheon laughs out loud, totally amused. Then, silence. Incheon speaks up first. "You said no kindness comes without a price, right?" He sits cross-legged, hands on knees, looking totally chill. "That's just because the people you've met didn't have room for that kind of thing. Blame your own narrow worldview." Hyun notices his voice dropping lower. Hyun jumps, back stiffening against the chair in a defensive stance, staring at him tensely, sweat beading on forehead. He's not bluffing. Seeing the tension, Incheon sneers. "You think you're the main character of the world or something? Pretty arrogant. Relax, I'm not interested in you." Then he drops Sung-min's name, making Hyun flinch. "What I'm actually curious about is Lee Sung-min." Hyun trembles with rage. "What are you plotting?" Incheon crosses his arms, smiling lightly. "You dare direct killing intent at me?" He gives Hyun a mocking look. "With that cursed weak body?" Hyun screams out. "Cursed or missing limbs, I'm still me!" But despite the words, the shaking doesn't stop, hands clutching tight. "That's what I decided, because I promised you." Incheon realizes he's looking at Hyun like a tiger eyeing prey. How pitiful. He speaks up to diffuse the tension. Calm down. When I say I'm interested in Lee Sung-min, I mean literally. He rubs his chin, acting deep in thought. I'm thinking about taking the kid on as a disciple. Hyun blinks, confused. Disciple? It's a total shock. Demon Emperor Incheon, the head of Shimun and the strongest guy in the unorthodox faction. Incheon answers casually, why not? Hyun voices the doubt. I heard you don't take disciples. Incheon just waves a finger. It's just that nobody's caught my eye. Until now. Actually, his voice drops low. That's also why I'm not interested in you. Because I like them. Incheon stares intently at Hyun. Instead of a genius who finds everything easy, I prefer a normal person who works their butt off. Hyun doesn't back down, letting out a dry laugh. You saying Lee Sung-min is normal? That's hilarious. He started slow, sure, but after 10 years, as the words spill out, Incheon actually looks more interested. 10 years? Hyun is surprised by the reaction. Yeah, a genius like you probably can't even imagine it. Incheon smiles, speaking slowly. The time that kid has been through. Incheon's voice drops to a whisper, but loud enough for Hyun to catch. I said 10 years. He's getting even more hyped up. That's exactly why I'm interested in him. Back to Sung-min, he's standing in front of this rugged-looking dude, Aradua. Keeping his head down, the man speaks up. A guest, huh? This is the wizard, Aradua. Sung-min doesn't beat around the bush. I need to find someone. Aradua, sitting on a mat by the road, answers slowly. That happens to be this old man's specialty. The fee is Aradua looks up, spotting Sung-min's twisted, disguised face. Seeing the lazy eye and crooked lip, Aradua shouts, What the hell? Who is this? You look like a total mess. Sung-min ignores the reaction, dropping a small bag next to him. I want to find the one who put a curse on the owner of this hair. Aradua opens the bag, picking up the lock of Ouiji Ho's hair. That won't be hard. He rubs the hair between his palms, like he's trying to get a feel for it. Aradua's magic starts filling the air. Sung-min and Wee watch intently. Aradua claps those hands together, sucking in a sharp breath. I see a forest. Visions start popping up through the old guy's magic. Elves seeing elves too. Aradua's zoning in hard magic wrapping all around the body. The jerk who cast this curse is chillin' in the elf forest. Suddenly, Aradua jams a finger up a nostril, blowing snot out the other side with a loud snort. This is some seriously nasty dark magic. At this level, even the caster ain't making it out alive. Voice dropping to a growl, Aradua adds, Bet that loser is suffering right now too. Equal to the pain caused by the curse. Wee stands there nodding. Then hunting this punk down's gonna be a breeze. Sung speaks up, voice rock solid. The elf forest, huh? Looks like the destination is set. Wee glances over. I hate boring prey. Suddenly, a shadow creeps up from behind. A voice rings out. Who the hell are you guys? Why side-eyes the newcomer? It's Taeyong, hands clasped behind the back, frowning at the group. Sung-min turns around too, instantly recognizing the face staring back. Taeyong speaks up, sounding annoyed. You lot don't look like civilians at all. This is Juge Taeyong, the silver-winged dragon of the Juge clan. A few minutes earlier, some guy in a bone mask gave Taeyong a heads up. Lee Sung-min is here, right here in Devon. That guy is Huke Hound, captain of the demon hunting squad serving the Marim Alliance. Hearing that, Taeyong paused to think. Lee Sung-min? Clashed with that guy once, never thought he'd turn into a practitioner of the dark arts. So the Huke Hound squad came to the Juga clan begging for backup. Huke Hound nodded. Yeah, but we lost their trail the second we hit Devon. A thought suddenly sparked in Taeyong's mind. They must be in disguise. And right now, Taeyong is standing in front of a totally deformed Sung-min. Ouiji Ho steps up to the front. You saying we don't look like regular folks? Well, duh. Pointing at himself, Wee rattles off a fake background. A. Helmus Sebastian Crow. Usually I keep the real identity on the down low because those sect rebels are always hunting me down. I'm the last heir, the final descendant of a fallen noble house. Just out here disguised as an average hunter, carrying the flames of hatred and a thirst for vengeance in my heart. Taeyong's jaw hits the floor, staring with a look that says, Is this guy for real? Ignoring the reaction, Ouiji Ho keeps yapping away. Even while wandering this mortal world, I've never forgotten the dignity of a noble. Taeyong side-eyes Sung-min's freaky, distorted face. Sung just blinks, trying to look all innocent. The name S. Lee Sung-min, it means dog poop. Taeyong freezes up even more, pointing a shaky finger, stammering without getting a word out. Sung-min keeps that twisted expression locked in, staring back, dead serious. Juga Taeyong squints, staring at Sung-min for a long time. It's basically a staring contest, staring so hard at that face Sung-min already warped, which looks even freakier through Taeyong's eyes. But Taeyong doesn't quit, straining to see, sweat pouring down his face like rain. Sung-min just stares right back, not blinking once. Taeyong tries to mentally mold that face back to something normal. He keeps staring at the two of them until they start grumbling, thinking to himself, don't even need to say it, these guys are suspicious as hell. Even if I buy the look of the guy on the right, ain't no way the freak on the left is real. He stared at them awkward-like, betting they used some face-morphing gear. But Juga Taeyong saw right through those disguises, seeing two monsters with insane power just waiting to jump him. Thinking a head-on fight would be straight-up suicide, he stammered out to Sungmin, I get it, you two can beat it. Sungmin and Ouiji Ho booked it, trying to put as much distance between them and Juga Taeyong as possible. Rubia, hiding in Sungmin-esque clothes in beast form, asked, did we get busted? Sungmin whispered back, who knows? Then turned to Ouiji Ho, who was still totally in character. Look at me, then look at yourself. Sir, Rubia snapped, why is he taking this roleplay so seriously? Makes me want to punch him in the face. Back then, Ouiji Ho saw the disguise and just threw money at it. That full option set the old geezer bought on a whim was way too pricey. Neville's eyes were practically sparkling, and no refunds, sir. Lee Sung-min was crying on the inside. If I didn't buy the cheapest disguise, I wouldn't have enough cash to pay that mage. Sung-min suddenly realized something and froze in his tracks. He whispered his thoughts just loud enough for Rubia to hear. For a guy like Juga Taeyong, I kept wondering why he'd go see a mage. Then it clicked, he was looking for us. They kept walking, totally clueless that people were watching them from the roof next door. Just like Sung-min guessed, Aradua was casting a spell for Juga Taeyong. I checked with a spell the two you were looking for seemed to be the ones who just left, sir. Juga Taeyong clicked his tongue. I knew it assembled the pursuit team now. Behind him, Heewon showed up with a greeting, cutting off Juga Taeyong's train of thought. Heewon tilted his head, giving Juga Taeyong a knowing look, planning to chase after Ouiji Ho. Juga Taeyong jumped up and spun around. Namgung Heewon, Ouiji Ho is your sworn brother, right? Leaving Aradua totally confused. Why are you here? The two started arguing. Don't act like this ain't your business. You're coming with us. You're not planning to go against the Murim Alliance, are you? Who said anything about that? Heewon lowered his voice. Don't worry, I'm not backing out. If my brother loses his way as his senior, it's my job to set him straight. Juga Taeyong turned and took off, yelling back at Heewon while running. Then summon the Blue Sky Sword Squad. We need a pursuit team ASAP. Heewon just stood there, frozen, scheming something instead of moving. Who knows how much time passed, but Sungmin's trio had made it deep into the city. Sungmin ducked to the side, scoping out the people around them. The guys they rounded up don't look like much. Guess they didn't have time to call the real pros. He glanced at the thugs aggressively gripping their weapons. Anyway, we're done here. Sungmin ripped off his disguise and yelled to Ouiji Ho full speed ahead to the forest. Ouiji Ho was still way too into character. For the glory of the clan, Rubia snapped. Would you shut up? An angry shout came from behind them. Catch those demon bastards! Heoju suddenly materialized. He whispered like he planned it all along. Perfect timing. My old place is in that forest. I'll give you the treasure I promised. The air turned a creepy purple. Guess we are stopping here while on the run. Lee Sung-min looked around, couldn't hide his nerves and blurted out, what kind of hellish forest is this? Suddenly, some dark thing shot out of the shadows at crazy speed. The group kept moving through the forest. He said, it's weird though. Lee Sung-min turned to ask Heoju, piecing things together in his head. You mean your fear made this forest mutate? He confirmed it. Yeah, I realized it when I saw those ghost fires clinging to me. After I died, that fear took root in this forest. Still having this much influence after death, I really am something else. He thought I want to roast him, but he's too good, so I'll just shut it. Lee Sung-min asked, so is this place safe for us? He answered, hard to say. Some stuff here listens to me, cause it came from me, but plenty of things don't care what I say. We can't let our guard down, but at least I can make them guide us. Those chasers are probably scared stiff, Sung-min replied. For sure. Not wasting any time, he made a call. We'll follow the ghost fire, grab your treasure, ditch the chasers, and get out of this forest. The ghost fires suddenly flickered like crazy. Rubia froze. Look, the ghost fires are shaking. He sensed something was there. Heoju whispered like he was facing something that shouldn't even exist. This energy, is it you? A voice echoed through the mist. Long time no see. Thought you kicked the bucket 400 years ago. Heoju's face went pale next to Sung-min. Watch out, kid. That's a predator, a demon king. The air around them felt like it froze solid. That name carried so much weight, the whole forest went silent. Dugui, the great demon Dugui. Rubia panicked and checked the tracks they'd left behind. The scribbles I made 2 hours ago? Rubia was here, we've been walking in circles this whole time. He clenched his fist, blood-red magic flaring up before vanishing instantly. Even with my blood ring arts, I can't even break a single tree. What kind of sorcery is this? Rubia frowned, voice frantic. The mana flow is too strong. We can't even map it out. Heoju shook his head, looking totally confused and pissed off. No way, back in my day, this was just a normal forest. This feels like someone threw a barrier over the whole place. He slowly came to a conclusion, I'm not sure, but this barrier isn't something a normal human mage could pull off. The space around them seemed to warp, messing up their sense of direction. Looks like something troublesome is hiding out here. Someone screamed their lungs out like they saw a ghost. From out of nowhere, a massive entity slowly took shape. Its body was glowing with that creepy purple light. Juge Taeyong grabbed his sword, ready to charge. What the hell is that? He froze, his whole body stiffening under the crushing pressure. Totally in shock, Juge Taeyong couldn't help but gasp, "What is that thing?" Right in that do-or-die moment, Aradua rushed forward and shoved him back. He screamed, "Damn it, run!" The fight was over in a flash, but intense enough to stop your heart. A blast of light from the evil spirit exploded, making Aradua flinch in terror. Suddenly, that massive body turned into purple smoke and just faded into nothing. Hayo stared, trembling like crazy. What the hell was that just now? The guy answered, "An evil spirit." Aradua whipped around, looking dead serious, and snapped at Lulala. "I told you! This misty forest is dangerous as hell. This place is crawling with spiritual energy and evil spirits your weak martial arts can't handle. If I knew this was the misty forest, I wouldn't have stepped foot here even for all the treasure in the world." Someone stepped in. "Whoa, chill out." Juge Taeyong realized Aradua was losing it and tried to calm things down. "I don't get what is going on, but aren't you being a little too paranoid? Sword Dragon Hyo, the Azure Sky Sword Course. Look at this lineup. All the top prospects from the famous clans are gathered right here." His eyes lit up as he rattled off the names. Poison Butterfly, Tang Ai, the Dark Knight Mist Corps. Juge Taeyong kept going. The elite squads of the great families and the chasers from the Murim Alliance. Frostflower Moyong Seijin, the Huke dog unit straight from the Alliance-S tracking force. With all that firepower, don't you get it? Completely ignoring the hype, Aradua didn't believe these guys stood a chance. That whole massive army is on the verge of getting slaughtered like dogs. Monsters are born from fear. 400 years ago, a great demon shook the entire world. It was so powerful that even after it died, the fear it left behind twisted this forest and filled it with evil energy. Juge Taeyong stammered, clinging to a less terrifying thought. "Wait, are you saying this monster isn't even the real thing, just a remnant soul?" The old man scoffed. "Just? You only say that because you're clueless. Even that remnant soul could slaughter every single one of us without breaking a sweat." A heavy silence crushed them, but he kept talking. "That monster's name is..." The name left them in shock. Meanwhile, next to Lee Sung-min, Heoju noticed the ghost lights seemed a little too into the kid, making him uncomfortable. "These ghost fires seem a bit too friendly, don't they?" Heoju spoke up. "Don't get mad, kid. Just listen." He slowly let out a confession. "The reason this forest turned out like this is probably my fault." The air suddenly turned freezing cold. Heoju growled, "Watch out, rookie. That's a predator, a monster king." He stared straight at a fiery figure that once terrified the whole world. "It's the Red Demon monster." It spoke slowly. "One of the 5 predator kings." Juk sighed softly. "A monster king? That throne is empty now." Heoju stared back, cold and confused. "What happened? You're way weaker than before." He lifted his shirt, the majestic aura of a king completely gone. Juk, nothing but a tattered soul now, replied, "As you can see, my heart was torn out." Heoju didn't hold back, exposing the humiliation of a guy who used to be at the top. "So you were hiding here to suck up this old man's leftover energy? What are you, a parasite?" He answered, "I don't have the right to be proud anymore." "You are right. I was completely defeated and kicked out of my city, Aramuri. I am just here to recover." "So, you gonna punish me for trespassing? I don't give a damn. A loser like you can recover by licking up my scraps for all I care. I'm just here to take back one thing." Heoju turned to leave but threw out one last question. "What a relief. By the way, who beat you?" Jock went silent. The name that came out of the horned monster's mouth shook the air. Yana. A 9-tailed fox currently ruling Aramuri. Outside, the night was dead silent. Sung-min turned to him. "Voidmaster, didn't someone already steal your treasure?" The old man snapped. "Idiot, that's impossible." They quietly moved deeper into the woods until they saw something like a temple. "We're here," Heoju announced, his face lighting up. "Take a good look." The kid flinched as the space filled with a sparkling purple glow. Heoju tilted his chin up, grinning smugly. "Stashed in a subspace like this? Zero risk of theft." "Open it up, you country bumpkin." Lee Sung-min squinted, trying to figure out what the weird material was. "Doesn't look like a ruby. What is it?" "What? Never seen one before?" When the box opened, it was a dragon heart. The kid froze, totally stunned. A dragon heart? One by one, treasures appeared, each one radiating a divine aura. Eternal ice. Thunder and the core of a thunder-eating beast. Internal energy plus 100. Poison resistance plus 60. Their eyes sparkled as they stared at the loot. Dragon bones and dragon scales. The light from chests of gold and jewelry piled high like mountains was blinding, literally chests full of treasure everywhere. But among all those rare treasures, one weird-looking item caught Ouiji's eye. A duck-shaped bottle that pours infinite wine. That thing's pretty mediocre. No way. This thing is actually insane. The footsteps stopped. Byuk Wanpei's eyes went wide, unable to believe what he was seeing. Spiritual energy flooded into Lee Sung-min's body, boosting his power. He could feel the transformation happening in the blink of an eye. My internal energy, it's at least doubled. What a lucky break. Lee Sung-min held up his hand, feeling the power surging through his veins. Spiritual essences stacked on top of each other. Heoju couldn't hide his amused, skeptical look. I knew he was strong, he thought, but I didn't expect the infinite wine too. So the Void Master hunted a dragon with his bare hands and collected all this loot, and yet he still died? Wait, did this guy come all the way here just for that duck bottle? Rubia suddenly asked Lee Sung-min, looking confused. It's been a while since we entered the forest. I wonder how the tracking unit is doing. He answered calmly. Unlike us, they don't have a guide. They're probably suffering right now. Byuk Wanpei cut in, his face changing instantly. I think I know what happened to them. The forest's energy is faint, but I can feel a familiar, disgusting smell in every breath. It's the smell of blood. Those guys following us, they've probably been turned into sacrifices for something brutal. No doubt, it's the Murim Alliance bastards who were chasing us. Lee Sung-min looked terrified. Did the red demon do it? The other guy shook his head. No. Heoju immediately shot that down. Doesn't look like it. In his mind, he flashed back to Juk lying motionless on the ground. He shook his head. Even if he's fallen, he was a predator king. He's not the type to die that easily. Just as he said that, a massive figure stepped out from the shadows. Guizhong, he was shocked to see He-Won and Zhuge Taeyong's crew. He-Won spoke up with a gentle voice. Long time no see, little brother. Lee Sung-min stayed chill and broke down exactly what went down. That red freak over there attacked us. It feeds on our fear. Heoju pointed a finger back. Whatever just walked up tore that red monster to shreds. Eyes went wide, totally shocked, then let out this creepy laugh. Hey, rookie, looks like this is the end of the road for you. The evil spirit showed its true colors, terrifying stuff. Too bad what you are facing right now is... The final words dropped heavy like the bells of death, the strongest monster in history. The second that evil spirit transformed, everyone's faces just dropped total shock. Lee Sung-min froze for a sec, looking a bit surprised. Murderous energy just exploded from the spirit. That twisted smile on its face was bone-chilling. Squinting straight ahead. Yo, what the hell is showing up now? Heoju watched the spirit energy gathering and slowly figured it out. Looks like that elder's power and fear took physical form. A chunk of energy built up in this forest or something like that. The evil spirit floated right behind, cold eyes locked on Lee Sung-min, thinking to himself, this guy's way too calm. Used to be, soon as a strong enemy showed up, panic mode set in and internal energy got burned up. But after fighting the Bloodheaven demon, the spirit and energy are rock solid. Plus, my pills basically doubled that internal power. Lee Sung-min let out a sigh of relief, ready to throw down, and calmly swung the weapon. Yeah, I can totally handle this. Right then, deep in the woods, a red ogre popped out of nowhere and started wrecking everything. But a split second later, another monster tore that ogre to pieces just like that. Heoju's eyes popped, couldn't hide the shock. But Lee Sung-min just swung into battle, eyes burning with determination. Heoju watched the fight go down, trading blows with those murderous evil spirits. Actually, crushing them is more like it. Since when did the gap between us get this huge? Heoju let out a faint, cold laugh, full of contempt. It's obvious, really. Even if it wears my face, it's just a leftover spirit, a hollow shell. Maybe strong enough to beat a fallen red ogre, but no way it beats the guy I trained myself. The evil spirit got pissed as it got pummeled. Lee Sung-min dodged and watched, analyzing fast. Regenerates way too fast. Energy levels are way above mine. Gritting teeth, realizing something's off. But the attacks? Too basic for that much power. Heoju stood there thinking, frowning a bit. A flash of annoyance crossed that face. What the hell? Mumbling to himself, a feeling of total disgust rising from the soul. Why do I feel so grossed out? It got late and darkness swallowed the forest. The evil spirit screamed, looking pained and furious. Lee Sung-min glanced over, voice steady. This ain't gonna be an easy fight. To Heoju, though, the kid looks kinda excited, letting out a long breath ready for the only option left. Well then Lee Sung-min's eyes went cold. What other choice do I have? Staring coldly. Then Namgung lowered the voice, sweat rolling down the cheeks. Is that so? Hey, Ghost Spear, if I let you go, Namgung here won't chase you anymore. For old time's sake, can you find it in your heart to forgive? The answer came fast. Sure. The air went deadly quiet for a sec. So then Lee Sung-min looked at the wrecked battlefield. The pursuit team is done for. Let's keep moving. But someone shouted from behind. Hold up! Aradua rushed up, waving a hand. Let me tag along. The reply was cold as ice. Pretty sure I just saw your corpse floating over there. Aradua grinned shamelessly. Faking death is my specialty. That squinty-eyed jerk dragged me here just to die. Following those idiots? I don't have enough lives for that. Please, just get me out of this forest. You looking for someone? A place? I'll find it for you. A smile crept up. Sounds like a deal, Aradua asked, voice shaking a little. So once we're out, where are we headed? Lee Sung-min answered sharp and quick. First stop the forest of fog. Cursing echoed through the woods. Damn it! Jugaterion grit his teeth, face twisted in rage. Not only kneeling to a demon, now you relieving the pursuit team to die too? Moyoung Sejin pushed him, desperate. What are you gonna do now? Forget the Namgung and Tang families. We gotta get out of this forest first. Her constant whining was driving Jugaterion crazy. It's been days! Suddenly he snapped, furious. Shut your mouth. We escape, then call the Martial Alliance for backup. Out of nowhere, a huke dog lunged at Moyoung Sejin. Jugaterion didn't see it coming. Didn't understand what was happening. Couldn't react. The huke dog struck fast as lightning. Then came a soft laugh, voice cold as ice. Honestly, you guys never had the skills to take down the ghost spear or the crazy demon. You were just sacrifices from the start. Didn't think I'd have to kill you myself, though. Once the dust settled, the order was given. Is it done? The subordinate reported back. Yes, sir. The reply was cold. Zero emotion, zero hesitation. Good. Great job. Let's head back. The hook dog spoke with the weight of a leader, dominating the whole scene. In the middle of the elf forest, full of spiritual energy, Ouiji Ho stepped out with a chill greeting. Hello there. Yang Il-cheon looked away, but the vibe was serious. Guess this is the first time we re-meeting face-to-face. Then a pause, awkwardness taking over. Looking at the little demon, the face just went blank. Yang Il-cheon wanted to play it cool, but the fairy showing up pissed him off. Wait a sec, I was trying to look dignified here. Totally ruined. She asked curiously, what are those things? The answer came, guess you've never seen them, that's the fairy clan. Beautiful humans, basically. Rare to see unless you in the elf forest. Feel that insane energy? That's cause the fairy queen lives here. Not a bad spot to heal up. Don't know when the spear demon will get here, probably gotta wait at least half a year. The fairies floated around her, smiling all friendly-like. Let's make a deal. She nodded, sure. Meanwhile, Lee Sung-min and the crew kept moving toward the village where the crazy demon learned to control demonic energy. Lee Sung-min and Byuk Won-pae tried to find the path through the dense woods. Out in the middle of nowhere, Aradua started freaking out, realizing they were lost. You guys don't know exactly where the village is? I mean, we are in the middle of a jungle. Didn't you get anything from that clan to help? If there's a link to them, I can track it to find the village. Rubia crossed her arms, voice thick with impatience. You got nothing? If you do, spit it out already. Slowly, a bracelet was revealed. Aradua snatched it up, eyes instantly shifting. A bracelet? That's plenty. Why so tense, though? Rubia shot Baekwoon a teasing look. Got this from a lady friend, didn't ya? Ritual complete, Aradua drawled. All right, got the location. Lee Sung-min looked around, voice sharp. Good, let's move. Out of nowhere, a decrepit figure stepped forth. Bovas stared, voice trembling with emotion. Baekwoon, is that you? Bovas, from the tribe serving the Void King. Baekwoon froze at the sight of that aged face. Bovas, you've aged so much. Guess it has been 10 years. Never thought I'd see the day, the old woman rasped. Why come back? He answered. I need the energy cultivation technique for controlling demonic energy. The one I learned here. Bovas fell silent, the weight of loss too heavy. Fighting back the pain, the words slipped out. Raid is dead. Baekwoon's eyes went wide, breath hitching. What? She continued. Not just Raid. Everyone's gone. I'm the only one left. Lee Sung-min stepped forward, stunned. What happened here? Bovas recalled the horror, voice shaking. A demon. 3 years ago, a giant fire-breathing demon showed up, said it was hunting a human who could control demonic energy, then burned the whole tribe alive. We never should be messed with demons. Why trust a monster that's been dead for ages? We worshipped the wrong god, and this is the punishment. Lee Sung-min didn't look away. Then how are you still breathing? Bovas whispered the truth. A 9-tailed fox. Just when that demon was about to finish us, a golden 9-tailed fox appeared. The moment it showed up, that fire demon turned tail and ran. The fox promised to protect the village and took the survivors with it. Why didn't you go with them? Her eyes went manic. Go with them. You think a demon actually saves people? Those others? Probably devoured by that lying fox. Suddenly, Bovis's voice cracked in sheer panic. There! A demon in the bushes! A demon! Baek-woon stood frozen. Raid was the crazy demon's woman. Hyeoju watched, realizing the guy was totally losing his cool. Weren't you their leader? Hyeoju pressed. The tribe that served you is gone. Lee Sung-min stayed silent, piecing the intel together. The nine-tailed fox that took the villagers gotta be Yana, the monster the red demon mentioned. Didn't he say Yana beat him and took over the foggy forest? Said that fox was guarding the ones with the breathing technique too. We were just gonna stop by before hitting the elf forest. Baek-woon's anger was barely contained, but that fox, it definitely knows something about the fire demon. Lee Sung-min's voice brooked no argument. We're going to the foggy forest, Aradua gasped. Say what? You planning on going to that city? I ain't going, get it? Fine, suit yourself. Lee Sung-min casually tossed a treasure over. Here's your cut for finding the tribe. Aradua snatched the bag, eyes lighting up. Sweet, you really know how to make a guy happy. Hyeoju grumbled. Quit acting generous with my treasure. Aradua cleared his throat, a greedy glint in his eye. I got a feeling something good's coming my way. My magic master's actually in the foggy forest too. If you roll with me, she can help out. Days of trekking later, the silhouette of the demon city loomed ahead. Lee Sung-min paused, rubbing his eyes. His master lives here? Gorgeous girls floated by, one stunner heading straight for him. Of all the places, he scowled. A brothel? Hyeoju cackled, loving the awkwardness. That's the demon city for ya. Demi-humans, monsters, nights here are wild. Lee Sung-min frowned, skeptical. You sure Aradua's master lives in a dump like this? A girl popped up with a sugary smile. Looking for some fun? She tilted her head, voice suspiciously sweet. Come on in, we aim to please. Just as they turned, Hyeoju realized something. Oh, one more thing, his voice dripped with amusement. The ones in blue? Those are dudes. Led inside by the doorman, Lee Sung-min's crew finally met Aradua's teacher. Inside the brothel, the contact verified their story. So Aradua sent you, huh? Lee Sung-min nodded. That's right. Aradua's master smirked. More useful than I thought. Figured he was just a dense idiot, but sometimes he actually pulls through. Lee Sung-min didn't get the vibe, so he just stayed shut. She continued eyeing them up. The bulky guy and the beast kid? Not my type. Baek-woon stood there, awkward and silent. Rubia bristled instantly. Kid? Ignoring her, the master mused, though trying something new could be fun. Lounging on the chaise was Grand Maj Fung Aradua's master. She purred. Come on, the night is young. Lee Sung-min turned beet red, stammering. That's not why we're here. After clearing the air, Fong got the gist of it. So, you saved my useless student? She beckoned Lee Sung-min closer with a finger. Yes, useless, but I still owe you a thank you. What do you want? My body? Lee Sung-min's face went stone cold. No, I don't need that. I want to meet Yana. Fong sat up straight, eyes narrowing. Yana? The nine-tailed fox? I can make that happen. But why? Lee Sung-min didn't beat around the bush. I'm looking for a way to control demonic energy. Fong crossed her arms, chuckling softly. A human controlling demonic energy? She stared deep into his eyes. No, that's not it. You should have lost your mind ages ago, yet you're still sane. Is it the power of fate clinging to you? You really are a freak of nature. Lee Sung-min heard that and didn't get what the force of destiny was, so he asked right away. What is the force of destiny? Fong spoke up to answer his question about the force of destiny. It's a force that drags fate down a path that's already been set. I bet you've felt a part of it already, right? Your fate ain't yours anymore. Even if variables pop up, the ending's gonna be the same. Even in situations where you were supposed to die, you still live and you meet the exact people destiny set up for you. Lee Sung-min listened to her spot-on words, and his jaw just dropped. He didn't argue with a word she said. Fong stepped toward him, talking as she walked. Someone carrying the force of destiny has to shoulder a heavy burden they can't dodge. Of course, I ain't never seen anyone with a force as strong as yours. It makes sense you look so messed up over it. Hearing Fong's words, Lee Sung-min got a headache and grabbed his forehead, looking totally crushed. Fong sat down, crossed her legs, rested her chin on her hand, and looked at him. For now, since you said you want to see Yana, I'll let you meet her. It takes about 4 days to get to her. Yana is an old friend of mine. If you get bored waiting, you can just hang out with me. 4 days later at the Flower Pavilion, Lee Sung-min finally met Yana. The moment he saw her, he asked, You're Yana, right? Yana just gave him a chill answer. That's right. The girl in the long traditional dress with blonde hair and 9 tails behind her back was standing right there. The ruler of the foggy forest, the 9-tailed fox. Yana looked at him and said, I've been waiting for you for a long time. The next thing she said totally shocked both him and Heoju. Is the Void King doing well? Heoju heard she knew he existed and frowned, talking to Lee Sung-min. What the hell? How does she know about me? Yana just stood there. She knew both of them would be shocked, so she kept asking, even if I can't see you with my eyes, you're right there, aren't you? Lee Sung-min froze and stuttered. You know the Void King? Heoju whispered to him. I don't know this chick. Yana bowed slightly and said, Yes, the Void King saved my life 500 years ago. Hearing that, Heoju was stunned because he didn't remember doing that. When did I do that? Yana started telling the story from years ago. You probably don't remember me. Back then, I was just a normal fox. She said that and used her power to yank Heoju right out. Shall we talk face to face then? Seeing Heoju get dragged out by her power like that, both Lee Sung-min and the old guy were shocked. Yana pulled him out and smiled brightly at him. Void King. Heoju saw her acting like that in front of him and got defensive. Don't act so friendly. I don't remember you. Yana didn't blame him for talking like that. She just touched her chest gently and said calmly, still as arrogant and majestic as ever. As soon as she finished, her eyes lit up. A massive source of power wrapped around her. Back then, I couldn't do anything, but this time, I'm gonna be the one to help you. Baek-woon and Lee Sung-min saw her looking scary and immediately put their guards up. Yana just glared once and Baek-woon got knocked flying across the floor. Then she turned and strung Lee Sung-min up. She looked at the tied-up Lee Sung-min and said, You entered this pathetic mortal to take over his body, right? Don't worry, I'll help you. Even if this body isn't the optimal form, we can still restore some of your power. Heoju looked at Yana like that and just smiled, saying, Yeah, you're absolutely right. Heoju walked up to Lee Sung-min. He looked down at the kid who was tied up, keeping a straight face. He looked at the kid with pure malice, but suddenly a voice called out to him, Void King! Heoju walked over and glared at the boy. Lee Sung-min looked back at him too, his eyes full of chaos, not knowing what the guy was going to do to him next. Yana called out to him, Void King. She was all hyped up and expectant, eyes watering as she waited to watch Hyojin take over Lee Sung-min's body. But then, total surprise, Heoju threw a punch right into Lee Sung-min's face. He got clocked, and a huge mark showed up on his face. He just stood there taking it, speechless. Yana saw that and froze for a second, totally motionless. She called out, Void King! But Heoju ignored her. He kept punching Lee Sung-min over and over, laughing like a maniac while he did it. That's fun! After he got bored of punching Lee Sung-min, Heoju turned to call Yana. Hey, you fox! She looked happy, like she was waiting for orders, and answered instantly. Yes? The Void King's face was popping with veins as he glared and yelled at Yana. Even Lee Sung-min didn't see this scene coming. You want me to possess a pathetic thing like this? This useless body? Are you trying to insult me? Yana jumped at the yelling and just shrank back in the corner. Before Yana could even say a word, Heoju kept screaming, Giving me a weak body so it's easier for you to suppress me, is that it? What the hell are you doing? Hide those tails right now. Yana just obediently said, Yes, sir. Heoju let Lee Sung-min down, his mouth still running. I'll handle getting my own body back, so don't butt in. Yana listened to the Void King and obeyed, understood. After getting released, Lee Sung-min walked over and asked Heoju, Did you save that fox before? An image popped into Heoju's head of his past self killing. A beast to protect a wounded yellow fox. Heoju just frowned and gave a chill answer to Lee Sung-min's question, I don't know. I don't remember a thing. Lee Sung-min heard Heoju's answer and just smiled without asking anything else. Over on the other side, Heoju and Yana were still bickering. Heoju's voice was still screeching. You asking what I'm doing? Obviously, I'm taking over this brat's body. Yana looked a bit bummed out hearing that. Heoju looked at her face and said, All right, what's with that look? It's creeping me out. Scene switched to the forest. A bunch of people noticed something familiar. One of them started tearing up and said, That energy! Looking at Lee Sung-min standing there, they felt like the Void King himself was right in front of them. They yelled out in celebration, It's our god has returned! Lee Sung-min saw that and turned to ask Yana standing next to him. These people are… Before he could finish, she nodded. Yeah, they are the survivors of the tribe that served the Void King, the ones the demon Chu Sung slaughtered. The survivors here were super happy seeing Yana and Lee Sung-min walk by. Our god, and isn't that Baek-woon? Yana kept explaining as she took him through. It's too bad Chu Sung got away. Hearing that name, Lee Sung-min immediately thought of that guy. Chu Sung. That's the name. Does the old man know that demon or something? Baek-woon. Right then, steps up and blocks Yana's path. Demands, Tell me about that Chu Sung guy. Yana's stunned, wondering why Baek-woon cares about that guy. Looks up and sees eyes burning with pure rage and hatred. Realizing it's a grudge, just says, Got it, follow me. Seeing the two head off to a quiet corner, Lee Sung-min figures it's best not to butt in. Goes over to the tribe folks who used to serve Hyeoju and asks, "Hey, sorry, got a few questions." After hearing Lee Sung-min explain the whole situation from start to finish, one of the tribe members gets it. Speaks up. "So the messenger can't control the divine power? I'll give you a manual on how to handle it." Hyeoju's listening in and starts roasting Lee Sung-min. "Divine messenger, huh? They treat you like a god, and honestly, they aren't exactly wrong. They've worshipped me for centuries, turning the leftovers of ancient terror into some holy divinity. Basically, it's like spirit possession, helping them control demonic energy. If you ain't a descendant of the bloodline that's followed this cult for centuries but try to use this power, sooner or later the demonic energy swallows you whole and drives you mad. But since we're connected, and you aren't exactly human anyway, it'll be fine." Lee Sung-min hears that and just stays quiet, not saying a word. The woman walks over with a thick book and hands it to Lee Sung-min, saying, "This manual teaches how to use the divine power." Grateful, the reply is just, "Thanks." By then, Baek-woon is done talking too. The two come back. Yana asks, "Got what you needed?" A quick reply, "Yeah, thanks to you." Seeing Lee Sung-min found what was needed, Yana continues, "Good. Sorry to drop this now, but I gotta bounce for about half a month." Lee Sung-min asks immediately, "Leaving?" Sure. Yana calmly replies, "Yeah, back to the mountain where I train. Usually takes 2,000 years for a fox to turn into a nine-tailed fox, but I used a cheat to cut it down to 500, which causes some issues." Before more can be said, Hyeoju cuts Yana off. "That idiot needs over 2 weeks to master the spiritual power anyway. I'll hang here till you get back, so don't sweat it. Even if I don't remember what I did, I recognize your loyalty. Consider it payback for the favors I used to grant." Hearing the Void Lord say that, Yana tears up for a sec. "Thank you." Lee Sung-min teases Hyeoju, "You make paying people back way too complicated." Hyeoju snaps back, "Shut your trap." After finishing up with Yana, Lee Sung-min heads over to Baek-woon. Seeing the guy standing there asks, "So get any dirt on Chu Sung from Yana?" Baek-woon replies coldly with one word, "Yes." Eyes totally bloodshot, eyes full of hate, telling Lee Sung-min Chu Sung is a monster, an emoji that failed to become a dragon. Scene change to the other side. Chu Sung's in a cave, dealing with someone. Hearing the news, double checks, Yana left the Forest of Mists? Great demon Chu Sung. The other guy continues, "Yeah, she won't be back for at least half a month. She's got to hit up the spirit cleansing tower for 10 days and nights to communicate with the spirits. While she's gone, you'll do what I asked. In return, I'll get you into the Forest of Mists fortress." Chu Sung hears that and laughs with pure confidence. "If the Red Ogre and Yana aren't around, I'm the strongest thing here." In the darkness, the voice speaks up. "Just imagining that fox witch's twisted face when I stomp on it gets me all fired up." Chu Sung stands up. "Good, let's roll. Time to slaughter every demon in the Forest of Mists." Powerful energy explodes inside the closed room. Lee Sung-min sits cross-legged, whole body tense while circulating divine power. Hyeoju watches for a while, then asks in a low voice, "Is this actually doable?" Nodding, the reply comes, "Trying to mix the purple cloud divine art with this breathing technique." Lee Sung-min mumbles, talking to self. "Not easy. Without talent like the little heavenly demon, it's gonna be super hard." Taking a deep breath, nods and thinks, "Even so, I'm gonna keep trying." Just then, a cold, sharp voice cuts in from behind. "No, stop it!" Lloyd appears in the doorway, eyes deep like they see through everything. "Didn't my disciple pass on the warning? Don't stray from the path of humanity, that's what was said." Lee Sung-min spins around, on guard. "Who are you?" Checking out the guy, an old phrase suddenly rings in the mind. "My master said to remind you, don't stray from the path of humanity." Asking to confirm, Lloyd, the one twisted by causality? Lloyd, Lord of the Gold Tower? After a once-over, Lee Sung-min speaks up. "So we finally meet. Figured we would have crossed paths a long time ago." Lloyd replies coldly, "Obviously. I had zero intention of meeting you." Leaning against the doorframe, eyes scanning the room before asking straight up, "Where's Rubia?" Mentioning Rubia brings up memories of them hanging out. "Gone to the night market with a friend." Lloyd sighs. She really is energetic. Then asks, "And Yana?" A bit confused, Lee Sung-min answers, "Left about half a month ago. But are you just going to keep talking to yourself?" Lloyd doesn't seem to hear. Body relaxes slowly, then grips the arm covered in strange symbols, speaking gloomily. "I did everything to fight fate, but in the end, it's all meaningless. Like an ant crawling out of an antlion's pit, only to get swept away by a massive storm right after. Like all that effort meant nothing." Lee Sung-min gets a bad feeling and cuts in. "What the hell are you rambling about?" Lloyd looks straight at the kid, calm, just a pathetic guy feeling sorry for himself, the end of a stupid mortal trying to fight destiny. The moment I saw you, I felt the force of my fate getting dragged along by you. Lee Sung-min gets more confused by the second. Force of fate? Destiny? What is all that junk? Lloyd explained slowly. The god of time, Denier, said it. You are like me, someone twisted by causality, said only someone who's cheated death like you could answer my question. Staring as if testing the waters, Lloyd speaks again, looking right through to the core. The destiny force is the power that drags everything along a set fate. Doesn't matter what you do or where that destiny force leads you. The old man paused, then dropped the bomb. Apocalypse. Lee Sung-min just froze, staring at Kane like, no way. Kane looked dead serious at the shocked reaction. Finally, Lee Sung-min managed to spit out, the hell is that? But Kane didn't have the patience and cut in. Enough, I'm not here for Q&A. Told you I didn't even want to see you. Lee Sung-min frowned. Then why show up? Kane was blunt. Need Yana, the city ruler, to cooperate. Then the face got serious. A threat called Lulala is closing in on Mist Forest City. I'm here to stop it. Lee Sung-min raised an eyebrow. Someone like you needs backup? Kane's voice dropped. It's an old enemy. Then the guy got straight to the point. Lend me your strength. You are strong enough now. If we don't stop this, total disaster is coming. Lee Sung-min thought for a sec, then drawled. Then I got a request too. Kane watched Lee Sung-min digging around in his clothes, impatient. What is it? Running out of time. Lee Sung-min held out a glowing gem. Kane literally jumped back, eyes wide, screaming, a dragon heart. Lee Sung-min just shrugged, like it was nothing. I want to eat it and absorb the power, Kane freaked out. Have you lost your mind? Swallow that massive chunk of mana and you'll explode instantly. But Lee Sung-min kept a poker face, totally confident. I'll handle that part. Looked everywhere. Nobody can turn a dragon heart into a potion. Kane hesitated. Well, I could do it, Lee Sung-min cut in with an innocent smile. If you don't swear to help me absorb this, I'm just gonna lay here, scratch my belly, and do nothing. You need my help for that job, right? Kane was floored. Say what? Meanwhile, in the night market, Wee and Rubia looked around in panic as screams tore through the air. Rubia was confused. What the hell just happened? It's total chaos. Suddenly, Sylar came sprinting, screaming in terror. Help! Somebody save me! Voice choking with fear. Sylar still managed to yell a warning. Chu Sung is back! Wee was too stunned to say a word. But before Sylar made it, a massive fireball crashed down, torching the guy right in front of Wee. Through the smoke, a mocking laugh echoed. Knew it. Chu Sung blew out smoke, eyes gleaming. So fun, burning everything for zero reason. Then the creep looked at Wee, like spotting fresh meat. Hey, big guy over there looks flammable. Come here, let me roast you nice and slow. Wee held back the rage and asked, You Ray Chu Sung, right? The pyro looked surprised. Who the hell are you to say my name so casually? We didn't even bother answering. Just calmly took off the hair tie, making the other guy freeze for a sec. Then a voice boomed like thunder. Mad Demon Baek Woon. Wee walked slowly forward, face ice cold, eyes bloodshot, veins popping on the forehead. Wee gritted out. That's the name of the guy who's gonna rip you to shreds. Cut to Abel's place, one of the 5 Huke stars. The dude sitting on the Lich throne. Centuries ago, this guy was a legendary mage. But when Abel turned into a Lich, the whole world freaked out over the twisted magic left behind. You can guess Abel's power just by the fact the Lich is still alive despite the whole world hunting him. The Predator, Huke star. Abel laughed at the achievements. Truly amazing. Prescan, how do you make a masterpiece like this with your skill level? Prescan rubbed hands together, sucking up. It's an honor, sir. Abel went on. What's crazier is that what you do with this stuff is just child's play. You're a total twisted freak. Suddenly, Abel's eyes went cold, sensing something. Rats broke through the barrier and snuck in. Prescan gasped. No way. Is it that fire? Abel shut that down. No. Yana's power comes from a deal with an evil spirit. She needs way more time to finish the possession ritual, so it ain't her. Then Abel barked an order. Prescan, go stall them. Prescan jumped. Me? But seeing Abel's look that practically screamed murder, Prescan shook and replied fast. Okay, going now. At another castle, Lee Sung-min sounded bored. I've faced you way too many times. He looked at the guy, totally indifferent. You good? Prescan lost it seeing that attitude. You cursed heart thief, so you are the intruder, the guy asked. I heard there were 2 of you. Lee Sung-min remembered Heidi saying, someone's coming, you deal with him. He answered flatly. The other one went straight for the center. Prescan laughed like a maniac. Looks like I get to crush the weakling. Lee Sung-min pulled the spear from his side. Yep, Prescan flared up with massive energy. Today, I'm taking my heart back from you. Lee Sung-min watched, analyzing the vibe. In the past, Prescan seemed invincible. Lee Sung-min charged with the spear, but this time he slashed fast. Delivered a fatal blow right across, catching Prescan off guard. What? Saw this guy like a few months ago. How did he get this strong so fast? Lee Sung-min knocked the guy into the air, crouched low, aiming for the flash strike. Magic for short-range teleportation. Up in the air, Prescan reacted fast, whipping up an energy ball. Die! Then blasted it down. Heart Thief! Lee Sung-min watched the energy blast. Totally chill. Good chance to mix magic and internal energy. Just did it. Mix the two flows into the spear. Let's test this. Power surged like crazy as Lee Sung-min gripped the weapon. Based on the technique, I'll wrap myself in mana, then focus everything on the tip. A vortex of energy swirled around the spear, blasting outwards. Holy Blood Demon Art, third form. Eyes burning with battle spirit, Lee Sung-min unleashed a massive wide-range attack. Prescan panicked, seeing that level of power. The guy threw up a barrier fast, only meant to tap him, but this power is insane. But in less than a second, the barrier couldn't handle the pressure and shattered, making Prescan freak out big time. Huh? Down below, Lee Sung-min is still holding the spear steady. You shocked by this power too, huh? Seeing the enemy fly off just meant to tap him lightly. That is some crazy, unexpected power. Still haven't recovered from the shock. With that kind of power not far away, Prescan is flattened on the ground, lying there totally still, eyes tearing up, about to bawl from feeling so pathetic. Prescan crying helplessly. If Anya was by my side, a nobody like this wouldn't be anything. Hearing that, Lee Sung-min wonders, but where did that chimera brat go anyway? The guy replies, snatched from my hands! Then starts crying a river, screaming hopelessly. My precious daughter was stolen by that great Lich King jerk over there. Abel can't help but be impressed. Well, this is a surprise. Looking at the masterpiece right there in awe, it absorbs all the energy I feed it, like a bottomless pit. This body can hold an insane amount of magic power built up in Eremelis. When the magic circle is done, this chimera is going to drain every drop of power in the city. Abel clenches a fist, talking to self. Then if I use the secret art to shove my soul into that vessel, acting all crazy confident like the win is already in the bag, I'll become the destroyer and devourer of everything, a legend existence, the ultimate predator. Suddenly, a voice cuts in. That ain't gonna happen. Lloyd pops up from behind and speaks up. Never change, do ya? Even after turning into a lich, still wearing those skins and craving power that can't be controlled. Even when alive, just a monster in a human suit. Hearing that, Abel freezes and turns to ask, who are you? Kane rolls up the sleeve to reveal mysterious text, answering with a hidden meaning. Right, first time meeting with this face. You'll figure out who I am real quick, Abel. Lloyd lifting the arm to show off those ancient tattoos. Yeah, never seen this mug before, but the identity will be clear soon enough. Abel immediately recognizes the person, seeing those tattoos, screaming in shock. No way, it's you! Didn't you vanish hundreds of years ago? Just whispering Lloyd. The man standing in front of Abel is Lloyd. After the whisper fades, a shadow appears behind the guy. Lloyd shows up puffing on a cigarette. Summon me to get back what was given to Eremelis, right? Taking a drag? There's no turning back. Lloyd nods. Fine by me. Lloyd steps closer, holding out a magic orb. Got it. No more questions. Lloyd's eyes go wild. My fate is total doom. Abel getting freaked out by the magic pressure too. To escape it gave up power, face, and even existence itself. Changing karma, wandering and running for 100 years. Lloyd stands silent, magic wrapping around the body. But it's all over. Because of that random meeting, the fate that was so hard to escape has come right back. The body starts glowing. Maybe this is karma for ditching responsibility. Water's already spilled. Might as well save the world while at it. Abel still standing frozen. You never should have been given that power. Abel, what I'm taking back is my fate and my magic. Magic flows disappear, Lloyd transforming. Know who this is now? Abel grinding teeth, veins popping on the face. Lloyd replies coldly, that's right, the strongest mage. A moment later, hurried footsteps echo. After dealing with Prescan, Lee Sung-min rushes to the central square and sees the scene. Panting hard, frozen in shock at the sight. It looks like the apocalypse, space covered in magic blasts, the ground shaking like crazy. A bloody showdown between two archmages, Abel and Lloyd, fighting it out. Abel grinds teeth seeing Lee Sung-min show up. Prescan, you ditched him? That useless pervert probably isn't dead yet, since the life vessel is still intact. Scanning around, looking for something. Where did that guy vanish to? After inciting Chu Sung to cause chaos in the mist forest, just disappeared. Lloyd turns to look at Lee Sung-min. Made it? A quick nod. Yeah, looking like a struggle, huh? Lloyd shifts focus back to the rival. With you here, the tide might turn. If only Rubia was here too, that'd be great. Lee Sung-min readies the spear. Rubia? Desperate enough to rely on her? Whatever, jumping into the fight now. Abel looking nervous, cursing inside, damn it, fighting for every second of life here. If that kid joins, there's zero chance left. After hesitating, deciding, no other choice. Abel screams, "Get over here, Aina!" A giant magic circle appears. Aina standing in the middle, eyes wide and dead, the mark on the forehead glowing. Without wasting a second, Aina's arm turns into a monster claw and lunges, moving at light speed, smashing through every attack. Charging straight at Lloyd. The mage puts a hand out to block, then Lee Sung-min jumps in front, smashing that attack with the spear. Lee Sung-min shouts to Lloyd, "Got this side!" Lloyd turns away. "Thanks," Lee Sung-min grinning confidently. "Let's do this." Aina pulling the hand back, the wound healing up already. Lee Sung-min checking Aina out. Always cold before, but now, totally soulless. That mark on the forehead. Remembering what Prescan said, is that the submission mark Prescan talked about? So what if Abel marked my daughter? Aina throwing spam attacks at Lee Sung-min. Lee Sung-min gripping the spear tight, way stronger than when we fought months ago, but pointing the spear forward, magic blasts firing off. Lee Sung-min smirks at the opponent. "Hey Hyeoju, got enough juice to handle this thing?" Aina charging in without fear, Lee Sung-min's power aiming right at the target. A deafening crash rings out from Lee Sung-min's strike, so loud that even Abel in the middle of a fight has to look back at Aina crushed under the rubble, unable to move. Lloyd staring at Lee Sung-min's back, jaw dropping in shock. That power is... Oh man, swore on my mana way too fast. Lloyd looking at Lee Sung-min with a creepy smile, thinking, the real danger isn't Abel, it's this guy. A whisper cuts through, "Oh, rotting putrid death." Kane turns around, it's Abel, doing some kind of spell. Lloyd's face goes stiff. Giving up just 'cause of that power? You lunatic. Suddenly, where Abel stands, a giant messy blob of meat with eyes and tentacles bursts out. Abel standing there smiling, hands clasped. "I offer it up. Please grant your power to this lowly servant." Lloyd realizes the plan immediately. It was his way to directly materialize the Demon King's power. Lloyd's nerves were tight as a guitar string. This was Abel's last line of defense, a total gamble. The guy watched the twisted freak, absorbing the Demon King's power he'd signed into his own body. The price for that? Sweat was pouring down Lloyd's forehead like crazy. When a dark mage summons the Demon King's juice, after they die, the Demon King snatches their soul and tortures it forever. The old man screamed at Abel, "You crazy, Abel." Abel's look had totally changed. "Crazy? Too bad. I'm wide awake right now. If the problem is after death, I just won't die." The guy looked up laughing. "I'm gonna be a carnivorous king, reborn by slaughtering and devouring everything." Lee Sung-min realized the serious situation too. Slaughter? Devour? Abel threw up both hands, and massive magic power started swirling instantly. Lloyd screamed a warning at Lee Sung-min, soul destruction magic. Before Lloyd finished, a blast shot straight at the kid. "Careful!" Lee Sung-min stood there totally stunned. "If that hand touches you, your soul gets wiped." But the kid spun and dodged just in time. Lee Sung-min looked back in horror at that insane power, clueless someone was coming. Aina slammed down a direct hit. Lee Sung-min couldn't block. The force from Aina's tentacles knocked Lee Sung-min flying. That power won't last long though. Lloyd stepped up to Lee Sung-min. "Power beyond the limit always has a price." Lloyd frowned, clicking his tongue in annoyance. "Now we just gotta stall and hold him. No other choice." In contrast, Abel still laughed confidently. "Lloyd thought you were smart. Turns out your brain rotted after 100 years of stalling. That's exactly what I want." The guy glanced at the magic circle creating Aina. The array sucking up the forest of fog spirit energy is almost done. "Once this infinite power is mine, no one can stop me." Abel's thoughts got angry. If those two and Chu Sung had arrived as planned, I wouldn't have had to borrow the Demon King's power. The guy was losing patience, frowning hard. Where are they and what the hell are they doing? Elsewhere, where Demon Fire Chu Sung stood before him, we blocked Rubia, calmly tying hair up. Chu Sung stepped up. Y whispered, "Mad demon outburst." Two of them were face to face, super close, nobody giving an inch. Y's eyes were bloodshot, muscles tight. Y roared, "It's the name of the one who's gonna rip you apart and kill you." Chu Sung didn't flinch, even looked confused when we roared like that. Chu Sung just punched we straight in the gut. "What?" Y didn't back down, smashed a fist right into Chu Sung's face. Chu Sung hit the ground. We said, "Remember the people you killed?" Chu Sung sat up fast, screamed, and spat fire. Fire shot at Wee, covering Wee's whole body instantly. Rubia yelled, "Old man, mad demon!" Chu Sung smirked. "You here for revenge?" Chu Sung gave a savage smile. "The people I killed, you think I remember that petty trash? Stupid." Y frowned angrily. "Guessed so." Y walked out of the fire. "Don't worry, I'll make sure you never forget." Y was now like, "Blood ring demon art. I'll rip your heart out while you're alive and carve my name on it." Chu Sung was shocked, cursing, "Even taking my demon fire hit and still." Before Chu Sung could react, Wee rushed in. Wee's eyes went dark. Wee threw a punch, fire covering the hand. Chu Sung panicked. Can't get hit by that. Chu Sung jumped back, dodging Wee's uppercut instantly. Chu Sung thought Wee missed, but Wee planned it. Fire curled around the fist from the punch. Chu Sung wide-eyed at what happened. Wee threw another punch at Chu Sung. Chu Sung blocked with both hands, but this time the punch didn't stop, it kept pushing. Chu Sung felt terrible magic from the hand, eyes bloodshot. Wee put more power in, knocking Chu Sung a mile away. Rubia watched, worried and surprised. Chu Sung was knocked far, lying on the ground, laughing, dust settling. Chu Sung stared at Wee. I admit it, Chu Sung said happily. Not bad for a human. Chu Sung pushed himself up. With that tiny power and crazy courage, I'll show respect. Chu Sung charged, but not as a demon, as a dragon. Chu Sung roared. By burning you till no bone is left. This is Chu Sung's new form. Imugi failed to become a true dragon. Why didn't flinch, smiled back. Me neither. Lee Sung-min's hand on the sword shook, cold sweat dropping, a deep shadow of failure. Magic that wipes a soul with a touch, a chimera that heals forever. The longer it goes, the more drained they get. Abel used spirit power to shape shift, laughing. You fight a losing battle for a dragon heart, you rewrite. At that moment, Abel smirked, face totally evil. Spirit power wavered, symbols glowed, magic circle complete. The Chimera girl glanced, walked into the center. Sensing something wrong, Lee Sung-min looked. Lee Sung-min's eyes widened, tense. Whatever it is, we gotta stop it. Lee Sung-min used all force to chase Anna. Abel didn't stop Lee Sung-min, laughing. Idiot! Abel's plan. The circle absorbing Amor's maxed out energy to the center. Huge energy like that, mortals can't take it. Even Abel would explode if Abel took that energy, but this Chimera girl can absorb it. Aeneas' heart is a treasure so strong, it is hard to believe that Perv made it. Without this monster heart, something that absorbs energy endlessly, even a greater demon or dragon would explode in the center. From outside, Abel watched, confident face. Young guy like you fighting like that is good, but looks like I'll get what I want without lifting a finger. Explode and die. Abel's miscalculation. Lee Sung-min just stepped into the array. Circles moved instantly. At the same time, spirit power flowed up around Lee Sung-min. Array running, Lee Sung-min has a heart just like that. The evil spirit startled. Crazy people, you gonna swallow the city's energy? Break the magic circle now, energy is absorbing into you. That's power a human can't handle. Look at that face. Guess he figured it out. Planning to smash the circle? Too bad. The second you stepped in the center, it was already over. You're gonna go boom. Right after, his voice got all hype. Time to enjoy the fireworks. 3, 2, 1. Suddenly, Sung-min's eyes lit up, waves of golden energy blasting out. Space itself started shaking, and the formation just blew apart. Aves's jaw hit the floor, couldn't believe what he was seeing. Even Kane froze for a second at the scene. He sounded totally shocked. Did he actually break it? The magic circle? Suddenly, from where the formation collapsed, streams of spiritual power rushed out. Still in shock, Kane looked up. The energy was scattering. Avest went pale, refusing to accept his plan was ruined. That cocky attitude? Gone. No way my life's work, ruined by a punk like that? Suddenly, a glowing red eye popped up behind him, freezing him in place. Avest roared, "Not yet! It's not over!" His whole body tensed up. The Demon King, it is trying to take over my soul. Avest's eyes darted around, calculating. Gotta swap souls at least. He turned forward, calling out to Chimera, "I command you by the mark of obedience." Instantly, Avest shot out a stream of energy. "Accept my soul," he muttered to himself. As long as that body still exists, I've got a chance. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the shadows. A soul? Sure, I'll take it, even though I'm not Chimera. Avest panicked, screaming inside. Kim Jong-hyun, the guy who vanished after recruiting Chu Sung, just popped up. He dashed out, reaching to snatch Avest's soul. Avest glared, furious. "What are you planning?" Dong-hyun scratched his head, laughing. "Planning? I only teamed up with you for this exact moment. And Varys, no." Kane just stood there watching. Avest's soulless body turned to ash in a split second. His soul got ripped apart by the dark mage, trembling violently before fading away. Avest, the spirit king who once shook an entire era, had fallen. And then another Avest? No, a much more terrifying great demon was born. He knew it by instinct. Even though Kane saw everything, he didn't step in. Why? Because that guy had already drained every drop of magic and knowledge from Avest's soul. Dong-hyun smirked, feeling himself. Didn't think it'd go this smoothly. His eyes went cold, face looking totally sinister. And now, looks like your fate is starting to shift too. Sung-min, cause a way more horrible demon is starting to wake up. The rage was short-lived, but the demonic energy sucked in from the magic circle, it's turning Sung-min into something completely different. Seeing that, Donghyun gave a cold smile. Spiritual energy was leaking out around him. Whoa, why so gloomy? This is way beyond what I imagined. Suddenly he flew up high, voice ice cold. Let's see that body get all twisted and vicious. Kane frowned and let out a breath. What's gonna happen to your destiny? He tensed up. Don't want to admit it, but I can feel it clearly. This is something that should have never been let loose in this world. My mana's dry and my body's wrecked from the backlash of that reverse soul summon. Yeah, Avest is dead, but that dark mage who sucked up both Chimera and Avest, still standing. Suddenly, Kane let out a cold laugh, blood still staining the corner of his mouth. He sighed. What a crappy destiny. Suddenly, Kane screamed out, making Donghyun's eyes pop open. Oh great mana! He raised his hand, runes lighting up, shaking the space around them. I offer up this body! Energy swirled, looking like it wanted to swallow Kane's hand. His face went dark, mumbling, I'm sorry. Kane swung his arm, launching an attack forward. Energy clashed and blasted everywhere. His eyes burned with intense, dangerous battle spirit. A mage's final stand. Kane glared at Donghyun, shouting with resolve, None of you are leaving this place! Donghyun didn't even care, just spread his arms and laughed. How scary. A great mage like you, throwing away your life to charge at the enemy? I've got no purpose, no will to fight anymore, but even so. Instantly, power exploded out. Donghyun asked, Can you actually pull this off? Kane spun around, eyes flashing. Not a scratch on him after that explosion. His durability is insane. More than that, Kane gritted his teeth, blood dripping from his nose and mouth, voice getting heavier. I'm running out of time! Somewhere else, Sung Min looked like he was lost in his own little world, constantly scanning the area. After getting nowhere, he muttered, Where am I? This feels like Denir's trial. I was definitely fighting in Varus just a second ago. When the magic circle blasted out that demonic energy suddenly, pain hit him. Sung Min clutched his head, trying to remember something. Flashbacks hit him, his body starting to transform. Followed by that twisted, vicious face. Sung Min panicked, eyes full of worry. Then his eyes lit up. What the? Suddenly, the Void King's voice made him jump. You? You bastard, Sung Min shouted. Void King, what's going on? Explain it fast and clear. The thing just opened its mouth, looking bored. 1. This is your inner world. 2. Outside? Your body's going berserk like a rabid dog, and you're just chilling? The Void King frowned. Damn, you're slow. I'll make it quick, cause we're in a rush. The thing behind that wall, that's your demonic consciousness. Your inhuman side. Right now, it's driving your real body. Honestly, the fact that you still have your humanity after sucking up all that demonic energy is already weird. But if you beat it to a pulp, you might get your body back. Usually, a punch to the face does the trick. You want power but don't want to be a monster, right? Then listen up, fight and win. Sung Min tilted his head down, smiling confidently. Got it. Thanks, Void King. The spirit crossed his arms. I can't help you directly. You're on your own, got it? That wall, only you can walk through it. He turned to walk away. Don't worry. Sung Min gripped his sword tight, intense aura flaring up. He drew the blade, facing the shape of Donghyun. If we're talking about fighting alone, I've got plenty of experience. The Void King sighed in relief, but suddenly froze, eyes going wide. The Void King spotted something, a hidden destiny behind Sung Min's demon side. It knew it was caught and grinned evilly. The Void King's eyes bugged out, face tight with tension. From far away, that sinister fate put a finger to its lips. Shh. Sweat poured down the Void King's forehead, voice stuttering. What is that? How did those idiots miss it? It's right beside us, damn it, the spirit screamed, yelling, Lulala, to warn Lee Sung Min. But when no answer came, the panic kicked in hard. This is bad, really bad. It launched itself up, but couldn't even get close to fate. Now the spirit was genuinely freaking out, shaking in fear. It screamed ahead, What the hell are you? What kind of monster roots itself inside a kid like this? Fate just pointed a finger forward, voice dropping into a dangerous, slow drawl. Just one more step. My image is blurry. I am standing at the very end. Suddenly, Fate grinned a nasty, wicked smile and asked with crushing weight, You want to come over here? The pressure forced the spirit to its knees. What? Kneeling to myself? Fate vanished instantly, reappearing way off in the distance, leaving just a trail of energy behind. Seeing that, the spirit frowned, senses on high alert. Far away, that mysterious Fate figure just put a finger to its lips. Shh. Lee Sung Min locked in on the demonic consciousness's fighting style. The thing roared and charged. It moved like a wild beast. Lee Sung Min countered, while analyzing every move. Bam! He threw a surprise attack, deadly fast. The demonic form froze. Lee Sung Min kept breaking it down, its movements way too easy to read. Inside this mindscape, I can use internal energy, or demonic energy. Vicious strikes flew back and forth, but that doesn't mean a thing. He jumped, caught an opening, and slammed the hilt of his sword down, pinning the thing to the floor. Lee Sung-min didn't stop reading his opponent, like I'd lose to a mindless beast. The demon roared, exploding with power to counter, but he just watched it, calm and confident. All those years I spent grinding martial arts, Lee Sung-min lifted his leg to check the move and slashed, separating its head from its body. Can't just vanish that easily. Seeing it drop, he smirked. All right. The demon started fading away. Catch you later. Lifting his weapon to check the remnants, Lee Sung-min muttered, Later, huh? Next time probably won't be this much of a cakewalk. He turned around, confused. It's over. Hey, Void King, how do I get out of here? But the spirit just looked dark and gloomy. Void King? Fear was still plastered all over its face. What's wrong? Nothing. Outside, Kane had the demonic form under control, but his own body looked like it was about to crumble. Luckily, we subdued it before my life force ran dry. Unbelievable power. Why? A twisted destiny. That entity has infinite potential. It's a genuine threat to the entire world. I just feel lucky that we destroyed it before it got any stronger. Kane raised his hand for the killing blow. I'm sorry. Suddenly a voice cut in. No need for apologies. Energy surged from his hands, shattering the chains. Lee Sung-min descended slowly, leaving the old man stunned. Kane couldn't believe he was back. I only helped you because of the promise. Kane's inner thoughts echoed. Fine. I, Enverus, swear upon Mana to grant a worthy reward for helping Lee Sung-min absorb the dragon heart. His gaze was cold but steady. Keep your word, Kane replied, voice low. Both your eyes, they bear the mark of the demon eye now. He stood up slowly. And just moments ago, you went completely berserk. Do you understand what that means? Lee Sung-min clenched his fist. Everything's been handled. But Kane frowned, his expression icing over. Even I, once called the greatest archmage, ended up like this. We stopped it this time, but when you get stronger, who stops you then? It's a miracle you're still sane with fully awakened demon eyes. It means you could destroy this world at any moment. He spun around. No, you cannot be allowed to gain any more power. Horrifying images from the past flashed through Kane's mind, but the kid clenched his fist, voice rock solid. No! Lee Sung-min's eyes burned with confidence. I am taking the dragon heart. Unless you want to die from breaking the mana oath, get out of my way. Kane bowed his head slightly. My life, it has no value anymore. His gaze sharpened instantly. I've burned everything just to stop you. My body is dying anyway. Breaking the oath changes nothing. At least I can drag the monster threatening this world down to hell with me. Lee Sung-min flinched, stepping back. You re-insane. Suddenly, massive energy slammed down from the sky. No, you are not dying today. Kane looked panicked. No, why you? Dong-hyun smirked, letting out a twisted laugh. Loo-la-la. Didn't think I'd see a show like this. He floated in midair, arms spread wide. The arrival of a transcendent. Kane was rattled by the words. Who gave you permission to die, Kane? Just then, a figure emerged from the battle's rubble. Human, the Spirit Queen spoke up. I will fulfill the covenant on his behalf. The Spirit Queen? Dong-hyun was buzzing with excitement. She rules every spirit in the spirit realm? Kane shook with rage. That bastard really is close with high-tier spirits. So it's because the queen favors him? She asked. Tell me, what was your agreement? Lee Sung-min answered. Enverus agreed to help me absorb the dragon heart. The old man screamed. Stop! You can't do that. If he gets any stronger, she snapped back. Silence! The Spirit Queen's voice trembled. When I made the pact with you, I said you were mine. Whether the world collapses or you fall from breaking a mana oath. I don't care. Lee Sung-min's heart pounded. The only thing I won't tolerate is your death. Dong-hyun quietly slipped away. I swallowed Abel, and looks like I can take the chimera too. Better results than I expected. By the way, great show. Perfect time for me to bounce. He glanced at the group, flashed a sinister grin, and vanished. Dong-hyun looked back at Lee Sung-min. When we meet again, what kind of creature will you be? A slight smile played on his lips. Ah, and what face will I be wearing? He dissolved into the air, so fast not even a shadow was left behind. The two stood silent, staring at Lee Sung-min's terrifying form. This world's conditions, they don't fit. The Spirit Queen started looking uncomfortable. Kane shouted, Stop it right now! The air here is poison to you. You need to go back to the spirit realm immediately. But she just spoke softly. We will return to the spirit realm together. He screamed at her, furious. Why are you doing this? For me? Seeing the Spirit Queen so fragile right in front of him broke his heart. You are gonna die. The Spirit Queen turns back, cracking a faint smile, ignoring the blood spilling from her lips. She looks over at Do-hyun, thinking, as long as you're with me, I don't mind dying. Then the Spirit Queen dissolves, shattering into tiny little spirits that fade into the air. Lee Sung-min lies motionless on the ground after that chaotic battle, completely alone. That thought keeps looping over and over. As long as I have someone by my side, I don't mind dying. Byuk-won cracks his eyes open, mind racing. That's what she told me, right? Chu Sung steps up to him, mocking. Is that really all you got, huh? You were screaming about how I am your nemesis and all that crap. But what did I actually do to you? Did I kill someone you care about? Maybe your parents, your siblings, your wife? Byuk-won just lies there, motionless under Chu Sung's angry rant. He's lost in old memories. When I left the tribe, she came with me. Byuk-won recalls that nightmare. Not long after, I started losing my mind. The guilt hits him. I told her that in my condition, I might end up killing her with my own hands. That's how I convinced her to go back to the tribe. Rubia hears this, too shocked to speak, eyes welling up with tears. Chu Sung bursts into laughter. So your lover died by my hand just because you told her to go back? That is rich. I'll send you to meet her right now. After a pause, Byuk-won drops a bombshell. But that was a lie. Chu Sung lunges forward, but gets blasted back by a massive force. Byuk-won suddenly powers up, stands, and knocks him back with one hand. Chu Sung is confused. What the hell? The guy was half dead. How is he suddenly stronger? Byuk-won explains, I just needed an excuse to push her away from me. I thought that to break my limits, I had to give up everything except martial arts. Ever since I suffered that pathetic defeat and hit my wall, I fought desperately to reach the level of a transcendent being. The enemy crawls up, shouting, and why the hell should I care about your life story? Chu Sung charges in, but Byuk-won dodges easily. It seems he still has something to say and isn't ready to throw hands yet. Sure enough, Byuk-won continues. I know these are just pointless delusions, but... He pauses for a beat. After all this time, I feel like I can finally let go of this obsession as long as I beat you. Byuk-won makes his move, unleashing a burst of energy. In that moment, the mad demoness blood arts explode more violently than ever before, totally overwhelming Chu Sung, the guy he couldn't even touch a minute ago. But the fuel for that power is his own life force. Burning his energy like that makes him shine brighter than anyone for a split second before the inevitable end. Byuk-won begs in his mind, please just let me live long enough to finish him off. Sometimes the world grants sweet miracles to the hopeful, but ironically, most of the time, the world just delivers a cruel ending. Byuk-won suddenly laughs like a maniac. For a second there, even I was scared. Chu Sung looks excited. Great, looks like that weird power-up is finally over. Right? You tried so hard, wasting all that power for nothing. Now die. Byuk-won squeezes his eyes shut, bracing for the end but snaps them open when the pain doesn't hit like he expected. Rubia, tiny as she is, jumped right in front to shield him. She's shaking like a leaf, but her eyes are totally fierce. Byuk-won is shocked. Rubia? The enemy is confused too. What is wrong with this kid? Byuk-won asks. Rubia, what are you doing? Rubia is shaking uncontrollably, but stays firm. Run, you know. At first, I thought I was getting dragged into a huge mess, but at some point, it started getting fun. I got to go on adventures I never would have had with my master, with Sung-min and you, old man. So don't you dare die, old man. He's horrified, jaw dropped. No, Rubia. Chu Sung loses his patience, red fire gathering in his mouth. Enough of this. He blasts out a wave of energy that shakes the air. Goodbye. But then, Chu Sung freezes, totally stunned. See, Rubia is an artificial spirit created by Inverus. When Inverus reincarnated, Rubia was created with help from the Spirit Queen. She can use basic magic, but honestly, she's not great at it. However, the Spirit Queen left Rubia a protection spell meant only for Inverus, a backup plan for a worst-case scenario. She's wrapped in this pure power so that last attack couldn't even scratch her. Taking the chance, Byuk-won rushes in and smashes a full power punch right into Chu Sung. A miracle just happened. The enemy stares in shock, and then Byuk-won drives another hit straight into Chu Sung's gut, making him scream in pain. His body should be empty, but a blinding energy flares up, burning like a final spark. Byuk-won erupts with power. Energy wraps around him. Chu Sung is freaking out, sweating bullets. He stabilizes himself and flies in to attack Byuk-won. He rushes in and crushes Byuk-won's arm, warping the bone. But Byuk-won just spins and grabs him by the throat. Byuk-won smirks. This body was destined to break anyway. Chu Sung's eyes go wide with terror, gasping for air. What kind of madness is this? He grits his teeth, spitting out every word. I am the crazy heavenly demon. He squeezes with everything he has, and Chu Sung's body goes limp instantly. Rubia's jaw drops, speechless. He just stands there, breathing hard. Byuk-won's body is starting to crumble, fading into nothingness. It's over. Tears well up in her eyes as she yells, "Old man, are you okay?" He looks at her with soft eyes, a faint smile on his lips. Rubia panics. "Old man, don't die. Potion. We need a potion. Just hang on." But the hand holding the potion bottle starts to fade. Rubia is in despair as her whole body turns transparent, melting into the light. No, master, hang on, just a sec. Rubia burst into tears, sobbing hard. Just a little longer. Parts of the body started melting into thin air. Only a sparkling void was left. Rubia cried out, heartbroken, "Old geezer!" Meanwhile, somewhere else, a cold voice rang out. "You finally made it, huh? Thanks for protecting the city." Heoju's voice dropped low. "Must have been hell surviving till now, but gotta give you a proper send-off." After that insane, earth-shattering battle at the Demon City, Baek-woon watched Lee Sung-min run over, gasping for air. "So you actually came?" Lying on the plank, the guy's eyes were freakishly calm. "Quit making that face. I'm satisfied." Heoju stood by, actually looking impressed. The guy took down Chu Sung. That's a serious achievement. Chu Sung was one of the strongest demons, second only to Yana. Heoju kept talking. The old man actually pulled it off. Baek-woon smirked, like replaying that life-or-death moment. "I tore that bastard's throat right out." The vibe got quiet, and Heoju's gaze darkened. "What about Rubia?" He paused for a beat, couldn't hide the worry. "That cat beastkin got summoned back to the spirit realm for some reason. Probably something went down with the master the soul is tied to." Baek-woon slowly turned to Lee Sung-min, breathing getting super heavy. "Let me go!" The kid froze, feet stuck to the ground, not buying what was just said. "What are you talking about?" The old man raised a shaky hand to stop him. "Respect my life." Baek-woon let out a soft breath, like closing the book on the journey. "It was a good life, committed a lot of sins, but got lucky, met some solid friends in the final years." He looked up at the pitch-huke sky of the Demon City. "Only regret is never hit the realm of transcendence." Baek-woon's voice faded, breath getting weak like it was about to vanish into nothing. "Thought if the internal core was blown up and I went all out, I'd see what's beyond that wall, but it was too much for me." In the heavy silence, he whispered. Baek-woon tilted his head toward Lee Sung-min, like there was one last thing to say. "What do you think about the spiral blood demon art?" "The divine art?" The kid didn't dodge the question. "It's an unrivaled martial art." The old man relaxed the body and let out a happy laugh. "Is that right?" Baek-woon paused, then kept going, like passing on the whole legacy. "You're definitely gonna reach the level I couldn't." He continued, "Satisfaction in every dying breath, reaching the realm of transcendence with my spiral blood demon divine art." Lee Sung-min pressed his lips together tight, not saying a word. Seeing that, Baek-woon let out a relieved sigh, like a huge weight was gone. "All right," he said slowly, words getting lighter. "That's all I needed." Baek-woon frowned a bit, old memories dragging him back to the distant past. "If only I hadn't left her behind." Whispering like asking himself, "Think I can finally get to her?" He stared into the blurry space ahead and cracked a smile. "In the end, the face in my mind is hers." The woman's name was whispered softly, like a late apology. After saying that name, Baek-woon's body went slack, the last bit of fight gone. Lee Sung-min stood there frozen, helpless as the old man's life faded out right in front of him. Realized he was solo again, no one answering back. The road ahead was just covered in heavy silence. The quiet got awkward and suffocating, just Heoju watching Lee Sung-min from a distance. The spirit grit his teeth, totally pissed off even though it was too late. "That old geezer was way too selfish. I wanted to rip apart the guy who killed my person myself." Lee Sung-min hung his head, drowning in guilt. "If I hadn't followed in virus," he clenched his fists. "If I was stronger and came back sooner, maybe the old man would've." Heoju stared for a long time, weighing his thoughts. Thinking, "This is dangerous." Heoju spoke up, snapping the kid out of that dark spiral. "So, where you headed now?" Lee Sung-min looked up, eyes sharp with determination. "To the Elf Forest. No hesitation at all. I'm gonna kill the Fist King there and break the minor heavenly demon's curse. Ouiji Ho." Lee Sung-min took a deep breath, like branding that vow onto his soul. "I'm not losing any more teammates." Cut to the quiet elf forest where a voice made the air feel heavy. "You look pathetic, Fist King." The Hidden King looked down at the guy with zero respect. Fist King, one of the 6 kings of Eria. Surprised by the guest, the king asked, "Why the hell are you here?" The Hidden King didn't answer right away, stepped closer. "A spirit medium predicted your death." Hearing that, the guy's face went pale. "Who dares to kill me? The Fist King?" The Hidden King let out a hollow, cold laugh. I don't know the deets, but they say the Ghost Spear is heading to the Elf Forest." "Ghost Spear, that brat?" He didn't hide the sarcasm, words stripping away the reality. "You still think you're a transcendent martial artist? You've been bedridden from the minor heavenly demon's curse for so long, even a random thug could take you out." Those words pushed the king into despair, grit his teeth. "Damn it, am I really gonna die?" The other guy replied calmly, "It's not a locked-in prophecy." The Hidden King continued, "I'm here to stop that fate. By the way, heard the crazy heavenly demon is rolling with the Ghost Spear. Like he just remembered, he added casually. According to the Hidden King, the crazy heavenly demon still hasn't hit transcendence. His eyes got ice cold talking about Baek Woon. He had potential a decade ago, so I let him slide. But in the end, he couldn't break through. Just another loser. If he shows up with the ghost spear, I'll wipe them both out. The Fist King asked, what about capturing the minor heavenly demon? How long do I gotta keep cursing her and rotting away like this? The Hidden King paused a sec. The minor heavenly demon is being protected by the Alliance leader, Demon Emperor Yeon. But you know that guy's a monster. Even we can't beat. Can't touch her for now. Suddenly, a crushing pressure slammed down like invisible chains. But you aren't allowed to stop the curse. Voice low, no refusing, I know. The killing intent in the Hidden King's voice was totally obvious. The minor heavenly demon. He paused for a beat before dropping the bombshell. Is the key to fulfilling the wish of Eria. Then he spoke coldly. We have to capture her, no matter what. Determination flashes in everyone's eyes as they lock onto the target.